academic world.
You eliminate variables.
You have an independent, dependent, and control variables. And the key part is to manipulate the independent variable and see if it affects the dependent. So when they were studying gravity, we're going to use Einsteinian gravity because that is the most current explanation. What was the independent variable and the dependent variable in that experiment?
In Cavendish?
No, when they actually proved Einsteinian gravity.
I don't know.
Bending and warping. That's the foundation of everything, according to you.
The
Great,
Newtonian
relevant for the debate.
No, Newtonian didn't work anymore. They had to update it to Einsteinian physics. Are you not aware?
I'm not talking about Newtonian physics.
Mass attracting mass is Newtonian physics. And actually, hilariously enough, Newton said, please do not attribute that to me, because the idea that innate brute matter could attract innate brute matter and act on it through the vastness of a vacuum is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking and philosophical matters could ever follow.
Okay, so
that's his word.
Why do you interrupt so much, bro? Why do you interrupt so much?
Why do you just waste time so much? Mass attracts mass.
Just in case Jen has anything to say. We haven't heard from you in a while, Jen, in case you had anything.
I think you may be
Jen, you're muted. Wait, you're not muted. It shows you as unmuted, but we're still not hearing you.
This is the best glove argument I've heard all day, James.
No, that's coming through. Did I accidentally mute you? I'm so sorry. I got excited there. So perhaps my last few arguments were missed. But thank you for calling attention to that. I was interested about one of the arguments in your opener, which is just maybe taking a new direction about, you mentioned that you can't see the stars. Now, just to clarify, is the claim there that you can only see stars within the Earth's atmosphere, and once you're like too far, it's blackness or something? What could you refresh my memory as to what the claim actually is about the
that's a great question, Jen, because the claim is not consistent. So we'll start with Neil Armstrong. At first, they say that because of the glare of the sun, you cannot see stars because of that. Then he, in another interview, he says that the sky in space is a deep black from the view of the moon, and also cislunar space, which is the space between Earth and the moon. So that is the original claim. Now, that has been updated with recent astronauts that have gone to the ISS. Some of them say, we can see stars, whether we're on the sun side or not on the sun side, whether it's day or night, we can see stars all the time. It's the one astronaut said it was so bright because of the stars, it's almost light. But then other astronauts on the ISS say it's a deep black, that there's no stars. So it doesn't stay consistent. We don't actually know the real answer because these astronauts, both astronauts that have been to the ISS, the same location, have different recollections of their eyewitness testimony, which in a court would be very suspicious and should be treated the same.
Yeah, so what's happening is they're just lying again because they know that they're taking these statements out of context. You can look in a particular direction and you will be blinded by the sun. You can look to the right and you will see the blackness of space and stars. It's like looking into a flashlight. You can't see the flashlight, but if you turn to the side, you can start seeing things again. And you guys know what you're doing.
Don Pettit said, we're not lying. We actually just
played it for everyone to listen to it, dude.
We did more research than you did. We didn't have to read from a paper or anything. So.
No, you clipped it out.
So Don Pettit said,
I'd like to respond.
Okay, you call us a liar, but I mean, we played it for the audience.
And you need another word.
If I wanted to take a page out of your book, I'd take the next minute to blow you about how only the stupidest, dumbest, most idiotic could ever believe something like that. It's true, but I won't waste time like that.
That's what you said in your argument.
So no, I described what pseudoscience is. So when you take clips of people saying, we can only see the blackness of space. And then you take a clip of someone saying, when you're looking at the sun, you can't see stars. You are quote mining, you're taking out the context because there are certain directions you can see stars certain directions you can't see stars.
We
And
just
you remove
now
that
played-
context. You,
I
you
just
removed
now
the
played it.
context. Correct.
We just, no, wait. We
I
just
know.
played a video, and one of the astronauts says that during the light of the sun, you can see stars, and one says that you can't. So you're
because-
wrong.
No, because it depends on which direction.
No,
you're
even
looking.
during, they said even during the day. They said
Right.
even during the day.
Right.
Right.
Which
You-
is why you
no.
trim the context, because it matters whether you're looking at the sun or not during the day.
But
So if
there's
you're
a-
not looking at the sun, you can always see stars in space.
It depends.
Okay.
then you would disagree
Depends on a
with
lot
the
of different
first-
factors,
the
which you
first-
cut
There
out.
may be two effects. Are you familiar with something called a snow blindness, or it's an effect when you go skiing? Like this, there's a reflection off the snow, and the sun sort of blinds you. So anyway, there's all sorts of different effects that can happen with. I guess it's probably a
But we're
bad
just making
example,
up-
but
We're just pointing out they have contradictory statements. He's
Yes.
trying to say that we're misrepresenting them. We played it for them. I encourage everyone to go look at it.
it's possible
Where they-
that within the atmosphere, there's more twinkling caused by the atmosphere itself. It seems maybe that you're having trouble understanding how there can be an atmosphere. Did you give any thought to what
No.
I said last time about the moon being the thing that's holding the atmosphere in place?
That sounds wild to me, but
It's totally wild because we have to contend with what are apparently contradictory but not contradictory boundary conditions or binding principles, which is the speed of light is 3 times e to the 8. So that's like 3 with 8 zeros meters per second. And that's a very fast compared to the speeds that we're used to.
It's a
And then
global
you get some. Sorry, go ahead.
global conspiracy, but they can't get their story straight somehow.
stop
Ours-
self-projecting.
Yeah, our story or the astronauts who literally say you cannot see stars. Okay, and these are just a few of. There's so many of these clips. They say you cannot see stars in space.
It's called a hostile witness, bro.
But if you were
If
looking
you
at our
listen to us
star,
in-
because it's so close, our sun is so close. Okay, if you're looking towards our sun, you're not going to see behind it because all the light from the sun is going to be glaring in your face.
Then Don Pettit literally said, even when they're looking at the sun, they still see stars.
You can see all of them.
That's what they're
He said
saying.
when
So
it's
Derek will
daytime.
die.
So
Oh, wait, okay, whatever. I have to address something because my homie Bob, right? So you just now said that whenever he used a gyro and he found the degrees, he didn't want to accept it and he dismissed and all that stuff. That's actually just patently false. So what happened was he actually ended up taking the gyro to different altitudes at the same latitude and got over a degree in variance. So would you agree that if you use a gyro to detect the axial rotation of the Earth at a certain latitude, but then you change altitude and then the degree changes, that refutes the idea that it's because of axial rotation?
no, because you're still measuring rotation.
The same latitude,
There's-
it's just
Since you clearly have never done any science of at all,
Ad hoc.
you've never had to calculate your. It's not. You've never had to. You don't. You're clearly demonstrating you don't understand what a margin of error is.
No,
But
can
if
you
there's
answer the
rotation
question?
measured, I did. I said no. If there's rotation measured, then rotation is measured.
hey, but
Doesn't
would the
matter if there's a
rotation
margin of
change?
error.
Would the rotation change if you keep the same latitude on a globe?
It could. Was he in a different location on the globe?
He was at the same latitude.
But I thought you had a bunch of quotes before saying all these physicists couldn't distinguish their measurements from a flat, stationary surface, and now you're saying you can.
That's
measure.
true, but this guy claims that the gyro proves the Earth is spinning. So I'm going to see if he even understands why. So on a globe,
Well,
there's latitude
Do you cite
lines.
that?
On a globe, there are lines of latitude, and the Earth spins at different rates based on the size of the sphere. So if you stay at the same latitude, then this axial rotation remains the same no matter where you are on that ball. If you're on the same latitude, isn't that right, Taylor?
Nope. And Bob thought it would. Yeah, you're just wrong. There's
Okay.
a thing called margin of error.
Margin of error. You're
And
vaguely.
I'm not done with my statement. So Bob, before he did the experiment, said that this machine will work if it shows rotation. Then that shows rotation. If it shows degrees of rotation, then that shows the rotation of the Earth. Then he changed his story. He said,
Okay,
well,
actually, what happened-
the degrees of rotation changed. Therefore, the machine doesn't work anymore.
No. I actually know him. You're avoiding the question because it destroys you. So the margin
I
of
answered the
error for a
question.
gyro, margin of error can give you up to 2 degree variance. Margin of error.
Sure.
Why does it always stay the same? How come the margin of error always changes at a different altitude at the same latitude? Wouldn't the margin of error be consistent at all altitudes?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
What
so
if
appeal to
What if
instability.
gravity changes with how far you are from
You're
the center of the planet?
That doesn't change the speed, the rate of the Earth spinning.
Yes,
though.
it changes the speed of time, which I know, the rate of time rather.
But that's
Altitude,
not what the
Precisely
gyro
what
doesn't
relativity is
detect
saying.
time.
altitude
Gyro
does
doesn't
change the
detect time.
diameter slightly. So
The gyro doesn't detect time. So try again.
I said nothing about time.
Okay, so here's the deal, man. What you're saying that he's lying. The truth is that the gyro, right, a ring laser
I
gyro,
didn't say he's lying.
it uses the Sagnac effect. Okay, it was discovered by a dude named Sagnac. He says it's a vortexual movement in the ether. Now he was not aware of that at the time. He said this is interesting. We have 15 degrees. It doesn't look good right now. So then he kept looking into it. He decided to test it further. Actually, a professor told him an idea that you can test to see if it's the vortex of the ether moving or if it's the Earth moving by keeping a certain latitude but changing altitude. When we did that, it changed over a degree based on the altitude. That debunks that it's because of axial rotation.
So you make up the ether, even though that was disproved. Okay.
You can't respond to my point, man. So we can move on.
You're
I wanted to
invoking
shout out
a
Bob.
magical field to describe how your experiment failed you.
No, I'm not invoking a
The
magical
ether
field. See,
is a magical field.
falsification is independent of replacement. What I'm saying is you're claiming that it's because of axial rotation, but if you maintain latitude and change altitude, it changes, debunking your claim. I can offer a replacement. I don't have to, but I will go back to the very person that discovered the effect the ring laser gyro is built using, which is called the Sagnac effect. What he said was it was the vortexual movement in the ether. That's all I said. I don't have to replace it. Your claim is wrong. It doesn't prove the Earth is spinning because it changes at different altitudes.
How come he thought it would prove the Earth is spinning before the experiment ran, and he only changed his mind after he failed?
He had to further research it. That's called actual
He
intellectual
had to
honesty.
accommodate his
Can
failure.
I just ask,
Interesting.
did
can't
Sagnac
rebut me,
conclude
bro.
that the Earth was flat from his inquiry? Because ether model doesn't mean flat Earth. That's two different classes of models.
That's right. But in his opener, he tried to call out Bob and slander him. So I exposed him for not knowing what he was talking about. And I told the true story because I know him personally. And the truth is he went to different altitudes and it debunks the claim of axial rotation. So we can move on now. I just wanted to call out his slander in his opener. So it has nothing to do with if the Earth is flat or not. That's true.
Even though it measured axial rotation both times. Interesting.
It literally
So-
didn't, though, because it changed.
So
How do you not get it?
you can't actually replace the model. One reason is what I already mentioned, is stars. I'm just responding to what you said. You claimed you can replace the model, but that's the reason you won't make a map, because you can't.
I did not claim I
Explain.
could
You did. You said, I could replace it. I'm not going to, because you
so I can
claim you don't
replace
have to.
the explanation of a gyro.
Okay. Well, my next point is going to be the same. The stars spin in different directions depending on hemisphere, and they just go in a straight line on the equator. So explain that on a flat plane.
Okay, well, first of all, they all go in the same direction. So when you say that they spin in different directions, you're just patently wrong. All stars go east to west. They don't go in a different direction. They all go the same direction. Whenever you look south, you're looking in a different direction. So then you have clockwise and counterclockwise relative to perception, correct?
Yeah, but that can't change no matter how many times you spin around.
No, it changes based on which direction you're
Yes.
viewing it.
No, it doesn't.
Perspective
It
of the
changes on
observer.
which hemisphere you're on. You can look in any direction on the northern hemisphere, and it will spin, I think, counterclockwise. And if you look in any direction on the southern hemisphere, it'll spin counterclockwise.
Because it's clockwise and counterclockwise are relative to perception. They all move east to west, though.
Can you say like a second?
How
And
is
so
this?
you can't get that spinning effect on a flat Earth.
Well, the sky is spinning, my man. So I guess you need to catch up.
But
We
if
showed
they're
you
spinning-
mainstream physicists telling you that there's no terrestrial observation that proves that the Earth is moving. We even quoted Einstein saying that.
Yeah.
So do you think that means that the Earth is not moving? Just because
I
we
think
can't measure it?
Well, no, I think it's the default position, because to do anything in the real world, whether it be fly planes or helicopters or shoot interballistic missiles or use railguns or anything the military does, or electromagnetic propagation of weapon systems, we have to assume that the Earth is flat, dielectric plane, and that it doesn't move. That's the default position with all practical evidence. You're claiming something antithetical.
Well, that's
to that.
because the technology is being deployed at close range to the surface. Okay,
100 miles.
It's a scales thing. Well,
100 miles?
What's the alleged radius of the planet?
3,959 miles, which would be 6,666 feet at 100 miles. That's a big difference. You've missed your target by over 6,000 feet.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
So
I've told myself a long time ago I wasn't going to try to do math on shows, but I appreciate the pushback. And
yeah, it's all good. I mean, but this is the point, the overall arcing point, right? And I know like Kai talks because I don't want to just be like mansplaining, but here's what I'm saying, right? So we had the default position with all evidence. You're making a claim antithetical to that. Now there's a misnomer where in the world everyone thinks flat earthers are so dumb. Oh, you think the Earth is stationary? You're crazy. But the truth, we've proven that the Earth is spinning. But the truth is, even Einstein himself will tell you that you cannot prove the Earth is spinning from the Earth, and that all these physicists will tell you that. But then we have no-name people that appeal to authority, those very authorities, saying that it's been proven from the Earth, which just shows ignorance of the subject. All we're pointing out is that we have the default position. You have the burden of proof if you're claiming something antithetical to that.
well, we have models that make predictions that we can then verify. So
the
Sorry.
live satellite feed from space shows live weather conditions. You can go debunk that anytime if you find any errors in the weather.
You think it's like
Video
live
from
24/7 feet? Is that what you think?
Yeah,
No, it's literally not. It has like 10 to 15 minutes in between each shot. You didn't know that?
it's live. You can't Photoshop. I can't even Photoshop a thumbnail in 10 minutes. So
You don't think
you're supposed to So you're supposed to Photoshop every piece of weather data from an entire half of the globe every 10 minutes.
the clouds
what
don't
you're
even
telling
match
me.
half the time. You're just making stuff up.
Then go show me where.
We have. Go check out Globebusters.
No.
Sunday.
Show me
Actually,
where
in
the
the
line-
wild-
can I just
No,
ask, like in your model, if the Earth is stationary, what's moving?
The sky, the stuff in the sky. So there's a vortexual movement in the sky, and that's where everything moves. That's why Polaris has stayed the same place forever.
And they
But there's
reset.
Everything moves. So that, don't you think that would take a lot of energy?
Yes,
move
it
everything.
would. It would. That's why
The reason why we
insane.
can't tell that we aren't at rest is because the universe abides by minimum energy, not because we're not at rest. We're not because we literally are at rest. We can easily falsify the notion we're actually literally at rest by virtue of the fact that the sun rises and sets. It's just a question of how do we account for the fact that there's so much stability, but also so much motion. And
just
that is
explained-
by the same principle that gives us our sensory perception that we can reliably say, why does it always feel like no matter where I am, I'm at the center of the universe? And the planet feels the same way and everything else. That's the least action principle. And we can use that to
I'll just
build up
explain-
things like,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
So what I was going to say is, I believe one of the quotes, I don't know if we included this, but there's no celestial observation that can be done to differentiate whether the Earth is moving or the heavens above are rotating. So I want to know when the academic community established and how they established that the Earth itself is rotating and not the celestial objects in the sky.
Yeah, that's an equivalence principle. So when you want to point to that, there's this indistinguishability of perspectives. We need to use an operating principle that has been meta-analytically established to be the case in many other things, which is the least action principle. So you take your two possibilities and you establish which one would take less energy to get going. But what does it mean to get the system going? What does it mean to energize a system? Where does our planet get its energy from of motion? That's a very hard thing to think about, but go ahead, please.
So you're just talking about a philosophical argument. I'm actually wondering how did they actually prove it? How did they?
They assumed globe spheres, and then they model gravity as an attractive force in that, and it's, I guess, close enough.
Thank
you,
you.
Jen.
The three body problem doesn't have a solution. That is an issue.
This is why Jen is an MVP, is because she's intellectually honest. As she said, they assumed globe, but we want to make sure, how do we know the assumption is correct? How do we know that the Earth is actually rotating? And they gave us a speed too, 1,000 miles per hour. So how did they get that amount, that measurement?
Well, she answered it, right? And so I applaud you for that. I applaud you for being honest. And to be fair, to help you out, it doesn't prove one way or the other, right? Like the fact that it was an assumption and that you can model it out, that doesn't prove or disprove it, right? But the point is that it's just an assumption. And you're right that for the Earth to be stationary and everything in the sky move, there would require a field of energy that is immense. But who's to say that's not the case? And Nikola Tesla would say that any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. He was just a literal genius. So yeah, there's a field of energy. The sky moves. Polaris doesn't move. To claim otherwise, and you say it's just the least action, it's at rest. We're spinning, revolving around the sun.
It feels like we're at rest. I'm not even at a point of saying what's actually happening. We have to start with what it feels like, because we're building these principles up intuitively and perceptively. So we can all agree that it feels like there's a center to what we're experiencing. It feels like we're in the center of the universe. That's kind of nice. But anyway, that doesn't make it real, is my point.
What could it be real?
We can account for that by saying, well, there's this tendency for the universe to just be like ultra lazy. So even though it has intrinsic motion, it's also ultra lazy with how it dispenses that motion. So you're navigating between two boundary conditions. So what we've done now is look at the evidence. And now we want to say, okay, well, what actually explains this? And it may be a question of, well, what is the most reasonable shape to assume that the planet is? And then we can build a model from that, rather than looking at data to then try to infer what the shape of the planet must be based on data, because any interpretation of data requires what amount to assumptions. So the question is, what's the most reasonable assumption on the get-go to actually build the entire model from?
The only assumptions are always the globe. It's like when we fly a plane, we have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary, but we can assume it's actually curving and spinning, and gravity keeps it perfectly to where it just presents itself flat and stationary. When we shoot a laser and it goes and hits the other target and it's not blocked by over 400 feet that should block it, we can see that clearly the laser hit it, or we can assume that light must have had to have bent right over it and we just can't tell. See, there's only one side that consistently makes reification fallacies and assumptions, and that's kind of our point. We need substantial proof, right? And it doesn't exist. And philosophy is not going to cut it. And that's what the truth is. And you've nailed it on the head. Those will tell you that it's a philosophical discussion and that the geocentric Earth can never be disproven, but we avoid it at all costs because of the horror of a unique position. That is a philosophical bias. That is not science. And if we can at least have that honest distinction made, then we'd be happy to let the chips fall where they may. Make your own decision. But it's not modern times where we're painted as crazy people denying science. No, we're denying philosophy and religion. That's what we're denying.
Mm-hmm. So
did you want to jump in here, Taylor?
Yeah, I want to address the fact that we do shoot lasers to prove that the moon is not in the local atmosphere. At least there is a laser reflector on the moon. Takes longer than it would if it was in the local atmosphere. But the main point was we do not use a flat Earth to calculate flights. They use a globe Earth. That if on a flat Earth, all the flight paths are curved instead of straight. But on a globe Earth, they're straight. So what's up with that? Also, James, if I could share my screen real quick.
So you are, sorry. I just wanted to make Taylor aware that the mainstream says that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Are you aware of that?
Not
they
how
say
you
that.
say.
They recently discovered that.
Not as close as you say. It's only technically the thinnest possible atmosphere, but it is. You could fit all the planets in the solar system in between the Earth and the Moon. It's just how big the atmosphere technically is. So you are again taking things out of context.
No, you just said it wasn't.
What is that? What's that supposed to establish? Sorry? What does that fact establish?
What I said?
Yeah, it's just unclear what's the point of what you just said.
Because he said something about the moon is not in the atmosphere, and I just wanted him to know that the mainstream says that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, you're playing with semantics. So it's much farther than you guys claim by leaps and bounds. But what I'm
Wait,
sharing,
how far is the moon?
I'm not sure the exact number, but you can fit all of the planets in the solar
far is
system
the moon?
between them.
238,000 miles.
Okay. Do you
Well,
guys
that's what
believe that?
NASA says.
No, I
Yeah.
don't believe pseudoscience, man.
Yeah. You guys think it's much closer, but we
I don't
can
make clear
reflect a laser
statistics.
off of it.
So this is the problem, though. If you don't know the medium, then you don't understand what you're perceiving. So it can perceive to be perceived to be many things based on the medium. And I don't buy stories of vacuum. That's
Well, we do know the medium because we went there and put a reflector on the moon.
You didn't go anywhere, bro.
I'm talking about humans.
So
So
you mean you're talking about NASA?
what I'm putting on the screen is showing the rotation of the stars, the apparent rotation of the stars. It's actually the rotation of the planet, but you know what I mean.
I didn't see one there.
It doesn't matter which direction you face. They're going to be spinning the same clockwise or anti-clockwise fashion. So that's all I wanted to share. I'm sorry if I took up too much screen sharing, but
Just recapped what we already discussed.
Hey, I got a question.
no,
If I
you
take a
didn't. You
time
never
lapse-
addressed the fact that it doesn't matter which direction you face. It matters which part of the globe you're on, which direction they go. And that's
That's
a problem for the
incorrect.
flat Earth because then the distance between stars is getting shorter and larger and if we're on a flat Earth, but it's not a problem on a globe Earth.
I just wanted to address something that you brought up before about when you're flying a plane, you don't assume a flat Earth. So, Witsit is going to pull up a conversation we just had with pilots like a month ago. So also, I just wanted to pull up a few things here. So this is aerostudents.com/course/flight dynamics. Okay. So any introductory pilot is going to learn about assumptions that are assumed when they're flying the planes they're flying. The first one is that the plane is assuming there is a flat Earth. The Earth's
else?
curve is 0. Second is there is
What
a
else?
non-rotating Earth. No Coriolis accelerations and such are present. So I
What
can
about-
pull up another.
Well, how come you forgot the assumption that the plane is a rigid body, even though we know that the plane is not a rigid body?
You think that's analogous to not accounting for Earth curvature?
Yeah,
Just
they're
to
not
clarify,
accounting
I
for the
believe
flex of the
100
plane.
Because it's negligible.
Because, yeah,
and to just
because it's
just-
simpler math.
so just
No,
so
it's negligible.
just to make Taylor aware, because he's probably not aware, so they tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, which means there should be an 8-inch drop per mile squared. That number is exponential. So just an idea, so you get some numbers. Over 100 miles across the Earth, there should be a 6,660 foot drop. Okay, that's immense. That would absolutely need to be taken into account if you're flying a plane. So
I don't actually think it would because I just real quick looked it up. It says 7.2 miles is commercial aircraft relative to 3963 radius of Earth, 0.01% difference.
Mhm.
You'd be so close to the surface that it would make total sense to approximate it. Obviously, not totally, but close to what would appear to be a plane.
Okay, we're gonna play
Negligible.
the pilots. Is it cool if we just play the pilots real fast? Because someone says no flat earthers have ever flight a plane. I know over 10 of them, but here let's just let's play it real fast. It's just 13 seconds, and so we'll see what the pilots say. If that's cool with you, James.
Ready?
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So basically, it's like the Earth spins and curves, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be flat and stationary.
They weren't ready for that red pill at their lunch break, obviously. But there you have it.
Did
They
you see that
fly
guy's
the-
face? He looked like he was like falling in love with that idea. He was like,
There's so many,
Mhm.
there's tons of videos. They
So-
obviously get shadow banned on YouTube, but there's tons of videos where people just ask the pilots, hey, do you account for curvature or rotation when you're flying the plane? No, man, we fly it.
if
as
you're
it's
flying at
flat.
0.1% of the size of the planet, you wouldn't expect to account for curvature. Can you accept that? It's a very small
What do you say? Gravity's
proportion.
dip. So gravity's dipping you down.
No, the idea is that you have a imagine a sphere that just is super big, okay, and you're an ant on that sphere. You're a teeny tiny little nothing. It's approximately flat when you're on a very small area of it.
Okay, but if I
So-
fly 5,000 miles and I keep just going straight, the Earth's going to be going down beneath me, right? So
No, you're always going to be at the same approximate distance because you're not going to want to deviate in terms of where you are in gravity because it takes so much energy to overcome gravity. You only want to go as high as you absolutely need to. Okay, so I just looked it up real quick. It says 5.9 to 7.2 miles. Even in a high estimate, that's 0.1% of the radius of the planet.
You want me to tell you
So
what the
if you're
actual
flying-
pilots say? You want me to tell you what they actually say? So they say they maintain altimeter pressure zones. They use altimeter to maintain pressure zones, and they go up and down, and that's what
Right.
they're fluctuating. And he says gravity is actually going to take you around the curve without you noticing it. That's the official explanation.
That's
Correct,
again,
'cause if
that's the
you-
least action principle. That everything is saving energy to the greatest extent, meaning that geodesics happen spontaneously, and a geodesic in flat space is a straight line. But a geodesic on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 points, that's something called a great circle. So there is some curvature that happens, which can be followed.
Do
But this is
circles
extremely
happen on-
hard
a circle
to
happen on a
visualize
flat
this. I wouldn't start there if I was trying to actually understand what's going on here, because you got to really put yourself in the position like you're an ant on an anthill trying to figure out something that is inconceivably larger than you. So it makes a lot of sense to acknowledge what seems attractive to believe, but also to realize that we weren't built to conceive these things. Doesn't mean we can't eventually get to the right answer, but we should be very cautious and skeptical. And
That
So if
excuse
you
doesn't
start-
work, though, because the radius is a certain size. If I'm 1 foot off the Earth, I would see the curve of the Earth just 1 mile away. So it's not just too big to see. I would see it 1 mile away.
If you start flying off of the Earth in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going basically straight upward. So you're going to
outer
have
space.
to actually be adjusting to maintain a straight upward position. You don't need to adjust.
You mean it has
if-
to conform with the ball. It wouldn't be going up. You would have to actually be dipping
No,
the
you don't
nose
ha-
down to
you would
conform
have
with the
to-
curve of the Earth.
You would have to adjust and try to go straight up if you were flying off of the curve of the Earth. You don't have to make any adjustments to maintain a level position because the forces automatically align, drag and just the aerodynamics of the plane will always put it level. You would have to increase the engines in order to keep going at a steeper and steeper angle.
Okay, your answer is gravity pulls the plane around the ball. If you don't want to absorb it, I don't care. That's objectively what it is. But here's my
I
question.
actually
So we
said
fly the
aerodynamics.
We fly
So
the plane
listen.
we fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. So could it be flat and stationary?
no,
So it would be different. We'd have to fly planes different on a flat and stationary Earth.
it
Well,
would be
address-
impossible based on what physics we observe for it to be flat and stationary. It would violate gravity, which is something we can
Gravity was
verify.
made to explain. Gravity was made to explain the Earth being a ball, though. So that's so backwards. We came up with gravity to explain omnidirectionality on a ball. That's why we proposed gravity. Then we're still trying to figure it out. We've never discovered the graviton. The theory of relativity doesn't work when we apply it to the universe. It's off by 95% with dark matter and dark energy. We have numerous problems. Quantum mechanics has completely dismantled relativistic applications. And Newtonian physics had to be thrown away 100 years ago. We keep gravity because it has to exist for the Earth to be a ball. No. We don't know the Earth's a ball because of gravity. We know gravity exists because the Earth's a ball. That's called a begging the question fallacy.
I have some more documents I
thing-
would like to read. I just have some more documents I would like to read that again reiterate the same thing. This one is from www.faa.gov. The engineering analysis and design of the aircraft dynamics model for the FAA. Okay. It says on page 32, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. I have another article here. This is from nasa.gov/API/citations, a mathematical model for the CH-53 helicopter. The helicopter equations of motion are given in a body axis with respect to a flat, non-rotating Earth. I have so many of these documents, by the way. This goes on. There's like over 100. So for you to say that they are assuming, and we have the video of the pilots, they absolutely do not account for a globe or a moving surface. They're flying over a flat and stationary plane. It's not even
No.
able to be argued at this point.
The
You can
math
say
is
no, but you have
calculated.
not provided.
the math is calculated as flat because it's easier, because it's negligible, because the up and down direction, what is that, pitch and yaw or something, is corrects itself. You don't have to pilot the plane to dip down.
Okay.
Let's move on to the thing you ignored, which is the flight paths, which are mapped on a globe.
There are numerous flight paths that debunk the globe, though, so that's a very bad argument.
Emergency flight landings where people were dying or giving birth, they had to land, and they landed in a place that would not fit on a globe.
Also, we would take tons of paths that we don't take. We would take tons of paths that we don't take on a globe. There's direct shots across a globe that we never take. But when we look at the flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense. And we are not claiming the flat Earth map is perfect because we don't listen carefully, because you love to bring up how we don't have a map and somehow that makes the Earth a ball, right? This is why I tell you falsification is independent of replacement. The reason we can't make a map is because we don't have an accurate central point to start the Cartesian coordinate system. So it's impossible without an accurate central point. It's illegal to go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. So that's the problem. So for all the Globers out there that love to talk about the map over and over, it's an impossible task because we don't have access to the central point to map it out.
No, it's not. You might have to file some paperwork, but it's not illegal. So
it has to be approved.
You claimed that there were locations on the Earth that don't exist on a globe?
What?
No, I said that
emergency flights. The plane turned.
No, they landed in, I believe, I can't remember specifically. One of them had to do with Alaska, but where they landed did not make any sense on a globe. It would have been far out of the way. Okay. Another flight that people observe that's very suspicious is there should be a direct flight from, for example, Buenos Aires, Argentina to Johannesburg, South Africa. Okay, that would just be the tip of South America to the tip of Africa. In order to get a flight, the best flight that you can get, the fastest one, you have to stop all the way in the Netherlands. Okay, it's not a direct one. That would be a great example of the globe. But on a flat map, that works perfectly.
Do you want us to share the screen and show you that flight path, or?
Sure, because I got a flight path to share with you as well.
Cool. We have all kinds of them.
There's a flight path that goes right past that.
We're about to show you the actual flight path, my man. And so I don't understand why Globers bring this up. It's really weird. It's really weird.
Because it debunks the flat Earth.
It doesn't, though. It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, my man. Flight paths don't help you, I promise.
Well, I don't think we ever got...
I can't hear you.
Jen, we lost you, if you can hear me.
You're muted,
Jen. Can you hear us?
It happened again.
Okay, no worries.
I'm so sorry about that. Heck, boomer tech here. I agreed with you that it ought to look flat if you're sufficiently close to the surface. So did that point get made? Did you understand that? It makes sense to model it as flat, even if it's a sphere?
Yeah, it just happens to work out perfectly. That's the answer. Gravity makes it work out. Gravity accounts for the curvature that you would have to account for. That's the actual answer. We know the answer.
You're basically staying at the same level of the gravity field because that's the minimum energy solution, is to deviate minimally from a stable gravity field. So if you can get into a point where you're between two pressure gradients and you're sort of sandwiched between them, you just ride that and it remains stable approximately if you're at a same distance from a globe.
Well, you have to go up and down, actually. So actually, you don't just maintain the same. You have to go up and down. We have a 13-minute conversation with pilots explaining it in depth. And our point is, it's just to address the misnomers. It's like they say, if you Google it, you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane. No, you can't. I just now asked two pilots right after our plane landed, do you see curvature up there? No, of course not. So it's flat up there. Yeah, of course. They don't even hesitate. Anyone that's actually flown a plane, I used to work at an airport, I know many of them, everyone knows that the Earth looks flat in a plane. Everyone knows you fly the plane like it is flat, and everyone knows you fly the plane like the Earth isn't moving. You can say, well, yeah, it just appears that way. The equivalence principle, relativity, it makes it look that way. Gravity makes it
look that way because of the relative size, okay? You are 0.1% of the size of the total planet off the surface. So the amount of area that you're capable of seeing relative to the total surface is quite small.
Okay, so Google's definitely wrong when it says you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane then, right?
Well, that's unclear exactly what that means, so let's just put that to the side. But I'll grant you that when you're in a plane, it can definitely look like what you're looking down at is flat. However, if I was going to agree with you and say, yeah, the Earth is flat, what I would expect to see under that model is I could look out and see all the way to the other end of the Earth. And so it's a question of, well, why can't I see that? Why does it disappear so predictably at that same point, give or take atmospheric fluctuation?
Yeah, well, the horizon always moves because it's not physical, and in your model it is physical. But here's a flight path right here from Santiago to Johannesburg. I'm share the screen. So right here you see on a flat Earth, it's a straight direct path. On the globe Earth, you go up out of your way and then come back down. You could fly straight across the South Atlantic Ocean, but no, you go hundreds of miles out of your way and come back down. There are probably 30 of these flights, though, which is why I don't understand why Globers bring it up. So is there a rebuttal? Why does it work perfect on the flat Earth, but the Earth's a globe, so we added hundreds of unnecessary miles to go out of our way? Is there a rebuttal?
Yeah, so I have my own flight path to share.
So no rebuttal.
To address this one, they might just not book flights there. So you have all these private companies that know that the Earth is flat. You have thousands of employees that are plotting these flight paths, and they know the Earth is flat. Globally, every single company without fail, and they all say the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe.
So you're not rebutting the actual.
That's just interesting.
So you don't know.
And no, so they might not just go to Johannesburg because of, again, these are private companies. They want to make a profit. So maybe there are more flights to the north of Africa than the south of Africa.
So there
are plenty of explanations.
Gotcha. So we can just make up stuff. Gotcha.
It's hard to know what this evidence is actually saying.
Yeah,
I would have to fly.
You would have to fly them why they do this.
That's the most direct path on a flat Earth. They have to fly that way. Mm-hmm. That's why they do it. It's not because, there's probably a reason. No, the reason is that's the only way you can go there. That's the reason. That's why there's not one flight that exists that goes from Santiago to Johannesburg over the South Atlantic Ocean. It goes up and comes down because on a flat Earth, that's the direct path. That's why they do that. You think that private companies that spend money on fuel, their entire business plan is fuel cost effective?
Yeah, that's actually why they shut down the South Pole flights, is because they weren't cost effective. They used to fly them, and they don't anymore. And this just appears to be an economically viable route, because there would be presumably people that wanted to go from Dakar to Johannesburg. So I don't know. This isn't very compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
well, there is. It's just not economically viable. I mean, it's not even clear what a direct path means, right? So you got to be really clear as to what, because we're not even agreeing as to what if we don't agree on the shape of a direct path, we're not talking about the same thing.
And all of the continents there are completely distorted. You couldn't, that the shorelines are not like that, which is why no flat Earth map ever makes sense.
On the mainstream Mercator map, it's completely off. They show that Alaska is so tiny and it's like huge. This happens all the time.
These are direct flight paths, so no stopovers, no the variable of economic whatever gains that you would get from going to one particular location over another is eliminated. So we have a flight path from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, and New York to London. 5 times the distance in less than twice the time. So why would companies do that? Why would they waste fuel?
So the fastest air current
and that's also impossible. So that's another way.
The fastest air currents are literally right there where you drew your little dotted line. You would catch an air current over the Earth. Secondly, you actually have to apply a scale to the southern portion of the map. Did you know that? So you don't just look at it and say, I think that looks too far. You realize that you actually have to properly apply the scale. So credit to Professor Dave to not know how to use scales. So
that's what happens if you flatten the Earth. The scale is off. The southern hemisphere is distorted. That's why a flight that takes 12 and a half hours is 5 times longer than a flight that takes 8 hours. And if wind is a factor here, it would have to be record-breaking hurricanes, 250 miles per hour.
Well, then why does the plane take so much longer when it goes back the other direction against the current? If it has nothing
not,
to do with
it's
it.
not much longer.
It is actually sometimes up to
No,
2
and
and
it's
3
not
hours.
as long as you
2 to
want to
3
say.
hours. 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah. So that's not going to speed up 5 times.
5 times. Well, we don't need
The
5
distance
times.
is over 5 times as long.
No,
The
that's what I'm
single
trying to say.
Preferred
You
direction
are
for the
wrong.
trade winds is actually what you'd expect on a globe, though.
I'm trying to
Mhm.
explain to you guys
Rotating
that you guys
globe
are
is constantly getting a different edge of the sun, and so there's a preferred direction for the trade winds to
You guys
blow
didn't
in.
watch. You guys didn't watch the intro where I explained that actually all the currents work better on the flat Earth and showed you how you can actually map them out. But here's the point here. So you're lying and saying it's a certain distance because you're listening to the goofball Professor Dave, and a lot of globe earthers do this. But you have to understand you have to apply a scale to the southern hemisphere.
Explain
That's
that.
how the map works.
How would you fix the scale of the southern hemisphere? Distort Africa immensely so that Australia and South America are closer?
So, are you saying you don't know how to read azimuthal maps? Is that what you're telling us? Because
You don't know how to read them.
Yeah, you have to apply a scale past the equator. It's just like duh. Like you guys use memes. You guys
Right.
use memes
On a globe,
You don't
you
use
do.
a scale.
Not if,
you guys
if it's
use-
actually flat, then that's going to be the distance. Otherwise,
You
you're
guys-
going to have weird spatial distortions, which again, I guess you'd have to invoke some kind of magic field where there's spatial
no.
compression where you can travel further in less time.
This is what you still don't understand. So your meme is a straw man because you didn't apply the scale. Now, that does not mean that's what the Earth has to look like because the Southern Ocean is basically unexplored and we don't actually know what's there. I don't know if you're aware of that, but basically no one goes in the Southern Ocean and we don't know the central point to map out the proportionate layout of the land. You have straw manned even the map. You've shown a basic misunderstanding of how to use maps.
The azimuthal projection fits on a globe. Because if you apply the scale between Santiago and Sydney, then you can do that. But then there's going to be gaps somewhere between the edge of the globe, of the projection of the globe.
There are gonna be gaps. Yeah, there are gonna be areas that aren't mapped out accurately, which is convenient because no one goes to the Southern Ocean. And I also explained to you, you just drew a path.
Okay.
I've objectively debunked you 3 different ways. I'm not going to talk about it for like an hour. Listen,
You're now
carefully.
trying to debunk me with continents you're claiming that you haven't discovered yet.
You go on that little dotted line of yours, and that's going with the currents. When you go the other way, the flight takes at least 3 hours longer. And then to tag on to that, this flight basically never happens. We actually wanted to go try to do it, and you can't find a one way. You guys just like to draw lines on maps and make up stories. This is a very rare flight if it ever happens, and it's much slower the other way, proving that the reason that the plane goes faster is it rides the air current. It's just objective. So we can move
How
on.
does that prove? How does that establish a flat Earth?
He's saying it debunks the flat Earth. I just now refuted his claim. I didn't make any claim about it proving a flat Earth. I'm making a point that it doesn't prove a globe Earth. Right. So we can move on now because we refuted that claim. Yeah, go ahead. She's got another point.
Oh, I just thought we talk about entropy maybe, since we have the Church of Entropy here.
Yeah, well, entropy is basically just another way of saying the least action principle. So entropy is saying that energy is constantly diffused. That's what entropy says. So there's 2 ends of it. Okay, one end is we observe a tremendous amount of motion, and the other end is it appears that for a lot of our perceptions and observations, things are at rest. So we have to go in between those 2 boundary conditions and determine what assumptions we need to make to construct a model, how many assumptions we actually need, and in what order we ought to express the assumptions geometrically or algebraically in order to generate reasonable predictions that we can then look up in the sky and say, oh, our model it's lining up in the sense that it's telling us maybe something like a future eclipse. Entropy doesn't apply per se to cosmology. Entropy is more about life because it's more about thermodynamics. Whereas in cosmology, it's more about what you might call a stasis field. So something that's moving, we can establish that there's movement going on. You can look at the time lapse going across the sky and establish that there's some type of movement, but there's also a perceptually a tremendous amount of stillness, and we have to account simultaneously for both of those effects if we're going to have a satisfactory model, because clearly these other models aren't quite convincing enough in the sense that this debate is still happening. So I do appreciate having a chance to go through these arguments. I'm ready to go to the questions. I don't know how everyone else is feeling, but I hope we got a lot of the arguments out.
Okay, what she's trying to say is entropy will always increase, and your name is convenient because the second law would refute your claim that there's a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, because the pressure would obviously seek its equilibrium due to the second law. And natural laws apply to your cosmological claims as well because they make claims about the natural world.
Yeah, I was just going to cover within that movement. Would you agree that high pressure goes to low pressure?
Not necessarily, because pressure is defined relative to a container, and you're not always dealing with a clearly outlined container. And that's where mechanics is really complicated, is when you can't actually conclusively say where it makes sense to claim that there's a boundary, because there is no actual boundary, but there are pseudo boundaries and a conservation in some sense of pseudo boundaries that you can use as a modeling template. But again, this is sort of beyond the scope of what we want to talk about here right now.
This is why I wanted to talk about gravity, is because gravity can act as a container for air. And it doesn't matter if it's electromagnetic or not. All that matters is if air particles are pulled toward other masses.
Gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, and gaseous surface is an omnidirectional infinite vector. So a singular vector down to the relative center of mass would never in any way contain it. That's why it doesn't contain it at the surface where gravity is the strongest.
I know your word salad is a lot, but
word salad means things don't make sense, but that made sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Air doesn't just move omnidirectionally just because. Air pushes against. What was that?
2-minute warning. We're going to go into Q&A in 2 minutes.
Okay. Air doesn't just just go in different directions. Air will press against other air, so it can move in an upward direction, but gravity will pull that air back down, and it will push against other air until it balances the force of gravity.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open up the vacuum chamber. What happens to the air surrounding the vacuum chamber?
Surrounding the vacuum chamber.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open the little latch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes.
What happens to the air outside the vacuum chamber? What will happen?
It pushes into the vacuum.
It rushes into the vacuum because entropy.
Because of air pressure.
High pressure goes to low pressure.
Why?
So if you have this vacuum up in the room and then there's gas below it, and then you opened up the vacuum, would the gas pressure still go up into the vacuum despite gravity being there?
Yes, because it's being pushed by the other air molecules.
Okay, thanks for playing.
Yeah.
We can't extrapolate this metaphor to the scale of the planet, because what you're talking about is a clear boundary. It's something that was vacuum sealed. And you opened it and pressure calibrated. You can't then analogize that to the cosmos because there's no clear boundary. And I'll go ahead.
When you look at the scale
in the academic world that you could have gas pressure without containment, and they cannot show this. In the definition of gas pressure.
Gravity also.
It's in the definition. Yep. Chemistry.elmhurst.edu. Gas pressure is the collision of gas molecules against the container.
No.
The physical container.
It's also pressure against other air molecules. So the reason air pushes into a vacuum is because the air molecules are hitting each other, pushing them in, and there's no air in the vacuum to stop them from getting pushed. So
pushing them to what?
Without using
there is pressure differentials. If you're talking about the scale of the Earth, if you're talking about the scale of a propane tank, that's not the scale of the Earth. There is pressure differentials when you go up a mountain. So the further up you go, there's not air pressing down on the air at the top of a mountain, not as much relatively at the bottom, because it's lower pressure. The thing that's keeping the thing that's pushing the air down is gravity at the top of the mountain.
Stupid.
What we have to do is go into Q&A. I want to remind you, if you want to hear more from either side, folks, you can click on the links below. You can hear more about the views from either side, as we really do appreciate our guests. And we have to say, my dear friends, if you haven't yet, hit share, as that really does help us get the word out. If you think that you have a friend who you're like, oh, they'd enjoy this debate, now's a great opportunity to hit that share button below, and you can share it with them, enjoy it together. And like I said, it helps Modern Day Debate have a positive influence as we strive to be a neutral and fair platform for everybody. So with that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. Thanks very much for your first question. This one coming in from Joe Schwartz. It says, can we all agree that regardless of shape, the Earth is pretty dope? Thanks for that, Joe.
Yeah, the Earth is super dope.
And thanks for your super sticker from Steven. Appreciate your support. As well as Dr. Anarchy, who says, hey, Witsit, when Blue Origin or SpaceX starts to offer commercial seats on a spacecraft to orbit the globe, would you be willing to take a trip and admit that you have been wrong all this time?
Well, if it's just 4 minutes of weightlessness, which is identical to a vomit comment, I probably wouldn't admit I'm wrong. They'd have to let me independently verify it and document it. I also know there's something called a circumference of light. Divergent rays create a circumference of light. You could go up on a flat surface and appear to have a slight curve due to circumference of light. So no, I probably still wouldn't believe it. I know you guys don't like that. If they took me out of space and I could float around and see that the Earth was a ball from the outside, then yes, I'd believe it, and that'll never happen.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Will Stewart says, Jen wins, doesn't matter what she says. As well as, you got a fan out there, Jen. He says there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming contradiction?
Well, was that question was for us? I must have not followed the question there. I'm not sure.
I think it was. They said there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming that there's a contradiction?
Yeah, that doesn't work when the same person contradicts their own testimony from the same occurrence and experience.
This one coming in from Sean Hawkins says, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. I think this might have been regarding one of your earlier pictures or videos. Says, so I'll repeat it. They said, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. If she can't, she has no choice but to concede to curvature.
Okay. Hello, my obsessive fan. There's videos on YouTube, but also once the sun disappears because of perspective, so once it's actually disappeared beyond the vanishing point, then you obviously can't bring it back. So, but there is no curve. It's simply perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Kango44 says, it's very, 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 very easy to measure the shape of the Earth. Humans did it 2,500 years ago. I did it last week myself. It's a globe. Also, buy a telescope. Then you can see what the planets look like.
Okay, look through a telescope probably 20 times, so save it. Obviously, putting sticks in the ground is not a measurement. You have reverse engineered a calculation. The calculations are not measurement. Of course, it works the same on a flat Earth. Yes. So why do you have to bring up something from 2,500 years ago? If we have NASA getting $60 million a day, it seems kind of weird. Can we get physical measurement, not presumptive calculation?
Calculations are relationships between measurements.
Yeah, its calculations are synonymous with measurements, though?
What did I just say?
I'm asking, are they the same?
No.
So you have to have physical measurement first, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the sticks are measuring, yeah.
So what are they? What
calculations
are they?
Calculate or interpretations on measurements. That's right.
What are the sticks measuring?
Angle of the sun's rays.
Well, in the shadows actually. But if I do that same thing on a flat table, I can map it out with calculations to make the table a sphere. Did you not know that?
You can't, but you know.
Okay.
It also presupposes a distant sun,
Yeah.
which they had no way of establishing.
And assumes no
It's-
refraction.
Yeah, you're ignoring the time factor, but that's cool.
No, yeah, we're pointing out the time factor and how stupid the claim is for Globers to regurgitate what Google told them that it was proven 2,500 years ago. It's ridiculous to grow up.
It's not Google, it's the navigators.
There's no primary documentation of this actual occurrence. Did you know that?
I've got to move to the next one. This one coming in from Kango44 says, showing the planets through a P900 and saying, quote, look, the planets are wandering stars, unquote, is the very height of dishonesty. Anyone can produce very clear images of the planets with a cheap telescope.
It's so funny because the definition of planea was wandering star in the past.
Yeah, and actually, when you look at them through telescopes, they pulsate. You'll never actually make a static observation of the lights, which is the entire point. And actually, there seems to be an analog and digital difference, which is why the P900 catches the cymatic patterns.
This one coming in from Balthazar228 says, do either of the flat earthers agree with Alden's theory of level Earth?
Not familiar.
Gotcha. That's it. They're just trolling you. I just wanted to see what you'd say, though. Okay, this one coming in from, it's one of Vosh's memes. But Will Stewart says, there are many variables that can explain different testimony about... Well, we got that one. Sorry about that. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, why hasn't Bob published or repeated his gyro test at different elevations? If that's true, he'll get fame and a Nobel Prize. What is he waiting for?
He does have the documentation. Why has he not published it? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Actually, the reason he didn't publish it, the real answer, I guess he's cool with me saying this, is because he gave it to be an exclusive in the Flatlanders episode that hasn't come out yet. And so he was trying to do them a favor for letting them exclusively release it. And then secondly, he will never get a Nobel Prize because it's not about being honest or having new innovation or any type of discovery. It's about fitting the status quo of consensus. And you'll just get handwave dismissal like we got from Taylor earlier, where he's like, no, margin of error.
You're a liar.
Margin of error. So that it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But there's your answer.
Didn't you just go on and on about how Einstein overturned paradigm of physics? So that contradicts what you just said.
No, because it still fit within the consensus. Actually, that was thanks for making my point, which was Michelson Morley debunked the fact that the Earth was supposedly spinning. So theory of relativity had to come in and throw their little cape on to save the heliocentric model I was talking. And so then it was once again fitting into consensus, which was my point. So we can move on.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Doofus Manfred says Bob released the full data from his FO gyro. The different rates detected corresponded directly to the FOG fog being at temperatures out of spec. Hashtag GLTF.
Okay, try to not use so many acronyms. We're not seventh graders. And I don't know what you're talking about. He hasn't released the full data. He gave it to them exclusively. So I think you might have made that up.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Will Stewart strikes again, says you claim contradiction. But what about... What the... Did he do that one twice? No. It's a very close to one that we were at earlier, but it's a different one. He says, you claim contradiction, but what about variables in visor technology, refraction, position, etc.? That isn't A and not A at the same time and in the same sense. Have you considered this?
Yeah. It doesn't work if it's the same person talking about their own experience, but then giving contradictory testimony. Just like in court, they would be considered an invalid witness.
Yes.
You got it. This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Tim Pryor says, they say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon. Not that it's in the atmosphere. Read the whole article.
How can particles of the atmosphere go out past the moon without the atmosphere being out past the moon?
This one from Robert Summers. Well, hold on, just to be sure I read it right. They say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon, not that it's in the atmosphere.
Well, it's a question of like the gradient falling off. It's a bit of a Theseus's ship. Like, how dense does the atmosphere have to be before it's not the atmosphere anymore? It's arbitrary in the sense that, yeah, there might be a particle from the planet that's on Mars right now, but we don't count it as part of the atmosphere, do we?
How many
So we have
drops
no
of
idea
rain
where
till
the
it's
atmosphere
raining?
ends. Got it. We have no idea where the atmosphere ends. Got it.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question.
The gradient.
Robert Summers.
Gradient, but you have to have pressure to have a gradient, by the way, honey.
Robert Summers
There is a
says,
pressure gradient. You can measure it.
regarding gyro, even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
That was for him, I would imagine. It was for me? What's the question? It's got to be for him, right? If it's outside the margin of error.
He said even
No, I think it's the gyro experiment.
gyro.
Right, he's the one that claimed it was margin. He's the one that claimed it was margin of error.
Is
So
he-
I'm
It's
not
asking
sure.
if it's outside the margin of error.
They say even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
Yeah. The change in the vortexual movement within the ether. So if you had a tornado, it's wider at the top and it's smaller and tighter at the bottom. So you're measuring a differential of movement based on the vortexual motion. So it would change with altitude at the same latitude. On the globe, it would stay exactly the same at the same latitude.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Will Stewart. Oh, he's hungry. He says, if you maintain 30,000 feet round or flat, you fly at 30,000 feet, whether the Earth is round or flat. Round, you stay at 30,000 feet. Flat, you stay at 30,000 feet. It's not flying perpendicular. Explain.
Yeah. Okay. So the difference is on a globe, to maintain 30,000 relative to level, you have to actually be going down as opposed to just maintaining over top of a horizontal, which is what we actually assume it to be, as well as sea level to get your altitude in the first place.
This one coming in from Nuclear Creation says, oh, so if we are living on a flat Earth, can we fall off of it? And since we supposedly live on the flat part, then what the F is on the other side? And are other stars and planets also flat?
Oh, so the word other would insinuate that you're begging the question that we are a planet. So they are something different than the Earth. They move top of the Earth, create a sky clock. What's below it? Well, that's why you've always heard as above, so below. It's a hermetic principle. It tracks back forever. It's because, like I showed you with the magnetic field, we're the inertial plane. So we have the same top of the magnetic field toroid underneath it as well. And that's the only way that it could exist. And when people smirk and laugh about it, it's really funny because Harvard still admits they can't explain the magnetic field in the globe, and I can explain it perfectly. So the answer is that you're within the inertial plane. There's the same above, same below, and no, we aren't planets, and no, you can't fall off of the edge with your trifecta question there. That's a ridiculous idea.
We're contained.
Can you fall off of a shoreline? Secondly, because we measure the Earth to be a plane, we're not claiming the entirety of it or a shape. It could be some type of realm. We have no idea. It doesn't matter. It's illegal to go there.
And we're contained. That's why we have gas pressure. And from there, then you would get a gradient.
So you can't fall off through a container, can you?
This one coming in from
alchemy, huh?
Do appreciate it. High Flyer says, I've flown 22 years as a U.S. Air Force U-2 pilot above 70,000 feet. Every time I've looked outside, the Earth was curved.
Okay, so I want you to really listen carefully to this. There's something called the circumference of light, based on Rayleigh scattering within the air, okay? So divergent rays have a circumference of light. Now, you can use AutoCAD or whatever to explain this to you. If you go up over a flat surface, the circumference of light based on certain altitudes will actually give the illusion of a slight curve. Of course, it doesn't actually match the globe predictions, but secondly, you can't see the actual curvature of the globe from 70,000 feet according to your own math.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Which says 62 miles, you can't see it. So it's really, I'm not even saying you're lying. Because of the circumference of light over a flat Earth, it's possible that you could perceive that, certainly if you really want to believe it, because that is what happens with Rayleigh scattering and a circumference of light. But you wouldn't see the physical curvature according to your own model.
Got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Isla Baca says, Witsit, you know when there were direct Chile to San Antonio flights, SA might also be
San Antonio, and whatever it's called. And what is it? I forgot to say it now. And whatever. What is it called? Do you want to? Somebody here knows. I forgot.
Saudi Arabia? Well, they say
no. It's like Antigio. I just don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Antigio. Something like that.
They say, Witsit, when there were direct Chile to SA flights, World Cup in Santiago charters, many of them. Why? Because it's profitable. Other times, not so much.
Yeah, basically never happens. And again, it doesn't explain anything because you're following the jet streams. You're literally going over top of the air current. That's why when you go back the other way, it's significantly slower. Makes no sense on a globe, though.
Gotcha. Might have Ilabaka corrected me. South Africa. But nonetheless, I think the same point is my guess is your answer is the same either way. But thanks for clarifying that, Ilabaka. And then Nuclear Creation says, would love for flat earthers in debate to respond. I don't know if they mean to themselves or to the other speakers. I don't know. But anyway, Dan the Machine, or maybe it's to their previous question. Dan the Machine says, how do you have a quote-unquote southern hemisphere on a flat earth? Is it circumference? If so, what's west and what's east?
So that's why when I said hemisphere, I air quoted it. East to west is relative to center. We travel using a compass, which is north, which points to the center. You go east and west. That's why you can circumnavigate on both a globe and a flat earth. It is not mutually exclusive in any way. East and west is the same relative to north.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for this question coming in from 2 seconds. As I mentioned, our guests are linked in the description, folks. That includes if you're listening via the podcast. And Javid Benskazmi, thanks for your question, says, for Witsit and Kai, just saw Shi Lin on Jake's stream. She believes the biblical map is flat, square map with North Pole in the north edge, not the center, and South Pole in the south edge. Would this map be considered?
I'd have to see it and look out the specifics. Like, to be honest, it's very open right now. And anyone that's an honest researcher and looks into this knows that we don't know the accurate layout of the land, and only people that have a bias are going to say otherwise. So I would be interested to see any and all projections. It's worth looking at.
This one from Robert Summers says, wait, Witsit, are you asserting they wouldn't allow you to become an astronaut?
You need to be a Freemason.
Yeah, I'm not big into drinking baby blood or being like Freemason, dress up in the dark, playing like dress up with grown adults. So maybe not.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Whiskey Brandt says, why haven't you guys presented one globe proof? I think that's for you, Jen and Taylor.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have. So when did you stop beating your wife?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to go down the same road as always, just presenting the same exact arguments. I think we made a pretty strong case, but a proof really depends on your standards of proof. And Taylor said it best, if you're going to be skeptical, sort of behooves you to be uniformly skeptical. And it's clear that there's a level of skepticism being applied to the globe, even though the evidence does clearly support it, properly interpreted, that's just not being applied to the alternative hypothesis, which sadly doesn't appear to be specific enough to really mount what might be necessary to a proof of disproving the opponent's position.
You got it. This one from...
Sorry, good.
Ron Tronimus says, actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Explain, Taylor and Jen.
What was it again?
They said actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Now, explain, Taylor and Jen.
I really want to take this one if it's okay, because let's not say that there are no, we can't establish that there are no stars. Maybe the testimony of some of these astronauts went up and they said it was very dark, but let's think about what's going on here. We just had some experiments show us that the atmosphere is really big. What is that doing? It's a lens. What does a lens do? Focuses light. That's why you get the twinkles. and all those super fun, beautiful, spiritual geometry, what have you effects. That's all the combined effects of the water in the atmosphere, which is what makes this such a great model for that, because it's got a tremendous amount of conservation of structure, even though it's quite wonky.
Taylor, anything?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't accept picture evidence of stars in the sky, but you accept picture evidence of the Earth being flat, even though the laws of perspective don't work for flat Earth, they only work, they only fit a globe model, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's the double standard of evidence again.
Can we get a measurement of Earth?
I don't know what
curvature,
else. We can't send everyone to space yet, so I don't know what else you want other than pictures.
Can't send
Physical
anyone to
measurement
space.
of Earth curvature, probably.
Yeah, or just prove that you can have gas pressure without a container.
But we'll move on. We don't want to.
Yeah,
That was your
sorry.
question. It's all good.
This one coming in from, do
That's
appreciate
easy.
it. Kana Bear, let me know if I pronounced it right, says boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary sphere horizon. We see way further. The globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Taylor.
The globe was measured with what?
They said the globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
No, I don't know.
I'm
The
not
globe
for
was
sure
a
who this
lot
is
of
for.
different things. Partially, originally sea navigation. They couldn't make flat maps work, so
This one from let me know if I did get that Kana Bear, if I got that right in terms of understanding it and reading it. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, if we find a grain of sand 1 mile from the beach, does that mean the beach goes that far? Analog to the atmosphere.
What?
I don't understand.
I'll read it one more
So
time.
That sounds like a. Okay.
basically the question is how many grains of sand is a beach? So if you have a couple pieces of sand from the beach scattered on the road, does the beach reach to the road, or is that just a piece of the beach that's on the road?
Oh, we're talking about the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying analogous to the atmosphere. I get it now. Yeah. If there's a magical vacuum sitting next to an atmosphere, even though gases have no intrinsic shape and that's stupid, then the gas that keeps going out would still technically be part of the atmosphere. At what point in time do you draw the line? You don't have a road or anything like that.
At the moon. At the moon.
Right at the moon. That's where it stops. Right there at the
You can approximate it at the moon, because the moon is what's binding. I mean, you're asking a great question. The moon is what's binding the atmosphere. I don't think this is very well understood, but it would boil off if it weren't for the moon constantly scooping it back in. So this is a very good question. That doesn't.
I like that you
disprove
at least.
globe
I
Earth.
do really like you, Jen, in the sense that you're willing to think outside of what they tell you that we know everything about. So, like, I will give you that. I think that's beautiful, and that's what everyone needs to do, regardless of what they think about this subject.
This one coming in
And
from...
I don't think there's anything ridiculous about having a gradient. We can observe
Yeah, me either.
those all
The only way you
time.
can have a great. But listen, man. The reason you have a gradient is because you have gas pressure. Gas is constantly introduced at the surface level. Most of the gas is coming up from underneath the surface, and we have an electric gradient going up 100 volts per meter on the Earth. So if the Earth is flat and contained, that's exactly what we would have. Okay.
This one
And
coming in
we would
from...
have gas pressure
I've got
without
to give
a
Austin the
solid
last word on
container.
that one because the question is for him.
Right.
This one coming in from Down in the Rabbit Hole says, good to see you down in the rabbit hole, says, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different from zooming in on a celestial object from a terrestrial position? You can't zoom it back. I can read that again. Would you like? They say, do you think globe cultists, like Taylor, will ever... I'm just kidding. They say, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different than zooming in on a celestial object? So celestial object rather than terrestrial object. So in the first case, it's terrestrial object being zoomed in from a terrestrial position. And others saying, don't you think, are you willing to admit that that's completely different from zooming in on a celestial, so with a C, not terrestrial, but celestial object, from a terrestrial position that you're zooming in from. They said you can't zoom it back.
I'm not sure what he's saying. They can't zoom it back from, but yeah, there are differences. I'm not sure what differences he wants me to state there are. But I don't know. I guess the one comment I have is the reason you can't zoom back things that go over the horizon from that are on the terrestrial level is because of the curve. And the curve does not rise to the actual horizon line, which you would expect from linear perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Annie at Purdue. Let me know if I say this right. They say, nowhere in my flight training was I taught to fly as if the earth was flat. Instead, I was taught the four forces of flight, which imply the presence of gravity.
But how come whenever you were trained, they had to negate the gravity vector and you don't ever have to account for it when you fly? No one, it's a ridiculously egregious straw man to say that we are saying they teach pilots in pilot school that the earth is flat. No one's saying that. It's that when you fly the actual plane, you do not personally account for curvature or spin. You fly as if you don't have to worry about that. And you do also not have to make any type of accounting for gravity other than weight itself, of course, which is called lift. It's a plane. So yeah, you have to fly the plane like it's flat, bro.
I'm just not understanding why you would have to account for those.
Because the ground would be dropping down beneath you, bro. And if the earth is spinning, I'm going to land on it. If I'm landing on it going west, then I'm going relative to the earth spin. If I'm going east, I'm going relative to the earth spin. But we don't have to account for any of this. North, south, east, west. We land on runways every which way. We get to fly the planes as if the earth is just sitting there perfectly still and it's completely flat, but actually it's spinning and curving and gyrating sideways and going around the sun and all this other nonsense. So it's just, the answer is relativity fixes all of your problems. That's the answer. It makes it look like it's flat.
Even though it's never been scientifically validated.
And it's a reification fallacy. You can't treat physical properties to conceptual abstractions, including a privation, which is the absence of anything. So it's actually stupid lunacy on its face.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Perpetual Motion says, if Chile and Greenland, and that's... If Chile and Greenland are separated by 8,000 miles, this is, folks, you got to do me a solid. Sometimes it's like I don't understand. So I'm going to read it just as it is. They say, if Chile and Greenland, that's separated by 8,000 miles, is seeing the sun, while New York City, so I think they're saying like if both Chile and Greenland, which are separated by 8,000 miles, are seeing the sun, while New York City, that's 500 miles west, is in the dark. How does that work on a flat Earth? Turning a ball in front of a lamp solves it.
Man, oh my goodness, man. It's called light attenuation. Light does not go on forever, and I've explained about 4 times in this debate. There's something, which, to be fair, maybe superchatted before, unlikely though. It's called the circumference of light, based on the divergent rays. There's Rayleigh scattering of light. Okay, it's a well-known phenomenon, and so is attenuation of light and absorption rate of light. So the idea that the light should go on forever is ridiculous and antithetical to physics that we know exists. It's called a straw man.
This one coming in from Daniel Hakel says, just here to say you got to get David Weiss Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app in the App Store, presumably, on Android and Apple devices. Love you, Dave. Oh, I think they're saying, Dave, we hope that you get this app so that it can be used on Android and Apple devices. Let me know, Dave, if I got that right. Or Daniel, let me know if I got it right. Robert Summers says...
sorry. I was going to say take the Flat Earth Challenge, watch the video of the day for 2 weeks, and you will definitely probably question the globe, at least, or be a flat earther.
This one from Pivot Cyroy says, Shout out to the builders of the Dutch. Well, let's see. Afsluitdijk, one of the longest dams in the world, which you can clearly see curve over the horizon, and which is calculations take into account the Earth's curving during construction.
Every single time that people say this, it's not true. They don't actually account for the actual curvature rate, nowhere close to it at all whatsoever. You can't even build things if you don't maintain level. Secondly, where you claim it's going over the curve of the Earth, that's going to change every single day. So is the Earth breathing in and out? Or are you going to see more of the dam at one point? How does that work? It's because it's all based on atmospheric conditions. So the atmos changes throughout the day, changes how much you can see. The Earth doesn't breathe in and out. So the dam isn't consistently obstructed by a physical location every single day, and the same amount of the dam is hidden. That's just patently false. And they do not account for 8 inches per mile drop either, because that would be absurd.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question. Robert Summers says, so the answers to my questions were to, in all caps, assert that flat Earth is some kind of tornado or something, and that all astronauts are baby blood drinking Masons. Evidence for that?
Oh, okay. It was just a joke. I don't know if they actually drink the blood of babies, but they are typically Masons. Some of them don't admit it, so yeah, that would be speculation. But they all like to throw up I can't even do it. RV Truth will slaughter me. But they throw up the signs consistently. So the point is that I wouldn't be allowed to be an astronaut. But what was the first part of the comment? Not the blood drinking part, but the
A tornado.
Oh, yeah. So no, I didn't say the Earth is a tornado. I get you're trying to be facetious, but it's that's a good analogy, a whirlpool, a tornado, of how it's wider, then it gets tighter, because that's the vortexual movement in the ether. And the actual ring laser gyro you guys use to measure the Earth's spin was discovered uses the effect called the Sagnac effect, discovered by a guy named Sagnac, which said it was the vortexual movement in the ether, which also explains the Michelson-Morley. I was explaining the movement of the field of energy over top of the Earth that you're detecting when you look at interferometry patterns in its ring laser gyro.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Cana Bear says, boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary curve horizon. You can see much further than globe model sphere calculations. The globe model was created using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. I think, Cana Bear, we read that one earlier, but I don't know if you missed it, but we did. Maybe you went to the bathroom, but we'll give you... this was exactly the same one that I read. But so if you guys want to respond, let's humor them, because they really want to hear your response to this.
I think it was a little bit different. But I don't know how you get a globe from flat Earth measurements if it's flat. How is it producing a curve? And the reason you can sometimes see further than the calculated curve of the globe is atmospheric refraction, which can make the curve appear less curved, but cannot make flat appear curved.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Shane from Kentucky. Thanks so much for your kind words. Says, James, you're a legend. Thanks for all you do. Seriously, thanks. I really do appreciate your support. And also, I gotta pass the credit on to the guests. The debaters, the guests, are the lifeblood of the channel. We appreciate them so much, my dear friends. I've got to tell you, they honestly make this show awesome. And so we want to say a huge thank you to them. And Amanda sent in I've got to put this in the old description box, because I mentioned it once, but nobody, I hadn't put it in the description box. We have on Modern Day Debate is on Venmo. In case you are like, listen, I want to submit a super chat, but I don't like supporting YouTube because, YouTube takes 30% of super chats, like right off the top. And so if you're like, hey, I don't want to, I'm not really big on giving more to Google, that's fair. We do have a Venmo, and I'll put that in the description box. But Amanda said, don't forget to smash that like button. Thank you so much for your support, Amanda. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. We are encouraged by that. And it's true. Don't forget to hit that like button. We really do appreciate it when you do support the channel that way. But one last thank you. Austin.
Dave, have you ever considered reading the questions that they send off YouTube? Like if they PayPal'd you or Venmo'd you in a question, that way they'd still get the perk of It's just
Oh,
an
yeah.
idea. I try to kind of do that because they take too much of it, man. The little grabblers.
100%. Yeah, that's what I was saying is that I'm going to put it in the description box so that way people can access it in the future, is that we do have PayPal and we do have, we'll put that on the top of the description box just for anybody who's out there, and we'll make sure it's like always in there, because some people, I don't blame them. I think everybody in some way, frankly, I think YouTube tends to go after any extreme view, no matter which direction, like politically, for example. Like if you are far enough left, I think that YouTube may actually censor you. And I think if you're far enough right, YouTube will censor you. And so I think I sympathize if everybody has a little bit of skepticism about YouTube. I think that YouTube's trying to please the mainstream. And so anybody too far out in any direction, YouTube, I think, is not always
dropping
fair.
the hammer. Yeah,
But I want to
for sure.
say, Austin, Kai,
Hello.
Taylor, and Jen, it's been a true pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're linked in the
Thanks for having
description,
us.
folks. Do you want to hear more about their views? I bet you do. I mean, you've been listening this long. What are you waiting for? So I'll be back in just a moment with updates about upcoming juicy debates that you don't want to miss. So stick around, and I'll be right back, folks.
We're dancing in the streets. There's nothing left to eat. We're on a winning streak, going out in style. I hear you. I'm not dead yet. Get out of here. Bring out the hand grenades. You know it's time to play. Explosions to the brain.
Amazing. Oh, here I am. Okay, see. So, my dear friends, hold on, I'm going to fix this. How embarrassing. My dear friends, I've got to say, thank you so much for your support of Modern Day Debate. I'm still here. All right. Okay, see my eyes? Thank you for your support of Modern Day Debate. I've got to tell you, we are absolutely excited. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming up, stuff that we're pumped about. Big time debates, as we had mentioned. Oh, I think I even took away let me put the overlays back in. Amazing. So for example, tomorrow, I am excited. I'll be hosting this. David Wood and Nadir, Christian versus Muslim. I'm trying to remember. It's whether or not there is scientific evidence for whether or not Muhammad is the one true prophet. You don't want to miss that one. That's juicy, and you know it. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be really fun. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button, folks. We are working on bringing you more juicy and amazing debates. And so let me tell you about the next one. Not only that, but this juicy one is next month. Vosh versus Dr. Bogardus on whether or not trans women are women. It is going to be controversial. I know in some ways, even the titles will offend people. We're not trying to offend people. But I've got to tell you, if you hang out at this channel long enough, you probably will be offended. And it's not that we're trying to, at least not disproportionately toward any group. It's important to us to offend everyone equally. Chris says, Witsit, when do you plan? Let's see. Oh, man, you guys. So, I've got to tell you a couple of things. I don't want to read that when Witsit's not here to defend himself. So I can't take sides. Balthazar228 says, will you one day do a debate with a caveman costume on and call it Ancient Day Debate? I like that. That's juicy. Amazing. So I've got to tell you, thanks for your support, Balthazar228. Appreciate that super chat, as well as thank you very much for your super chat, Chris. I would love to host Professor Dave and Witsit. I don't know if they'd be up to it. We can see, I can ask. So let me write that down, and I can at least ask. We never feel entitled to having guests on. So if they were to say no, I can't complain. because we're just thankful to have the guests we have, which is why it's true. In the live chat, sometimes people are a little annoyed. They're like, oh, don't make this chat so beta, by making everybody be nice to the speakers. And it's not as much that we want you to like, oh, you have to be nice. It's more that sometimes people are really malicious toward the speakers. Like if they're attacking their appearance and stuff like that, it's like, that's not what we want. Because we want the guests to come back. We're really grateful for them. And so if people are, and this is a really tiny percent, because 99.9% of you are like rock stars. You support the channel in so many ways, and you don't you don't maliciously attack guests, which we appreciate. And I've got to say hello to you in the old chat. Want to say as well, I Like Turtles, good to see you. Nikki, glad to see you. John Bernhards, glad to have you with us. Trash Panda Bear, War Boy, good to have you. Casimires Sokolowski, happy to have you with us. And Into the Break, glad you were here. Raven Randwolf, happy to have you here. Now, let me tell you, my dear friends, we really are passionate about, this is our vision. It's always been our vision. We are passionate about providing a neutral platform on YouTube so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. That's what we're determined to do. That's what we're bringing to YouTube, and that's what we're going to make a reality as we continue to grow. And I've got to say, thank you for your support. We're pumped. 71,000 we just hit several days ago. That's amazing. So we are super encouraged. You guys make this channel fun. And here are a lot of ways you guys support the channel, because for real, you do. I'm not just saying that. When you ask questions during the Q&A, we need questions for a Q&A. If there were no questions from you guys, there would be no Q&A. And so that's an awesome segment that people like as a part of the debate, is when the audience gets to be involved and they get to hear other people's questions and what they're thinking about. So that's one way it helps a ton. Also, we are at 185 likes right now, which means we are so close to being at hundreds. We're at 185. We only need 15 more. There are 323 people watching. We can totally hit our goal of getting 200 likes so that it is literally in the hundreds during the live stream itself. That helps a ton, for real. The YouTube algorithm, I really do believe it. That is a small, you could say, contributing factor in terms of the YouTube algorithm. YouTube shows our videos more when they get more likes, all things being equal. So it really does help when you do hit that like button. So thanks for supporting the channel that way. And last, 2 seconds, saying hello to more of you in the old chat. Mark Twain says, beta male. And Sean Elke, good to see you. Erzer, thanks for being with us, as well as Regis Terslobear, happy to have you here. Bruce 6, good to see you again, as well as Marker 113, and What is Truth, good to see you again. Thanks for your support. Seriously, Amanda says, make sure you check out the Patreon. You can become a front row VIP and hang out with me at meetings. We do have a Patreon, and by the way, if you're a member of the front row seating of our Patreon, we have a meeting this Saturday. If you can make it, wait a minute, that's tomorrow. Okay, well, let me, sorry. Let me just double check. Do I have the time right on? No, it's Sunday. Is it Sunday? Yes, I'm embarrassed. Okay, what have I done? Sorry about that. I should know. Let me just double check that I've got the right time. You know what? Did I double book? I think I might have double booked something for tomorrow. Oh, how embarrassing. Let me fix this, because I'm concerned. Thanks for saying that. I think I did accidentally double book, but let me check just to be sure. I think tomorrow's Patreon meeting for front row seating, if you're in the front row tier, because we have a Zoom meeting, and it's like kind of our way of like, if you're like, hey, like I really support the channel, which you do if you're at that tier. Yes, I double booked. Okay, let me problem solve and figure out how to handle this. I'm so glad you said that, Amanda. Let's see. Maybe 11. I could do this. How embarrassing, you guys. 10 a.m. Okay. Let's see. Ask them. Okay. I'm so glad you told me. We avoided catastrophe. Ask house out. 11. You hear me think out loud. Do you like that? What is that they call it? The RSVP, or I can't remember the name of it. ASMR. It's like you can hear my inner thoughts. But my dear friends, I want to say Phantom of the Paradise, glad you were here. Elijah McMahon, glad you were with us. And we hit the goal, 200 likes while we're live. Amazing. So thank you guys. We do appreciate it. We really do appreciate it. That's a huge way that you do help the channel. So thanks. We just crushed that goal. And Amanda says, I'm here to help, and I'll see your pretty face there tomorrow. I'm pumped. Thanks, Amanda. Seriously, that really does help, because I'm like, I need help right now. I've taken on a little bit too much on my plate, but don't worry. I'm starting to like cut, slow and cut back. For example, we got 2 debates tomorrow. I've been booking debates like crazy, and then I was like, okay, hold on. Let me take a deep breath, because, we don't have to do 2 a day all the time. And not that it wasn't getting to be that much, but I was kind of like, we don't have to do as many debates per week. I need to take a little bit of rest time. So Kaz will be hosting tomorrow night. I'll be there during the day. We'll have an abortion debate tomorrow. It's going to be controversial. And like I said, I have to warn you, if you're one of those deplatforming types, the cancel culture type of people, you're not going to like this channel. Highly unlikely. Because at some point, you're going to want to cancel us. And that's okay, because the truth is, I never say it, but the truth is, whenever people call for a boycott of Modern Day Debate, have you ever heard, I'm sure you've heard the old phrase, there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'm not trying to generate bad publicity. Like, I'm not trying to get people on boycott, on Twitter to call for a boycott of Modern Day Debate and to say, let's stop watching this. But I've got to tell you, ironically, it tends to correlate when people call for a boycott. We grow faster. No joke. So I can see the stats in 2 places. Well, one, in my own creator studio. But sometimes I can even look back in time. So let's say there's a day where I was like, I remember somebody put out maybe it was a good size content creator. So maybe they've got a big Twitter account. And I'm like, I remember that day, Paul or, Barb or whoever it is was talking smack about us on Twitter. And I'm like, I wonder, and I remember one time, because I actually did this. I was like, I wonder how we did on Social Blade that day, because Social Blade shows how many subs you get per day. And it's common. Generally speaking, when people are calling for boycotts, I think it almost in a way, now, like I said, I never was going for the channel. I was we're called Modern Day Debate. There are much more edgy or controversial things we could have called ourselves if we wanted to be edgelords. So, we're not really shooting for it, but when it happens, I don't complain, and I don't even hit back on Twitter. I don't tweet back and tell them you're stupid, or I don't try to discourage them, because, and here's the really funny thing, I can even see on a video, I can see how many views it's getting per day and even per hour. It has last 48 hours views. I can even see the source. So if someone trashes us on Twitter, not surprisingly, I've seen it before where I look at a video and I can see that it gets more traffic from Twitter. And it's the same one that the person linked who was trashing us. So there's almost this kind of sick, humans are in a way, there's this kind of sick part of us that likes seeing okay, what kind of naughty stuff is going on over there? So I think that's what's going on, is that, and like I said, we see, we see these increases in numbers. And so I've got to say, 99% of you are super supportive and not calling for boycotts. But I mean, if you want to call for a boycott, it probably wouldn't hurt. So I wouldn't hold it against you. But I want to say 99% of you are so supportive, and the ones who aren't, ironically, end up helping us. It's kind of like the Streisand effect, but not quite. It's like the Streisand effect in the sense that the effort is backfiring. So the Streisand effect it's not quite the same as calling for a boycott. In fact, it's not at all the same. But it's when you try to cover something up, and so you're like, because I remember it was I think Streisand was trying to cover up these pictures of her having this huge mansion of a house, and then when she tried to cover it up, it made it a bigger deal, and it was a bigger, got more publicity and more attention, and it was oh gosh, that backfired. The internet has a strange way of making things backfire, and so it's kind of like the Streisand effect in the sense that, like I said, when people call for that, like, oh, boycott modern day debate, I don't interrupt them. Like I don't say something mean on Twitter. One, because I'm not particularly, I don't think it's a very productive use of time. Because, you know, like I'm not big on grudges at all. It's like I'm anti-grudge. But the other thing is, I don't want to interrupt them while they're promoting us. So thanks for your guys' support. Seriously. Maverick, thanks for your being with us. Thanks for your support. Says, great work, James. Thank you for maintaining neutrality. I appreciate that. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. And then, thanks very much for your support. Javid Ben Kazmi says, beta amazing. Thanks for your being with us. Question the answers. Thanks for being with us. Says, imagine on this channel a day where everyone agrees on everything imaginable. That could be a good opposite day celebration. That's funny. Yeah, it's true. It's lively here. Long nights, YouTube, and good to see you, buddy. I have fond, warm memories when we got to meet in Dallas. So I hope you're doing well. And thanks for your support of the channel as a channel member. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. Says, I have to catch the replay. Love this channel. Thanks, Long Nights YouTube, and seriously, appreciate your support. And Gross Patat says, you need to rename these globe denial debates because it's never about flat Earth. Juicy, to say the least. Noran Davis says, James is a Jesse Lee Petersonite. And amazing. Let's see here. I've got to go pretty soon. It's getting kind of late here. And I'm not even in Eastern time. So, oh man, the debaters, like, they hung in there late with us. Chris G says, the Patreon post says noon Eastern. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. I got to fix that. Oh, man. But it's not a big deal. It's not like a tragic thing that I've got to fix. Hugh Janice says, what is going on? We're glad you're here, Hugh. Thanks for being with us. Flip Flat says, thanks for making the debate a little longer, sir. You're welcome. I'm glad we did. It was fun. Jacob Slack says, more James RSVP. And this is funny. Yeah, Anton Gomez, thanks for your super chat support. Says, have a banana. I appreciate that, Anton. Thank you. And amazing. Devil Dog, happy to have you with us, as well as gotten to say hello to a lot of people. Chris G says, so James, we're going to do a meeting earlier tomorrow or another day? We're going to do it at the same time. I'm not going to reschedule that. I'm going to reschedule the other thing. And then thanks, Amanda, for your support. Oh, that reminds me. I've got to put our PayPal and our Venmo in the description box because I know that people sometimes don't want to support YouTube, and I know it's a little bit less convenient, but we do want to make that you could say, an option for people if they want to send in their question that way without giving their money to billionaire Google elites who are going to censor some people. Now, they're not going to censor all people, but I do think that they do censor some people. Justin Beck, thanks for being with us. Says, space is cute. Amen to that. And then Kobe, or is it Kobe? Let me know if am I saying it right. Glad that you were with us. My last name, good to see you, as well as Sean Elke. Am I saying it right? We're glad you're here, Sean. And then amazing. But yeah, thanks guys for your support. Seriously, I love you. And then Chris G says, okay, all good. I'll be there. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate your support. Chris has been a huge supporter of the channel, folks, including we were in person this most recent January. Chris was super supportive. We were in person in Dallas doing our first ever conference, DebateCon, which was so fun. It was a blast. And Chris was there volunteering, helping us with all sorts of stuff. Just kind of like a catch-all person, jack of all trades, willing to help wherever he could. So we appreciate that. But I want to say thanks, guys, for your support. Seriously. That's right. Last thing. You probably enjoyed this debate. I mean, I hope you did. And with that, the completion of enjoyment of something or the happiness in something is sharing it with somebody else. It's kind of like when you're in love. When you're in love and you're like, oh my goodness, they're so this and they're so that, and I could go on and on. It's just like that. The completion of the joy in something is sharing it with someone else and saying, oh, this was fun and this was a good time and I laughed when this happened, or my jaw dropped when the person in the debate said this, whatever it is. that enjoyment is something that you can share with somebody. And like I said, it's got a dual purpose because it helps Modern Day Debate in fulfilling our vision of providing a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field as we strive to make that a reality. And we want to encourage you, hit that share button below. You can share it with a friend. You can just click share, and then you click on sharing the link, and then easy as that. You can send it in a Facebook message, a Twitter DM, on Discord, on a text message, you name it. So easy. Isn't that awesome? Amazing. So do want to encourage you. That really does help us grow. Just good old word of mouth. Because like I said a billion times, if I'm on Twitter and I say, oh, check out this debate, it's great. And they're like, oh, well, of course you'd say a debate on your own channel is great, James. Like, it doesn't really mean much. But if a third party says it, it has way more credibility. Because they're like, oh, okay, this person's, they're not like they don't like run Modern Day Debate or anything. And they're just neutral and they're saying that it's cool. So that really does. Good old fashioned word of mouth. That has always been huge. And so thank you guys for helping us that way. Seriously, I do see the number of shares on our videos and they're really high. We do have a ton of shares. So thank you guys for sharing and enjoying the videos with somebody else. That means a lot. And then Bible Believer says, does YouTube take a percentage of super chats? Yes, they do. YouTube takes 70%, give or take. So they do take a lot. So that's why if you are giving super chats to different channels, and you didn't know that, well, now you know. You might. That's why we're going to put our Venmo and our PayPal in the description. And when you send, a 5 spot or whatever it is, let's say you send your super chat that way, you send it through Venmo. You can put your question in the message box on Venmo or PayPal. Nice. How neat is that? So it'll be helpful. I've got to get into a habit of checking it too, though. But want to say, you guys, thanks so much. And a huge thanks to our amazing level channel supporters or members. They exist. We have channel memberships. I don't know if you knew about that. But Michael Meyer, Ty Wilson, Oliver Catwell, and others. I'm so sorry if I lost the list. Let me get it. I'm sorry. Okay. Don Fullman, Ozzy and Tox, and Scott Mitchell, thanks for being amazing level channel members. It means a ton. And oh yeah, if you didn't know, Modern Day Debate does have a podcast. Did you know that? You don't even believe me, do you? But we do. And you can find it on Fine Podcast. You can find it on app stores everywhere. Fine app stores everywhere. Modern Day Debate does have our own podcast. And so I highly encourage you, check us out on Apple Podcasts. Check us out on Spotify. We are out there. And that's something that we're excited about because we're like, hey, if that's a value to people, it's ad-free, guys. You might be thinking let me see. It's ad-free. You can find it on your favorite. So have you tried the Modern Day Debate podcast yet? You can find it on your favorite podcast app, and it's ad-free. And that's true. It is. I've got to tell you, that's something we are really excited about. Is if you are like, yeah, I love listening to podcasts. Hey, it's pretty convenient and it's ad free because you might be thinking do I want to I want to listen to ads. And if you think about it, it's got even less ads than YouTube, because YouTube for most people has the 4-second ad at the start, unless you have YouTube Premium. So Mark Reed says, did you tell James that he missed some super chats? He's usually good about it if someone lets him know. Will, I'm sorry, man. If I missed any of your super chats, I'm dead serious. I will send you the money back, because we really do take that seriously. Just send me an email. So yeah, one thing that drives me nuts is sometimes people, they won't tell me, and they think, I don't know if they think I did it personally, but they'll be in the chat and they'll be like, James is an ass. He didn't read my super chat. What a jerk. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. I didn't even know. I was like, I'll give you the money back. I'm not trying to screw you or anything. And I know that Will, I trust you, Will. I know that that you were not talking smack about me. So you're not one of those people I worry about. But I'm just like, hey, you can always ask. Like, I hope I'm approachable, that people can ask and just be like, hey, James, like, you missed my super chat. Like, let me know. Like, or we can just pay it forward. If you're like, oh, well, I don't, you don't have to send it back. I just let me ask a normal chat question as a super chat in the next debate or something like that. Whatever way you want it, I'm happy to do. And then, let's see. Grim Theorist says, I definitely enjoy this channel. Thanks a bunch, James. Thanks for that support. That really means more than you know. I love you guys. I always say goodbye 8 times a night, because I just love being here. Like, it's fun to hang out with you guys and just talk to you and chat. And so I want to say thank you guys. You guys make this fun. Seriously, it's always a blast. I appreciate all your love and support. My guys. Into the break. Glad you were with us. But yeah, thanks, guys. I love you guys. Thanks for your support. And yeah, I'm at moderndaydebate@gmail.com in case you need me. Actually, yeah, Will, you've got my email. So feel free. Let me know if I can make your day easier. Love you guys. Thanks, everybody, for all your support. And I am excited to see you at the next one. Keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable as we continue to fulfill the vision of providing a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh man, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing today?
Good. I've been looking forward to the show.
Oh yeah, sorry we're running a little bit late. I don't know how to use the this Craig bot. I was trying to stop it and then restart it to for the show, but I don't know how to use the commands. Hey, Dandelion, do you mind starting the event for me as well? It won't let me on my phone. Or can somebody start it for me?
I'll start it. I just started it. She's still in the gold VC. She'll be right up.
Guess we should just go ahead and get it started. Indio said he was going to show up sometime soon, so I'm assuming we'll just see him pop in. Hey everybody, my name is Brad. I've got Redford Bear here with us. How's it going, Redford?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
We have a pretty dope show for you guys. It's about logical fallacies. We got some presenters. We got Dre's, Dandelion, and Indio. And like I said, Indio is going to show up. And we have a cameo from Karma as well. So I'm just going to start from the top of the list to the bottom. Atticus, I just want to say hello. Adam, how's it going, man? And CB, cut the shit.
What's
Elijah,
up?
Hello. And Batman and Jimsy. How you guys doing? What's going on, Glad? I don't know how to say your name. I'm Yahuda. Yeah, I have no idea. I probably bummed that up. I'm sorry. How's it going, JK, Jelly? How's it going, Karma? And KJ, and Master Chief, and Miguel. How's it going, Napalm?
What's going on?
Orion, Fweds, Resolve, Rookie.
What's up?
Sebu, and then Seb, Sons of Thunder, the Doc, Toasty Feet. Already mentioned some Redford Bear there, and Old Dude, Sonny, and Branch. Hope you guys are all doing well today.
Yeah, hey, thanks.
So,
You too, so thank you.
I have no idea what these guys are going to be talking about. I do know what they're talking about. They're talking about logical fallacies, but I have no idea what's on their list of things to talk about. So I just wanted to bring it up. In the live stream, most of the time, most of you guys are debating right versus wrong. This is a break from that. So I just want to make it aware that let's try not to judge these presenters' information against each other. Let's be open-minded individually. Just absorb all their information with your own discernment. If you disagree with something they have to say, either keep it in the text chat or keep it to yourself. Let's try not to interrupt them. Everybody's free to mute whomever. Obviously, let's try to keep the normal live stream etiquette. So with that being said, Redford Bear, do you got anything to say?
No, I think you covered it. Yeah, just please don't interrupt when the speakers are talking, as they've put a lot of effort into preparing this for us. So we'll just be muting. No questions asked if you guys interrupt. And just save your questions till the end. We'll, after each person has presented, we can open up the floor to that. And you can also put your questions in the text chat and we can read them at the end as well. And I think Indio's here. Maybe he can start the bot.
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm not starting. I'm going last.
Oh, okay.
She said start the bot. That's what she said. Isn't that what you said?
Oh,
Start
I
the
did
bot.
start the bot. I already did that.
Oh, okay.
I already did. Way ahead of you.
Oh, the bot's not there though, bro. We're just saying we can't see the bot. Is it?
Craig bot.
Greg bot, the recording thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not there.
I said it was. Hold on a second.
Oh, it was in there and then it left, and I'm not sure.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm not receiving any audio disconnecting. I wonder if someone deafened it. Hold on a second. I'm going to redo it. Yeah, it'll send you a DM like it's status.
Fallacies, 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 fallacies.
Who was that? Was that CV?
Yeah, that's Jesse Pinkman. Breaking Bad reference.
Man, so I was going to talk about my favorite fallacy. The way I learned it was called the divine fallacy, but Drace has one up to me and told me that is basically wrong. Well, he didn't tell me it was wrong, but he sent me information for me to come to that conclusion on my own that it's wrong. I can't figure out what it's really called, but the fallacy is just because you believe something is true doesn't mean it's true. I was just searching through Google. I was searching through Google's fallacy memes, and I just saw it come up just like one of his red card memes. And I kind of just took it from there, kind of like the meme with Abraham Lincoln saying that everything you see on the internet is true. Yeah, I was shown up by Drace. Maybe Drace can tell me what that fallacy is actually called. I'm not too sure. Drace, do you have anything?
Yeah, it's argument from incredulity or argument from personal astonishment. It has many names. Argument from personal incredulity or personal incredulity. It's also called some places online the divine fallacy. So I think that's fine.
Yeah, but when I went to go back and like actually research it for myself after you told me, I couldn't find anything to validate the divine fallacy of what I thought it was. So that's why I kind of just was like, all right, well, I guess Drace is correct. So
I thought I read it somewhere online as well. So maybe they change stuff online all the time. So I don't know.
Yeah, there's tons of lists too. It's almost information overload. Bradford Bear, do you have a favorite fallacy?
Yeah, actually, it's from the list that Drace had put together when he went over the fallacies for us in a silver meeting. So I'm going to pick this one. It's called an ad nauseum. So refer to the fact that something has been done or repeated so often that it has become sickening or excessive.
Oh.
So that's an interesting one. I'll maybe have to start using that, calling people out on that one.
It's also called appeal to repetition.
Oh, okay. Multiple names.
Well,
Ad nauseum. I like that. I like that name.
Ad nauseum. Well, Drace, on that note, do you want to go ahead and kick it off?
Argument by nagging. That's another one.
Argument by nagging.
Yeah. Well, you just keep repeating the same thing that something is true without giving any further evidence for it. Like X is true, X is true, X is true, X is true. Mm-hmm. And you just keep saying it, and that's your argument.
I put 2 examples in the live stream voice text on the logical fallacy page that Drace and I have been working on in our Flat Earth wiki there.
Well, before we kick it off, does anybody have any questions, comments? Anybody have any concerns they want to bring up? No?
So far, so good.
Yeah, I want to bring up, you just mentioned things changing on the internet. Well, Drace just mentioned it. So one that was changed, I don't know, maybe about 8 years ago, 10 years ago, was an appeal to authority argument. It used to just say it was a logical fallacy, but a lot of the definitions of it now have this little caveat that says something like, unless it's an expert in the field. Right, which is actually pretty ridiculous, right? So it's not proof of a fact because an expert says it, right? That's silly. If it's an expert in the field that's saying it, then the evidence that they're relying on should be the proof of the fact, not the fact that they said it. So you got to watch out for this changing of definitions, especially the appeal to authority, because who really does that help?
Shut up, India. You don't know talking about. But that kind of makes it mean both.
You know, like the appeal to authority is an appeal to authority unless it's an authority on the subject. What? You know, like that defeats the whole purpose.
The problem here is they're conflating appeal to false authority and appealing to authority. Appeal to false authority is just like saying, my mom said this and therefore it's true. Your mom's not an authority on the subject; she's just a false authority, and you're just making her up to be an authority. Whereas appealing to authority is saying like, oh, he's an expert in this, therefore it must be true, even though he has no evidence for it. He's just saying it. It has no relation to it being true.
Yeah, and another example would be an appeal to a false authority. I think, or maybe a derivative of it, is when somebody says, dude, ours had, a Toyota has a 357 engine. I know because my dad's a mechanic. Things like that. When people appeal to some relative or acquaintance, they have some expertise. Therefore, they themselves have the same expertise, and what they say is true. That's silly stuff. I've actually dealt with that nonsense my whole life. People saying that. I have a particular friend who thinks he knows everything about cars because his father's a mechanic. So
that's funny because my father was also a mechanic for a while, and I know nothing about cars.
There you go.
I am a Discord mod, therefore I know everything about Discord.
You only need to know where the important button is. Leave server.
Oh, I thought the ban button was the important one.
Yeah, that is. Someone's leaving the server. Me, myself, and I, or them.
The shitty part about leaving the server is, once you leave and you come back, it starts your counter all over.
Oh yeah, Brad. Oh, you messed up.
Yeah. Instead of being I think I was 12,000 something, I'm right back down to 25,000. It's no big deal. But
it is disappointing. I know, because I joined day one, and then when I left the server and came back, now it looks like I joined in November 2020. But you know what? We all know the truth.
Oh, good. Yeah. The important people know the truth. That's just good way to look at it. But on that note, Drace, man, go ahead and kick it off for us. What you got for us?
Okay, so I wrote you a little presentation and I collected some materials together. I will stop from time to time to give you a chance to ask any questions if you have any. But I will essentially cover two informal fallacies, the non sequitur and the begging the question fallacies, two formal fallacies, the denying the antecedent and affirming the consequent fallacies, and two logical proofs, the modus tollens and the modus ponens. But I will start with the basics and defining some terms to avoid confusion. I will also briefly mention the fallacy and the fallacy variation at the end of this presentation, so that will round everything up. I recorded it, so it will take about 15 minutes to do this. Do you have any questions before I begin?
No, man, I don't have any questions. Red Bear, do you got any questions for him?
No, I don't have any questions. Take it away.
Okay.
Thanks, Drace.
Moving on. Fallacies, the basics. Most of you probably already know this, but a quick overview for people new to this. A fallacy is a defect in an argument that involves mistaken reasoning. Sometimes fallacies are committed purposefully to influence or mislead the reader or listener, and sometimes unconsciously, as an ego defense mechanism. There are two main types of fallacies, the formal and informal. Formal fallacies happen when there's a problem with how someone structures his argument and how he's making his points. He might be speaking the truth, but the logic breaks down because of the way he's putting his argument together. A formal fallacy is one that can be detected by examining the form of the argument. It is an argument with a premise and a conclusion that does not hold up to scrutiny. Any questions?
None so far, man. Anybody got any questions for him?
I'll take silence as a no. Unlike formal fallacies, which are identified through examining the structure of the argument, informal fallacies are identified through the analysis of the content of the premises. In this group of fallacies, the premises fail to provide adequate reasons for believing the truth of the conclusion. There are numerous different types of informal fallacies, but I will only mention 4 here. To help clarify a little the terminology used in logic for people who are not used to it, I will define 2 words that get used a lot in logic: antecedent and consequent. An antecedent is the first half of a hypothetical proposition, whenever the if clause precedes the then clause. A consequent is the second half of a hypothetical proposition, the then clause following the if clause. And I will post these. Since these are important to keep in mind, since these words get used in quick succession and unfamiliarity with them can make the logic sound confusing. To start with, I think I would go with the most common or the simple formal fallacy. Simple. This is badly written. Or the simple informal fallacy, the good old non sequitur. It is present within most fallacious argumentation, so it's a great start. It literally means it does not follow. It means there's a divide between the premise and the conclusion. A non sequitur is all about making a giant logical leap that is totally unreasonable. Non sequiturs can also just be assumptions that are not necessarily true. All the following statements still take that giant leap which defies basic reason. Marilyn drives a Mercedes. Marilyn must be wealthy. She might be, she might not be. His apartment building is huge. His apartment must also be huge. It could be many small apartments within a huge building. You don't know. Billy is eating broccoli. Billy must love eating vegetables. Must he? What if you asked him and he told you he hates it, but he only eats it because mom wants him to eat his greens? NASA has pictures. The Earth must be a globe. When they say anything followed by the Earth is a globe, it generally is a non sequitur. It doesn't actually follow. It's just a matter of finding that disconnect and pointing at it. So simply learning this single fallacy, and you can stop over 95% of what the globers use, because logically it does not follow and requires some assumptions or faith. And do you have any questions about this fallacy or any comments? Moving on. Now, because how closely related the other fallacies I want to cover are and how it gets weaved together with them, I feel it's important to mention this informal fallacy or the begging the question fallacy. It is probably my favorite fallacy since it is very common for the globers to use, and it is any form of argument where the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises. Begging the question is a form of circular reasoning. The fallacy of begging the question occurs when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion instead of supporting it. In other words, you assume without proof the stand position or significant part of the stand that is in question. Begging the question is also called arguing in a circle. For example, gravity is proven by experiment. I learned in school that Cavendish is an experiment, therefore gravity is proven by experiment. This assumes schools taught you the truth, then using that assumption as proof while not understanding what defines an experiment and how Cavendish does not qualify to be one, regardless of how many people believe it to be an experiment. Here's another example. If the Earth is a globe, there would be thousands of scientists saying it isn't. There are not thousands of scientists saying it isn't. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Whenever they start with if, like if the Earth is a globe, or they assume an aspect of the globe to try to justify the globe, it is very likely a begging the question fallacy. As long as they end with a conclusion of any of their premises without having any valid logical format of either modus ponens or modus tollens mentioned later, they automatically are begging the question. The savvy among you probably noticed the previous example was also a different fallacy, and that is the fallacy we will talk about next. Anyone care to point at it?
What was the example you gave again?
I'll read it again. If the Earth is a globe, there would be thousands of scientists saying it isn't. There are not thousands of scientists saying it isn't. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Argument for silence.
That's actually a very good, astute observation, because that fallacy is also hidden in there, but that was not the fallacy I was talking about. Good job.
Appeal to consensus.
I can see that being in there a little bit woven in it, but no. Before we delve deeper into the formal fallacies, I want to mention
Appeal to the majority.
That's also woven in there, but that's not what I was talking about. I want to mention deductive reasoning or logical proofs, known as modus ponens or modus tollens, since the fallacies I will cover next are invalid or defective forms of those valid arguments. And that's essentially what that was. So let's start with the simple modus ponens. This argument form has one premise that is hypothetical if-then statement, and another premise that affirms the antecedent of the hypothetical premise. In the conclusion, then, it claims the truth of the consequent. In symbolic form, modus ponens looks like this. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. Lumen Learning Logic course made a non sequitur trying to formulate a modus ponens argument, showing how hard it is to be logical. And I will post that little example here. While formulated correctly as a modus ponens, if we get up before sunrise, then we have time for a run does not follow necessarily emergency or other reasons, and therefore makes a leap in logic, showcasing our first fallacy, the non sequitur. Here is a less fallacious example of a modus ponens argument. Premise 1. If something is more dense than the medium it is in, if P, then it falls, then Q. Premise 2. Something is more dense than the medium it is in, P. Therefore it falls, therefore Q. Next we will go over the fallacy mentioned before, and that is the defective version of modus ponens. And that's how I phrased that earlier example. It's called affirming the consequent. Recall that in one of the premises in modus ponens, affirming the antecedent, which is essentially what modus ponens is, it's affirming the antecedent of the hypothetical premise, the antecedent necessitates the consequent. That's the important bit. If it doesn't necessitate the consequent, it doesn't work. If the antecedent does not necessitate the consequent, it's a non sequitur fallacy. In the fallacious examples I will present next, however, the consequent is affirmed instead of the antecedent like this. If Earth is a sphere, if A, then we see boats disappear bottom up, then B. We see boats disappear bottom up, B, therefore the Earth is a sphere, therefore A. The antecedent is claimed to be true because the consequent is true. But that does not mean it is. That was never confirmed. It was just the consequent that was affirmed. So we can't affirm the consequent to prove the antecedent. Does that make sense?
Yep, taking notes.
Here's one more example of this fallacy. If the Earth is a sphere, if A, then we would see shadows like Aristophanes saw, then B. We saw shadows like Aristophanes saw, B, therefore the Earth is a sphere, therefore A. This argument assumes the truth of the conclusion, so there's also the begging the question and non sequitur fallacies hidden within this, but this form is specifically denying the antecedent, so it's illogical in the form as well. These arguments are highly logical and can be dismantled via understanding any of these fallacies or the correct logical argument structure, which they're trying to do but failing at. So onto our second logical argument, or modus tollens, a favorite of ours because we use it a lot with the Black Swan. This argument form also has one premise that is a hypothetical if-then statement, and then another premise that denies or indicates the untruth of the consequent, or of the hypothetical premise. The conclusion then claims that the antecedent is not the case, that is, denies it. In symbolic form, modus tollens looks like this. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore P. And I will give you an example of that as well. We are all familiar with the Black Swan, so I will go over this very quickly and with new examples I made just for this. Starting with this fact: Taylor columns form in rotated fluids. If Earth is rotating the fluid air, if P, then Taylor columns would form in all fluids on Earth, then Q. Taylor columns don't form in all fluids on Earth, not Q. Therefore, the Earth is not rotating the fluid air, therefore not P. This next one I was not sure about until I read more about it from different sources. I wonder if you guys will have similar issues, so I will ask you a question after this. If imagined gravity can prevent greater gas pressure from equalizing with less pressure, if P, then we would not be able to exhale while upright against the imagined vector of gravity, then Q. We are able to exhale while upright against the imagined vector of gravity, not Q. Therefore, imagined gravity cannot prevent gas pressure from equalizing with less pressure, therefore not P. And I will give you a moment now to see if you see my issue when I was trying to make this.
Can you repeat that, Drace?
No problem. I'll post it so it's easier. There we go. To give you an example, what bugged me was I used a negative in the then Q, and then I denied the negative with a positive in not Q. And that in the beginning I didn't understand how that worked until I further read more logic courses and found different examples showing it. To help clarify the context, not Q simply means the denial of Q. So using a negative claim and denying it using a positive claim feels very counterintuitive, but I have more examples of this to follow. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I'm still following.
Yeah, it's basically saying, if the gravity was acting equally, then it would be acting equally on us, and then, we wouldn't be able to exhale. Yeah, I like it. You came up with that yourself?
Yeah. Just while making
cool.
this. The more you know, the more you can do. Next off, I'm almost done, by the way. Next is denying the antecedent. This fallacy can be seen as a defective or invalid use of the modus tollens argument. Recall that in one of the premises of the modus tollens, it denies the consequent of the hypothetical premise. In the fallacious example to follow, however, the antecedent is denied instead of the consequent. Premise 1, if I'm cleaning the kitchen, then I'm not reading my book. Premise 2, if I'm not cleaning the kitchen, the denial of cleaning is not cleaning. Conclusion, thus I'm reading my book, and the denial of not reading is reading. So there it gives you an example of how a negative claim is then denied with a positive claim. The premise here is valid. It's not a non sequitur, but this too is defective reasoning if you think about it. Not being engaged in kitchen cleaning does not by necessity infer that I am reading. I could be doing anything besides cleaning the kitchen. I also have this fallacy as used by Globers. If we would see forever, if P, the Earth would be flat, then Q. We don't see forever, not P. Therefore, the Earth is not flat, therefore not Q. This is a logical leap here between the antecedent and the consequent, so a non sequitur. We can also easily show how you would not see forever through a medium like air, so this is invalid and defective just on the face of it. And in the content and in the form. But then denying the antecedent. Generally, when they try to confirm the globe, they affirm the consequent. And when they want to deny the flat Earth, they use the denying the antecedent. And that's why I felt it was important to bring these up, because these are the things that they think are the most logical, and they think they're being logical, but they're just failing at using logic. Does that make any sense? I only have closing statements after this.
Are you able to post that last flat Earth example in the text?
If they would see forever one?
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Trace.
And my closing words would be, the movies teach them these fallacies and more as logical deductive reasoning, so people use them unconsciously thinking they're being logical. I would class them as level 0 in logic because they don't know any logic. A level 1 hears at least the irrationality, but he can't name the logical fallacies being used, but he at least knows it's wrong. Level 2 can name the fallacies, but struggles to help others understand how they're being fallacious. They can be like, oh, that's a fallacy. It's this fallacy, but I can't really help you understand how you're being fallacious. And I would say level 3 uses the weaknesses of their fallacious argumentation to show others how it is fallacious and doesn't work. And that's, I think, the level we all want to be at. And some here are at that. I'm not at that level yet. I'm like level 2, crawling my way to level 3 by learning this stuff. Application is far harder than the book learning. And so this goes into the 2 last fallacies I want to mention in the end, because knowing the name alone of a fallacy can create an issue with the fallacy-fallacy variation, where the fallacies are called out but not shown, and it's important to not fall into the trap of the fallacy-fallacy, where you assume whatever is argued for is wrong because they argue with a fallacy. However, they should attempt to reformulate an argument without a fallacy, since that specific argument can't be dismissed on the ground of being fallacious, regardless if they are arguing for the truth. This is the end of my presentation, so I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Well done, Drace.
That was
For real, Drace. Yes, agreed.
I'll have to go back and study it and take notes, and yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of awesome information, though. I'm going to have to do that as well.
Drace, you're all over it, buddy. Thanks for doing all that work. And also, is there a section where Drace can just kind of have all this stuff to? And Drace, have you posted this anywhere else on the server? I guess.
Yeah, it's on our wiki.
It's on the wiki. Okay. What I mean is a channel within this specific Discord server. You know, like down the additional information, stuff like that. Is there a spot there where you can just label it, fallacy fiasco or whatever? Yeah. Logical fallacies, yeah, something like that. Is that a good idea or what?
I mean, the easiest way to do it is exactly what he just said. I mean, he posted the wiki.
Cool. Okay. Word.
Yeah. Yeah. We do have a page down there for fallacies. I'm not sure if it's specifically like labeled as fallacies for people to find it. But yeah, it's pretty much just information copied and pasted from the wiki page and other fallacy web pages online.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
What I would like is screenshots of Globers using every single type of fallacy from within here. I keep forgetting to do that. So anybody else who also could take those pictures and screenshot those is a valuable contribution.
Yeah, I can see the benefit in that.
Yeah, great idea, because we got some examples there on the fallacy page, but there's so many more we haven't even added. Like in the discussion tab on that Theological Fallacies page, there's some that I want to add that we don't have examples of yet. And so, yeah, and we can even add more examples to the examples we've already got there, because some of the examples are just ones that we made up, but I have a few screenshots there of examples. But it would be great to have more screenshots for sure.
Yeah, and the more you have, the more we just put into that individual fallacy page, and you can see all the different Globers saying all this dumb stuff.
Oh, we've got, a bunch of fallacies in the lobby right now, because all of us are busy, and they're taking advantage of it here.
Oh, no.
Did you see them? I don't know if anybody's got time to go up there and check them out. Yeah.
Does anybody else have any more questions, concerns for Drace? Redford Bear, do you have anything? You have any input?
No, that was really, really good. That was very fast. You went through all that very quickly. But that was awesome information. Thank you so much for putting that all together. I'm definitely going to re-listen to that and make some notes, because I think that, Drace, what you said, that's kind of my issue too. You know, I listen to people talk about the fallacies. I've heard you just talk about them, but it's hard to apply them, like when you're in that moment, right? So I think that's a good point.
Yeah. that's definitely a big shift from being able to apply the knowledge of the fallacies and the weaknesses of that specific fallacy to show him how his argument is wrong, and just feeling and or knowing which specific fallacy he's using. There's a big gap between there. That's why I really like Elijah and Crypto and Indio, because they're good at doing that. They're at that level where they can they grasp the weakness of that argumentation and just present it to them in a simile or a different way of looking at it, so that they can realize that they're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And Karma did put in the text chat that we could make a game for it to practice identifying a fallacy. I don't think that that's a bad idea. I think that that's a pretty good suggestion.
I mean, we should talk to Matrix about incorporating Globe and Fallacy Bingo together. That'd be hilarious. And just play it through the lobby. They used to do that a lot. I don't know why they don't do it anymore. Maybe they got bored of it.
Yeah, I remember somebody paying about the Globe Bingo once, but I wasn't around, so I'm not even sure how that all works. But yeah.
Globe Bingo is fun.
Yeah. Well, let's get the games going again, you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, Dries, that was fantastic. I don't think I have any questions. Does anybody else have any questions for Dries before we move on?
We could turn these into slides, like a presentation slide, so we could have it access to it while we're having a conversation. Pull it up, and that we just have that as a reference. So I like that idea. I may just go ahead and make presentation slides with all of that you presented today. But I would like to see this as an ongoing series, and it kind of sounds like that's where you're headed.
Well, oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, even just for the break time, too, because there is like Crypto and Elijah as well, we can see if they would like to join us one time and we can continue with the fallacies as well. But, Sunny, I think Dries had a bunch of slides already. Dries, do you have?
Does.
Yeah.
It's in probably what he's talking about. It's probably already in the wiki.
Yeah, I made what you just heard was Logic 102. I made Logic 101 after that, just to add to it.
Oh, out of the frying pan into the fire for us then, huh?
Everybody's cool with moving on to Miss Dandelion?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Dandelion, go ahead and take the floor.
Okay, yeah, Brad asked me to give just a general introduction about why logical fallacies are important. So before I go on to my main thing, which is basically about education, I'm actually just going to read what is the intro at the Logical Fallacies wiki page, which hopefully will give you a general overview. But I think what me and Karma are going to talk about will also kind of address that, because Karma is going to chime in with her experience with young people and so on, because she works with young people. So anyway, why are fallacies important in examining the globe claim? One of the reasons that an unverifiable globe model with impossible dimensions has been able to be perpetuated for so long is that there is a serious lack of training in systematic logic. At one time, formal training in logic was an accepted and important part of classical education. I'll just add here, like you've heard about the trivium, logic, grammar, and rhetoric, that used to be like just the basics of education. Now they're like almost nowhere to be found, especially the logic part. It should surprise no one familiar with current world affairs that it is advantageous for those hoarding power and resources to keep the masses uneducated and their minds untrained. By learning about and pointing out the errors in logic known as logical fallacies when they occur, we can retrain our mind to think more logically and clearly about the nature of our world and other important issues. So yeah, I think, when I came to the server, I was impressed that people were talking about logical fallacies, proofs, these kind of arguments, because, for example, the way geometry used to be taught in school was you would see these kind of, argument formations, if P then Q, all of those all over the place, especially if you took, like a higher level mathematical proofs course and so on. But even in math, they've gotten away from, training children how to use these rules of logic, which are just basic ways to draw conclusions that so many people, as Bruce mentioned, are just completely unfamiliar with. So that's basically the main theme of what I wanted to talk about with karma, is the importance of, and our kind of part of our presentation is about, oh my gosh, who put that book up there? Drace, I love that book. I have that book at my house. I was about to go find the screenshot of that book, and then you put it up there. This is so great. What a great synchronicity. The Trivium, the Liberal Arts of Logic, Grammar, and Rhetoric. That's a really good book. Highly recommended. Anyway, so what I was saying was, youth. Yes, that we are going to discuss how basically, how children develop, how when different types of learning should be introduced at different stages, because modern education has really messed this up. They introduce abstract concepts way too early, such as the globe, such as evolution, such as the atomic model, and so on, at a time when children are at the concrete level and at the just exploring their concrete, physical realm level. And so that's why they mess these children up so badly. So that's why we get these adult children in here that are like unable to reason their way out of a cardboard box, because their brain's been like literally, completely screwed up with the wiring. But the good news is it's not too late. Even if ideally you'd want to get, a young child and start kind of training them up as in the way they should go. But, adult children, you can always go back to any stage that you've missed and kind of retrain your brain. It's never too late for any of us to go back and kind of figure out those gaps in our education and, retrain ourselves, as long as we have the motivation to do so. So I'm only saying that as a preview, just so nobody's like going to sit here and be depressed like, oh my gosh, I've messed up my children, or I'm totally messed up. It's all over for me. That's not supposed to be the point of the presentation. So, Karma, did you have anything to say just on that general note?
No, I think that's a really good introduction.
Okay, cool. All right, so, Okay, so the first, actually, you know what? I'm just going to give you the outline to the things I was going to say, because I might not actually cover every single one of these points, because you guys might start falling asleep if I got into all the intricacies of Piaget and Waldorf and all that. So you can always go and research those things if you're interested. But if you ever go to education school, they are all about Piaget. And then apparently once you actually get a job, you're supposed to just throw Piaget out the door and just do whatever the hell the government tells you to do and forget everything you learned about how children actually grow and learn. So Piaget teaches about the 4 stages, and I'll just put these I'll put actually this whole section into the voice text there so you can see what I'm talking about. Piaget, and all of these are they're just general guidelines that, he found from doing tons of interviews with children, I think thousands or something. He found, you just kind of generally grouped children into these phases, same with the Waldorf stages. Obviously, that doesn't mean on the 7th birthday, the child suddenly, changes and becomes something else. These are just general things, and some children are ahead, some are behind, and so on. So anyway, Piaget's stages there. The sensory motor stage is ages 0 to 2. Pre-operational 2 to 7, concrete operational 7 to 11, formal operational 12 and up. So in terms of teaching formal logic to children, technically the best time to introduce that is starting at age 12. But you can start, what I found, experimenting with my own children, is you can start in depending on the child in section 3 there, concrete operational, but the thing that you can see just from looking at the names of those, even without knowing all the details about all of them, up to age 11, it's concrete. It's they're messing around with stuff. They're figuring out how things work. They're really interested in their world and curious if you let them be. spend a lot of time outside, manipulating things and so on. That's how they learn best. They don't learn best if you give them this abstract concept of the globe and tell them, oh, it feels like the earth is flat and stationary, but you're totally wrong. Your experience is wrong. Actually, you're on this spinning globe. So anyway, it's not only unfortunate that they're giving them the wrong information. Even if that was the right information, let's pretend it's true, right? That's not a good time to introduce that, that your reality is completely wrong and everything you experience is wrong. If that were even true, I'd still say, don't even talk to them about that until they're older. It's a ridiculous thing they shouldn't even have to worry about. They should be going around learning about what's actually in their world where they live. And since we know it's false, that makes it even worse. And so then, anyway, the Waldorf stages, which I actually like better, that's more the kind of thing I'm using. Like Piaget is kind of the formal educational thing, like I said, that they teach people and then they never use it again after they leave education school. Waldorf, Rudolf Steiner, who was aware of the Earth's true cosmology. I have a Rudolf Steiner quote here somewhere. I got to try to find it for you guys. It's a really good quote. Anyway, he questioned the heliocentric model. I know Adam Unsalted, sometimes we'll put quotes in here from Rudolf Steiner. I'll just give you a link to the Rudolf Steiner page on the plaintruth.info. Anyway, he developed the Waldorf philosophy of education, and he divided children into 3 stages: will, ages 0 to 7; feeling, ages 7 to 14; thinking, ages 14 to 21. So again, they were not even gonna even get into thinking that hard until we're 14, and now you got them shoving these kids full of stuff, book knowledge and all this stuff that they're nowhere near ready to deal with, and calling that education, when all of their early education should be way more experiential, which is, if you're lucky enough to either have a Waldorf school around you. They're very expensive, though. I've never actually sent my children to Waldorf school, but there's a lot of Waldorf homeschooling stuff you can do, or even if your children are in a regular school, you can always do it at home, as a supplemental thing, because they have a ton of really good, natural toys and just, cool books and music and stuff like that. So I think the Waldorf education is really good. So, anywho, Karma, did you have anything to say there about the stages?
Well, I guess maybe just that I totally agree that you should teach it at a proper age, but you should always role model good logic from a young age, even if you're not, teaching them properly yet. Because knowing how to use logic at any age with kids, it's going to help them with their self-control and social skills. So, because it always spreads out from itself.
I totally agree. Yes, and even though, you might not necessarily at a young age, and that's the part we can talk about a little more in the next section. Even if you're not at a young age, sitting there and making them watch Drace's presentation and teaching them to identify the formal names of fallacies, you're still doing things that develop the logic that will come later. For example, we all know, if you want to use the scientific method, which is a very reasonable, logical, deductive method, you have to make a natural observation first, which is where tons of people can't even seem to do step 1, make a natural observation. But that's basically all that children are doing, their whole first part of their life. Anyone who's been around any children ever knows that's true. So, and that's what this first resource recommendation I have, which is for young people, Keo and Gus. That's from the Philosophy Children series by Matthew Lipman. I remember using this with my children when they were in first, second grade, that kind of thing. And they're basically just stories, and then you kind of just ask questions about the stories. It's just a very low level. It's not identifying fallacies or anything, but it's just encouraging children kind of to make observations. Yeah, absolutely. Tracy says natural observations are what children do. According to the Globers, the toddlers are doing science. Yep, you gotcha. You betcha. Sometimes they're doing it better than some of these college students we get in here. So, anyway, those are my recommendations for teaching logic from 0 to 7 is mostly informal training. Allow the child to experience the world on their own terms. Answer their questions as best you can or research them together at their level, preferably with hard copy books because they like to touch and feel. Ask them questions about their experiences and accept their answers as valid, presenting alternatives as needed. Okay, so then that's where you're kind of like starting to introduce them the idea of hypothesizing, making your natural observation and then hypothesizing about it. You might know that hypothesis is wrong, right? Like, why is the sky blue? Oh, because God painted it blue or whatever. You don't have to be like, no way, it's not because God painted it. Let me explain to you. You can say, oh, yeah, that's a really interesting idea. And let's, talk about this some more. Maybe look at these books. You can accept that their hypothesis has some validity and, possibility, whatever it is, without having to, sit there and tell them you're absolutely wrong. Science has shown we live on a globe, that kind of thing. Watch the clouds together, feel the stillness and solidity of the earth while lying on the ground. I think this is a great exercise just in general to kind of get people grounded in reality. Any age. If I had Zanuck here, I'd take him out to the field and we'd be looking at the clouds and we'd just say, Zanuck, you feel any emotion? And would Zanuck lie to me? Hard to say. Number 4, use natural materials as much as possible. Oh, somebody hasn't answered that question. It was rhetorical, but if you have got an answer of whether Zanuck would lie, I totally want to hear it. Is Zanuck here still? No, that's good. Thanks. I want to talk to him. He said probably. Okay. Yeah, I totally feel the movement, Mary Mom. Don't you?
I feel it so hard right now. Something like that.
Okay, so number 5, encourage imaginative play. Number 6, begin to introduce musical instruments, starting with drum, endo recorder, or pentatonic flute, lap harp. So Waldorf is really into the pentatonic scale in introducing music, and they have tons of very cool songs. They encourage singing songs about things you're doing. When you have cleanup, you have a cleanup song. Which doing cleanup songs, that's kind of a thing that they do a lot in early education, which I love. Do you have a cleanup song at the place where you work, Karma?
I actually just always make songs for everything without having heard of this. When I'm getting a kid to send home, I'll be singing their name. I'd be like, if your mom is here, I'd be like, Dandelion, the coolest and greatest. Your mom is here to pick you up, and they'll power slide into the room.
Oh my goodness! I totally. You're trying to recruit me to move to Iceland so I can put my children in your school, aren't you? That's what you're doing here.
Maybe a little bit.
That sounds great. That's the kind of thing I do too. Yeah. Okay, so where were we? Encourage singing. This kind of goes with number 6 and what we just said. Learn songs using the pentatonic scale to start. So anywho, I have this one. This is not the songbook that I have. But I was going to recommend this one because it looks good, but I don't have it. So later I'll just take a picture of it and find it. But so did you have any other comments about that section, Karma, about 0 to 7? Is that what ages are you working with?
I usually have 6 to 10, but I also had a nephew grow up here from birth until 5, 6 years old. So that's the age I'm most comfortable with, I would say. Although I always have 11 and 12-year-olds coming back to chat.
Cool.
But yeah, on what you were saying about songs and play and stuff like that, you can use story times and jokes and play and stuff like that to explain logic as well by using examples, by just using it in the play. I often have where we're playing, you're maybe using Action Man, you can just be like, the guy is doing something, you're like, but what about this? We have to think about the logic of, if he's doing this, he needs to be there, so he has to come over here first. What about the time between? And they're like, yes. Okay, and in the time doing this, and you just help them along a little bit within the game.
Absolutely. Yep. And so I think that's the important thing, that people, with their own children or children, that are their relatives or friends, can always be doing these things without necessarily. I mean, that's the common question we get in here, isn't it? Do you teach your children about the flat Earth? It's well, yeah, whatever. I mean, we've said 100 times, that takes 5 minutes to explain when you have someone who knows how to use reason and logic. The more important thing is to have a child who is actually able to observe and make determinations about the actual world where they live, and realize the difference between fantasy and reality, and that what's on their TV screen is not necessarily reality. I mean, that's just another example. Yeah, I do with my children because I don't like them being traumatized by like violent images on the TV, which I try to reduce them in general, especially for the young ones. But if they happen to be there and, you know, there's some kind of violent image, I will often say to them, yeah, well, that, you know, those, because they look shocked. They're like, you know, if you notice, especially children that haven't been desensitized to it yet, I'm like, oh yeah, those are just actors. They're playing a part. Those people are alive and well today. You know, they're just using props and so on, because there's no reason for them to be traumatized by events like that. What was the example you used on Ladies' Night about, do you remember the example you told us? Was that last Ladies' Night? You told us the example from school?
I think it was the one before. And are you talking about the 11-year-old who came to chat to me about NASA and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because we use
that story.
Oh yeah, the thing about this, I also want to mention, we have a thing that we call teachable moments at work, where whenever you catch the kids having a conversation or talking about something, and I do this with lodging and all kinds of things like that, you grab the moment to just chat with them, ask them questions, or teach them something through play. That's what we call teachable moments. And it's all about just grabbing that throughout the day. You don't have to create them, you can catch them. But yeah, the other thing was, that kid was a freaking genius. He was interested in World War II and the British royalty. And I would sneak to him small little truther stuff, beginner truther stuff that he would check out. So he started to get interested. And then when it came to NASA and stuff, I would be fairly honest, but not say too much. And then I'd be like, well, I don't believe that NASA is telling the truth because it looks pretty fake. It's very badly done. And I think they're just getting a bunch of money without doing what they say they're doing. So I think they're just what we call peningaplockare, somebody who steals money without anybody knowing. It's greedy man. It's a word. But then later on, he's like a year older, and he comes walking past when I'm in outside play, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I wanted to talk to you. I was watching the NASA thing, and the moon landing thing is definitely fake." And he was talking about how he watched a bunch of stuff, and his grandma is 6 years old, but she's been working in this pool thing for like 20, 30 years. And she said that the pool they're using isn't even deep enough for competitive use. And then he said he was watching something to do with like launch to Mars and stuff. And he was just like, this is so fake. It was absolutely adorable. But got a little truther growing there.
That is cool. Yeah, that actually made me think of a thing that happened with my, he's 10 now, but when I joined the server, I bet he was only like 7 or 8. And, yeah, Brad and Redford, tell us if we're taking too much time, because me and Karma could probably just have a tea party here and talk all day long. I think we're only on like section 1, but anyway.
Why does there need to be a time limit?
Okay, I didn't know there was.
Yeah, I'm enjoying listening to you. Like, I think it's great. Continue, please.
Okay, yeah, so I joined the server like not that long ago, and yeah, news flash for people who weren't here when I joined the server. I used to get like really agitated at the Globers. Like I kind of do now sometimes, but I used to get like way more agitated with them because I was shocked. Like when the teenagers would first come in and like be like you know they're not getting paid. They're just like children, 14, 15 coming in and just like defending their oppressors left and right, and getting angry if you even tried to just hint that NASA might be lying. That just like blew my mind. I was like not very happy about it. So anyway, and then my son I can't remember what, he heard something on the radio that NASA was, going to Mars, and one of their lies. I said, oh, Zach, this guy's, this is not accurate. This is a complete lie. NASA's definitely not doing that. There's zero objective evidence that they're doing this. And then he said to me, oh, I know, Mom. I hear you yelling at people in the basement about it. And I just thought it was so funny because I had no idea that he was even listening to anything that I said, and apparently he's listening to every word. So anyway.
I remember hearing you talk about them before. That is awesome.
Yeah. So now we are on, that was 0 to 7. Now we're on beginning formal training generally after age 7. Informal training never stops. Number 1, continue encouraging natural observation. Continue encouraging questioning and keep asking questions. Look into their eyes when they're answering. So that's again about keeping them grounded in reality, not getting off into crazy fantasy land of the internet and the television, which they're going to start hearing more and more. Encourage them to choose a higher level instrument to learn. So yeah, the Waldorf at the young age starts with that pentatonic scale and kind of those easier instruments, but then, at this time they could start learning the violin or the trumpet or whatever, piano's always good. I think everybody should learn the piano because that one's right and left hand together. You have to learn to do both. Even if you choose another instrument, it's always good to have a bass.
You didn't actually drop off that fast, did you? Hold on a second.
Oh, I thought that was me. Okay.
I thought it was me. Yeah, I did too.
Oh dang. She may have
Did she just stop
Everyone
talking? Did she just stop talking, or it literally dropped out that fast? I'm like, wow. What happened? But I really enjoy listening to Dandelion. Oh my gosh. It's fantastic. Man. That level of discussion is fascinating, yeah.
Well, until she comes back, I have an example of how knowing logic can help children, if you guys want to hear that.
Sure.
Yeah, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, for example, I'm going to give you an example of how bad logic hurt a kid. A girl who had horrible anger issues. Turns out the reason why she had anger issues was because somebody had told her you couldn't control your anger. That's why it did. It's okay, you just couldn't control your anger. So her logic for herself was, I cannot control my emotions control me. And when she started getting help with this, someone taught her that these are your emotions. If you're not controlling them, then who is? You're the one who controls your emotions. They don't control you. And as soon as she changed this and she started using good logic for herself, she stopped having these anger issues, and her social skills also improved. Because when you have bad logic and you make logical leaps, you can get easily upset, especially as a child. They'll be like, he meant to do that because of this, and and they'll explode and get angry. And they push their friends away and they isolate themselves. And the same thing can apply to good logic, where you can see when there is a disagreement within the child group, when a child has been brought up with good logic, they can actually resolve the dispute between the kids by just presenting it logically and calmly, and the other kids will be like, okay, it makes sense. They'll actually calm down, and it works even with 6-year-olds. But yeah, I think Dandelion's back, so I'm going to pass it back to her.
I'm so glad you took over. I don't even know when I cut off here. I told Redford Beer and Brad earlier, I even drove to the city, and I'm sitting in the parking lot right next to Cell Tower just for you people, but I still can't stay connected. But nonetheless, thank you for taking over.
I'm just glad to have you back.
Yeah. But so I started off with the 7 after age 7. I don't know where I left off, but anyway, I was going to talk about the Fallacy Detective book, so I'll just go ahead with that. So yeah, another story about the same son that was secretly listening to me talking to Globers in the server. So when I first started using this book in my homeschool, because I think the ages, it's somewhere on the page, it gives the ages, and like the official ages were only for my 3 older children. So I was only like officially teaching them, but then the 2 younger ones were like sitting there the whole time, and it's very goes into naming something. They have naming each fallacy. I'm trying to give you an example here from the website, and they usually have like little cartoons, like it appeals to children and so on. And so anyway, and my children just really liked this book. Like every time they would like ask to do it, and it's something that we would do, as a group and so on. So anyway, I was going through and teaching each chapter and fallacy with the 3 older, but then the other one was sitting there just doing his own work because I thought he was too young. I think he was only like 7 or 8 at that time. But then he started like identifying them, and sometimes he was identifying them better than the older boys were. So I realized, we gotta get him in here too. And so then now he started doing it. So no matter what it is, the age they say in there, you can do it younger. So same thing, like I said about just these, the stages in general are just general. It's not like you have to sit there and like wait for their birthday. And Karma says they learn fast when it's like a game, right? They're competing, and he was like showing up his 3 older brothers by getting the answer before them. Absolutely. So yeah, if you get any kind of competition in there, then that's very good. So anyway, I find that to be a really good book to use for older children. I went through the 5 points of the informal training, never the stops, but I'm not going to repeat those again. Okay, here's the C. This is one I really wanted to mention. And I've heard Mimas, our admin, talk about this with his children before because, people will ask, how do you deal with this kind of thing with children? So I'll just read the paragraph I wrote before, how to deal with the influence of the mass formation psychosis. At this point, young people will likely be hearing false information out in the world about the globe, evolution, and other pseudoscientific ideas. You can begin to explain to them that it is possible to explore these ideas and learn these fantasy models while also recognizing that they have no basis in reality. You can also tell them that if they discuss these ideas with other people, expect an emotional response for the very reasons explained above. These ideas were implanted in them as children before their reasoning stage was able to properly incorporate them as abstractions. Use your intuition when determining what is appropriate to discuss here, depending on your relationship with the child and their life situation. So yeah, basically what they've done there, by implanting, let's just talk about the globe in particular, because there's many other pseudoscientific ideas out there, of course. The globe in particular, by implanting that as a solid object, the globe in the classroom, the globe on every cartoon, the globe on the Weekly World News or whatever, the globe. They're like implanting that as a solid object, as if it's real at that concrete stage when the child is, learning from actually exploring their environment. So even though they've never experienced a globe, never experienced rotation and so on, we get them in here as adults, and they are like not capable of even thinking that it's possible that the globe doesn't really exist, even though they've never actually seen it, right? They've only seen images of it. Even when you point out, NASA explaining how
Did she drop out again?
Oh my gosh, did I drop out?
Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Still here.
Okay. Oh yeah. So speaking of that, Detective One Shot, he did send me a message DM there, even though we're in the middle of presentation. Detective One Shot, I did want to say, and since it applies to what we're talking about right now, his question is, can we go to space and see if it's flat? So the answer to that, Detective One Shot, and hopefully you'll stick around for after the presentation because I see you don't have any roles. Or if you want to jump up to the VC check-in and get a role so you can talk to us later, that'd be cool. But yeah, we can't go up to the fantasy medium of outer space as it is portrayed because Drace did point this out earlier in his presentation of why the entire concept of having gas pressure without a container is fallacious reasoning. But yeah, it's impossible for that medium to exist. We can't have a vacuum uncontained next to the atmosphere of outer space. And on NASA.gov website, they come right out and tell you that they've created the globe image for you on a computer on the ground. There's no images from space, Detective One Shot. And Mr. Robert Simon will tell you that right on his own NASA.gov website. All right.
What's wrong with just going outside to see if it's flat? Why do you have to go to a special place?
Great question, Indio.
Did I come in clear?
Oh, I heard you.
Like, why do we have to go to a special place? It's silly.
NASA does claim that one photo is real.
Yeah, Apollo 17. We could go into why that's all the inconsistencies of that if we want to later.
Yeah, just to clarify,
just
they do
finish
claim
this.
one as an actual legit image,
Anyway.
but we know that's bullshit too.
Yeah, memes Apollo 17 that pretty much explains one argument, but there's probably like 75 more, along with it being completely impossible to start with.
Looks like a painting to me.
This particular image is obviously a drawing from the book The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof That Earth is Not a Spinning Globe by Edward Hendry. It is a diagram showing you why the Apollo 17 image is impossible to have been taken at the time and in the way that they claimed. There's an entire chapter on it if anyone's interested. The book is free on the internet. Okay, so here's the next book I recommend, Harry Stoudemire's Discovery, Philosophy for Children, number 5. That's just another resource if you have children, or if you don't have children yet, you can always bookmark it and save it onto a playlist for when you have children. Never too late to start. I think I was pregnant with my first child when I started researching whether I was going to homeschool. They had charter schools in Michigan. I started meeting with this group that wanted to open a charter school. Never too early, never too early. Anyway, Karma, did you have anything to say about the age 7 and up stage?
Well, I did have one comment on the mass psychosis and the globe inundated with everywhere, I've seen a presentation on how that just your general attitude, body language and things and opinions of the parents can affect the children subconsciously. Mm-hmm. And I've seen examples of that in real life. For instance, a child came to me and showed me a drawing he made that was Donald Trump. Instead of Trump, it's the word for fart in Icelandic. And I'm like, why is he Donald Fart? And he's like, because he sucks. He's a bad man. And I'm like, why is he bad? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, why do you think he's bad? And he's like, my dad doesn't like him. And he's like, has he said something about him? And he's like, It's mostly just, even if your body language and the way if you treat the globe like it's a bit of a joke or it's funny, or if you treat it like it's just a religion that some people believe in, just like with the kids that are smart and figure out, okay, Santa Claus obviously isn't real or whatever, then you tell those kids off and like, let's not ruin it for the other kids because they want to believe in it and they're having fun with their little fantasy. They want to believe in this stuff. And I remember being told that as a kid and being like, okay, I'm not going to ruin it for the other kids though. And you can do kind of the same with like, it's people just believe in this, kind of like some people believe in this religion or that religion, and approach it that way. I don't know. I just want to comment on that.
That is an excellent point, Karma. Yeah, you absolutely, it does not have to be a crisis for the child. It doesn't have to be like, and you now must go, and you must each day wear a shirt that's to school that says the earth is flat. You must fight with everyone all day long. No, that's not what it needs to be at all. And it isn't that way. I mean, I've experienced the same thing. Like my youngest one, I was wondering, like, has he ever, because I never presented the globe to him as, as reality, whereas these other ones, some of them were at a school, earlier where they got that presented to them and so on, my older ones. But my youngest one, I'm like, I wonder what he thinks about that. And then one day I was actually making, I was either working on the Flat Earth Wiki or a video or something. I think I was working on a video. And my youngest one came up and pointed at the globe image. He's like, what's that? I think he was 5 or 6. And I was kind of happy that he said, what's that? Like he's never seen one before. I'm like, I guess I've done my job well. And so the first time he saw it was, me making a Flat Earth video. But anyway, I just said like a simple thing, like, that's just, it's a, people say this is where we live. That's an image of the globe where people say we live. But actually, we don't. They just made that up, and he's just like, okay. And then he just went on playing, they're not like, they don't need to have an existential crisis about it because they don't really care. Like you said, if your emotion level is not high about it, like they don't really care like that much about it. It's these adult children, little hissy fit tantrum throwers here that have staked their whole life on the globe apparently, and spent all that time memorizing the Klingon dictionary that are worried about it. I love this one that Drace put up here. I don't think I've heard of that one before, and it goes along with our friend Sisyphus rolling my boulders, Sisyphean fallacy, where a proponent of a position says someone can refute or confirm a position if they are able to complete an impossible task. That is good. That's based on the question that our friend asked about if we can go up into space. Grace?
Yeah. When they say they can prove the globe by either you or them going up into space and looking at it as a globe, they're using the Sisyphean fallacy.
I love that. That is wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, and then I found a link to Hendry's book. So if anyone's interested in seeing, all the inconsistencies, even in the images that they claim to be true, beyond the ones that Robert Simon admits are CGI, you can read that entire book. And it has a lot of other good stuff in it, too. Okay. Oh, there's a few sources I wanted to give for like high school or college level, like an advanced high school student could do these, especially if you've been like training them up the whole time. This first one is from Carnegie Mellon University. It's a free logic course. This next one's the Lumen Learning course that Drace found, which I haven't actually looked at that a ton, but I know Drace uses it, so it must be good. And this other one's a book that my high school sons use, and I have some lesson plans based on this book if anybody's interested in it. Static Logic. So anyway, those are those 3 resources, and that's pretty much all I had to say, unless anybody, I don't know, Karma, if you have anything else to say, or if anybody has any questions.
I think that's good, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I just wanted to emphasize again, just ending the way I started was it's never too late, to retrain your brain. Like, actually, I mean, even this logical fallacy book, like, I go through that with my children, and, I learn stuff from it because even stuff written at a child's level, you can learn things by teaching it to other people, obviously. And then, you can, it's not too late for any of us. So I just wanted to, even though this is focused on, like, how to reach children, it can apply to all of us. And Drace says the same thing. Yep, every time you go over it, you learn more. Absolutely.
And even if you don't have kids, it's good resources because sometimes you really do have to explain it at a child's level, whether it's a language barrier or an intellectual problem. But it can be helpful with globers as well.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for me or Karma?
Well, like one of the things about you're talking about the adult kids, it takes more patience because when they're children, you still have to have patience, but when these adults, they have more tantrum. You have to have that patience to sink that information in.
I think that's a great point to make. Yeah, it takes more patience, especially dealing with adults in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server than it does myself dealing with 6 children, or when I used to teach in the public schools, dealing with 30 children. Even substituting 30 children in like one of the worst schools I've ever taught in was easier than dealing with adults, even one of these fantasy globe believers in the half the time the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server 2.0. They're just so stubborn and recalcitrant. They refuse to think logically. They refuse to put aside the premise of the globe. It is because of what we just said. They're stunted at the time of their development when they should have been learning about the real world. And some, I mean, I'm not saying like, it's not like education. They just like prop up their eyeballs with toothpicks like in Clockwork Orange and force them to look at globe pictures all day long. I mean, some, there's experiences, obviously, you have in just even your typical school where you're dealing with reality. Certain subjects lend themselves to it more than others, like certain aspects of biology and chemistry and so on. But it's just overtaken. I really do think it's partly this generation where the internet and the television have just overtaken their brains to the point where it's like you're literally, reaching through the matrix, talking to someone that's plugged into a completely different reality, and, trying to actually, deprogram them to convince them to go back to the reality where they actually live and are breathing, walking around, and eating, but their brains are somewhere else, disconnected, and that takes even more patience. And the thing I've learned here on the Discord is it also takes sometimes recognizing, this person, and I never want to say they're hopeless. Actually, I do sometimes say that, and then I feel bad afterwards. But at this stage in their development, some people are just not ready, and maybe it's because of that, Some people don't want to revisit their childhood, right? And so if that globe was implanted there in childhood, some people are like, nope, not going back there. So there's a lot of psychological things going on there that we have to deal with that you don't have to deal with if you're talking to a child who hasn't been as badly indoctrinated or contaminated with this stuff, for sure. I agree, Karma. Yep. Karma says she has endless patience for children, but when a grown-up is being a deceptive sophist, even I don't want to deal with them sometimes, absolutely, because they won't listen to you. So what's the point of spending the time with them when they don't even want, they don't need.
Yeah, the kids at least listen. They have the sense to listen, or if not, it's easy to get their attention.
Dandelion, can I just say something that I've said to other people in the survey before? And that's these children are taught things at the age of roughly 5 years old, and it's kind of a 1 or 2 year period in which they get taught this information about the globe. But then it's not challenged at 10, it's not challenged at 15, it's probably not even challenged at 20. So you're looking at maybe 25 before they start reflecting on whether or not the globe is real. So you've got 20 years of indoctrination there to deal with, essentially. And that's a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
It's until you're out of school or out of college or out of university or out of study that you can actually reflect back as an adult and re-examine your life and as someone who's more mature.
Yeah, that's why I think, and I don't know what the answer is, because it's not like people are coming to this gaming server and saying, yes, can you please go back and retrain my brain and re-educate me? No, they're not. So, we just can do what we can and present the information, and some people are ready to hear it, some people aren't, but, we can give them different resources and hope that maybe, even if they're not going to, thoroughly get it, completely understand this globe model has zero basis in objective reality and is not scientific, or mathematical in any way, even if they just start to even question that, or question the moon landings, or question just, stories that they're told, I mean, at least that's a start. So we aren't necessarily going to bring everyone to completion, that's here. Helio also suggested this logic lessons with Mr. Spock, which I haven't actually watched, but I know other people have recommended this in the server, so I just thought I'd put that up there. Apparently it's good. I haven't actually watched it. Okay, so are we ready for India, or what are we doing?
Does anybody? I guess nobody has any other questions. Thank you for presenting. That was very informative. I enjoyed listening to that.
Bravo.
Thanks for having us.
It was almost like a 2-for-1 special. It was like a presentation on logical fallacies, and then we got like a grinds my gears type of rant. I love those rants. So yeah, it was like a 2-for-1. I appreciate that.
Did I rant? I don't even remember ranting. It just comes naturally. I probably did.
It was a 3-for-1 with ladies' night included.
There you go. Do you want me to start ranting about ladies' night? Yeah, if India's not here, I could rant about something else for a while.
Let's see if India's around.
I'm here. Give me a second. Give me like 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, I wasn't sure how you were going to tile that in, Dandelion. And then when I saw the what was that, a PDF or that wiki link thing that you had sent in the chat, and when I read it, I was like, oh, this is going to be so good. So that was very enjoyable to listen to. But yeah, if you want to add anything else till India's ready.
Oh, I do have a question for Dandelion.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering what you would say to like teachers or educators regarding like flat Earth and like looking into it? Because I'm sure we have those people listening as well.
Yeah, see, that is a very good question, Cyberblitz. Thank you for asking that. Because when I first realized, and I will go into this story in detail on my podcast with Crypto and Crowd. I can't even remember the name of that podcast anymore because they stopped doing it. But, it was called Why Would They Lie? I don't remember. Anyway, regardless, I explained like how I got into Flat Earth. It's because I was writing a term paper to get my master's in science education to tell students why they were wrong when they said the Earth was flat. If they heard that on Twitter with their favorite rapper, I was going to explain to them why they were wrong, because that was our assignment, is to explain them.
Well, sometimes.
So,
no, continue. I'm not sure who that is.
Okay. So anyway, but then when I started researching and I realized, oh my goodness, I can't, I did write the paper and I kind of presented both sides of the issue, but I realized there is not a lot of good answers to some of these questions these flat earthers are raising. And at that time in 2016, I didn't, in no place on the internet did I find the 8 inches per mile square predicted curvature, any mathematical measurements and so on. Once I found that, later on, it was game over for me, but it started to make me agitated. Like, how am I ethically going to keep teaching this if I can't, back this up? But then and then even after I was certain, after I saw the mathematics that prove it conclusively beyond beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this curvature is not measured or observed anywhere, I was like, oh, can I keep teaching earth science? Like, they assigned an earth science class to me. I'm like, oh my gosh, am I going to be able to teach this? But then I found that it's just kind of like how I explained about teaching to your own children. It's like, I have not even one time lied to a student about any of this. And it's not an issue. And it's basically the things to the contrary, I found I've gotten way better at my job because I am hammering home the scientific method, hammering home examining sources, hammering home, you might find that on the internet here, but look over here where it completely contradicts what it says there. So what do you think the real story is? I mean, it's made me a way better teacher without one time ever using the phrase flat earth. So my advice would be, if you start to realize it, don't get anxious about it or think you have to quit your job because you probably have to feed your family and all that. And that goes for anyone who has a job that's, where you think it's going to be a problem. You don't have to go to work and, start, like I said about the children, you have to go wear a flat earth t-shirt to work. That's, some people do that, and people have different paths. But to me, it's way more important to just to get people grounded, thinking logically, thinking in reality, than to get involved in phrases and ideas that are controversial, that are going to make people emotionally triggered, to where you're not actually going to make any progress with them and so on. So I don't know if that was your question, was what should they do? I mean, I would say just, keep doing what you're doing, but become the best you could possibly be at it, so that, there's no room for anyone to be questioning you, basically. I mean, isn't that what we do here?
Yeah, just to touch on that, I think what Dandelion said is really key. Especially when you're still in the learning, or you think you're in a research phase and you're still gathering information.
Right, because not everyone is ready to tackle this topic in public, as we've seen, and that's why this place is a great training ground. And then you'll find, that you can't, in India, whenever you're ready, you can cut in. We're just killing time till you're ready. But you can find that, you can introduce, is he roboting?
Yeah, was that India?
Okay. I think you were, I don't know, maybe try disconnecting and
Oh yeah, he's roboting.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, what I found is you introduce, and I know a lot of people do this, you see what level of truth the person you're talking to is ready for. So you don't have to go right to the juggler, right, with flat earth. I mean, you can if you want to, like if you're Witsit, and you are into that kind of thing. But like, like I did with my homeschool group, I've told this story before, I'll just tell it briefly, they were going to make outer space the science topic for the entire year. Our homeschool co-op where, you can go once a week, and cooperative, like each parent teaches a different class and so on. So I wrote them a 2-page essay using my credentials, my degrees, and so on about how it was impossible for outer space to exist in the way claimed. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Here's this physicist, that physicist, the other physicist that questions these theories such as dark matter and so on. Never once did I mention the words flat earth anywhere in there, but I, just explained to them why they were going to be misinforming children, as well as they were supposedly Christians, so that were going to also be contradicting what they were telling their children and telling them to read the Bible and so on. And, never mentioned flat earth once, but said, if you guys choose to do this, I'll have to withdraw my children and we ethically won't be able to participate in, in spreading this misinformation about the astrophysicist fairy tale. And then I got no response, no substantive response at all. Like, I wasn't even that nervous about writing it because I'm just like, even though these are the ladies, I go to dinner with and so on. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, but like, I know if you got your facts, if you kill them with the facts, right? Like, Carmen, you were talking about killing them with politeness, be polite. List the irrefutable facts, and most people are just, that's what I find in the world. I don't know what other people find. It's like they're just kind of like, they don't have an answer. We know they have no answer because they've never researched it. They don't really know what you're talking about, and so they will just avoid it. That's my experience. And then you can feel like you are moving through the world in truth and continue on with your life and don't participate in the lies if you can avoid them, or if you have to, like I said, explain to your children that that's what we're doing to humor these people, just like Karma said about Santa Claus. You don't want to necessarily make other people's children have information that's going to get them into hot water if those children are not ready for it, or if they're going to have an emotional breakdown and so on. Yeah, you're way better, Indio.
Okay. Well, I want to say something about what you said.
Oh, goody.
I personally, I have no problem with teaching somebody the globe model, as long as you emphasize that it's just a model. So there's actually historical precedent for this, because when Copernicus and Kepler came up with their heliocentric model, the Ptolemaic model was taught side by side with it for something like 200 years. They didn't just say, oh, we're just going to abandon this. They just said this model might be right, that model might be right. In fact, they would teach Tycho Brahe's model, which is where I think that one's where the moon and the sun, I think it's the sun and the moon orbit the Earth, but the planets orbit the sun, something like that. So that's an even weirder one. But as long as you tell them this isn't a physical reality, it's just a mathematical model to make predictions of this, that, or the other thing, and it doesn't mean anything real. We have lots of models that do that. So I don't know why people are surprised when we, globe earthers come in here and they're somehow surprised when we tell them it's just a model and it's not reality, and we do this all the time. They seem stunned. No, this is well known. Things aren't really in two places at once. They have no problem. Quantum physics does it, but when it comes to the shape of the Earth, all of a sudden, no, it really is. No, it's really a globe. Go to space. You'll see. Anyway, that's what I want to say about that.
Yes, I like that. Thank you. I appreciate that, definitely. You don't need to be afraid of models. We can examine them and then discard them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even if it works in one particular circumstance, just use it for that particular circumstance. Usually you're doing it for some utility. Do what works. There's nothing wrong with that. That otherwise you're just as religious as they are, right? You're just because you guys are saying this is the reality, I refuse to use this globe model, even though it works in this situation. That's just being religious too. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Anyway, whatever. So should I go?
Yeah, man, you might as well shouldn't even pause. Keep going, man.
Yeah, so this is a short and sweet. I got this idea kind of, well, I'll go back. So Matthew Learns was in our live stream, right? And he was talking about a mathematical proof, and there was some over it.
Did he cut out for anybody?
Yeah, I cut out for a second. Sorry. So there was an argument about it, and what Matthew Learns said that you can prove that there's an infinite number of primes using a proof by contradiction. Now, this kind of like bothered me because, I'm not too hip on infinity, and I realized that this is all actually, and he even cited, this goes back to Euclid. Euclid was the first person to ever use what's called the proof by contradiction. But, so the proof is this, that if you have a finite set of primes, whatever that is, right? Say the first 10,000 prime numbers. If you multiply them all together and add 1, that will also be a prime number. But that prime number won't be in that finite set that you started with. That means that for any finite set you have of prime numbers, there'll always be a prime number that's not in that set that you can create with that set. So this is a proof by contradiction because there's always there's no definite finite set, then there must be an infinite set. This is actually wrong because, and I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to say why. Because two logical fallacies. The number one logical fallacy is it's a false dichotomy. Even though we use the word infinite and finite as if they are opposite things, they actually are not. And the reason they are not is because, what's the word for it? Is because it's a false equivalence, right? They're actually not equivalent things. A finite thing is an object, where infinity is an operation or an action, right? One is a noun, the other is a verb. So notice in this proof by contradiction, right? You have to do an operation. You have to multiply primes and then add 1. That's actually doing something. Now you can do that action forever, but that doesn't mean like the result of that action is infinite too, right? So it's also a non sequitur fallacy on top of it. But the point of all this is we have a lot of traditions where people say things are proven, right? And they'll use, I would call this a false proof. And I would say, don't have any sacred cows. Don't, just because someone said, yes, this was proven by so-and-so 10,000 years ago, and it sounds good on the surface, don't be afraid to examine it and poke at it to see if actually it might contain some sort of logical fallacy. So, sure, Matthew Learns is probably like spinning right now, spiraling, that I actually said a mathematical proof was not a mathematical proof, but he'll get over it. Anyway, that was pretty much it. But this also does go to something with flat Earth when they say things like, where's the edge, right? Well, if I walk in a straight line forever, there's got to be an edge, right? This assumes that, but this is the same false dichotomy, finite versus infinite. And there's something called Zeno's paradoxes, and he proved 2,000 years ago that you can't prove with logic whether we are in an unbounded or bounded universe, because you can do this mathematical operation where, right, and I'll give you the example he used, it's Achilles and the tortoise. Well, that was one. I'll give you a more modern type example. Say you have a wall, right, that's 10 feet away. Now, I can walk 5 feet, cut half the distance, and approach the wall. And mathematically, I can keep doing this, right? And then I can go half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance. And I'm approaching this wall. Mathematically, even though I'm getting closer, I'm actually never going to reach the wall. But we know from experience that we actually can walk 10 feet and touch a wall. right? We can prove that there is a boundary by going to touch it, but mathematically and logically, we can't prove it. So when they say things like there's an edge, there must be an edge, especially when they say there must be an edge, I just ask them to prove it. And their response is, well, what else would it be? Which is not actually a response, right? It's like, this is the only thing I can think of. This is what I grew up with, so it must be this. So, like I said, the point of this is, don't assume that there's any sacred cows just because we grew up with these like in our childhood, and they've been told to us by our teachers that X, Y, and Z has been proven. You know, they relied on this proof 1,000 years ago. That's not necessarily true. Re-examine what you've been told, and you know you will all be better off for it. That's it, Finny.
I got a question for you, Indio. Since you got a pretty short presentation, I wanna bounce a question off of you.
All right.
What do you think the number one fallacy that a flat earther commits? That we don't call each other out on.
Let me think about that for a second.
All right, go ahead. While you're thinking about that, does anybody have any questions, concerns, comments, or anything?
I would like to answer that question real quick, and I would say the fallacy, because I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but there's a lot of flat earthers that in the heat of the moment do make non sequitur statements.
Yeah.
And like you said in your presentation, non sequiturs are very common. They're not like some weird thing. They're very common that people just jump to. It's really non sequiturs are jumping to conclusions without evidence and without a logical step in the middle. And everyone does this. I'm sure I do it. So I'd say probably that is the most prevalent. But the fallacy, that's probably a cancer too. Thinking just because somebody can't prove something that it's disproven. That's not how it works. It just means they can't prove it. Proving something is actually pretty tricky.
Yeah.
Like the primes, like that's a good example of they tried to disprove that there's a finite number of primes, right? Or disprove that there's an infinite number of primes, and in order to do that, you know, they do these, you know, weird contortions, and what they end up skipping over, they have to make an assumption, a non sequitur in there, that finite and infinite are opposite things when they're actually not. I can actually take a finite thing and have it, but there's no infinite thing I can possess, and I can only talk about it by doing an operation that I can actually never complete. Basically, it's imagination versus reality, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I have another one that we are sometimes guilty of, and that's the red herring, because we allow them to drag us into the weeds, or we drag them off into the weeds ourselves instead of letting them concede the point.
Yeah, I agree. That's something we can all work on more. Is making them especially when they jump from one topic to another, making them concede one point before they move on, because that's what they do when they get uncomfortable, is jump on to another one.
Can I input here?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Awesome show. I had some audio issues, so I've been listening the entire time because this is an amazing presentation that everyone's given. Drace, that was awesome. Karma and Mary Mom. I hear Redford over there too. And is Norman hosting it? Is it Norman? Is that his name? And then
Norman? No, man, this is Brad.
That should be your next name. I like Norman for you, Ghost. I think that'd be good for your next name.
Well, my bad. Everybody involved. This is awesome. This really makes my day. I would say that flat earthers affirm the consequent and in an attempt to answer a question after the burden of proof has been reversed. So they'll try to come up with a reason as to why something happens in the sky, and sometimes it falls into an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Okay, Elijah, I got a question for you, man. I tried to when we were planning the show and we were coming up with the presenters, I tried to get a hold of you, but I couldn't. So I'm actually glad I got your attention for a second. I have a question for you. So, I had it on the tip of my tongue and now I don't. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, man. It's gonna come to me. Somebody start playing elevator music for me.
No problem. I'm here. Whenever it comes back to you, I'll be on the side.
Yeah, somebody else take over for a second. I'm gonna try to think of this. I had it, and then it just went away.
Yeah, I was just going to say in regards to what India said earlier about, about recognizing the premises that we are accepting as true or that someone verified them at some point. I think, there's this other extreme where people come in here often when they're the straw man fallacy, I guess. I mean, what was the question? Is what's the most common or favorite? I can't remember, but straw man is like, don't we used to have straw men in here all day long? It's like, in one of the straw man fallacies that they come in here is like, oh, so you guys don't believe anything unless you've seen it yourself, or you guys throw out everything. Nothing is true. Nothing is real. And that's just so far from the truth, because I feel like what we're doing is the opposite. We are starting from scratch, but we are building up, kind of a body of knowledge here with the info channels we have down here, with the work we do here every day, with the YouTube streams, with this Flat Earth Wiki we're working on, where, no, we're coming up with some information here that, is highly verifiable. Like, you could run out to California and go look at those oil rigs if you want, if you care enough. You can come over and look at the Chicago skyline. You can do all these things. Here's a body of knowledge that we are compiling here that you can verify, that is verifiable. Whether you choose to have the energy to actually go do it or not is up to you. But that is probably my least favorite straw man fallacy is that coming in here and saying that nothing can be known, then you guys are throwing out everything, which is not true at all. What was the question Ghost asked that we're answering?
No, earlier I asked.
Earthers use most.
Yeah,
what?
He asked, you're answering the question before that. Last question was, what fallacy do you think flat earthers use most? But you made me think of missing the point, because that's a really, really common fallacy, or not conceding your error and not addressing the argument being made, but rather, like you said, with a straw man or something else, go off into something else. If you want to answer the question, that's cool.
Elijah, man, I got you. So, okay. So based off of the fallacies that you know of and that, you can basically retain, what's the hardest logical fallacy for you to hear, like, in real time? Go ahead.
I'm sure it happens all the time, because I'll hear something that sounds off or not logically consistent, but I won't have the proper term for it. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. So
I know how you feel, man.
A trick for me when that happens is finding an example that works, that uses the same logic, that's really absurd. That can often, you just condense it a little bit, and then that often helps you identify it.
I think I might have one, because I was just questioning what fallacy it was, and I think I've identified it. So this guy, people will go, "You're welcome." people will go, so this black swan, how was this scientifically proven or scientifically validated? I don't know how to answer it, because the first thing, the first feeling you have is to tell them, well, it's not a scientific experiment that I'm doing, but they'll insist that that you can't scientifically validate something that was never supposed to be scientifically, that was never put forth as a scientific inquiry. So I think that would be a category error on their part, and a category error is pretty much when something is said that's odd, that doesn't necessarily go together, necessarily make sense. Like, let's hold on. Let's go to good old Google. One second, I'm in the elevator too.
So yeah, before he comes back, I don't know if all you saw there that CJ made a logical fallacies category while we were all speaking here, because somebody asked about that at the beginning, so now we have one. Thanks, CJ.
Nice.
Good job.
We could put, some of the stuff we've shared today, we could put in there. We could add more stuff. Maybe this presentation, if Helio or Roger have it, we could put that in there. I don't know. Are you guys going to make this as a separate thing, Redford Baron?
Yeah, that's why we have the recording bot, Craig. We're going to try and do that. I think Indio should get the file, and then I'm not really sure what happens after that. I'll have to touch base with him and maybe create somewhere where we can post these, or I can even just get it and start like a YouTube or something and just upload them. Whatever's the easiest.
Was Elijah still answering? Because I thought he said he was in an elevator. I didn't know if he was out of the elevator.
Maybe not yet.
Now you can play the elevator music.
Oh yeah, where's Krishna?
Has anybody already posted videos for children to learn logic and critical thinking? Because I'd like to find some to play for my son, who's 9 years old.
Yeah, she posted a lot of books and videos, like the whole.
Are they just in chat or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all those links that I posted, and I'll put them down in the Logical Fallacy channel, so they're all in one place. You don't have to go searching through.
That would be awesome.
Starts at from 12:36 and.
But I actually don't think... Oh, you know what? The only videos I posted were the ones that Helio suggested, the Spock series. That'd probably be good for children, but I don't actually have a lot of actual videos. But that would be a good thing to have. I don't know if that even exists for children. That's a good question. I'm mostly focused on books.
I just searched it on YouTube. I'm listening to you guys, and so I was like, because I have my kids this weekend, and so I was like... trying to get them off the video games for a little bit and watch something educational. And so there's a video right now, I haven't watched it myself yet, but it's how to teach logic in homeschool, logic and critical thinking resources for second grade. That was just like one of the first things that popped up.
Oh, well, put it up there. I'd like to watch it.
Yeah, I just typed in teaching children how to think logically into the
same here, man.
But yeah, I can share that, sure.
Glad he asked if the Fallacy Detective book is very Christian heavy. I don't think it is. I'm trying to remember. I don't think it is. And that's the thing I also wanted to say about resources in general. Obviously, I think there might even be something about globes in that book. I can't even remember, but a lot of times I just pass over those things, or, examples that I don't want to use. I just don't use them. It's definitely not very Christian heavy. They might have something there, but I really don't think they do. I think it's pretty secular. Fallacy Detective book, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we should just have a resources, for homeschooling, which I don't know if we have that or not, but because because geography books are iffy, but I just got a good one for my first grader that just has flat maps, doesn't even mention, because some of them, at the beginning, especially workbooks, they'll say, we live on a globe, and then every other page is flat maps, so I just, rip out page 1, although some of you guys don't like that, I know, I guess I just rip out page 1, because, they've seen that, I've told them before, it's that's what they say, but it's not really true, so I just rip it out, and then we just start on page 2. That's pretty much almost every book, is they just, they don't actually go, as we know, they don't teach anyone the globe model. Nobody here knows the globe model because it doesn't work.
Well, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark of the show. Out of the almost 50 people that are in here, does anybody have anything that they want to say before I ask these guys to make any closing statements or anything like that?
How to get away from the straw man fallacies, like they say, because sometimes we do waste a lot of energy on the straw man they bring up, because it's all based on assumptions, logical, that they brought up.
And begging the question. We tend to beg the question with them a lot, and it's better to not do that and nip it in the bud. So yeah, straw man and begging the question. Nip those right away.
Yeah. I would say that the best course of the most correct course of action when a logical fallacy is committed is not to speak as if it didn't happen. Because once you go down that road, you're kind of continuing off of a faulty premise in the first place. So in any instance, it would be a waste of time to even allow it to continue. Unless you're just having fun, or unless you're trying to demonstrate to someone how deep in fallacious reasoning someone could go. When someone is trying to learn what your position is, it's fully within your right to tell them that's not my position. And if they begin to become assertive and tell you that it is your position, you can just disengage with that person. So if it's not really about a crowd, or it's not really winning a debate, respectfully, if someone's coming to you for answers about what you think, they should, if it's genuine, they'll just allow you to tell them what you think and where you've gotten the information and what examples you can give or that you've come across and things that you've done on your own to validate whatever it is that you've said. So if that's not happening, you don't have to do it.
The fallacy that usually follows begging the question or straw man, that usually comes right after that, which you don't want to fall into either, is the burden of proof reversal. So you don't want to fall into that either. So when you call them on one, and they'll be like, if they want to know what you think, and then they'll say, oh, well, how would you? So you also can't fall into that trap of reversing the burden. Because that was something when I tried to talk to my girlfriend about these topics, she would often be like, well, what's your, and you can't. She was like, you can't question it if you don't have the answer to, she wanted the replacement or whatever. And I was trying to explain to her the burden of proof reversal, and she wasn't quite getting it. But those three are the most, I think, common. So they'll straw man or beg the question, and then right after that, they'll reverse the burden.
Yeah, with the straw man, for instance, it's just important to let them know that that's not what you're saying or how you're presenting it, and then restating your case. You can see this really well done if you look at Kathy Newman's interview with Jordan Peterson, Mr. Make Your Bed.
So what you're saying is?
Yeah. So what you're saying is no, that's not what I'm saying. I said this. This is what I'm saying.
No. Every time someone says that, it's 100% straw man coming, 100%, because they're about to rephrase your words for you.
I absolutely love that video of Jordan Peterson and that woman and how she was doing it over and over and over. So what you're saying is, and he would not allow her to do that and straw man him.
No,
That's a great video. I also seen a video. It was pretty cool about logical fallacies where they used Joe Rogan as an example, and then they analyzed one of his interviews and then highlighted how many times logical fallacies were used, and I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah, you're jumping around topics right now.
Clean up your.
Can I say something? One really quick. Just before we get too far away from it, based on what Lai just said, I just want to say that if you ignore bad behavior, you're also encouraging it. So if you don't address the fact that they made a fallacy, you're just encouraging them to be more fallacious because they get away with it.
Are we ending the show or what?
Yeah, we're about to wrap it up, man.
I'd like to just make one little statement. Thank you, Drace, for doing this and everybody for putting this together. I'd just like to say something real quick and concisely. It doesn't matter the content of the conversation. If it is illogical, then it fails all tests.
Yeah, I think that's good. You know what? Because I was just thinking when Roger put in here, don't forget Globers like their ad homs. I think when you asked, what is the reason why this is important, it's probably something we should have started with, but let's end with it. It's because we are encouraging everyone to look at the content of the argument. And the reason why Globers tend to use this fallacious reasoning is because it's all they have. They don't have content. As we know, they have no evidence. They have no proof of curvature or rotation. They can't show us gas pressure without a container. So that's why they rely on these fallacious reasonings, because that's supposed to distract people from the point. And it works in many contexts. That's why in many contexts it does work. That's why here in this server, we try to force people to stick to the content of the argument. So like when Roger mentions the ad homs, that is, and people misunderstand that one all the time as if that's just name calling. No, that's when you claim that, they're just a bunch of flat earthers. Why should I listen to people on the internet? It's like, yeah, why should you listen to people on the internet? You shouldn't. You should look at the content of the argument, examine it on its premises, and see if it makes logical sense or not, which is everyone wants to do everything else except for that main thing.
I love that you mentioned that because I was really close to being guilty of ad homs earlier today talking to Senek, because I would end after my arguments when he ignored my arguments and my next argument would devastate his previous one. I would end my argument by insulting him. And that's not, that's just rude. That's not fallacious. I'm not substituting my argument with an insult, which is what an ad hom is. It's a diversion from the arguments with an insult.
I think we're guilty.
Zanuck is a special because what he's done so many times to me and others is he'll reposition the conversation at every point. Like you can, make yourself clear, but he'll reposition it and he'll try to move forward 3-4 steps. Yeah. And it would be hard to undo that. And then when you begin to undo it and point out what he's done, he'll just say you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about. And he'll stop you from bringing clarity to the conversation. When all he's doing is strawmanning your position, really, and then trying to work from that. Or he'll be talking about something that is correct or accurate, but it'll be a non sequitur or red herring to the actual point.
Yeah, I find that really annoying because it's not addressing what was said before. It's just proclaiming your right by talking about something unrelated.
Yeah,
I mean, talking how. Sorry. Go
No, that's
ahead,
okay.
please,
Keep
Mary.
going. Oh, it's just a little thing. I was just gonna say, part 2 of this presentation could be a live demo with Zanuck, where he just speaks, and then we each just like in the voice text see how quickly we can identify all the fallacies.
I was actually wondering. I don't really know who he is. Could he come in and we could do that? Actually, that's pretty funny. I see.
It would be fun. We could, yeah. You could do it with a lot of people, right? That's what we got to start practicing on. What were you going to say, Elijah?
Just that the light rays bending, always in the context that they're talking about is really begging the question, because it's a theoretical model about how light rays bend around the globe at a specific rate. That's all it is. But in reality, refraction, nothing. We don't have a phenomena that we can identify and validate that those presuppositions. Because if you look on YouTube and you type in does light travel in a straight line? Yeah, it does. An example someone gave, it was a pretty it was pretty ridiculous to get the point across, but he's basically saying we know that light's not bending because I have this piece of paper in front of my face and you can't see my face because the light is not bending around this paper to meet your eye. And so the bottom line is, when something is in front of you, the light is making its way from that thing to you. That's at least how it's described. So that being said, the only way to describe light bending from a source to your eye is in the model that they've used to explain why everything that we think we're not supposed to see on the globe can be seen on a globe. So I don't know.
All right, so we're pretty much going to end the show from there. Do you guys want a part 2 coming up in the next few weeks, next month or so?
Yeah, with more examples, like some video examples.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out.
Yeah.
Or not video, but audio, of an interview and point out the fallacies.
Mm-hmm.
The common ones.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out for sure.
Trace says no.
Trace wants a break. He just wants to be an audience member next time. Don't make him overachieve again. He's an overachiever.
I don't mind doing more work, but I was talking about Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob's not okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad.
I thought he was answering the "Do you want a part 2" too, because it came in there right after he said that.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who was involved. Red for Bear, Dandelion, Dre, Cindy-O. Appreciate you guys. Karma, thanks for making a cameo. Same to you, Elijah, for making a cameo. And thanks for everybody coming out and listening. It was a good time. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, Flatty.
What up? What up?
In the house.
Oh, it's like 1 o'clock. You already go to bed. Good to see you all again.
Yeah, good to see you, dude. Pop back soon.
Yeah, we'll do.
Dang it. They're not doing as they're told, Helio. Move them.
No, I want them to move themselves to the live stream. I mean, if you guys just want to talk not on the live stream, that's fine. I mean, it's not a big deal to me. When I just played a video, I can play another video or audio. It's not video, but audio.
We were doing a secret operation.
We were messing with Chepper. He came back and was acting silly, so we were just bouncing him around.
Well, like I said, I was just letting you know. At the end of the last audio that I was playing, that one's over. I can play another one if you guys want to bounce around with whoever in the FE Beginners VC. Do that, and I'll play another video. Not a big deal to me. But if you want to have a conversation and do what we do, then get in the live stream. This is where the action happens.
Unfortunately, Chepper had to go to bed because he's upside down spinning monkey water ball head.
Well, fortunately for me, I didn't hear a word he said. But apparently you guys had an issue with that. And yeah, I've known Chepper for a few years now, so
yeah, I have.
It really doesn't matter to me. I mean, he's just one of the people in it. Right? He's in my mind, he's a flip flopper. And from what I've seen so far,
he was just kind of joshing, I think.
Yeah.
But when you say things deadpan and flat, a lot of people don't pick up on sarcasm, like the humor, especially Americans.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I think Americans are the most sarcastic fuckers in the world.
Yeah, but you make it too obvious.
That's funny, Luggers, man. That's funny.
Like, we're snidey with it, do you know what I mean? When we do it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, but I use sarcasm a lot.
There was another Aussie came in making little snide remarks. I was basically the only one that picked up on it. I think Flatty, an old dude, may have. But Wrecked Gamer.
Yeah, I sniffed it.
Yeah, Wrecked Gamer didn't pick up on it at all. Went right over his head, you know?
No, that's cool. Man, he's kind of new. He hasn't been in the server a long time. And matter of fact, I talked to Wrecked Gamer in one of the other chat rooms. Talked to him and his wife. They were like in separate rooms. And talked to him and his wife for over an hour the other night. And they're really cool. So
yeah, good bloke. Good bloke.
Yeah, but it's just like they're kind of new to Discord. I've been doing this for several years now. But yeah, you got to pick up on the clues, you know.
Yeah, he's still new. I explained to him afterwards, kind of like, yeah. And once he's experienced it, you know, thousands of times, he starts to work it out like we all did. It's got to get exposed.
Man, if you're new, you're new, and you don't really know what to expect when you get into a large room like this. You know, it's just kind of a. I mean, it's a small room now at this point, but sometimes we have up to 70 people in this room, so you really kind of have to figure out what's going on, pick and choose your battles. You know.
Craziness, man. Right, since Chet was gone and none of those are moving, you better play another video because otherwise nothing be happening up here.
Are you talking about the YouTube chat?
Yeah, we from the Flat Earth beginners we were talking with Chepper, but he's had to go to bed, so we can't talk to him up here now. So yeah, best to play another video.
Hey, do you have a recommendation? Because I can pick from many. Do you have something that you
not that I can think of, especially for like audio conversation.
Last video was from my channel, so I think. Dude, it'd be crazy to pick one from like 4 years ago when people. I don't know. I'm just shit now.
Helio, is that the one that Drace did the little presentation on?
Yeah, with the logical fallacies, that's the one that I played. I mean, it just finished. I played it. It's a little over 2 hours long, and it was really good. It's really good. It's one of my favorites that we've done on the server.
Yeah, that was cool. I sat in for that when he did it.
I don't know if you'd be able to play these from the beginning, but those are two that I just sent to somebody, and they're both pretty fun. I timestamped them as well for like the appropriate bit. They're quite interesting, actually. So.
I don't think we can play from a timestamp.
I don't think I don't. Well, I think I probably could play from a timestamp, but I don't know the command to play from.
Just playing from the beginning. They're both pretty interesting.
Which one? You just put it in the live stream?
Yeah, I just DM'd them. Yeah, those two.
Oh, DM'd it to me. Okay.
And I think they're pretty good for people just listening, and if they're not watching and just listening or whatever. So.
Yeah, somebody sent me a video of a guy doing a whiteboard presentation. Wouldn't necessarily work, for listening, because we don't do share screen on here.
Yeah.
Is this like a good audio?
Yeah, there's good audio.
All right, cool.
You can always post it in the YouTube chat if people want to.
Yeah, I mean, every time I use the bot, for audio for listening when nobody wants to talk about Flat Earth, or we don't have too many Globers, we just fill up some dead air. I always post a link in the live stream voice text so that they know what we're listening to.
Because the guy, the Robotol fella, most of what he shows is just to back up what he's saying from like old.
Which one do you want me to play? The first one or the second one you said?
Play the first one first, and then the other one.
Yeah, I heard it.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey, dude.
Hello.
Didn't mean to interrupt. Just want to say hello to everybody.
Hey,
okay, dude. Hey.
Hey, Paul.
Wow.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Now we're just trying to figure out There's not a lot of new Globies or anything jumping in here, so we were going to play something to listen to.
No. Oh, you're gonna play something. Hey, well, before you do that, let me share a quick experience that I had.
Better to have live content than just replays. So yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. So last night I went to my friend's girlfriend's birthday party, and I ran into an old acquaintance. He wasn't like a good friend of mine, but I just knew him from other friends of mine. And I don't even know how it started. We were outside on a patio from the bar smoking, and somehow, I don't know how, but flat earth came up. And this old acquaintance of mine was so knowledgeable, and it made me so happy. I was just elated that somebody that I know was as knowledgeable as I was about the reality of our world, and it made me so happy.
How long had
And
it
then
been
we brought in another
since you
buddy
saw
of
him
ours.
or met him? How long had it been?
Uh-huh.
How long had it been?
Oh, it's been years, at
Several
least
years.
7 years.
And then you guys
At
started
least 7
talking,
years.
and then you found out you're both flat earthers.
Yeah, I don't even know how the subject even came up, but it made me happy. It was a
It will
good
come up,
experience.
if you just hang it out, it will come up. It's just like, it's like you go to a party.
Well, usually I get discouraged because that doesn't happen that often. You know what I
No,
mean?
sure, it doesn't. No, of course. So
That's all I got.
So what? Well, hold on. I want to hear more about this. So you started talking to him. You started talking to him, and how did it come up?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't remember how it came up. Who brought it up first? I think actually he said he made some comment about something. I don't even remember what. And it just I just went off and I said, "Oh shit!" And we started talking and just it was just nonstop back and forth. And then we brought in another buddy of ours that we've known, another acquaintance that we both have, who was just kind of in the middle of it, and we were just kind of flat smacking him.
Oh yeah.
And it was it was a good time, man. I really enjoyed myself last night because that's so rare. Usually I'm discouraged because you go out and you're amongst people, and it's just you kind of look around and you're like, oh, look at all these zombies,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's a good feeling sometimes when you run into a
Have you ever
fellow.
been to a flat Earth meetup?
No, I haven't.
If you don't mind, what general area do you live in?
I'm in the Midwest.
Midwest, so
South
am
Central
I.
Wisconsin.
Well, then you're close to Lunatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, I know where. Yeah, I've talked to him a bunch of times. Yeah, we're pretty close. Actually,
yeah,
I have relatives.
You have the same
that
kind of
live where you live. Yeah.
Well, we have meetup, me and a couple of guys here, where I live, have meetups in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and so it's the Midwest as well. And we always have a good time, man. Even if we have 8 people, we have the whole restaurant. We'll just like set up a meetup. We have the whole restaurant talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, that would be. I would love to do that one of these days. I got a lot of shit going on.
Set that shit up in Milwaukee. Get Lou over there. You guys just have a meet up in a restaurant in Wisconsin. Just get some other, because there's a lot of flat earthers in Wisconsin, whether you believe it or not. All you have to do is set up a meetup. Even if it was just you and Lou, which it won't be, I guarantee it. Once you set up, hey, and you start talking to people on here, if you're in the area or whatever, we set up meetups and have people drive 4 or 5 hours to come and just meet us, and so.
Yeah, I hope he. I actually sent him a link to Discord, so I hope he I hope he joins, because one of the things that made me so excited about it and happy about it was, it wasn't just like, sometimes I will be talking to an old friend or whatever, and they'll be like, "Yeah, Earth is flat," but they don't really have that extra knowledge. They just kind of agree and just know they've heard it before, and know that they don't believe the mainstream narrative. So they just kind of agree, but they've never really looked into it. But this guy actually knew his stuff, so I was impressed and just in awe.
You never know, bro. You never who's just
Yeah.
like when you set up a meetup. I don't even know who's going to show up. You know, it's just like, dude, I've been doing this for the same amount of time as I have, and they're just like, this is this. And then you get some other guys like, well, I kind of know, but I know the Earth is flat, but I don't know as much as you do. You know, it was just like one of the last meetup that we had. There was a guy, and he was in his 60s or whatever. He's like, I'm a flat earther. He's like, what are we going to do about this? Like, bro, we're doing it right now.
Yeah, we're
like, no, but what are we going to do about this? It's like, what are you proposing here? I mean, what do you think we're going to storm the Capitol and say, flat, flat, flat? He just kept saying it over to him. I was just like, no, man, no, cool. We're doing it right now. We're meeting other flat earthers. It's cool, man. Just chill. But anyway,
yeah,
it's always a good time when you.
No,
set up
I remember,
even if there's like four or five people there, man. It's always a good time.
Oh yeah, definitely. I just can only imagine. I mean, just like I said, just meeting this one acquaintance of mine.
Dude, if you set up a meetup in Wisconsin, I can make a promo video for you, and just like Mark Sargent does, you can contact him too, and if you set up a meetup. Dude, he makes a video, and I can make some videos, so just to promote a meetup anywhere. That goes for anybody in here, and anytime. If you guys are going to have a meetup, let me know. I'll freaking do the same thing Mark does. He'll make a video for you.
You were in here a couple of weeks ago, weren't you? When what's his name? The guy from Southern California. They're having a meetup out there, I think, coming up, aren't they, in Southern California?
Dude, them SoCal people, man, they got their own shit going on. They don't need me to promote them.
I think, was it Flat Earth Dude? Is that his name? Flat Earth Dude?
Yeah, Flat Earth Dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was just in here. I saw him in here like an hour ago. Guess he jumped out, but yeah. Yeah, they have meetups all the time in California.
It's crazy how people will surprise you too, Helio, because I would never think that this guy, out of all people, would be on that level and be about that and actually research it and actually have knowledge about it and actually, it's so crazy that out of all the people, this guy, like I was just blown away. It's really reassuring. It brings me back and gives me hope for for our
I mean, you step outside. You step outside and say, "All right, let me see if I can choose a restaurant, reserve a table for."
Well, I mean, Wisconsin
for eight people,
supper clubs,
and say, "Hey, we're going to do this in Milwaukee. Let's have a flat Earth meetup." This is what I do in Fayetteville. Me and there's another buddy of mine that we're just like, we don't know how many people are going to show up, but as soon as we decide to do it, we always have at least 8 to 10 people show up, and then we always have a good time. So.
Well, all you need is 2, right? So if you got more than 2, then you really have none. You're really doing well.
Hell yeah. What's up, man? It's not hard to set up a meetup, and it's not hard to promote it either. You have support here if you set up a meetup, or anyone that goes for anyone. This flat earther wants to set up a meetup in their town. We'll promote it here, and we'll try to get as many people, in your area to come and meet up, and then we want to hear your story, how the meetup went afterward. Fun.
Okay.
It's always awesome. One time we set up a meetup in Fayetteville, and it happened to be when Rob Skiba was doing a conference here. We had freaking 80 people, or 70, 80 people. I don't know how many people. We filled up a whole restaurant with flat earthers. It was insane.
Rob Skiba's he's someone that made that pretty popular documentary, right? That got a lot of recognition and stuff, and he's got a pretty big popular YouTube channel, right? I don't really follow him that much, but I know I've seen some of his stuff.
Yeah,
but
Rob Skiba's been.
There was something about him. I mean, I don't know that much about him, but there was something about him that made me just kind of steer away. And it's no disrespect to him, but I don't know. I get nervous sometimes about people that have too much attention. I get weird.
Sure. Rob Skiba, he did conferences, but it wasn't about necessarily flat Earth. But he was doing other stuff, like conspiracy shows and stuff like before that, before Flat Earth came in, and Flat Earth became a thing, and his Flat Earth content was really good, and so whatever. I mean, I have some opinions about Rob Skiba. I'm not going to bring it up on here. He died last year, so I'm not going to.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Oh, shit.
But I got to
that's
meet him.
not
I got to
deal with
meet him, and he had a conference here. We set up a meetup. It was like, let's see if we can get Rob Skiba.
You met him face to face and like shook his hand and everything?
Huh?
You met him face to face and like shook his hand, looked him in the eye and stuff?
Yeah. Well, actually, I was at the table when we had the meetup. I was like right there with him and his wife.
So he's real genuine.
Dude, Rob Skiba's he's a badass.
Yeah.
Or he was.
Okay.
I mean, he's dead now, but supposedly by the CV, thing. But anyway. And so it's, all that's. But it was just weird. He had a conference in Fayetteville, where I live, and me and my buddy, we have meetups all the time, like at least 2 or 3 times a year. And I was like, oh.
Who's he in his 50s? Mid-50s? Late 50s?
Yeah, it was like late 50s, I think.
And they said he died from that?
No.
Jesus.
No, yeah. Well, anyway,
yeah, I'm not gonna go. Yeah, I know.
Anyway,
Yeah, I know.
what's really curious about this is, like me and my friend have had several meetups here in Fayetteville, and I found out he was having a conference here by one of the people that used to be a moderator here or whatever. It's like, oh man, maybe we can get Rob Skiba to come to a Flat Earth meetup. I was like, let's set it up. During that time, because he was at a conference center in Fayetteville downtown, and I was like, cool, man. And he contacted me that afternoon. He was like, man, I think this meetup might actually end up being bigger than we thought it might be, because Rob was coming. And all the people that were at the conference, not all of them, but dude, we had like 70 we filled an entire restaurant with flat earthers.
Oh, wow.
It was freaking insane. It was like, I didn't even know it was going to happen. I mean, I thought, yeah, he's probably not going to come.
The waitresses must have been like, who are these wackos?
Dude, we had somebody go to the conference and they were like, yeah, I think they're all coming to the meetup. And I was like, oh shit. This is like 3 or 4 hours before we had the meetup. I was just like, we're gonna do it in this place, and bro, they had to like call in people to wait, because we filled the whole restaurant. It was insane, bro. It was awesome. But yeah, I was sat there with Rob and his wife, and they were really cool, man. Rob he actually took time. He had a booth or whatever, and people lined up to actually just have a conversation with him. He's a really cool guy, man. I was a badass, man. Yeah, he died last
I'm gonna have to
year.
go back and look at his stuff again because, yeah, like I said, like I
mean, as far as the
I'm
religious
always
stuff goes, I
wary.
don't necessarily follow him every way. I mean, he's got some some good knowledge on that. But when he hit flat Earth, I mean, he's a good freaking flat smacker. That's all I'm gonna say about that. When it comes to knowledge about origins of Earth and shit like that, I mean, he really he knows his stuff. I met Rob, and it was cool. I met his wife too. She's a sweetheart, and I really feel bad. Shit happened last year.
Well, I hope she's doing okay.
I can't imagine what she went through. That.
See, the weather here is so strange right now. It's just thundering like crazy here, but there's not really, the clouds they don't look like storm clouds. It's a little dark, but there is still some light poking through. There's no lightning, there's no rain, but it's just thunder nonstop. It's really bizarre. And there's nothing moving. The clouds aren't moving. It's not windy. It's really strange. How do you feel about Eric DeBay, Helio?
What do you mean? How do I feel about it?
Well, I mean,
I think he has some pretty fucking solid info. I think he's a narcissist, but other than that,
yeah. It's kind of like a lot of his stuff is kind of milk toast too, isn't it? It's almost like it almost seems like he's just regurgitating other
dude.
people's stuff.
Wait. I kind of agree with him on. So this isn't that hard to figure out. Once you get past your beliefs and your religion and your, the information he puts out is pretty standard, right? So why?
Yeah, it is, and I'm glad he does it. But I remember when I read his book, I was just kind of disappointed because I just felt like it was just a regurgitation of a lot of other people's work that has already been done, and there was nothing really new. And there
No,
wasn't a lot of
but check this
you
out.
know what I mean?
Check this out,
Go
though.
ahead.
I think that the reason he does that, and that I do it the same way, the same simple way. Earth can't be a globe because this, and this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but Eric does do some other work where he talks about other stuff that people aren't interested.
He didn't cite a lot of his sources though, which disturbed me in his book. Like when I kept trying to, you know what I mean? That's one of the things that just bugged me. That's why. I mean,
I didn't read his book, so
I don't think he's a bad guy. I appreciate what he does, but when I was just disappointed with his book. I thought it was weak, and I don't try to recommend it to people.
I think he's written more than one. Which one?
Oh, Jesus, yeah, I don't. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the name of it, and I don't have it here with me now.
Flat Earth.
Oh yeah. It was all about flat Earth.
Have you ever read Edward Hendry's books?
Oh yeah, that's my favorite one. Yeah.
Yeah, Edward Hendry actually,
he cited a ton of that's all. That's why that's one of my favorite
Edward Hendry is. It's like I when I first started hearing about flat Earth, I was like, oh God. Oh, now they're talking about flat Earth. I was conspiratorial all the way, and then they started talking about flat Earth. I was like, no. But then I heard someone who has never come out as a flat earther, and I think he's dead now, but he had an interview with Edward Hendry about his new book. The the greatest lie on earth, right? And say, well, maybe I should take a look at it.
Matter of fact, I think that's how I think that's the first time. And I mean, maybe you remember this, or maybe you don't. But I think I heard him on, I want to say, Coast to Coast one night. He was a guest, and I
Been
think
on Coast
actually
to
that's
Coast,
what
yeah,
put me
yeah.
on my path. It wasn't.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's been a guest on Coast to Coast many times.
Yeah, I think that's how I got started. And his book was one of the first
Yeah,
ones I
I heard
read.
him on Power of Prophecy podcast with Tex Mars.
Oh yeah. I used to love that too.
Yeah, you used to listen to Power of Prophecy?
Yeah, I used to get the newsletter.
Yeah, bro. See, that's
Yeah.
that's. I was just like I was listening to David Weiss and stuff, and then when he started talking about flat Earth, I was like, I ain't listening to this.
I got all Tex Mars's DVDs, all his documentaries, the Balls and Shaft, and I got all those DVDs, man. I love those DVDs, dude.
Dude, Tex Mars was the shit.
Oh, I love those. Are some of the best DVDs, some of the best documentaries I've ever seen.
So anyway, I mean, that's I was already listening to Tex Mars. Back then you didn't have immediate access to podcasts and YouTube videos and shit, right? So I would have to download, Tex Mars podcasts and shit, and then David Wise started. I was listening to David Wise videos and stuff, and he started talking about flat Earth. I was like, no, and then, so I just shut David Wise off, and I was listening to Tex Mars and not just him, and there were people on.
Actually, you want to know the
RBN?
truth?
Was it RBN Republic Broadcasting Network, where it had Dr. Anyway, I was listening.
Hey,
to all
I
kinds
think that asshole Alex Jones actually introduced me to Tex Mars. I think that's how I got all his videos.
Well,
Yeah, I think I
Tex
bought them all on.
Tex Mars is a pastor. He married Alex Jones and his first wife.
Yeah, that's where I bought all his DVDs on InfoWars.
Yeah, so anyway, I was listening to Power of Prophecy, and then he always had he would have Edward Hendry on there as to interview him about the JW thing, right? The JQ, not JW, JQ.
Yeah, JQ.
Anyway, so then one day after I rejected all the flat Earth shit that was popping up on my YouTube shit, I heard an interview with Tex Mars and Edward Hendry. He's like, here's my new book, The Greatest Lie on Earth. And I was like, all right, you know what? Maybe I should take a look at it. And I did. And
he was on Tex Mars? Was he, Helio?
Yeah,
Edward Hendry?
Yeah, Edward Hendry. Yeah, well, it's not his first interview with Tex Mars. I heard him before. On
he was with OBD. He did a long interview, like an hour, about the same amount. Edward Hendry.
Yeah.
When I first read his book, when I just started reading, and I think what is the beginning of the book before like the book started? Is it the preface? Is that what they call it? Or is that what? So when I was reading that in his book, it was like I felt the same way sometimes when I read the Bible. It felt so right, and it just seemed like scripture. And that whole preface, I didn't. It blew me away, and I love it. And I told my dad. That's how I turned my dad around. I told my dad. I said, Dad, don't look at the cover of this book. Don't read the title. Just read the preface, and then tell me what you think, and then keep going.
Maybe
if we start talking too much about Tex Mars and Edward Hendry, they're going to call us. They're going to call us names.
Well, I don't care.
I don't care either. Because they had some really good information, and they're unabashed about it.
Tex Mars has some really good books, and he's got a lot. Edward Hendry wrote a lot of other books about the Vatican, about other people with small hats, and they get down into the nitty gritty. like the dirty stuff. Like one of the covers has someone eating a baby on it.
Like,
There's some worse shit than that. Well, I don't even know if it's just like.
Not
Man, that Balls and Shaft DVD though, and the Tex Mars is, man, he lit my whole world up. I couldn't.
It was just like, how could this jolly man talk about such dark shit?
Because it's true. He's got to get the truth out, man. It's his duty. I mean, he took. He's
like the Santa Claus of conspiracies.
There's no Santa Claus of truth. He's laying out heavy truth, man, which is dark subject matter. But he's got to tackle it. Who's going to do it?
I love Tex Mars.
You know what's really crazy is my true awakening. Well, I mean, I was awake about certain stuff because my grandfather taught me a lot of stuff, but it was like basic, like moon landing and JFK and all that shit. But then I kind of fell back asleep and just lived my life and was getting in all kinds of trouble. But one night I came home, late from the bar time, came home. I was lit, just shit faced. And I turned my TV on and it was on just public access. As soon as I turned the TV on, it was on a public access channel, and somebody was playing Loose Change. That shit changed my life. I called the local studio and I said, "Hey, what was that movie I was watching at 3:00 in the morning yesterday?" And they got me in touch with the guy that actually paid to play it. Well, not paid because it's free, but he actually goes in there and was doing that and playing it all the time. And he gave me like 30 copies of Loose Change and told me, "Hey, just give them amongst your friends and distribute them." That changed my entire life.
Now, who does he say is responsible for 9/11 in the movie? I never watched it.
A Loose Change?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in years, but it was basically our own government. I don't know if I can say that here in the.
But the people, does he talk about the dancing Israelis and Lucky Larry?
I don't remember if that was in there. I don't. It might have been, but
that wouldn't be in there. Lucky Larry and the dancing Israelis wouldn't be on PBS. They wouldn't let that happen.
Not PBS. Public access, not PBS. I'm sorry. It was public access. So, like, you're local. It was local to here where I live.
Oh,
it wasn't PBS. It was just, you can broadcast anything. Look, I just found all.
So we could buy the airwaves of the free public television, and we could broadcast flat Earth stuff.
I don't see why you couldn't.
I don't know how many people we'd reach, but actually,
because TV is different now. You don't get the it's not broadcasted in the same way. So yeah, back then that was like, how many years ago was that? Kind of almost 20 years ago. So I'm talking about like, how does public access TV in your local area broadcast? Wasn't that just like antennas?
I don't know we had any because I don't watch TV anymore, so I don't know like all the channels. You know what I mean? I used to watch like C-SPAN like 10 years ago when I thought the government meant anything. You know, it's an illusion. It's such a show, man. It's theater. It's theater for people like, oh, we're gonna vote him out. He's gonna get voted out. Look, his poll numbers are down. It's all hogwash.
Yeah.
So people think they have a solution. The solution, we'll vote him out. He pissed off a lot of people. He's gonna get voted out. It's like, oh my God. And it's so brilliant. It's so brilliant because these people are so foolish to believe it. Yeah,
I'm in awe of what they do and how they manipulate us. I am.
It's ingenious, man. It is ingenious.
I really respect.
You know what it is? Say a lot. The people are the donkey chasing a carrot on a string, and the donkey stops pulling the cart. They move the carrot a little bit closer so he can get a better whiff of it and think he has a better chance. And the donkey starts working hard again. So that's what it is. It's like.
Mm-hmm. I just found 2 of my Tex Mars movies. I got Architectural Colossus and Balls and Shaft and Cleopatra's Needle. I almost want to watch these right now.
What about Monoatomic Gold? Do you remember that one, Tex Mars?
I don't see it. Wait a minute. Is this it? No, okay, that's not it. Damn.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I bought a bunch of books before, I don't know, about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and I thought they were gonna get like book burned, right? I'm like, I have to have copies of this, and I'll tell you the titles right here. I spent like $400. I'm like, fuck it, I'm getting these.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. You should do that because I feel like this day and age, the technology age, that shit might happen where they're gonna stop doing print.
Power of Prophecy is where you go. Babylon the Great, Solving the Mystery of Babylon the Great, Edward Hendry. Got that one. It's like he talks about the Jewish connection with the Vatican. That's the Synagogue of Satan in the Vatican. He talks about that.
You know, for as much as I dislike Alex Jones today, his early videos were fucking great. His martial law videos and all 9/11 Road to Tyranny. I'm looking at all of his police state videos. They were dead on.
Alex Jones?
Yeah.
Nah, he gives you a misdirection. He's giving you truth mixed with lies so that you think you found the bottom of the rabbit hole and someone you could trust, but he's mixing in a lie with it. So it's like
I know that's how he is today. What I'm saying, early on, if you watch his earlier videos, his police state videos, there's really no deception in those police state videos. He's dead on about the police state when he talks about that shit.
Holy Serpent of the Jews. That was Tex Mars.
Yeah, that shit. Do you guys remember a guy named Webster Tarpley?
Webster Tarpley? I don't.
Okay.
I know Webster Hubble is Chelsea Clinton's illegitimate father.
No, yeah, I know.
Wait, so Levelist, you thought that Jim Mars and Tex Mars were the same person? I don't know. Well, he just posted that in the chat. But anyway, yeah.
He said something about Jim Mars.
Yeah, Jim Mars he's a reporter. I mean, he worked with Alex Jones, and so did Tex. Tex has been on his show many times back.
They may be. Remember him? He used to follow Bilderberg Group around.
Yeah.
Maybe they're related because who's got a name Mars, dude? Maybe that's his brother.
Maybe I don't know, but I never heard Tex talk about Jim. But
yeah, me neither.
And just happened to have the same last name.
He used to do a lot of. He wrote a lot of stuff about Bilderberg.
But there's some weird stuff. There's some weird. I mean, Austin.
That was
seems to be a hub for some of this. You know, it's kind of a.
See now, you can take it. Let's say we're in a relay race, right? And Alex Jones hands you the baton. He tells you about Bilderberg and the New World Order and all. He gives you a primer of it. Even though he's not someone you could trust 100%, he does feed you a lot of truth nuggets. So it's your job to take the baton and get out of his little gulag.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did. Yeah.
Me too. And if I didn't know what a false flag was, what's a false flag? Like he taught me a lot of terms and shit. And like, oh man, yeah, that's what those fuckers are doing. And then
when Alex had guests on his show, I would research. I'd look up their websites and go look at their information. That's how I found, Power of Prophecy, which I freaking love that.
Me too. You know how I found them? I found them through this guy Steven Anderson. And
that dude.
I hate him. I hate Steven Anderson. It's kind of a love-hate relationship. I hate him for his flat Earth stance, that he hates flat Earthers, but he had Tex Mars in his movie Marching to Zion, and I'm like, who is this old guy? Tex Mars. I love this guy. And then I looked up Tex Mars, and I I started seeing all the books he had on his site, Power of Prophecy. I'm like, wow, this is fucking amazing. This guy's fucking amazing. I love him.
Yeah, but you have to chew the
I
meat
think
and
Alex
spit out
Jones
the
at the
bones,
beginning
right?
started out righteous, but I think he got corrupted by the money eventually. I
Who?
think something happened, and he couldn't resist.
Alex. You talk about Alex?
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, he's still doing. I don't follow Alex Jones anymore, but
I don't either.
I don't need to. You know, there's plenty of information out there. I don't need Alex to. I mean, it's really kind of for people coming into new stuff, but he actually doesn't bring some of the truths that we came across, back in the day anymore. So, are you actually going to find any? Are you going to find your way to where you should be? As far as some of these truths are.
He's the gatekeeper, and
Were you listening though back in the day when he used to call out those false flags, and he used to be so good at it that it almost seemed like the people perpetrating the false flags actually had to change their narrative based off what he said. Do you remember those, like Boston Marathon and
Look, dude?
Am I allowed to say the school that he got sued for? Am I allowed to talk about that?
Well, some of these we have to be careful here on the live stream.
Yeah, I'm trying to be cautious.
Something maybe
So, you know what I'm talking about, though, right? I swear he was dead on about that.
Hey,
I don't know what they did to him and why he had to recant, but
well, I see Wolfgang. I see Wolfgang lighting up. Wolfgang flat. No,
I'm
that's
sorry,
wrong.
Healy. I'll shut up.
No. I thought I was thinking of someone else. No, wrong.
No, Helio. If I start talking about something I'm not supposed to talk about, just tell me to shut up, and I'll shut up.
I was thinking somebody else was in here. It was Ron.
It is. It's me. We got another Wolfgang.
Yeah, I know we got another Wolfgang. I'm confused sometimes.
Isn't he like English, right?
Yeah, he's an English guy. And he's a trusted member here and everything. So, but he's not here right now.
So, okay, well, basically all you need to know about Alex Jones, he has a spinning globe on the screen, right? Like in the background.
Yeah, he's a glober.
It's a subliminal message, though. Well, it's worse than that. It's that type of subliminal messaging. You hear the music, dan, 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 almost like Darth Vader or something. And he's got, he's reading off these papers. Yes, and they're doing this. They're bringing in the UN troops, and they're gonna he's all this fear porn.
He is brilliant, though. Come on, man.
Whoever's behind
I'm not supporting what he does necessarily. Like I said, I don't listen to it anymore.
In the beginning, he wasn't like that. He wasn't like that in the beginning. Something happened, and he changed the entire way. And even all the stuff he talks about, like he changed everything. He wasn't like that.
It's not all bad. It's all bad.
He did change. He changed everything.
You know what they
even if he sold out now, he did change everything.
You remember his reporter Rob Dew? There was a guy called Rob Dew, and he saw General Petraeus on the streets, and he started chasing him down. General Petraeus, he was in Davos. Petraeus, he's like, oh, there he is, and Rob Dew goes running after him with a camera, trying to question him. And he ran away like a little bitch, Petraeus. It was pretty good. What do you want to disarm the American people or whatever? It's like he wouldn't comment. He's trying to run away. I don't know if that's staged or not, dude. It just looked fishy. It's like, come on.
I think that Alex is still recruiting good reporters and shit. He does support.
There is good
reporters. He supports them, and then they'll be involved with InfoWars for a little bit, and then they go do their own thing.
You know who's a good one? Greg Reese. Greg Reese did this report about Antarctica, Admiral Byrd, and it was a flat Earth, like a documentary type thing. It talked about Byrd. It kind of mixed in some kind of like the hollow Earth with flat Earth. It said, well, Admiral Byrd went down a subterranean area like in Antarctica, and like he goes, could there be some truth to this? He phrases it that way, but if you watch it, you're like, holy shit, what I've never heard of this concept. this kind of makes sense. Let me look a little deeper. And that's kind of like Alex Jones, the gateway to truth. You hear these things about a false flag, and a false flag, let me research a little deeper. The problem is, you used to be able to find all this shit on YouTube, and even like 2016, 2017, you could find more about these false, say like Sandy hoax. You want to look? You go in there and you find, hey, there's David Wheeler, and there's Red Silver J, and there's all these people showing videos about how it was a hoax, and YouTube used to let that shit up there. I'm like, wow,
you can't find that stuff anymore.
No, hell no. After Parkland, all that went away. It all went away. And then
was Rob Dew the one that ended up marrying another lady that came to work for InfoWars, and they left InfoWars and started?
Oh no, that's what we were talking about.
Channel?
That's Truth Stream Media. That's another couple. That's another couple. They were earlier. That's earlier. Rob Dew is still there, I think.
Is he really? I didn't think he was.
I haven't went on there for a long time. The last time I seen him, he was chasing General Petraeus in Davos with a camera. It's like, General Petraeus, I got a question for you. And that was a long time ago. That might have been like 10 years ago.
Did you guys ever hear of Boston Rob? Did any of you guys ever follow his channel at all? He used to try to do Boston Rob. He used to try to ambush certain elites and stuff, and stick a mic and camera in their face and ask them crazy questions and stuff.
Said Rob,
I don't know.
No, I haven't heard.
No.
Does he have a channel somewhere?
Yeah, he had a YouTube channel, but I mean, it was years ago. I don't know if he's still around. But it's just funny how these people come and go, and you wonder, what the hell happened to these people?
Or if they're like a fake controlled opposition type person. You know what I mean? To reel you into their camp. Like the way
if it's a weak YouTube channel, I mean, it probably was just some guy that.
The analogy I use is like, okay, you have different fish nets with different size holes, right? You have the big one, the mainstream media. It's going to catch most of the fish, but it's got big holes in it.
One of the best videos I saw on the marathon. We'll just say that. You guys know what I'm about.
Yeah, I know.
It's Caravan to Midnight. You remember when it had David Weiss and PK Truth?
I've never seen that.
Really?
Can I still feed it? Is that still available?
I have it. I'll send it.
I'm gonna look. Caravan to Midnight.
Yeah, it's a guy that used to. John B. Wells. He had a show called Caravan to Midnight. He used to fill in for Art Bell.
Oh no shit!
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, after Art Bell retired, John B. Wells took over that show.
John B. Wells, I just found the
yeah, but you're not going to find that video I'm talking about. You can still find John B. Wells, but you're not going to find the video I'm talking about on YouTube.
Remember the guy Barry Soetoro? He had a YouTube channel. His channel was called Barry Soetoro, and he had a lot of this stuff about the Boston.
I uploaded, I think, on BitChute, or I'll find it. I'll send it to you.
Anyway, you remember that video?
Man, I remember when that happened. I was obsessed with looking at every photograph that I could find on the internet, and the things I was seeing astounded me. Of these guys that you know what I'm talking about. These guys all dressed the same, all everywhere. They were just everywhere. What was the? I don't even know if I should say the organization that they were supposedly with. But
yeah, 3-letter,
so orchestrated.
3-letter names.
Shit, I can't even remember the name of they weren't. I don't want to say mercenaries, but they were
crisis actors.
Yeah, but do you remember seeing all those guys in the khaki pants and the combat boots and the whatever? Never mind. I don't even want to go there.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, everyone here knows, dude. They know it's the clowns. They're
And then
responsible.
oh my god, the whole them chasing them all, supposedly chasing them all around the city, and oh my god, it was such obvious.
That was the first martial law lockdown where they locked people in their house. You can't come out of your house, and they did it as a test sample to see how people would react.
You know what was funny too? Do you remember when they said they had no idea who did it, right? And then like a couple hours later, they said, these are the two men we're looking for. If you have any information on who these guys are, please contact us. But then we found out weeks later, they knew exactly who the fuck they were and have been watching them the entire fucking time. And I'm sorry, I'm not. You guys, you guys remember that shit.
See, now the enemy has shifted to Americans. It's like, oh, these Americans are domestic terrorists. These people that went to the Trump rally in Washington D.C. are domestic terrorists. They're insurrectionists. And it's like, really? I was watching.
That was a part of the point of the Patriot Act, right? The Patriot
It's a whole
Act
side. Patriot Act, but that was 9/11.
Right, but the laws that they put in place with the Patriot Act made us the enemy. That was part of the whole purpose of that.
We've been the enemy way before that.
But that put it in law, is what I'm saying.
The Smith-Mundt Act, when Obama got rid of that, we had the Sandy hoax shortly after that. So they've been hammering us with propaganda and all this stuff we just seen, like the Washington D.C. thing. There was a person that was supposedly shot. That was staged. That was totally fake. There was nobody killed. That was a fake event. They just wanted to have some blood on someone's hands. Oh, these people got blood on their hands. It's all your fault. No one would be dead if it wasn't for these insurrectionists. And they start mixing in all these labels, white supremacists. And it's like, wow, you see the agenda. Put all the pieces together, and who is the target of their wrath? They're targeting white people. There's no way to come around it.
Absolutely. We're the only thing that stands in their way.
That's the only people who give a fuck. You know, it's like they see the country going down the tubes. They want to do something the right way. Those were just good people that showed up. And now after that, no one's going to show up at a protest. They're going to be scared shitless. Like all the good people who love their country and think it's salvageable, they ain't going to come because they're like, they won't want to be lumped in. And this just cut their balls off. No one's going to do it. So now with no opposition.
If you're with Antifa or BLM, they bring pallets of bricks and drop them off on corners. So when you want to have a protest,
well, they won. They got all the Bolsheviks won because the people who care are not going to show up anymore. The people who know it's because of that, and they hammered it home. And if you happen to be, you're white and you show up and you love you're a white supremacist, you're an insurrectionist, you're a domestic terrorist. All those labels get thrown interchangeably. They're back and forth, the same labels on the same people, constantly. I don't want to be labeled that. Oh, no.
Well, and that's part of the PSYOP too, right? Because I don't want to be labeled that either, but I'm at the point where I don't care. Yes, now I do want to be labeled that, right? So now I'm playing right into everybody's hands. It's brilliant. It really is.
They will label you that. You're a domestic terrorist, and you're on the terrorist watch list. And it's like, what? I just want to speak my First Amendment rights. I want to protest. No, you're a terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could show
when did speech become terrorism?
With the Patriot Act, pretty much, and then pretty much that Washington D.C. thing, that the people showed up and they were like, "Oh my God!"
They stormed the Capitol.
Stormed
the guy wearing his shit with the horns and shit.
Yeah, that guy was a crisis actor. They planted him.
Of course, yeah.
Oh yeah, he was a definite plant.
And he's right there.
There were some good people that are actually sitting in jail for that right now still.
I think that's fake. I think they're in there. I think that's fake, and that's a scare tactic. I think it's a fear tactic. Like you don't see them in jail. There's never a camera. You only hear their voice. I think that's there.
Well, have you ever been in jail?
I have.
Cameras in jail.
I have been. Do you think I'm going to do an interview
a bunch of times? And there's
I've been in the count
filming me.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a psyop. That whole thing is a psyop. Like, oh my God, they're still in jail. Oh boy, I don't want to risk it. You got Mr. Goody Two Shoes with the shorts and the barbecue, and he might have went to the he watches football. Someone like my brother. Oh man, I don't want to do. Not only do I want not be labeled, I don't want to be thrown in jail and da da da. Like that's their fear tactic. They really don't want opposition. If there's opposition of that size, they could have people like us talking amongst ourselves and passing out information and waking them up. And if you have large groups, hundreds of thousands of people waking up and then telling other people, their game unravels really fast. They don't want that. They can't afford that.
Yeah, but hold on. That only happens if those crowds form and people like us walk through telling them the earth is flat. Because, let's be honest, a lot of this stuff, it's just a distraction from that and other things that are bigger. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to lie, dude. Like, politics matter. I'm not going to lie. After all, it was my own political involvement that actually led me to find out the earth is flat. So I'm not going to like say you're crazy in that sense, but I'm just saying, like, it's just a distraction from bigger things.
When you say politics, do you mean voting?
I mean campaigning.
Okay, but do you think voting for candidates has any effect at all?
Depends on the situation.
In the big picture.
Depends on the election.
The big picture for the U.S. Congress and senators and president.
Yeah, the answer to your question is it depends on who counts the votes.
Okay, so you're lost. You're lost. If you think you're going to vote yourself in a candidate,
I'm lost. I'm lost.
No, he didn't say that.
What the hell are you talking about?
You think there's a political solution to this problem where you can vote a particular candidate like a Trump?
Now you're telling me what I think? Oh, you can read minds. This guy can read minds.
I'm asking you a question.
Oh, silence.
No,
well, anyway, the point is, dude, something else I want to point out. You started to talk about some of the things that have been censored lately. So just keep in mind, say whatever you want for the most part, but just be careful, extra careful with what you say, because if this channel is going to be censored, remember, we want it for flat Earth only, not anything else.
No, Orion. I don't know if you just chimed in, Orion, but we have been being like super. We have been being super careful. Like, we haven't gone into too much specifics and said too much, because Helio was in here a minute ago too, and I think if we,
I'm still here. I'm just like, I mean, what? Why did it all?
Well, I would think if we stepped over the line, because I told you if I step over the line and say something that I shouldn't say on a live stream, just tell me to shut up, and I'll shut up.
I'm uploading that Boston Marathon bombing shit to my archive.org channel, so I'm going to share that. Well,
the thing is, if you're
what was the issue, Orion?
No, I was asking that guy. He thinks that he can vote himself in someone to change the current system that we're in. There's no voting solution.
That's not a question. You're just telling me what I think. That's not a question.
Question, you cocksucker.
Oh, there's no need for that, dude. There's no need for that. We can all be gentlemen in here and get along without.
Goddamn question. Answer the goddamn question. That's all.
You didn't ask a question. You told me what I think.
I asked you a question, and you didn't fucking answer. I said, do you think there's a voting solution to vote yourself out of the current situation? Can we vote ourselves out of the
but you're asking that now. Out of the current situation? You mean here in the United States? So what are you talking about? You're talking about the executive branch?
Do you live in the U.S.? Do you live in the United States?
Yeah, which election are you talking about, dude?
Wow, where is all this hostility come from? Hold on, can I answer your question? Because
No, I'll tell you where the hostility is coming from, dude. I'll tell you exactly where it's coming from. You want to know, Paul? I'll tell you. There's a lot of flat earthers that think that just because they know the earth is flat, they know everything about everything else, and that they're smarter than everybody else. That's exactly what this guy is.
Question. Answer the goddamn question. Do you think you can vote in a candidate to change America? Do you think it can be done? Yes or no?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking Orion.
Yeah, I suppose things are possible, like with elections, because that's how we end up with the laws and policies we have today. So
that they own you.
Wait, hold on. You said change America. You said define change America. Your question is too broad. You're asking me a broad question. Why are you asking me a stupid broad question?
You think you can vote yourself out of this? You're still chasing the fucking carrot. You're the donkey chasing the carrot.
Out of what? Wait, Wolfgang, out of what?
Okay. Out of the...
You're being broad.
It's obvious you don't know how this
He's so smart. He knows everything. He's so much smarter than me. Oh, give yourself a gold star, why don't you?
I'm not in the system. What I'm saying is you're still chasing a fucking carrot on a string. That's all.
Hold on. Hey, Orion, do you go to the...
I'm out of the system. You guys are still in the Matrix. Did you guys get it?
Orion, do you go to the voting... Hold on, Ron. Orion, do you go to the voting booth and try to make change that way?
There are no voting booths here. We do it by mail. We just go to a box and put them in. But
okay,
I do vote, yeah.
You vote.
Well, actually, not lately so much, but at least on some measures, I mostly just vote no on like tax increases and such.
So locally, you think your vote makes a difference because it could make a difference because you're a registered voter in your district.
Well, I don't see the point in not bothering to vote for tax increases. I mean,
nobody's arguing against that necessarily because it can.
But yeah. Wait, so hold on, Helio. You got to ask me a more specific question, Helio. Helio, are you trying to ask me? Do I think my votes are being counted? Are you trying to ask me that?
I think the national vote. That's really. I mean, that was proven last election.
You see, I think you guys don't even. No, guys. Let me point out. You guys are very skeptical of the system, and I agree with your skepticism. But you're not asking specific questions that you should be. You're not actually critically thinking about the subject the way that you should be. Here, guys. Let me give you. No. Hold on. Let me tell you guys something. You guys listen very carefully. There's this show you should listen to, a podcast. It's called The Propaganda Report. You can go to podbay.com and just type in The Propaganda Report. Don't type in Propaganda Report. Don't type in that because you'll get some asshole spewing some nonsense that is actual propaganda. But type in The Propaganda Report. Look for someone called Monica Perez or Brad Binkley, those two people that host the show, and just listen to them, all right? And, for God's sakes, just don't be, just educate yourself.
Come on,
it's not just so black and white. What I'm trying to say is it's not so black and white, okay?
Come on, man. I'm Joe Biden, and I got more votes than any other president ever got in the world. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve the statement.
I was asking if you voted in the congressional votes. The congressional votes. Did you vote for the president? Did you vote for a congressman? Did you vote for a U.S. senator? Did you vote in that particular election? Crickets.
Because I'm part of a libertarian faction that's trying to hijack the Republican Party. So, yeah, I did. I voted Republican all the way up and down the ticket. But, yeah, that's just libertarians trying to hijack the Republicans. What do you got to say about that?
Answer. Here's your answer.
Can I interject something?
Oh, yeah, and you're part of the what? You're part of the, I'm a quitter, and I don't really know shit about Jack?
I ain't gonna lie. If I were to vote last election, I would have voted for Trump.
Okay.
But I didn't.
Can I please step in for a second and interject something and just leave you with
Paul V.
Something? Okay. This is where I think the problem comes in. I agree with what you guys are saying about nationally. But I think the problem starts way before that, because we all want to think that that's going to change something, but it starts way earlier than that and at a more local level. I think if we cared just as much about our local politics, our small towns, city council, school board, sheriff, mayor,
No, those are the only ones that matter.
I think we can make it. Please let me. Can I finish?
No, I hear you, because I agree with exactly what you're getting at. Your local stuff, your county and city, all that matters.
I think that can build. If you get the right people in, that can create change at the higher level. Maybe,
No, it won't.
maybe
No,
not.
it won't.
Maybe not in the present. Maybe not. But we should try it. We should be doing that. We should be trying to make that effort.
I do that. What I'm saying is, nationally, you're not going to change their system on a national control basis. The way how everything is centralized, you've got the head. I do the local stuff. What I'm saying is, if you think you're going to vote a congressman, a senator, a president, and change the big picture, the big game board, the whole United States, this big game board, you ain't going to fucking change it. There is no way you're going to do it, and it's not possible for the votes. It's not possible to do it, and to say you're a quitter, whatever. Because
So
I'm
you
fucking.
think every election from Congress on is rigged?
I'm saying it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter who you vote for. The outcome is irrelevant, because it ain't going to change a goddamn thing.
Even if they're like, hold on, even if they're pure, like, people like naturally elected or whatever, they have pure motives. When you get to Washington, you're corrupted. Like, from time, they have methods and means to corrupt you in any way. That's their
even
purpose.
If you're not.
Wait, hold on. What about Ron Paul?
And if you don't participate in the system, they'll use any means necessary to denigrate or disturb anything you have going on. So,
okay, but even if you were,
Helia, do you think that Ron Paul was corrupt?
Yes,
I campaigned for him in 2012.
I don't say he was corrupt. I just say that he says certain. I mean, and that goes for Rand too. I was hoping that Rand would actually win, the primary last time instead of Trump, So, but
see, that's when people thought, like, okay, Ron Paul against the wars, all his messaging was good, and to think that he would win and change things, that's the same naivete that people think. I was that stupid. I thought Trump was going to change things. I liked what he was saying.
Do you know what percentage he got to of the national vote in the primary? Do you even know what percentage he got to in the primary?
Did I?
Wolfgang?
Ron Paul?
Yeah, Ron Paul in 2012.
Like 19%.
What percentage of the Republican vote did he get nationally in the primary?
Probably like 5.
5? No. He got 32. 32%. I was campaigning for him at the grassroots level. We almost got him in the primary. He almost became president.
I understand why a lot of people want to rail against Trump, but if you think about, I understand why you say he didn't change anything, but if you think about it, he did change some minds and did spark a fire in people that have a new fire for liberty. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, do you think he's going to run again this time? I think he will.
Is he going to make the new Space Force? He already made the Space Force.
That's why I love it, because it's just like it's all acting, Just freaking do it, do it.
It was entertaining. I'm not gonna lie, it was entertaining. I did like him shit talking. That was funny.
Dude, you remember that Space Force when he introduced the Space Force and they rolled out the Space Force flag and shit? Hell yeah, I love that.
It is comical because
but you guys don't think that he did some good by calling out the fake media? You don't think that did
Yeah, but
Some good.
do you think it comes from his heart, or you think that's just part of
Well,
the
I don't. It
program?
doesn't matter.
Let me ask you.
It's just like saying what Alex Jones said. Does that come from his heart, or does that come from his wallet? It don't matter. He still reaches some people sometimes.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it's just like.
Let me ask you this though: are we any better off? Like we're still fucked. We still got Joe
not now,
Biden.
no, because but that's because
the total outcome didn't matter. Hillary didn't get locked up. We didn't get a wall. We didn't get what was the other thing? Hillary's not locked up. He didn't accomplish shit. He got his Space Force, but like the system is still in place where you can have.
It be that the swamp is so deep that you just a righteous man cannot by himself
He's not
make
righteous.
a change.
No, everybody.
I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying hypothetically,
it is this. You're not going to change.
Look at. I mean,
it ain't possible. It ain't possible to change. Look. Let's say you were the swamp. Let's say you're the swamp and you own it. You own the Federal Reserve. You own it, right? Do you think you're going to let yourself be voted out of power? You're out of your fucking mind.
Well, one man isn't. That's
not one man. I'm saying their system. Do you think you're going to win in their rigged fucking game? You're delusional. If you think you can play their game that they own, and they own the judges, and they own the media, they own it fucking all, and they're going to let you beat them at what they own? They own everybody in a high position of power. They own those motherfuckers. And you're not going to.
If every one of us in this Discord right now were to run for office and we all won, you don't think we could affect change at all?
No, absolutely not.
That's disappointing.
It's like voting yourself. If I'm going to vote myself into the mafia and vote out the Godfather, that ain't going to happen. You'll be swimming with fishes. I mean, it's a mafia. It's a crime mafia. They're not going to let you.
How would they eradicate? They would have to kill us all.
They don't need to kill you. Power at all. Let's say you did get to DC. You're not going to do shit. Their bills are written at the high committee level. Like, even if you were a legitimate person, you're not going to change their shit.
If you get there, you still have to follow the processes that are enshrined in the laws that exist. It's not like you're going to show up and burn it all down overnight.
I'm not saying one man, no, but I'm saying.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
I just think that ultimately, when you have a system like what we've got now, where there's so many people that have been in control for so long and have so much money and so much interest in things going their way, no matter how good your intentions are, they'll either bribe you with money, they'll intimidate you and say, we'll hurt your loved ones. Like, ultimately, nobody can ever, in my opinion, turn it around in that way.
Not just
no matter how good your intentions are, the system that we've got is just too powerful.
So you have no faith in humanity at all, that there aren't good men out there?
No, I'm just saying that not through that system. Not through that system. That's their system. We play their game.
But aren't me and you in that system right now? And aren't we don't you stand up every day?
The best thing that we could do, in my opinion, as a humanity, to try and change everything, is to start growing your own food, because we depend on them for electricity, for food supplies. We depend on them for everything. So if we actually had full autonomy and we had our own energy, our own food sources, water sources, and we didn't need them, but as you can see, we've all been drawn into bigger urbanized areas. We've all been pushed away from the countryside. There's more regulations. It's so hard for you to look at Bill Gates. He owns so much farmland. They know what they're doing. The trick is to make us dependent on them. And then we just.
What does that mean? He owns it. He owns a piece of paper that says he owns some land. If we wanted to take it away from him, we could have.
Yeah, but then you forget that there's something called a police force, and they have force.
Yeah, but who makes up
and they're corrupt, and they listen to
our brothers, our cousins, our family members. I mean, you can't be that.
It'd just be a bloody civil war, and it'd just be
Yet somehow our brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles get locked up for a dried plant in their pocket.
That's a whole different.
Well, it's the same thing. It's just a smaller scale.
But our brothers and sisters have been locking up our brothers and sisters for a fucking plant. So you think they're going to stop and do the right thing?
Yeah.
You think they're going to stop and do the right thing all of a sudden?
Yeah, I understand that. It is stupid. It's a stupid law, but at the end of the day, it's a law. So regardless of how you feel about the plan, in some places it's illegal. So it's not.
Excuse me.
I understand.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Are we talking about positive law? Because here's the thing. I think a lot of you guys, and Wolfgang's right about this, but most people are still like only like surface level knowledgeable about politics, and politics is all fiction anyways. So we got two different things going on here. We got positive law, we've got natural law. What law is it that they are enforcing to give you a ticket for a substance in your pocket? What law is that? Do you know?
That up because that goes back to my original point, as it starts at the local level. If we take
this is not a local issue. This is a federal issue.
No.
And
that.
Right, guys.
No. All your
Can I just finish?
all of your local municipalities. Well, everybody had a point they were trying to start, but all the local municipalities, your federal government, all of it is positive law. It is a corporation. You have no control over it. Period.
Thank you.
Let me just finish off real quick. If we all had
That's not true at all.
Just real quick, if we all had a way to be truly self-sufficient, and we did non-compliance, meaning nobody showed up to work, nobody did anything, everyone just stayed at home in the land, able to live from it and not depending on an outside,
They stoned.
Then and only then could we turn the world around. If everybody could just not comply, if everybody just refused to drive the trucks, everybody refused to run the fucking, electricity lines, everybody.
Right.
That's where we need to get. But did you know you can't even save your
brother.
It's illegal to catch your rainwater, so they don't want you.
Hey, bro.
We need to do that, though. We do need to do.
I'm not trying to chime in for my own amusement. All right, Wolfgang Flat. If you are Ron Sheckelson, please identify yourself in the Silver FE chat, right? So we can just clear that up real quick.
Chat?
Yeah.
We're in the live stream.
Right, so you have access to the Silver FE chat because you have a Silver FE role, so just identify yourself there. That's cool.
This is not my main account. You know that.
Yeah. Anyway, that would just clear up some back-end logistics very fast for everybody, and then we can all move on. Thanks. All right, I'm going to unmute the stoned kid now.
So there's a lot of you that believe out there that there is really no hope.
No, you're trying to put words in my mouth. I never said that. I said the political solution through voting it's a non-starter. That's idiocy. If you think you're going to, on a national scale, if you think there's a way to vote yourself, it's like saying, I'm going to vote the mafia out of my town. You're not going to do that. They are the mafia. They're not going to allow you to vote them out of power. It's not going to happen.
You're jumping so many steps ahead from where I'm trying to start. But anyway, regardless, so what is your solution? Because what are we going to do? Fight them?
No.
What's your plan?
To remove them by the non-compliant.
Mass non-compliance. That's it. Mass non-compliance.
If they make law and they say, this is my law, and you say, okay, and there's your law, and what are you going to do? So what? That's your law. I'm not going to comply with that law. Just like when they said there's a mask mandate, you must wear a mask. Guess what?
How are you going to do that?
What about it's all law against murder?
You can't even convince your family members of the truth of flat Earth, but you're going to convince them to go against everything that they've been taught since they're children about rule of law and all this bullshit.
Yeah,
come on, man.
That's why the biggest war is on our perception. That's why they try to shape our perception so much.
I mean, I look at it like this. The best
Wolfgang, what about theft? Wolfgang, should there be a law against theft that we should follow?
Yeah. The 10 Commandments, the Golden Rule, all that stuff. Follow that. Follow God's law.
That doesn't work though, because not everybody believes in the 10 Commandments. So how are you going to have a society?
No, that's natural law. That's natural law. We're talking natural law, not man's law.
Still,
how about we just call it common sense?
yeah. But unfortunately, we don't all have that.
Yeah, but
What
common
saying is
sense doesn't work because common sense to a person that has no food is to go steal food from some other person to survive, you know? And to the other person, that's, you know.
And some people are just crazy.
The system we have is a prison. We're living in a prison. And
Well, yeah, we all know that. We all know we're living in a prison
It doesn't
system.
seem you
We
know
all know
that.
we're debt slaves.
Doesn't seem you know that because you think I'm going to vote the warden out. I'm going to go to the poll.
Hey, Wolfgang, back to voting. I had something important to say to you about that voting thing. So I have a suggestion to you. You should advocate for a monarchy. I do. So you should too. There, no voting. We get a monarchy, a constitutional monarchy, but a monarchy nonetheless.
Why wouldn't I?
Why not? There's no voting. You can't blame voting.
Who's going to be the monarch?
Orion, I don't know why you're being Orion. You're being like antagonistic and cynical, dude. Like you got to cut that out.
Well,
There's
no,
no
actually,
point
I'm
to
not.
that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say it with that tone of voice. I apologize for that, but I'm actually being serious. Like I'm not actually.
I want his definition of what anarchy is.
It'd be no rulers. A world with no rulers.
What's wrong with no rulers?
Oh, right, yeah. I was gonna say, so if China has rulers and they have an organized army, I think it would make it easier for them to invade us.
Yeah.
What if they have already invaded us? Like the government of the United States and China.
What if? Now you're sounding like a glober. What if?
No. They are on the same page. Do you think the Chinese Space Agency and the U.S. Space Agency? Do you think there's any gap between them?
Yeah, that's a good.
I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying militarily.
That means they're on the same team. You don't seem to get that. They're already on the same team.
I'm just saying for the sake of being on the same team militarily.
They are on the same team. That's my point. If they're
but are we? Well, hold on, Wolfgang. But would we be in the scenario of anarchy? Would we be?
No. If we had if we didn't have this corporate government and we didn't have a UCC law, if we didn't have that, if everyone controlled their local municipality at a local level, and that's where I agree in some part, your local community level, like your city, your mayor and stuff like that, your county commissioner, your sheriff, that stuff matters because those particular towns that had a good sheriff, they weren't locked down. They didn't have COVID mandates, but that's not changing the big picture. The big picture is a national level, the whole United States. This whole United States is the prison. So you might live in a little section of prison where you're safe.
You're not answering my question. I just asked you a very specific question. What I'm asking you is, in this world of anarchy, I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm not saying it's an all bad idea. In this world of American anarchy that you speak of, that you advocate for, if China, with not anarchy, with a leader, invades us militarily with tanks and guns, etc. The question I'm asking you, Wolfgang, I haven't asked the question yet. Why are you talking? Why are you talking? What the fuck is wrong with you? The question I'm asking.
Yeah, okay, ask your question and make it succinct. Get to your goddamn point. Get to the fucking point.
The question I'm asking you is, would we here in the United States in that scenario stand together militarily? Yes or no?
Yes. There's a rifle behind every blade of grass. They already knew.
Yeah. Are we going to stay in? Are we going to use walkie-talkies to stay in contact with each other? Walkie-talkies? Is that how we're going to do it?
They have to go. They have to go blade of grass by blade of grass. And the thing is, that's the same shit the government puts in your fucking head to make you think our government is necessity to protect us from a Chinese or Russian invasion. That's the fucking divide. That's the Cold War. So you're buying into their bullshit. By the question you just asked me means you believe in their bullshit. You're the donkey chasing the carrot. Just by the question you just asked, you proved it.
Just a second.
Yeah,
we have new people in the live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Miguel.
So, glitching the Matrix. Welcome. Are you there? Glitching the Matrix.
Glitching, dude. Feelings. Wolfgang, I really appreciate the conversation, and it got a little hostile and stuff. But there's no hard feelings and stuff. Like I enjoy these conversations.
I got thick skin, dude. I can take it. What I'm saying, I'm just trying to make people think outside their fucking box because they got people pinned in. Even flat earthers, they got them thinking the way they want you to think. They want you to think.
I agree with a lot of what you just said, but I keep wanting to have hope and keep thinking that if it starts in the school system, I feel like if we can take control locally of our grade schools and our high schools, it starts there, and then from there we can branch out. Like you said, the local elections matter.
I'm not against
stuff
that.
matters. So I feel like we could transcend that into a national. Nationally,
I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
Hold on. Let me kind of bring this back to the center. Yes, the local elections can matter, but are the people that are voting, intellectually honest with themselves? And I mean, they mostly watch the mainstream news. That's less someone to say about it, but
yeah, that's a good point.
Let's talk to the new people that are joining now.
I'm sorry, I was waiting. I didn't hear anybody.
No, sure. I mean, we can just waffle back and forth about all this stuff, but when new people join, we need to pay attention to that.
Yes, sir.
So
who's our new people in here?
Yeah,
anyone here? Any Glovers in here? Any normies in here?
Glitch in the Matrix is new. I'm not sure if he's a Glober.
He might be a little intimidated to jump into this maelstrom. He's like, "Oh fuck, what did I just jump into?" Everyone's yelling at each other. It's not normally like this. It's like we just had a little disagreement.
Hey Wolfgang, something I want to point out to you is that you want to know one great thing about political events is that with large crowds of people like that, it's a great place to walk through and hand them out flyers about the flat Earth.
And you know what? I do that. I do infiltrate those, and I do protest. I'm not inactive. I do that stuff. I'm an activist. But what I'm saying is, if you're thinking with that same slave mindset, they own you. You're not thinking outside the box. You're still within these parameters, thinking, "Hey, we have to have a government to protect us from a perceived enemy like China. We need them." And that was the whole premise of the Cold War. And that's the whole premise of China's the enemy, Russia's the enemy. That's how they keep you in their camp. We need this government to protect us. We need to look to big daddy government to protect us from this perceived threat. That's what they do. And they own all these nations, and they keep us in fear of each other. We're in fear of the Russians. Oh my God, the Russians will kill us. And we better go turn to our government. Let's join the army.
As if they're any different.
And instead of using the word slave, you should use the words wishful thinking. You should say, you shouldn't be so wishful thinking when you're doing this sort of thing. But, and I may agree with you in some cases or less so in other cases. I mean, after all, weed is made legal, so at least that's one liberty we've had, one freedom we have in some places that we didn't before. So it's not like all voting is bad, right?
That's to oppress you, all right. That's why they made that legal. It works like Soma in A Brave New World.
They throw you the and make you think there's hope of.
No, it's because making drugs illegal is only something that silly people think should happen.
They did that so you'd want it more.
Yeah, I mean that's just the way.
No, it just took some time to modify the genetics in a way that it's suitable for their pharmaceutical distribution. That's the only reason why it took so long for them to now slowly starting to make it legal, because now they have full control over their genetics, and that's what they wanted to have.
That's another
GMOs.
See, why you guys don't believe in Bigfoot is beyond me.
Hey, in all seriousness, though, if we go back to what I was saying and we start at the local small level and branch out, can we not change? And because I think a part of the problem too is these career politicians, where they get in there and they don't care about anything but lining their pockets. So
okay.
You know what I mean?
So, Paul, I hear what you're saying, Paul. Can I just give me a couple of seconds here? Number one, if we don't understand actually how our government is constructed, right? Because we have our Constitution, but there's a few layers to it, right? So, you guys know what plenary powers are? Okay, so that means the Congress and the Senate have the ability to make contracts, okay, with servicing corporations. Does that make sense? So there's all these agencies that are not government, but we think they are. Like, let's take the CDC, for instance, or the FDA, okay? Those are all agencies, but they actually aren't part of our government. They're subcontracted, if you like. Well, because we're in debt to all these central bankers, they require, as part of the contract in our loan statement, our loan contract, that we have some kind of property management. And property management also includes people management. That's why you guys are under the authority of the United States Corporation. It's an independent, you can think of it as an HOA. They are the ones that make all the positive law, okay? And that goes from the top fed, all the way down to your local municipality. I live in a town of 5,000 people, and their reach goes all the way to the little towns like this. Now, you think you have some authority if you vote for this guy, you vote for that guy. I promise you the most authority you have in your entire life are the relationships that you have. You have to make relationships with the people around you, because if you don't make good relationships with them, they have no obligation to protect you, to pick you up if you fall down, to take you to the hospital. They have nothing. They work for money. And if they don't get money...
Wrap this up really quick. Wrap it up, because we're not going to continue. Wrap it up.
Wrong in assuming
I'm going to give Sesu and Paul 30 seconds to wrap it up, because we have to.
Okay.
Because why?
So real quick. So am I wrong then in assuming that the system that we have in place in this country is, as it is flawed, but is still the best system if we get back to the way it was supposed to be and root out the evil that is in it? We can get righteous people in there. It can work.
No,
can it not?
No, it doesn't work.
Get rid of the corruption, and we get rid of the corporate interest. We get rid of it's impossible.
Yep, it's totally impossible, because you're under the impression that people are good innately. That's just not the case. We've been under a public-run system since, 250 years ago, something like that, okay? This has been run by men, and men have run it into the ground. So you want to give it to different men? Are different men going to make it better? No.
Isn't that my fault and your fault? Because we allow them.
Is this the wrap-up? Because we want to...
Yeah, done now. Finish, guys.
All right, yeah, I'm done.
All right, cool. Hey, thanks for your input, Paul and Sesu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elio. Hey, it was good talking to you too.
We have new people, Stoned, and
now Stone's been here for a bit, dude.
Yeah, I know, but does he want to talk? There's Stoned.
I did talk, but I have nothing else to say because I don't want to continue that branch.
Well, I mean, have you talked about flat Earth? I mean, we've been talking about politics for too long. So, do you have any questions about the flat Earth?
Well, we'll re-loop it back. So here's the thing. I think we have to apply the same logic to all of it, right? Like, so the flat Earth is a great topic to kind of apply to everything. We were told something, it's not true. Right? You have to apply that to every aspect of life and go, how much of this is true? Yeah. How much of this is something that they're just pumping into me and I believed it for all my life, but it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense. So, flat Earth doesn't make sense, all right? The globe doesn't make sense, and we've all instinctually known there's been something wrong with that idea since the beginning.
Yeah.
So, any Globers in the house want to tell us about their fairy tale?
I just saw Jan. Jan. I don't even know how to pronounce the other one. Jan. The last name I don't know. Jan, do you want to say
I
something?
want to hear about curvature from a Glober. There's a Glober up there.
Can you just hold on a minute?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jan, I just saw Jan unmute. I want to see if this person is willing to talk. Okay, I guess Jan unmuted for no reason. Now muted back. All right. So go ahead. So we're talking to Stoned. Doesn't want to talk either.
No, it's not that I don't want to talk. It's other people started talking, so I just stopped talking.
No, sure. Yeah, I mean, and of course there is a relation, between history of Earth and politics and all. And it all comes together. But as far as what Earth is, that's really what the focus of this room is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we all have opinions about politics and history and religion and all that kind of shit. We try to keep it focused on.
I just felt like kind of what I was saying pretty much plays into the big lie itself, and it's just like ultimately, because we rely on them, we will always have to do what the system wants, And if we wanted to break away from that system completely, the only true way is non-compliance, and I mean absolute mass non-compliance. And then they would no longer have power over us. It would be game over for them.
Yeah, that goes into the politics we were talking about earlier. It's very difficult to actually convince the other people that they have to not participate.
Yeah. I do think that over time, more and more people are realizing this, but I think we're so far gone down the rabbit hole that a part of me feels like this is it. There's no way back.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's kind of giving up. So it's just like, but at the same time, I'm still gonna talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily giving up. I think it's just coming to the realization that maybe it's best you just try and secure your land and your future and just do what you need to do, because you can't convince other people. What's the point trying spending your energy?
What do you think?
No, it's worth it. It's worth it. I mean, you're doing it right now, man. This is your spiritual energy.
between close circles and people that you build relationship with, you tell them about it, but and at times even they can't understand it. So imagine trying to tell somebody that you don't know from jack shit. Sorry to swear.
No, that's absolutely true. It's just like, why are you a flat earther? I can't answer that in 5 seconds. I mean, I can't. I'm a flat earther. It took me a long time to be a flat earther. But
the point of flat earth is to affect change. Is to affect change of the system we're in. Right. The whole point is when people wake up to this, maybe they'll wake up to the next step. What I was talking about, to realize all their governments are compromised and they're not working in your best interest, and it's really a control system.
They're actually trying to shut you off to the truth.
I know.
And with this, just like you guys were talking about, the voting system is just like they're actually trying to give you a choice, but with the education system, everything is a choice according to them. You can only choose what they
pre-selected choices.
Yeah, pre-selected.
You put it in, Celio, it's a choice. Pick your poison. You want the science? What poison would you prefer? How about the orange flavored or the grape?
I expose them.
So wait. So can I get this straight then? So the Earth is flat, therefore voting never matters. Am I following you guys correctly?
No.
Ryan, nobody said that.
I exposed them on my YouTube channel. I call their offices. I ask them serious questions, looking for serious answers, and they flutter about like a flounder on the ground. And I post it. I post it on my YouTube channels.
They're all from the same bloodlines as well.
I'm pretty sure on that point, Orion, hold on, I want to say this really quick. Orion, I made the point that local elections can matter. I mean, even if you vote for whoever for city council or...
I'm in agreement. We're in agreement.
Yeah, we all said that. So
Yeah, all of us agree on that. At least the local. My point is the national.
Well, yeah, but even if you're referring to the national elections, the logic is still fallacious.
The national level is a whole other animal, which you're not going to change. They'll throw you a bone with the marijuana, the pot, the legalization. They throw you a small bone.
They didn't do that at the national level. Whoa, hold on. They didn't do that at the national level.
State law. It's a state law. That's not my point. I'm saying
state laws are similar to what they do nationally, but
they control the states as well. Are a corporation. Your state is a corporate entity. Okay, it's a subdivision of the bigger entity, which is the whole United States.
Where do you think the president's
Yes,
Arkansas, where do you think they'll from?
Wait a minute, though. Isn't that only because the people that we elect on the state level agree to those federal contracts and sign on a dotted line and make deals with federal?
Exactly. Oh my God!
So if we put the right people in the state level that won't do that, can we not affect change that way?
No. The way that the game is played. The game is written in a way, okay, we have to play by their playbook, which they rigged the game. You're not going to.
Doesn't come from the bottom up.
What playbook? Is it written? Is it held in their back pocket? Like, you're being so broad. Wolfgang, everything you're saying is so broad. That's the problem with what you're saying. You're not saying anything specific. If you started talking about specifics, I would take you seriously, but you're not speaking any specifics. That's why I don't take you seriously.
I'm talking in the big picture because you're caught in the matrix. You're still caught in the matrix. This left-right paradigm. This
It is top down. You think you're going to change something from the bottom up?
No, he thinks Mr. You know the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? That's what he thinks is going to happen. We need more Mr. Smiths, and that's exactly how they want you to think. They want you to think that way, so you're the donkey chasing the carrot, staying in their system of how the game is going to be played. They're dictating the rules.
That in itself, what you're saying, just sounds like a psyop too. Like you're being tricked too. Why can't you beat them?
I'm opting out. I'm opting out of their system because I know their system's fucking rigged to the core.
Why don't you get in their system and do it better than they do and get them out of there?
We need to opt out. No, because you can't get them out of there. Okay, you're going to think what I'm saying. It's all top-down control. You never vote the top of the pyramid out. At the top, do you think that the Federal Reserve and the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the Queen, do you think you're going to vote them out? I'm going to vote the Queen of England out. I'm going to vote the Rockefellers and Rothschilds out. That's just the real power. You're not going to vote them out. Right. That's controlling all the minions.
You can get rid of the Federal Reserve. You could do that. You can vote them out. You could dissolve the Federal Reserve if you wanted to. If you had the right people in government. No. They could get rid of it. Why couldn't they?
That's actually part of Ron Paul's platform.
You don't understand the entire argument if you think you can vote out the Federal Reserve. You just don't understand it at all.
The Federal Reserve is not a part of the government.
I know that.
It's the hidden hand. It's the hidden hand that puts this puppet government. This government is a puppet entity.
Yes, I understand. Oh.
No, you don't.
Hey, Wolfgang, I got something important to tell you. Like, especially in regards to flat Earth, don't ever try to avoid saying you believe or tell someone, what they think or whatever, what they believe. Just try to avoid those words.
I was you're going to tell Wolfgang what he should or should not
You might lose a lot of people when you're talking to people, like, about flat Earth. I've never talked
about flat Earth before. Opinion. If I ask your opinion, your personal beliefs, is what do you feel? Do you feel there's a way to affect change at the voting booth?
Well, just like, do you feel like you can vote out the Federal Reserve?
If I was elected president tomorrow, I couldn't take the issue. I couldn't take the power away from the Federal Reserve of issuing our currency. I couldn't dissolve that with a strike of my pen.
That's where you're not.
I couldn't do that.
Yeah,
nobody can.
That's bullshit.
That's the real power.
I think the president might be able to do that, but I don't know for sure.
I could do it. I might not live.
No, you ain't going to get nowhere near that. No. They will not let you. Hey, a guy that's going to come in, he's going to dissolve the Federal Reserve. You don't understand how bad the whole system is infected. You're trying to revive a rotten corpse.
Oh,
The corpse is
that's
dead.
the problem. There's too many.
And the way the
I
rule book
understand what
is,
you're saying.
it's a corporation, just like the mafia. Okay, you're not going to take. Hey, I don't like this mafia.
Oh, it's even
I
worse
want to
than
put
that.
it in
First of all, okay, the mafia. I want to control the mafia. I want shit to be done the way I want to do it. So what do? I whack the boss, right?
Good luck.
And now shit's gonna be run the way I want it
That's
to be
how
run.
mafia.
So you could do this same thing in government. If I'm the boss, if I become the boss, I can cut the head off of the Federal Reserve.
That's how mafia works.
Yeah. So what are you talking? You want to talk about mafia? Like you can't get rid of the mafia. You can't control. If I'm in the mob, I'm in there. I'm playing their
this is not a small
game,
mafia.
but I want
This
to
is a
change the rules,
worldwide
and I
mafia.
don't like the way my boss is treating me. I'm gonna whack him.
You don't get it. You don't get it.
I
This
don't
is a
get it.
hydra. This is a worldwide mafia. It's worldwide.
Yeah, I get it. It's worldwide. Yeah.
Well, let's slow down.
Paul, I got to point out something to you, Paul. Wait,
hold on.
Can I quickly say something, Helio? I just want to say,
I want to make a statement, and I'm going to make it really quick. But I want to hear what you have to say before that.
I just want to say, I think Wolfgang has psyoped himself.
For real.
Hold on a minute. This is a top shelf shit show in here now.
All right.
What does that mean, Orion? What does that mean?
Ultimately speaking, I mean, he's black-pilled himself in a psyop kind of way. Like what I'm saying is, he's convinced himself that because the government lied to him about the Earth being flat, that the government can never do any good ever and is completely useless all the time ever. And I think that doesn't make any damn sense.
Wait. Let me ask you this, Orion. I've known Ron for a long time. Wolfgang, I've known him for a long time, and that's not what he's saying. Now, when it comes
he has no faith in humanity, though, Helio. He's basically saying that
wait, hold on. Even beyond that, he thinks he thinks that the Earth being flat also means that your vote can never count in any way that's meaningful. He thinks that means that, which is even more crazy.
Do you think that we live in a
not for the statewide?
Hey, hold on. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but me and him used to do podcasts together. We have like 26 podcasts that me and him have done together. It was a couple of years ago, but we did like 26 podcasts. So I know him, his conversation. We had conversations about this. You guys don't know what we talk about. You're kind of new to how this goes as far as that goes. I've done podcasts with him before.
Oh, okay.
We were partners in that. I have 26 freaking episodes. So all of this. All right. So voting. If you have massive amounts of ignorant voters, what the fuck kind of difference is that going to make?
Well, I can actually explain something. No, that's a problem. I agree. That's a problem. Yeah. But I'll point out that at the very least, it's important to point out that it's much less of a problem in a republic as opposed to a democracy. Because in a democracy, it's more than 50% rule. So all you need is more than 50% stupid people, and you have stupid policies. In a republic, minorities are represented with the electoral process better. So you need more stupid people in order to have stupid policies.
Ryan, where are these voters getting their information from?
Man.
What?
Say it. Where are these voters getting their
I don't know. What answer am I supposed to give to that? I don't know what you're trying to go with. Where you're trying to go with this? I don't know. I don't even know where you're going with this.
All right. Hold on. Everybody shut up.
Like I said.
Where are these voters getting their information from? If they're
the TV, I'm guessing.
News, right?
It's all Mockingbird media. It comes from the schools. It comes from the TV. It comes from the radio. It comes from magazines, newspapers. It's coming at them from all angles. It comes from the entertainment industry. It comes from the sports industry. Steve Kerr was talking about
social media. Yeah, everything.
Everywhere. Every angle.
Up here in Canada, we had our leader of the New People's Party of Canada thrown in jail.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media.
So, do you trust the voters, Orion?
Hell no!
No, actually, that's why I was campaigning in 2012 and 2016.
You guys are still missing the bigger picture of what I was.
How's that working out for you, Ryan?
Here.
No, I was actually pointing out
How do you like
Orion's
Neverloader?
bullshit here because that doesn't
Blood?
make any sense. Go ahead, Paul. I want to hear what
That sounds like a queer mentality.
Orion, I want to hear what Paul has to say. I just told
you need a
what I
master.
If you start at the lowest levels from when we are first manipulated in grade school, if we take back control of the education system and we take back control of the school boards, the local level municipalities, all that shit, that will affect a change all the way up into media, because the young kids growing up will have a new perspective and be real journalists. We can teach and root out these demons that are affecting the national media. We can get rid of these people.
Let me ask you a question. Who do you think owns the media?
Oh, jeez, I don't.
No,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Before we get there, Ron, hold on.
It doesn't matter. If they can't hire the people that they can control, if they can't hire people that they can control, then it doesn't matter. Because we'll
not higher and lower people. I mean, it's teenagers, freaking 20-year-olds, or whatever. I mean, all of it's control.
You're not going to change them. If you think you're going to change Google,
change them.
Anyone from changing right now, right? You can change right now. You can start educating your children, homeschooling, and
thank you.
The way people will.
We're all in agreement. That's a non-topic. No one's in disagreement with the small local, and
How is that a non-topic? But when I say it can't be done.
We're all in agreement at local level. So why even talk about it when we're in agreement? I'm saying no one is disagreeing with local small stuff, and you keep reverting back, so you're wasting time. We're all in agreement.
You're wasting time because if the local level branches out to the national,
it doesn't happen that way. It gets decapitated.
Oh my God!
There's a lid. You're not getting to the next level.
You're speaking too generally, Wolfgang. Again, you're speaking too generally. Hey, Wolfgang, I got a clarifying question to ask you.
You're not picture.
You said something earlier, Wolfgang. I asked you if you'd ever gone to I mentioned to you could go to political events, and you said, "Oh yeah, I've gone to political events and hand out flyers." I just wanted to ask you, when was the last time you did that? Tell me the last time you did that. Describe it to me.
Oh my God!
Who cares?
In Lansing.
Who in the world cares? I don't even know how that's relevant. I mean, honestly.
I don't think he ever did. I don't think he ever did. I think he just said he did. I don't think he ever actually fucking did that. This guy's just all talk.
I've got video.
Who cares?
You cocksucking piece of shit. I was there. So go suck a fat dick.
Oh, now you got to be.
Hold on before it gets too hot. Ryan, I know I've seen you put videos up before, and I've watched your videos. I've seen you do it.
Do you hurt your feelings?
We can't talk about a lot of things.
Hold up, everybody, shut up. Orion, you've done public. You flat smacked in public, or, if you want to call it that. Do you think it made a difference?
Yeah, man. Two of the restaurant, or not two. One of the restaurant employees and his girlfriend are now flat earthers as of last night that I found out.
Awesome, cool.
So yeah.
Hey, we flat smack here all day long here in the 24/7 live. I mean, it's difficult to go on the street and meet people, but a lot of us do that. But do you really think you're going to get a lot of results. Cool. Yeah. Now you did talk to somebody on, man on the street stuff, but I think we actually get more people to understand Flat Earth here in the Discord. But Man on the Street is fucking awesome too. That's why we do meetups and shit, or even live events or whatever. It's just like, I'm gonna stand on the street, set up a little thing. I mean, you might meet 100 people while they're walking around, and you're gonna get like 20 people to talk to you, and most of them will be like, that's cool, yeah, but it sounds pretty cool, but I got other shit to do. You might meet, out of 100 people, you might get 2 to actually listen to you. You know, I mean, it's not even.
No. What are you talking about? Hold on. Healy, you're way off with your ratio, but I just wanted to quickly ask Wolfgang a quick question. What was just the name of the title of the event, or what political party was the last one you went to? Like, what was the actual event subject of?
Now you're back in
just
politics
that.
now, Len? Okay.
Hey, Paul, I want to kind of calm this down and ask you a serious question with all due respect, and I'm serious about that. If you mean with like the municipalities, we got to get change in our local municipalities, how would you suppose that we do that? How do you suggest that we get that done? How do we take that back? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, we have to take initiative and actually give a shit about who is elected in the local level, in our school boards, in our local governments, because I don't think people like us really pay attention to that. I don't think people that mean well and want less government and don't want government intrusion, and I don't think they pay attention at the local level.
You're not going to be.
So I think you're
not going to be able to change the education system in the local municipalities because they get funding from the state and they get funding from the federal government.
Yeah, but if you put the right people in the proper positions, we could stop that.
So I hear what you're saying, and I want to just get
the funding.
Jesus Christ, Helio.
That's what they're focused on, is the funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul, so I hear what you're saying. And you are correct in the way that you think. However, I want to show you how the backdoor access works, okay? And please don't make this dirty. But anyway, you can put good people in positions, right? But at the same time, they have to follow along with policy that they get paid to follow, right? So the policy comes from the federal to the state, and then if you don't do what the feds and the state say, you don't get paid. So as good as you are, you send your best neighbor in there, a guy that you know really well, but he's...
I know that.
So how do you change it if they have to follow along with the program?
You say no. You say no. You say
I say no to what?
And the people that we put in the position to say no, we back them up and we take care of them. They don't need that money. I have my own business. I will support you. We need to take care of each other. We need to support each other.
Wait, hold on. Can I interject for a second? I need to ask both you guys to be more specific. So this guy asking this question, what policies are you speaking of? Can you name one specific policy that you're speaking of, that you're talking about?
Okay, so let's talk about curriculum for a second, all right? All curriculum comes down from the federal level. Are you aware of that, Orion?
I'm aware of that, but it's also voted on and accepted at the state level, and it doesn't have to be that way.
Correct.
They don't have to agree. They only accept that because they want that federal funding. We can tell that federal funding to go fuck off, and we don't need you, and we're going to do our own thing.
And that's called private schools. Okay, so that's private schools.
I know,
right? But how many people go to private schools versus how many people go to public schools? What's the number?
It don't fucking matter.
What's the percentage?
You do the same thing in the private. Look, if we all supported each other as a unit, as a community, we.
Hold on. Stop. I gotta stop you right there with what you just said. You just asked how many people go to public schools as opposed to private schools, and I just want to point out to you that's not the question you should ask yourself. The question you should ask yourself is how many people vote for politicians that make us use our taxes for public schools, and how many of us vote for politicians that, say, hey, we should get rid of the public schools? Because that's the question you should be asking yourself.
Okay, what politicians are asking to get rid of public schools?
We should demand it. We should start campaigning to demand it. Like, look at yourself in the mirror is what I'm saying.
I think you should be that guy. I think, Orion, you should definitely do that.
I'm a libertarian political activist. I am that guy. What are you talking about?
No, you need to be the guy to go do it. You're the candidate.
Be that guy, but it takes more than one guy. It takes all of us. That's the problem. That's why evil prevails right now in the world we live in, because
you don't have a choice.
Evil gets away with what they get away with because good men stand beside and don't do anything. They don't take action. They do nothing because they're waiting for somebody else to do it. That's the fucking problem. So you want to tell this guy that he should do something? Why don't you do something?
Oh, jeez, dude, relax, bro. You all right?
Fuck that. No.
You mad, bro? Come on, you mad?
I'm not mad. I'm just passionate about what I'm talking about. And I'm not calling anybody's name. And I don't get butthurt. And I don't swear at people.
Get mad at
and
me
I don't
for
call them fuckheads. I don't do that stuff.
Don't apologize. But it's like this is a flat. This is a flatter room.
Because he wants to hear say, "Oh, you mad?" and try to like talk shit to me. No, fuck
I'm not talking shit to you. Why are you getting so excited?
You're mad.
I'm impassioned. And I'm impassioned.
I already muted him.
Jeez Louise.
Don't mute Paul, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? No,
I jumped in here, people screaming cuss words, man. Calm down.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I get angry because I don't like when people come in here and start calling people names all of a sudden. And
we're all talking about the same thing.
I didn't call anybody a name. I didn't call anybody a name. I said,
listen,
what the heck, dude?
Specifically.
Hey, listen, politics.
What do you want to call me?
Politics is generic. But you can argue about generic ideas like politics. But hey, this is a flat Earth room. You guys, it's not even that hard to figure this shit out.
Yeah,
I think another great way to wrap this up, just with one sentence.
Wrap it up quick. So
I was just going to say, just because someone knows that the Earth is flat and stationary, and that's very good and that's very important, that does not mean that you know everything about everything else.
You remember that?
That's certainly the case.
Yeah.
And, yes, but flat Earth. As far as like voting and how it can affect society, and the ignorance or understanding of who might be voting, that really gets into semantics, to be honest. But as this room is.
You know what, Helio? No, you're right. You know what the problem is? I'm sorry. This is my fault, because it's not about how we vote. It's about how we raise our children. That's what we're doing wrong.
It's like, should you send
the point? We're not raising our children right.
Well, no.
I'd like to say a few things.
100%, I agree.
Helio, let me speak for a minute. I haven't spoken for a while here.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. There's a problem with the idea of trying to get everyone on our bandwagon so that the public school system changes to the better. We can create a private school. That's no problem. We can create a homeschooling curriculum, and people here have tried to work on that, and we can help each other get further. But for that, we need cooperation, not fighting.
No, I don't think anyone's goal here is to actually create a place where we can raise our children as flat earthers. That's not the goal. I'm not people come to flat Earth understanding on their own terms. Nobody here is trying to convince anyone that the Earth is flat.
That's not what I meant when I said we're raising our children wrong. Okay. I'm talking about morally.
Sure,
there's something wrong with the way we are letting the system raise our children, and corrupt their minds.
I think that's apparent from the past 30-minute discussion. that
Oh,
you
that's
got.
apparent. I see what you did there. That's apparent. Yeah,
What are you saying, Witz?
apparent.
Oh, parrot!
He didn't realize it was a pun. No.
Okay, well, I didn't mean it that way, but yeah.
I
What
know.
do you got
I
to
think
say,
I
Witz?
think everyone just you individually take responsibility, try to raise your children better than you were raised, and you try to set an example for other people, and then it goes from there. That's really all you can do.
The thing
is that how giraffes fight, Levelist?
You opt out of the matrix. You're in. First. You have to realize you're in the matrix before you opt out of it, and don't comply with their matrix. Their matrix rules don't apply to me, and I don't play their game because I know their game. It's futile. If you think the thing is, when you think there's a voting solution to vote for a candidate to represent you, undo the matrix. That's I was trying to get you to see the big, larger picture. That's what you're doing. You're literally a donkey chasing a carrot, thinking there's a voting solution. It can be voted to move these people from power, and that's not. That ain't going to happen. You have to take a different route.
You don't live in the Matrix?
It's not an option.
Wait,
it's not an option.
No, he's Morpheus. No, he's really cool like Morpheus.
You don't live in the Matrix?
And I don't play the game. I don't play the game. I opted out of the game.
You don't pay taxes?
No, I don't.
Why we gotta be so contingent? It's self-responsibility. If you think that's the move, I agree with you personally. Yeah, go get some chickens, get some land. Don't depend on the system. That's not a bad suggestion. And not trying to change it is not necessarily the best suggestion either. So personal responsibility. The problem with the system is everyone's thinking like someone's going to save them. Just take personal responsibility. And other people will say, look what they're doing. They're crushing. They have chickens. They have pear trees. And then you go from there.
That's what you mean. You remove yourself. Like, okay, the Amish people, do they really care? They're not wearing masks and they're not getting vaxxed and they're just living in their own communities autonomously. And that's what needs to happen. People need.
That's not true at all. They still need our current. They still use our currency.
I don't know if they do or not. Mostly their stuff is barter.
They do. I see them all the time where I live. When I go out to these rural areas, they're selling butter and want my money. They're selling all types of shit and want my cash. Why do they want my cash if they're so self-sufficient and they don't need?
They're a lot more.
So they're not as.
They're a lot more than the average
efficient as everybody thinks they are.
Everyone is dependent on the resources, right?
If the power goes out, guess what? They survive just fine. They're not worried about internet, and they're not worried.
With the generators that the money I gave them for their fresh butter and shit. They went to the store and bought a generator with the.
But they're making the butter. That's the point. They're making their food. They're making it.
I know, but they're not as. I understand.
If the food,
they're not really Amish at that point, are they?
Mennonites maybe. Mennonites they drive cars, but Amish don't drive cars. What I'm saying is you don't have to be that severe as an Amish person with no electricity and that. No one. I don't want to live like that.
Mennonites drive cars.
Mennonites, yeah, they use power tools too.
I just believe the air too. I don't have any ill will against anybody in this chat right now. I get passionate and I might get loud and stuff, but
dude, everyone's
I don't hold any ill will with anybody in there.
I call them men in tights.
Gay. I'm a little disappointed in some of my fellow flat earthers though, because a lot of you guys sound like just complete nihilists, and it's.
Here's the thing:
they're called black-pilled people.
A poison question. If you're not
making assumptions here, bro, you don't know how people on this server live. You don't know what they're doing to change the world. So I think you should maybe think twice before speaking about people you don't know.
True.
It's not me.
That's racist. Klaus is changing our world for the better.
You're assuming that.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm only talking about the people
Yeah, you
that
think
I've heard
voting is the
talk for
only
the
way
last
to
couple
change the world.
hours,
I hear you, man.
and basically they have no hope
You can
at
say so
all
far.
that there's a way, that there's a solution or a way out of the trap that we're in. Is all I'm trying to say.
No, you're saying that your solution is the only solution, right?
It's not going to be voting, Chief.
No, I'm not saying my solution is the only solution. I don't even. That's not what I'm saying at all. But what I'm hearing from them is there is no solution. They didn't give up any solution. What I'm hearing is there's no hope.
No,
That's
no,
what
no.
I
Listen closely. Listen
Oh.
closely, Paul, because you're assuming things. Listen closely. There is no solution through voting. You're not going to vote yourself out of the prison. That's all I'm saying. You are not going to vote yourself out of the prison. That's it.
Obvious, and that's
Not
obviously
hopelessness,
true
not
because look in the direction we're going right now. This is where voting has been. This is where democracy has been taking us, and in the direction we're heading right now, it doesn't look like we're getting more freedom, right? So the system is obviously not working. Nobody has freedom.
What do you mean more freedom? Like I can only think of one freedom that's ever changed where I live. Weed was illegal, and now weed is legal. Every other law has stayed the same. So what are you talking about?
So is this law you're talking about subjective or objective?
I don't think that's either. I think that applies to other things. It's just a law. It's subjective, I guess. Like, what point are you trying to make with this? You just said we're getting less freedom, not more freedom. What do you mean by less freedom, not more freedom? You got to be specific. What do you mean by that?
You're not affecting the big picture. The big picture is
more
the
freedom.
national.
You're in Canada, right?
No, I'm in Oregon, the United States, in the state of Oregon.
Okay. So the injection, the forced injection, right? That I would call it less freedom to travel without the proof of that. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I'll admit that. Is that even still up, though? I don't even know.
There's a new one coming, right?
Well, are you sure?
I'm actually really disappointed in what he just said too, because he said that he thinks I can affect change in just voting. That is not what I said at all. That is not what I said. That is not the origin of how I think we affect change. I think ultimately we could get there. But what did I say? How does it start? How do we start it? You guys are missing the key component of what I'm trying to fucking say. All right, I'm going on mute.
The whole thing, okay, it's a mental psyop that the people who really run shit want you to think that there's a solution through voting to elect the right people to affect change. And they throw it away and look at Joe.
You did I say that?
Hold on.
That's
Let me
not what
finish
I'm talking about.
Let me finish my point.
No, because you're talking about voting. I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking about raising our children.
We're not in disagreement. Why are you talking about something we agree on? If we agree on it,
because you keep talking about voting.
Yeah, guys, hold on. So you're both just saying two different things about two different subjects. Here, let's just let this guy say this, and then Paul, you go.
Period.
There's no one. The power structure cannot be voted out. That's my point. If that's too complicated or too broad of statement, then I'm sorry you can't understand it.
Your vote
Well, it's too broad of a statement to be a useful statement, is a thing.
No, it's not. It's very succinct. The power system cannot be voted out. Period.
The power system doesn't have the control that you think it has. You've been brainwashed by the power system that you think they're all powerful. They
I know they control.
They only control what they control. We allow them to control
that, and you don't see this, then you're fucking retarded. If you don't think that they're all on the same team,
now
you don't
I'm
think
retarded. Now you want to call me names? See,
all right, guys, all three of us, let's go down. Come on, guys, you want to go to chill chat? Paul, this guy. What do you say?
Can we get?
I want him to come down to the street. He wants to call names. Look, come on, man. Don't call me names. Call me retarded.
I'm trying to get you to think outside the box.
I'm gonna.
No. We're not thinking outside the box unless we're in chill chat. Are we thinking outside the box in chill chat, or are we not thinking outside the box? You got to decide right now.
Let's go on another chat.
All right, chill chat.
Yeah, if you think you can vote yourself into freedom, you're delusional.
I didn't say that, Helio.
Hang on. What about the higher ups that are fighting for the forces of good?
I didn't see my name on the ballot last time I was there. So I didn't know.
Either. Yeah.
Wait, what did that guy just say?
Wait. I want to hear what the last statement was. Something about freedom. What was that?
I said, what about the higher ups that are fighting for the forces of good?
What kind of shit is that?
I don't even know who you're talking about. Can you name one?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know of any. But like
me either. So that's why I don't think
these Illuminati oppressors. You have no one that will confront them.
No, wait. Can you tell me one person that's fighting for justice and freedom for all?
That's what I want to talk about because we don't know either way. We don't know one person either way, right? To be honest, right?
It's been my experience that those types of people trying to affect positive change get sandbagged and stonewalled and bogged down with red tape.
All right. That being the case, who are you talking about specifically? With the ones that are fighting for freedom?
I don't know. I don't know of any.
Wait.
Sure.
Well,
you said it.
Right
you
now,
said it. Did you have someone in mind?
Right now, Maxime Bernier wants to affect serious change, and they locked him up just for having a gathering.
A gathering where?
In Alberta. He had a rally, and they decided to lock him up because he wasn't conforming to their bullshit.
That could be the case. Well, people in America don't know much about that because you guys are in Canada. Fine.
And they've also been locking up pastors. Like, I mean, these people literally didn't break any real law.
No, sure.
And they locked them up. These days in Canada, to get in jail, all you have to do is organize an event or wave a flag or stand up for freedom.
You know what? A lot of people, and it's happened in America. It's like, hey, I'm not going to require my congregation to wear masks. And then the cops show up.
Helio.
Anyway, that's
Helio. I have one name for you. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor.
Send me a link.
I'm gonna put the link in the live stream right now.
Cool.
She was banned off Twitter, Facebook for fighting the mask mandate and the vaccine mandate. Both.
Even this, like when we really get deep into that, it's we can get this channel shut down by some of the bullshit that they've been pulling on us, you know.
There you go. You see it?
Yes.
Now, I don't know for sure, but to be honest, we don't know any Illuminati people, you know, so we can't say for sure who's what. But there has to be people fighting for the forces of good.
There are. I don't want to make it seem dark, but there are people that are, fighting, in different states and whether in Canada or in America. And yes, there are people that are standing up and saying this is bullshit. But
Maxim even said he's willing to be arrested again to continue fighting to be the leader, the next leader.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, just from
Can you
what
put
I've heard so far, everybody wants it to happen quickly. It's not going to. And hopefully it can happen, but it's definitely not going to happen very fast, especially with the
can you put a link
political
of that guy
system
in
that
live
we
stream?
have.
I can try. I can tell you this about him. What it is he was running to be the leader of his party, which was the Bloc Québécois, and he lost that run. And he was kind of happy because a year later he formed the PPC, which what he's offering is if you've been part of a party trying to affect positive change and you haven't been able to make it happen, come with me. We'll form our own party and we'll all together create those positive changes we've been trying to make as members of whatever parties we've been part of for 20, 30 years. And so that's what he's doing. And he's got a lot of people behind him. A lot of people want serious change and new change, believe
But
in what he's
people that
saying.
are trying to
But
foment change,
Justin
would
Justin's
they use the political system to actually do that?
the head douchebag in charge is blocking his voice by locking him up and stuff.
That's what I'm saying. You can't use the political system to actually to make change happen.
Everything's in the air. There's a lot of people that want proper change. Nobody knows exactly how to affect it yet. And somebody earlier said, as we were rising up, they started doing things to stop us all, and they were right, because the sooner we all wake up and stand up against them, the faster they lose their ability to do what they've been doing, and they know this. Numbnuts affected the Emergencies Act for what? Like, I'm not. I don't like the system the way it is, and I even like it less when I found out that a woman who had a career in the Solicitor General's office for 15 years lost her job because she donated $100 to the cause for freedom. That's wrong, man. We're losing our ability to spend our money the way we wish to spend it. That's retarded.
What if I spent $500 on an AK-47?
It's force control.
And I'm not saying that lady deserved her job. I don't know how well she did or how lazy she was or whatever, but she did not deserve to lose it for that. She wasn't caught embezzling money or, you know what I mean? That's ridiculous. A donation?
Politics, bro. Told you. You're gonna try to affect change through politics. You're gonna end up on the wrong side. Well, you're not going to be on the wrong side. It's just like you can't utilize politics to affect change because it doesn't matter what party or affiliation or whatever the government organizations, whether they're directly affiliated with the government or they're an NGO, it's all controlled.
Well, finding out what that... Were you done, Helio? Sorry.
No, I am done. Go ahead.
Finding out what they did to that lady really made my bunghole pucker, because it was like, wow, man, our spending must really be under a microscope if they could see $100 donation from somebody's account. That's retarded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
And then canner over it because they didn't agree with where the money went. That's not freedom, man, in any way, shape, or form.
Is it the same thing with if you support the truckers in Canada on their strike, then you get fired or you get
that's who she
imprisoned?
donated it. Oh, sorry, that's who she donated to. Yeah, she donated to the Freedom Rally. She lost her job. 15 years in government. You're fired. You donated $100 to the Freedom Rally.
It's like the mafia. They weed out the bad guys. They want in on their team, which would be the good guys to us.
I think the mafia is more honest.
And
Yeah,
and
I
then on
agree.
top of that, here we are, like it's maybe 6-7 months later, and she's paying what for a liter of gas at the tank now? She might be on what's it called, unemployment assistance or whatever. There, you know, she might be collecting her pogey check.
But yeah, I honestly think the mafia is more honest because it doesn't require tactics like Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein to control its members.
Excellent point, brother.
So how about that flat horizon? Has anybody gotten any good globers in here recently? So no good globers, but any new arguments or anything other than the same old, same old?
Hell no!
Okay. I knew I shouldn't expect much, but I mean, I gave it a little time. In my view, Helio, everyone can be stupid from time to time, and everyone can say something smart from time to time. It's just a matter of perspective and where they're at and what they're talking about.
And Drace, that's absolutely true. And I just think it's a funny meme. That's the only reason I posted
It was funny.
it.
That's why I said something about it.
I can find another funny one.
You guys are all in the system, whether you like it or not, unless you live off the grid.
Well, even the people that are quote unquote off the grid still have to kind of be in the system because they have to trade one way or another to get supplies and shit. I mean, come on.
Well, that's not the system, though. You can trade with other people and not be in the system.
Sure.
I need I need actual medication to live. So,
can you find out how to do that? Have you looked in how to do that naturally, like you're growing your own
not without details. No, I couldn't tell you that. I mean, I don't know. And if you were to get into details about it, I probably would be ignorant about a lot of things that are going on with your physical body and shit. I wouldn't be able to give you advice on that.
I have done some research. There are some natural options, but I just don't know how well that would work because it's specific. Like it keeps it at a specific level. It's a thyroid medication. The thyroid controls all the chemicals in our bodies.
What are you, type 2 diabetic?
Oh, Flatman,
or type 1 diabetic?
Hang on, Helio. Flatman, I'm glad you said that. They're thinking about taking out my entire thyroid, maybe next month, because I have a bunch of nodules.
Oh, well, don't be worried about it. I had actual cancerous tumor on my thyroid, so they went in and cut all of it or most of it away. That's why I take a pill every day now.
Do you have any functioning thyroid left?
I think a small piece, I think.
Have you ever went off the medication and what happens then, or do you how do you know?
One time I was on a private contract, and I was 3-4 days without it. I was shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't believe it, man. I wanted to throw at the guy who said he was bringing me my meds, and I ended up having my mom bring them to the location a couple hours out of town. She actually knew where the contract was.
Now,
so yeah, after 5 days or so, it's not good. I can die.
Is it that soon though?
Pardon me?
I believe what you're saying. I believe you had that experience and everything you're saying. But is there a chance that was maybe partially you giving yourself a placebo or a nocebo with that?
No. I had my meds at the location, and I was running out. And I told him, "Dude, you need to stop by my place and grab a couple weeks worth of my meds and bring them with you." And he's, yeah, okay, I'm going to leave later tonight. And 3-4 days later, he still hadn't left. And I run out of my meds. And I was actually skipping a day to make my meds last as long as I could. And then after so many days without them, I actually had to have somebody drive them out there because he was being a fucking prick. Excuse my Fringlish there.
So how long has it been since your operation?
I was in my late 20s. I'll be 50 this year. I've had my medication adjusted a handful of times. I get blood work about every 6 months to make sure it's on course. Hasn't been changed in years.
So you're pretty solid. I mean, it's not gonna, lower your life.
No, it runs in my family. Mom had a thyroid surgery. My sister takes thyroid medication. My niece, one of my nephews is going to be looked at.
Okay.
And way back, people were thrown into insane asylums and shit because of thyroid issues. They didn't realize that that's what it was.
Thyroid, that affects your endocrine system, right?
All the chemicals in your body. It's shaped like a butterfly in your throat.
Yeah, all the lymph nodes, everything.
Shaped like a butterfly in your throat, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, Flatman. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. If you want, I'll tell you what actually, just real quickly, what exactly happened was it was winter time. I thought I was fighting a head cold, like I was congested. I got out of the shower at Mom's, and she noticed it looked like a golf ball next to my Adam's apple. And that's not normal. That's not right. We're going to go get this looked at. And they injected radioactive iodine in me and then x-rayed my throat and then told me, yeah, we got to do surgery. It's a cancerous tumor. And I was 5 days in recovery in the hospital, and I've been fine since. took a minute for them to adjust my medication, but I've been good. Oh yeah, after the surgery, you'll experience like sweaty palms. Your heart might beat quickly a little bit, stuff until they get your medication adjusted.
Okay.
Thyroid's not really something to mess with. But,
Is 5 days recovery normal, or is that just basically because your situation was different?
That might have been my specific situation. They had it looked like a fabric softener ball that you fill with fabric softener and throw in the washing machine. They had it pinned to my gown, and the nurse would come in after every so many hours or whatever, and she would empty the fluids, and they would analyze those fluids to make sure all the cancer was gone and stuff. And then when I was done recovering, they pulled the needle out of my throat, and it was like friggin' 5 inches long because it was right in my thyroid.
So you take medication that are the enzymes, or help your body produce the enzymes?
I guess it helps them produce them because I don't have the thyroid no more, or as much of it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I guess it seems to be working. You said it's working for 30 years?
Yeah, I was in my late or mid 20s, 26-ish, 27, I guess, when that happened. I'll be 50 this year. Yeah, and they adjusted it a couple of times. Like, when it's off, you can get forgetful or whatever, and
You're fortunate. It sounds like you had some good doctors who knew what they were doing. That's cool.
Yeah, my mom had a good eye too, because I just thought I was fighting a head cold. Fuck. Could have spread. Hell, I guess maybe if the cancer would have taken over the thyroid altogether, it could have taken me out instead of spreading the body.
Thyroid cancer kills a lot of people pretty quick.
Wow.
It does, man. Oh, yeah.
I don't forget it. Every day above ground is definitely a blessing. I do my best to try to affect positive change. I don't tell people or try to influence people like, you should, walk like me. I'm not that guy, but I just do my thing. That's all. I've been here a while. I think you guys are getting to know me, so.
Yeah, cool. Hey, man, Flatman. Yeah, it's good to meet you. And, yeah, you've been here for a while, hanging out with us, putting up with our shit, and putting up with all the other people's shit that come in here.
I would like to. Oh shit! I think Helio might be speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry if you can't hear me. Sorry. Oh, maybe he couldn't hear me. I've had some issues for the past couple of days in Discord where I was just like trying to talk and it wasn't lighting up, and so it's. Are you having one of those issues, Flatman, where you can't hear other people?
Oh, there. I guess it just happened. Yeah, because I got.
I've had the same issue the past couple of days. It's probably a Discord thing.
I got it on my telly in the background, and I saw you lighting up when I was talking. I'm like, oh shit! I think I'm talking over him.
No, I was actually talking to you, and I don't think the banter was interrupted because we.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I really appreciate all you here, and I love you all, and I do really like being able to have a voice and speak, and I appreciate all you here, and I love when Flat Earth dude comes in. You guys are awesome. He's always in a good mood.
He's funny, man. Yeah. Flat Earth dude is hilarious.
And like I'm not trying to fluff our own feathers. That's genuine from the heart, guys. Like Elijah always.
Yeah, everybody, man. I love everybody here. I was about to say, Dabbing Good, I see you, but he's deafened, so he ain't gonna hear us. Unless he's listening to the live stream. Shout out to Dabbing Good. I haven't heard him talk in a while. But Lich in the Matrix, he's DC verified. So the purpose of this live stream is to really get new people to join. I mean, of course, we could just sit here and talk shit to each other all day and just live stream us just talking shit back and forth.
How are you going to get nude people to join?
There we were.
Nude,
I was
nude people. Come on. I just heard you say nude, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, do you know if I'm nude right now or not?
I mean, you probably could be. I imagine you are probably like 70% of the time.
It could, it's a possibility. You don't want to see that, but anyway, how you doing, Liam? I haven't talked to you.
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, I'm doing pretty good, man.
Mine down there in Georgia.
Not for long. Moving the fam down to Florida.
What? Where are you going?
Orlando.
Oh,
make
God.
Florida great again.
Oh, my God. You're going to Orlando, man. It's the capital of Satanism.
That's fine. They took away Satan's tax-exempt status. It's all right.
Cool. Really? You're moving the family to Orlando? That's freaking cool.
Yeah. Actually, it's one of the little towns that surround Orlando. I don't want to live in Orlando.
Well, nobody does.
Yeah, but Orlando is actually a pretty clean city, too, though. So.
Yeah, because, it's the Disney capital of the world, right?
Well, not just that, it's also Republican. So they actually have clean cities. And, I don't like the Republicans, but it's true.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
You go to a Republican city, and it's like, wow, there's no homeless people, and the streets don't have trash everywhere. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, not the whole state of Florida isn't like Orlando, but
No. If you want the trashy parts, are in kind of the
like
the Leonard Skinner stronghold. The Leonard Skinner strongholds are really where you're going to find the most trash. So Jack's Beach. Just avoid Jack's Beach.
All right.
I think that's where Wretch is.
I'll take your word for it.
And I think you can kind of hear. Yeah, that's isn't that Wretch is down near Leonard Skinner Way, or something like that.
Yeah.
Leonard Skinner's from Gainesville, Florida.
I thought they were in Alabama or not in Georgia.
Alabama. No, that's Florida, man.
Alabama. Yeah. Hey, Florida stretches across, the bottom part of the. Ooh, is that the dregs of Alabama and Georgia?
Florida is made up. Florida's population is this: 68-year-old Jewish people from New York, white rednecks, and Cubans. That's for the past, 60 years. That's been like the demographics of Florida.
So, what I'm hearing you say is the white people are taking over Florida.
Yeah, essentially.
Florida's famous for a lot of white stuff.
It is. Like alligator riding, alligator farming, alligator eating, alligators on the golf course, pythons, anacondas, the Everglades, putting turbofans on canoes and riding them through swamps, albino alligators, crocodiles, more alligators, alligator surfing. People actually think it's a joke. The alligator thing is a joke about Florida. That's 100%. If there's anyone in here who's not, if there's anyone in here who's not from the United States, the alligator and crocodile thing about Florida is 100% true.
Crocodile. Wait, there's
crocs in Florida. There's crocs in Florida. Yeah.
Yeah, but near the ocean because those are saltwater mostly.
There's freshwater and saltwater crocs down there.
Really? Wow.
In fact, most crocs are fresh and salt. So, You know, the only difference between that croc and the alligator is, I think, about 200 pounds of force on the jaws.
And them crocodiles.
Are you gonna wrestle one and make boots out of them? Maybe.
No, because well, a lot of people don't know this. The alligator thing is true for southern Georgia as well.
Yeah.
So I'm only 2 hours from Florida, where I am. It's a 2-hour drive, and I'm surrounded by marsh and swamp where I am.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you've been fishing, right? In Savannah and stuff.
I've never been fishing in Savannah. I don't fish. No.
Oh,
I go fishing. I've been fishing in rivers, but I've never fished on the beach. That's because I live here. Why would I do it? Right?
Well, how about lakes where the? Okay, well, so you haven't.
Yeah, every single creek and lake that I've been to has an alligator in it here in Georgia. Every single one.
Right, like so, you've seen crocodiles.
No alligators. No crocs at pier.
Alligators. I mean, never mind. Alligators.
I'm actually more terrified. I'm not scared of an alligator at all, but an alligator snapper.
That was my point. I was gonna ask you. It'd be like, you've been to creeks and rivers and shit, where the alligators, they avoid you.
Yeah, they do.
You're there.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with one, and I see them all the time. So it's not unusual to see alligators here. We've seen them crossing the road here. So, but it's the alligator snapping turtles that I have a problem with.
Ooh.
Yeah, because you could be walking and just like, oh, what's that? Is that a tree stump? Dear sweet Jesus, it's a thing from hell.
It's like they have all these videos. It's like, hey, these here's an alligator. And it's like the only reason that they make the video is because they're fucking with the alligators.
Why did God make an alligator snapper? Why?
Oh,
I mean, they look like some beast out of Star Wars.
I don't know if I've seen an alligator snapper in Arkansas, but I've seen some big ass snapping turtles in Arkansas.
Yeah, alligator snappers. Okay, let's see. Alligator snapping turtle, I think, is 1,400 pounds of force on its jaws, and an alligator is 1,800. So it's like not even.
They react automatically.
Yeah, alligator snappers will attack you. An alligator will be like size you up and like be like, I'm not going to attack you. I'm just going to look at you.
And just run away. But a snapping turtle, bro, it doesn't matter if it's an alligator or a snapping turtle. They're looking for food. They don't even. They're the dumbest creature I think ever.
They'll bite anything. They will bite anything.
Snap onto anything and won't let go.
How big do the snapping turtles get?
They get big enough where you can't lift them up hardly. I mean, they get big.
Like, I've seen snapping turtle. I mean, not alligator snapper, but in Arkansas, the snapping turtles get like freaking 30, 40 pounds. And
the alligator snapping turtles, I mean, they're hard to pick up too because they squirm like mad, and they have massive claws. So,
see, what they want to do is they just want to grab on and kill. I mean, it's just similar to an alligator, right? They just once they get a hold, they won't let go. You can't pull their jaws apart.
Yeah. So these things are. I didn't realize they get this heavy. I know I've been unable to lift them before, and now this explains it. Weight 220 pounds.
I'm saying, I've seen a snapping turtle in Arkansas like freaking 30, 40 pounds, but an alligator snapping turtle, they're freaking huge.
The alligator snapping turtle is. Here, let me get a picture of one. A nice, raunchy, nasty picture of one. That's horrifying. Like, how are these things even turtles? They're like, they're demons of the swamp.
Demons of the swamp.
Yeah. Like, if I were an alligator and I took a look at this thing, here, let me post a picture of it. Imagine this thing, but it's almost 2 times your weight.
Look at it. They have pyramids on their back.
Yeah.
Yeah. we have snapping turtles here in Canada, and it freaks me out to think every time I was in lake water, one of those was in, or many of them were in the water with me. Like, fuck.
Yeah, and these things are aggressive. These things are aggressive. They'll charge you.
They are aggressive, and they have hooks on their mouth, and it's like hooks. Once they sink them in, you're not going to pull that shit off.
Well, not to mention they have 2-inch long claws that are sharp.
No, once they
Who
grab
made
a hold
this?
of that, they have muscles under there, and they'll pull you around.
I wonder what they taste like.
I imagine they probably taste
chicken.
I'm gonna guess they taste like gator.
Like gator, yeah, probably.
Always, ever since I watched Swamp People, and I wanted to try that deep fried gator.
Have you ever had gator?
No.
Oh yeah, I've had gator many times.
I'm asking Flatman can. I know
Okay,
you
yeah,
have.
flat. Yeah.
I've eaten
Gator's
tons
good,
of
man.
sushi,
It
tons of
is good.
sushi and seafood, and no, I had not yet.
Yeah, it's
Gator,
kind of like
you can marinate.
Gator, any swamp meat, has a different flavor.
Gator you can prepare kind of like shark. You can use milk to marinate it. Have you ever marinated shark in milk?
Not yet. And I wish they would take the whole shark and eat it instead of just the fin.
Oh, the fin. That's like for a soup. No, you take the whole shark, you dice that thing up into sections, man. You make steaks out of it.
Those bastards will just defin them and throw them back in.
Levelist just posted the alligator snapping turtle. Zistivo gets fucking bit by alligators. Oh, it's not.
Yeah, he does. And
I think I already seen it, but
all of us who have had run-ins with these things, they'll bite sticks. Alligators won't bite sticks, not usually. You put a stick in an alligator's mouth, he turns away.
Yeah, I mean, it's certain animals. Yeah, sure. He's like, I don't want to mess with it. But I mean, sometimes when you're fishing, you can catch something like this. And it's like, oh shit, I don't want to mess with him. But you already got your hook in his mouth.
Oh, and look, that's a tiny little alligator snapper they have too.
I was going to say the alligators won't let you put the stick in because they've seen it turn sideways too many times.
Have you heard of the alligator gar fish?
Dude, alligator gar, you don't want to mess with those motherfuckers. Well, I mean, you can catch them. You don't want to eat them, but they get friggin' 50 pounds. You don't really want to mess with an alligator gar. I won't say they're not edible, but it's just you just don't want to.
My neighbor's cousin caught a catfish today, and he's bringing it home to eat.
There you go, man. Catfish are good. I mean, it just depends on the catfish. I mean, catfish, you can catch them up to 50 to 100 pounds, but the edible ones are the good edible ones are between 2 to 10 pounds, and they're the most fun to catch.
You know,
it's funny. It up to 50, then it's just like, I mean, the meat is not so good. Just throw them back, But you also have fun catching them because it's, Anyway, go ahead.
I think those alligator gar, like they look horrible, and they're all scary looking, and they have a very weak bite. They don't bite people.
Oh, they wouldn't. I mean, but you do actually, like in that environment, you're just fishing, and you happen to catch a turtle because you're fishing for catfish, and they happen to eat the same food. It's just like, oh shit,
Yeah.
I caught a freaking turtle. And it's
Well,
like,
that's
hey,
how
I really feel bad. You don't want to catch turtle. I'm like, hey,
that's how catfish noodlers lose their fingers, is they accidentally come across an alligator snapper.
Yeah, and they think they can pull the hook out, with their fingers. No, Dude, I know if I catch one of those snappers on accident, bro, I'm using pliers like long pliers, pulling the hook out. That way, I'm gonna let him go back to his business. Unless it's a big enough turtle, you can actually then let. But you have to know how to actually use turtle meat and stuff. You can eat a turtle. I mean, the meat's pretty good, but you wouldn't want to. You definitely don't want the snapper to get your finger. Right? That's all I'm saying.
No, snapper gets your finger, he's taking it.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. I was just trying to pull the hook out. It's like, with your finger? Who the fuck told you to do that?
Like this, look at this idiot holding up this snapper, this snapping turtle. Look at this idiot. And the thing's not dead.
What stage are those?
Once he lets it go, he's gonna. That motherfucker's gonna get his ankle. Well, hey, congratulations if he can do a turtle that size. Wow, I mean, it's not like cleaning a fish. I mean, I think a turtle that size, you could actually get some good meat off of that. But you better make sure he's dead before you start skinning them.
You should be seeing what I'm seeing now. The uplink works. All right, to do is search for someone. All right, a second. Go view here for Logan. And to the left, see if you can find anything in the woods here. Guys, if you see anything in the woods, anything moving or anything.
Are you listening to the live stream while you're talking to us, Meme, or are you listening?
No, my son is watching. My son's watching YouTube, and I'm eating Whoppers.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. It's not that disruptive.
There. Can you hear me crunching?
Yeah, a little bit. That's all right. You will never reach a south. It is always moving. What is this level? You can only get so far south, then your compass starts going hog wire, and when you post something like that levelist here in the live stream voice text, you don't have to open your microphone and give us an explanation, because that shit is barely legible. Fuck, you don't have to open my microphone. That's what's crazy about Mimas, as far as everything and everything we talk about and how people experience life, and it's like, what about these people in the southeast of America?
You mean where we have abundant animals, abundant soil, and abundant water?
Like, let's attack them as just like they're more independent, and let's just try to do the best to take the piss out of them as much as we can. And
oh yeah, that's part of the thing. Well, think about it like this.
For the thing,
If New York City didn't have food deliveries for 2 days, New York City would collapse. If the cities out west run out of water in the reservoirs that they're overusing, they'll degenerate instantly. If everything shuts down here,
depend on us. They depend on us.
Yeah, if everything shuts down here, we can throw anything outside, and it's just going to grow out of the ground, because I mean, there's black soil all over Georgia and Florida. It rains all the time. Anything will grow here, just about. There's springs everywhere. It's karst topography across in the entire southeast.
Just, yeah, I mean, it extends
There's
across
deer,
the
there's
Southwest.
pigs.
Oh, yeah.
There's in southern Georgia now and Florida. There's monitor lizards, wild monitor lizards. So I mean, there's plenty of food down here.
Well, there's plenty of potential. Well, even, physical and intellectual and spiritual. This is where it's like we've been told our whole lives that the spiritual source is the Middle East. How about the Midwest and South Central East of the United States? Maybe it's the new Central. Maybe it's the new Central.
It's not 2,000 years ago.
I know. Of course it's not, right?
Yeah.
We move through cycles. Everything that dude, this globe idea has nothing to do with Earth itself. And I've said this multiple. It's like, hey, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? You can pretend that the Earth is a globe. Once it hit me, meme, it was just like, even if I sound like an idiot, I'll own that shit. If it's just like, once it hit me, it's just like, you can pretend that the Earth is the third rock from the sun in the middle of the fucking Milky Way, in the middle of the solar system, in the Milky Way galaxy, part of the friggin' all that shit. You already know what I'm saying. And a lot of people don't really get it right away, and so we're patient with a lot of people, when it comes to this. But once it hits you, you can't unsee it.
True.
I mean, we have different ways to approach it, and that's why we argue with each other. But dude, once it hits you the right way, it's just like, this is.
All right. Well, I got to go get some stuff done. So I'm going to leave you mongoloids to discuss things among yourself.
Welcome.
Have fun.
All right. We'll see y'all.
Bye.
Hey, what do you guys think of it? You think it's complete bullshit? Or you think there's a possibility that the Earth could be third rock from the sun as prescribed by the heliocentrists? And we're just wrong in the way that we understand it. Is this something that might be possible? Some new people here. I see someone VC verified. Barumat. You can open your microphone. Tell us about the globe. Yeah. Hey, Lionel, I can hear your microphone. I don't know what's going on in the background, but can
I was gonna
Hey, I was gonna ask about that. I'm walking along the road, and there are cars passing by. Should I turn it off?
No, your voice sounds great. What I want you to do is tell us how you found the Discord server.
Hold on. Wait, should I?
Told you what you should do is go ahead and tell us how you found the Discord server. What do you think about Flat Earth, or what do you think about the discussion?
Right. I've been in the server for about 3 weeks, I think, if I'm not wrong, and so far I'm having a great time here. Great company, great vibe. Really happy to be here.
So how? I mean, for the most part, most people don't give a goddamn about shit. I was trying to make it. Most people don't care about Flat Earth, but you said you've been here for 3 weeks listening to what we're saying. What do you think so far about the information that we've talked about? If you've been listening at all.
Well, it's obviously, like, for example, everything. It's pretty much like the same direction. You know, everybody has their own opinion, and it's me personally, what can I say? I'm not a scientist. You know, I'm one of those guys that just like listening to debates. But definitely, I always had a difficult time.
Hey, how did you come across the server? How did you find your way here?
Oh, through YouTube, or either YouTube or Spotify. Yeah.
So you saw one of our YouTube channels, or
yeah.
Well, we have YouTubes and D Live and all. We have different ways that comes from this room. But anyway, so you found your way here. Clicked on the link.
Yeah.
You asked to have access to talk.
Yeah.
Just like you are now. So
I was stoked.
Curious.
Yeah.
You're curious. Were you listening for a while before you actually joined, or were you just?
Yeah. No, I was like listening. I was subscribed to the channel. I was like, and so one of my motivations was like, well, you know, I've been consuming information on Flat Earth like since 2016, you know, but I just having I was thrilled, you know, to be able to have my voice and being able to, you know, articulate, you know, my ideas. You know, I don't speak with anybody about the topic, so.
All right, so this is the first time that you've been able to express yourself in a room with people. You found the Flat Earth server. You got VC verified. You're in here now. Is this the first time you've actually been able to express yourself this way?
I had a girlfriend a few years ago, and she was she became also interested. No, not on Discord. No, in real life.
Okay, well then let's not bring your girlfriend into this. I'm talking about Discord.
No, I don't go out with her anymore, so
okay.
I don't.
Well, I'm just talking about you, how you found this server, and are you curious about why we're talking about Flat Earth? I don't give a shit about your girlfriend, to be honest.
Okay. That's okay. I suppose that everybody finds it in the same way, you know? Everybody goes on YouTube. That's how I found the server.
No, everybody doesn't find it in the same way. And so that's why I always no. Some people find it through the Discord app. Some people find it because we live stream on different platforms. So a lot of people find the Discord a different way.
Yeah.
So the way you found it isn't necessarily pertinent. But the reason I ask it is to get to talk more about why you found it. It's like, were you looking for flat Earth?
Definitely,
All right,
yeah.
cool. So why were you looking to talk to flat earthers?
Because I share the same perspective.
Really? So you were a flat earther before you found this server, and you were
That's
talking
right.
to us. All right, cool. So, how did you come across the flat Earth topic initially?
Like through YouTube, like also like on 2016. You know, like just a video that was recommended to me, and after the first, don't remember the first, second, third video, I was like, okay, this makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. And since then, I kind of, yeah.
Tell me about your first time. How did you come across, their first flat Earth video? Tell me about your experience. Because when I first came across flat Earth, I thought it was the dumbest shit I ever heard of.
No, not my case. I was like, I was kind of thrilled. I was like, wow, this is. I was surprised that somebody would come up with. I'm like, okay, like this person. I mean, before I even clicked, I'm like, okay. I mean, I was like so interested about like how is he going to prove that? But I was like interested. I'm like, wow, okay, this is going way like against the current. I wonder what he's going to pull out, to kind of, but not in a critical way, but like with like genuine interest. So that's for me was like after like first, second, third, I don't remember exactly. I was like, okay, this makes sense. I was looking for something different, I never really understood. I've never been really convinced, with the. I think that. I mean, it doesn't. Maybe it's just doesn't really like. It's very difficult for me. It was like it wasn't very clear, about the official narrative.
So since you say yes, I think the Earth is flat because some of the information I come across, this is very convincing. What is the most convincing part of the flat Earth argument that is compelling to you?
I didn't think I didn't think about the Earth being flat, right? But I never really. It didn't really, I never really was convinced completely, about the official narrative. Yeah. So
you said that you were convinced that they're the flat from some videos or something you saw.
Yeah, I mean, like to me, like the flat, it's something that you can understand. For me, some people.
Is it flat enough, or is it flat overall? It's flat enough, right?
Yeah, that's another thing that I have. Like, I don't know. I think that, like, for example, for my view, I don't think so. I don't think that we live. I don't think that the Earth can be described as an object. So I don't really believe that it's an object. Therefore, like, I don't really like. If you ask me, like, do you think that the Earth is flat? Like, to me, so for me, it's not an object. So it's like for me, it's like I know that it's not curved, so it's not, but it's just like unlimited. It's like a territory. So I have no clue. I'm like,
I'm convinced. I mean, I've.
Yeah.
If you want to know what I think about Earth, it's a realm that we live in. We do live in a realm where we have the sun, moon, and stars moving in a pattern above us. It's a stationary plane. Have you ever heard it described that way?
Yeah, stationary. Yeah.
Cool. So, do you have any objections to that simple explanation that I just gave you?
Objections? No. Like I said, undefined territory. I loved, the. I just find things so curious, in the world and how. Yeah.
That's where you get started, bro. That's awesome. I mean, I think it's really cool that you found us here, because if you're actually curious about how what Earth is,
Yeah.
what I discovered through my my discovery is that the Earth cannot be what they told us it is based on their quote unquote scientific discovery, third rock from the sun, all this kind of shit. Because there's no curvature, man. I mean, if you can find curvature, bring it on in. Because globers and flat earthers see the same patterns moving across the sky. Now, seasons, eclipses, all that stuff works the same for them. For us. I mean, I'm not. I don't call myself a glober or a flat earther. I'm just an earther. When I see the sun, moon, and stars moving above me in patterns, those are the seasons and the zodiac as well. That's a yearly pattern. It's not a big deal. Earth doesn't have to be third rock from the sun. The story stands, the story stands the same. Now, whether or not Earth itself is a globe third rock from the sun, if you can physically prove to yourself that that is true, then hey, have at your globe. But us flat earthers, we all experience the same thing: patterns, seasons, moons, and sun, moon, and stars. We all experience the same thing. Now, whether or not this third rock from the sun has curvature, that's the story. I mean,
yeah.
Where the sun, moon, and stars are, that's a different story. Because they have a story, with the heliocentric model where these sun, moon, and stars are. But all of us experience the same thing.
Yeah,
whether or not they have evidence for the distance to those stars and whether or not the Earth has curvature based on their third rock from the sun claim. This is what flat earthers test on Earth, because that's the only place we live. That's the only place we can experience, right? So when we go out to bodies of water, and test whether or not that water is curving ocean or lakes, large lakes, that's where we kind of contradict their ideas, because these bodies of water are based on their ideas about third rock from the sun, and it's kind of something to consider. Have you considered it?
No, that's one of the things like that I think that science needs to be like redo. I like, so yeah, when you start seeing, yeah, that's one of the things that I like about flat Earth, that we don't look for there are no contradictions, as long as.
I like that you like that about it. But if you're, I mean, this is really simple math. I mean, they claim that the Earth is 3,959 miles radius, and we have the math calculator. You know, we can say, hey, here's what if the Earth was a globe, it'd be, you know, if you're 6 foot observer height, like if you were standing on the beach, you're only going to be able to see about 3 miles because the curvature of the Earth would be in the way with your natural eye. Right? If you're standing on the beach, that's where the curvature of the Earth is, about 3 to 4 miles away. You understand that part of it? Or...
Yeah.
All right, cool. So if, say, you're standing on the beach with your natural eye, assuming you have 20/20 vision, and you see,
Which I don't.
You see the horizon, and then you pull up a P900 or a telescope, P900 camera or a telescope, and you can zoom in and see a ship that's 15 miles away. Is that ship obstructed by the curvature of the Earth? We've done this hundreds and hundreds of times. So obviously the curvature of the Earth is not in the way of these ships.
Or you wouldn't be seeing it, right?
Right. I mean, especially a ship, no? I mean, the ship. How high is the ship? I mean, if your ship is relatively,
you can see the entire ship 10 miles away when you're just standing on the shore, and you pull up some binoculars or a telescope, you can see the entire ship again. It didn't go over the curvature of the Earth. It's just perspective.
Resolution, I think, too, has a part in it. Where the angle of the light, it just creates this angle because you're off the ground, and the angle of your eye is going down toward the water.
Well, anyway, that actually make it look worse. No, the distortion near the horizon can have some effects, but it doesn't. You know, if there's a physical, if the horizon is physical, well, this is why, you know, a lot of people get pissed at me when I just keep asking the same question over and over again. Do you think that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth? And people, I mean, even flat earthers just jump on me all the time, you know. But
that's crazy.
It has to be pointed out. Anyway.
Well, the thing of it is, if it was actually a ball with the radius of 3959, then it would have to be the actual physical.
Exactly.
It would have to be. But I mean, it's just geometry, simple geometry. That's where the ball would fall off. And
if the horizon is the physical obstruction, and then you bring out a telescope or a P900 or whatever, and you zoom in and you can see a boat like on another horizon, which the horizon actually goes behind the boat, you know, just like in the Black Swan. It's like, well, obviously that horizon wasn't the physical curve of Earth. Who looks dumb at that point?
I mean, not to mention the fact that if you go in a high altitude, like the horizon stays in the same.
Sure, I mean, you can increase in altitude, but that's the reason I bring up, you know, from shoreline, is because it's a simple way to understand it. But yeah, I mean, if you go higher, the higher you go, the horizon is obscured. What is this? Is somebody humming? Is Elijah snoring?
I don't know.
I think it might be Elijah. Doesn't matter. Anyway, but when you rise in elevation, the elevation angle toward the horizon, it changes because you're looking through multiple layers of atmosphere. I mean, Yeah, but you can't directly measure it, and you can't directly measure the horizon anyway, unless
Yeah, but
you
I think what
pretend it's a globe. Go ahead, Grog.
I think what he was getting at is though that if you say you're at ground level and you're looking out, if it were a ball, and you look out and you see where the horizon is, then you start rising in elevation. You go straight up, then you would be able to see. You would have to look downward because you would see more of the curve. If it were curved, you would see further if you went way high. But the horizon would be downward. It would be looking. You would have to be looking downward, so the horizon wouldn't rise to your eye level like it does. It would actually fall. The location of the horizon would actually lower if it were a ball. Now I know that's true, but we never see that. That's the problem. We never see it actually lower as we get higher. It stays at eye level.
Exactly.
Then that's a good proof right there that, because if it were a ball, if it just so happened to be a ball, the horizon would start to lower because the further you go out, the further down it would be. So you would be looking down, more down just to see the horizon. You'd have to be awfully high to see that going down, but it doesn't do that. We don't ever see that, ever. So, I mean, that's just like, that's proof enough for me right there, amongst many others. You're not having to look down to see it. It rises up to high level. So.
And for some reason, I don't know why. Well, I guess I can, but for some reason, it's like it feels. I mean, I've seen some videos on YouTube, especially some later videos that of helium balloons with yeah. I mean, like they get really scientific about it, and they show you that like the curve is supposed to be like it just doesn't get any lower. It just doesn't. It doesn't drop. The horizon doesn't drop. Doesn't drop one bit. In all its journey upwards, like it just stays the same. It's incredible. It's like, I mean, it's just to think of the fact that the Earth is flat. Like to me, it's fascinating. I don't know, it's amazing.
It is an amazing experience once you have this understanding to look at the world again. Like when you look at a balloon rising and you're looking out at the ground, stretching out before you until it reaches a point where it just becomes white and indistinguishable at the horizon line. Like we don't know like how much more there could be seen, but there's a limit to all optics. The Rayleigh criterion limits all optics. Things become unresolved when the light hits the middle point. So we don't have the optics to see forever. No optics can. So their globe would not act like real world. We've just been told it would.
Right. I've often thought about what would happen. Like, when you just explained, when you're in like a high altitude balloon at, let's say, 100,000 feet, and you can see way out there. And like you said, pretty soon it gets indistinguishable, and you just in the far distance. But if the balloon were drifting in that direction, and it just kept going and going and going, the horizon where you see it would just would stay that same distance. No matter how far you drifted, it wouldn't get shorter because you're getting to the edge, and it wouldn't get longer because, or it wouldn't start to curve. It would just stay that same flatness, but it would just keep going and going. That distance between between the balloon and how far you can see before it finally fades out because you can't see it anymore. That would never change unless you got all the way to the edge of Antarctica. Who knows what would happen then? But unfortunately, I don't think I've ever seen a high altitude balloon that claims to have been launched from Antarctica or anywhere past the 60th parallel, which would be very interesting to see what you would see if you looked out southward. At that point, there's just no way to know because I've never seen it. I don't know anybody that has. If anybody's ever seen that, please tell me what they've seen. Because I've never seen a balloon launch below the 60th parallel.
Below the 16th parallel. I was watching, I think it was yesterday, I was watching a documentary of like people traveling to Antarctica. And they were just normal people, normal tourists, nothing skeptical. But they were mentioning like, they mentioned at some part of the video that you were not allowed to fall off the boat. Okay? You're not allowed once you pass the 60 parallel, you're not allowed to fall on the water. Right?
Or you're not even allowed to get out of the boat? Is that what you're saying?
You're not allowed to fall off the boat into the water or jump into the water. You can't, you're not allowed to go in the water.
Is there a reason they say why you're not allowed to? You elaborate on that at all?
I imagine that, no, I don't. I imagine that they don't want you to even touch the water. I don't know.
I posted a video for you in live stream voice text chat. It's a very good video on Antarctica. And there's also here another video about explorers who went there without permission and disappeared, and
really?
their friend is not allowed to look for them.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I've heard stories. I've heard stories like that people that have gone there have disappeared or have been threatened. I've also heard that they've been threatened to turn around and go back. Been met by military, I think, like cruiser, like a PT boat or something. I don't know, military boat of some kind, and been told turn around, go back. That's just something I've heard. I cannot say that I've seen it, validate it, but
I've seen videos. I've seen videos from the south where fishermen and other people have been turned back by armed military ships. But I also have seen tracking of fishing boats in the south where the fishing boats, according to the tracking machine, sail very far inland into Antarctica. So there's something seriously wrong with the map they're giving you there or the data.
What do you mean sail inward
According to the tracking system of the boats in the south, sometimes those fishing vessels sail into the coast of Antarctica and keep on sailing. So either the land isn't where it's supposed to be, according to the globe, or there's something fishy going on here.
So it shows the boat sailing across land. But as far as I don't know what kind of a simulation is that they're running to show something like that. I mean, like a radar simulation. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, the radar is tracking the boats, and it's being then the information in this is then put onto the map. But the map is limited to look like a globe, so it has the Antarctic coastline where you would expect it. Instead, it's probably further
They
in.
just keep saying.
And the boats are of course just chasing fish, and there's open water here, so why not just a little bit over there instead of here? And so they sail into the map on the tracking system.
And it shows them the location of their boat on the ice rather than
like it's on land.
Wow, that's a trip.
And then they keep telling them that, like, oh, the weather is so weird down in the south that you can see for 200-300 miles, you can see the Antarctic coastline. And so, yeah, it's really weird.
I don't know if any of you guys had seen that video where this guy supposedly went down working for, I don't know who he was working for, but he was supposed to have been installing some kind of some sort of a system that would map out the center of Antarctica, because the center of Antarctica is, even on like Google Earth or whatever, there's nothing really there. There's nothing. They don't have any images or anything for the center of the landmass of the globe Antarctica. Anyway, this guy went down there and he installed this system that was supposed to map that out. And then he went back after it was supposed to have been all done and had the mapping was supposed to have been done electronically or whatever with the system he installed. He went back and it still wasn't there. It still wasn't. There was still no images or no map of the interior of Antarctica. And then he realized at that point, he says, "My God, it's because it's not there." He says, "There is no center to Antarctica." Then he said it's a ring around the flat plane, or at least a very long, straight, whatever. At least it's some sort of, elongated structure rather than this continent at the bottom of the globe. He said the equipment he installed didn't do its job. He said because he finally figured out that it couldn't do its job because it didn't exist. That was pretty interesting. It was I can't remember who posted that video, but it was another gal that had worked for somebody in Antarctica, and she had a story to tell about some special kind of aircraft that locks into the magnetic field above us and can stay up there for like months at a time or whatever. Some kind of aircraft that didn't need fuel or didn't need fuel or engines or whatever to stay at altitude. He claimed that it had the capability to lock into some sort of magnetic field, but it was only in the Antarctic region near where she claimed where the firmament came closer down, and it allowed these vehicles, these aircraft of some sort, to stay up there for extended periods of time, that they were locked into some sort of magnetic field. And she didn't show any pictures or anything like that, but she was on that same video with that guy that said his equipment didn't map out the interior. And she also, because of what she'd learned, she claimed that it was flat and that, Antarctica is a ring around us and whatnot. But yeah, I can't remember. I know there's got to be other people that have seen that video.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but there's also a hole in the north where you don't have any data.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody explained to me like they felt like that in the north, what they did is they stretched the map. They just like pulled it up to cover the landmass that's up in the north. They just pulled the water, stretched the water to cover it, like from all directions to the center point, all the way around. They stretched the water and covered the landmass and said that it's just all water. Because he can tongues. Be nice to know some of this stuff. I mean, I don't know how you ever find out information like that and validate it, or or anything, but there's one thing for sure that those areas are definitely restricted, and they don't let us go up and take a peek at it for ourselves. So got to be something going on. Oh yeah, and also that guy that mapped out that was supposed to be having that equipment to map out the center of Antarctica also had something to do with the laying of the fiber optic cable all the way to Antarctica. So that's what the equipment was hooked into, was the fiber optics. So his equipment, he installed his equipment or went in and did it, and then tied it into the fiber optic system that had just got laid. That's why he was down there, because he was to tie it into the fiber optics. That they finally ran the cable all the way to Antarctica. Maybe probably like McMurdo or something. I guess maybe it was like the U.S. military station that's in Antarctica. I think it's called McMurdo. Now they supposedly had got, this was years ago, but they installed fiber optics all the way to there, which I think everyone knows what that is. It's a huge cable that lays on the bottom of the ocean. Want to do that? Huh? Delivers internet all over the world. Yeah, we don't need that. Dude. How come everyone's so silent? Speak up, someone.
Anyone that owns any Mercedes or higher deserves to die.
Oh, shut up, Jay. That's my kid being obnoxious.
Un café con un croissant puede ser, un cortado. ¿Eh?
De dulce no tengo nada.
¿De
No sé nada.
Ah, vale, no hay problema. ¿Y café tienes? Un café, un cortado puede ser caliente. Venga.
No habla español.
Dude, I apologize, man. I thought I had it on mute. Oh my god. What a disaster. Un café, por favor.
You buying coffee?
Sí. And it's 11 p.m. here. Huh? But I went out for a walk. You know, I didn't want to stay at home.
I shouldn't say no habla all Espanol. I do speak a little bit, but not enough when you guys battle on like a racehorse. I can't keep up.
Oh.
I took it in college, but I only took Spanish 101, so I didn't learn that much.
I'm fluent.
Sí, español es difícil. ¿Correcto?
It's what?
Muy difícil. Español es muy difícil.
Muy bien.
Me llamo Flatty.
Hola, Flatty.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien.
Muy bien, very good. Yes.
Muy bien. Muy bien.
Very, very, very good.
A ver, esto, ¿cómo es? Down,
That's
down,
like
down.
that's like Spanish minus 101. Like if whoever doesn't know what they probably they need to go back to school.
Gracias. No, gracias. Bien, pues.
Un paquete de Marlboro. Yo quiero café.
Are we guys live? Are we live right now or?
Yes, we are.
I hope. Oh man.
Yeah, we are.
This
I'm
is
just
not-
watching
this is-
news about what's happening in China.
This is not very professional, eh?
Oh, I've seen it much worse than this. I don't think you need to worry about it too much. It would be nice to have a Glober to speak to, or it would be maybe nice to have a couple of very experienced flatties to maybe have a conversation about not Coca-Cola, about I don't know, just a monologue, a good educational monologue. Put that. So if there are people on the YouTube channel that are listening, maybe they could sit and listen to a monologue between two very experienced flat thinkers that could kind of explain a few things rather than just dead air. I don't know, just an idea.
I would love to learn more about the globe theory because I don't understand much about it, to be honest. Wow.
Once upon a time, there it starts.
What do you guys think about the Big Bang Theory? Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I'll talk to you. Big Bang Theory, do you have any evidence? Because that's what I really care about.
It's gonna be hard to prove, huh? It's gonna be hard to prove.
Is the Big Bang Theory scientific?
Jesus.
Jesus is scientific. Science said Jesus. So,
To
what
answer
are
my
you
own
guys
question, no,
discussing
it's
about
not.
at the moment?
Sorry, what?
What are you guys discussing about at the moment?
He asked us about the Big Bang Theory. That in itself is actually an outdated theory. There's multiple additions to it. We have black holes right now. It doesn't belong in the Big Bang Theory originally. It's a totally separate theory, but they have been meshed together into the popular conceptions of what the cosmos is. So, what's the Big Bang Theory? It's George Lemaitre's little pet. It's created by a priest. It's a religion.
Oh, you say the Big Bang Theory is a religion?
Yes.
Okay, how do you get to this opinion?
Because there's no scientific evidence to support it. It's just believe.
Oh yeah, okay, I get it. Sorry.
And you have priests espousing their beliefs, and you either believe them or you don't. It's a religion.
Okay, that's a good point, but
Like
I
you
never
can call
really
your
thought of-
priests, you can call your priests whatever you want. You can call them like coaches or trainers, but religion is religion.
Vergewaltiger. I don't know. I never
Hey,
really
Mom.
informed myself about the Big Bang Theory and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So hard to say for me.
It just destroys your mind completely, basically, just to think about it. Like,
Well, the way I see it, it puts you in a box. It's most of what you see on TV. It's built on this idea of the box working, and everything in the box actually working together and making this whole that you construct in your mind, the globe, and you think you live on it. But that has no relation to reality. You don't live on this globe in your mind. You live in reality. The sand beneath your feet is the earth, not the ball in your mind.
okay, so like, how do we, like, for example, okay, so it's a theory. Now we can have valid theories, right? How do we?
Well,
how can we
there are-
differentiate between?
There are scientific theories which are based on scientific findings. That's completely different. You have layman's theories or colloquial theories, which is just ideas. Like it's a story, it's a belief.
But we can't have valid theories, right? I mean, in science, right? We can't have valid theories, right?
Yeah, in science you have something called scientific theories, which are based on the results of scientific experimentation.
How do we differentiate between a valid theory and an invalid theory? Any ideas on that?
Well, you would define, is this theory a scientific theory, or is it just a layman's theory? It's just a theory pulled out of your ass. So we look at, does it have scientific experimentation within it that is built on? And if it doesn't, it's not scientific. It's pseudoscientific. If it calls itself scientific but lacks the experimentation based on the scientific method, it's pseudoscience. It's not science. And that's what the globe is. It's based completely on pseudoscience. Natural science has been corrupted, and the scientific method is no longer used by most of the scientific community. They're not scientists.
Yeah, they fly by the seat of their pants, is what how Michio Kaku said. He said, we no longer use, in all of my colleagues, we don't use what they call the scientific method anymore. We use imagination and theory, and we fly by the seat of our pants. That's a quote that he said. He's supposed to be a scientist. I don't know if he really is or not.
That's probably the most realistic thing that they said so far. Probably.
Yeah.
Is the most honest.
I can tell you what my mind, when I used to be a globe believer, and when I used to contemplate the Big Bang Theory, I used to think that I believed in the possibility of black holes. And so I thought, okay, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 black holes, and they start to suck in more and more material because they're constantly gathering material. Material just sucks in, sticks to the black hole, and it starts to get bigger and bigger. And as it gets bigger, it gets obviously has more mass, which would give it much more gravity, as far as what I believe, because I was a believer in mass attracting mass. And so pretty soon then the entire universe starts getting these little black holes scattered all over the place. And then they start gathering together. And then the next thing you know, these black holes get so strong that there's nothing that's within the universe that's not within their reach.
So you get a black hole that's started out one, and now it's got 100 black holes in it that it gathered up on its own, gravity well, gathered them together, and then you've got 1,000 of those that each one has 100 that they've gathered, and then pretty soon some of those start to gather together, and then you end up with a few black holes, and maybe a few scattered stars that escape the gravity wells of the black holes, and you get some black holes. And one black hole forms that gets so big, so powerful. There's nothing in the universe that can escape its gravity. And at that point, everything just all of a sudden, whoop, smacked. All of it comes back so fast at speed, maybe even faster than the speed of light. Who knows? These black holes all come together and collide into one, and that's the Big Bang. Boom! And then it starts all over again. Scatters all over the universe. That's what that's how my mind justified this stupid shit.
I totally get you, because I had all sorts of weird conceptions of this. Like, I thought we were living inside a black hole, and like on the outside there would be a black hole, but from our perspective, we're like that we have white holes, and all sorts of funky stuff. This is alternative theoretical physics. There's a lot of this stuff actually bordering mainstream science, and all of it's pseudoscience. And when you don't know how to classify these things, and you don't know what constitute a valid scientific experiment, you don't know the scientific method, you end up like just being willing to accept anything on the appeal to the authority, because he's a scientist, he must know.
Right.
He might not. Definitely. He might just be talking out of his ass because he believes some stuff.
Dre, wouldn't you be able to conserve to actually validate a scientific hypothesis?
Yeah.
You're going to have to repeat the same test over and over to come up with the same result. That is a valid scientific experiment.
Then it no longer becomes a theory. At that point, doesn't it become a fact?
No.
It doesn't? After you validate it several times, it doesn't become a fact? What is it?
It's introduced into science as a valid theory.
Yeah, you have established a fact, but your fact could still be wrong, or your interpretation of what you saw. So, like, you could still discover, like with water, for instance, you discovered heat boils it, but then later on you discovered also pressure affects it. So, heat didn't stop boiling it, though. So you still discovered that fact.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to, that's basically it. I mean, when a hypothesis is introduced, then it's repeated over and over, and you get the same results. That's when you validate your hypothesis.
Yeah, well,
that's what science is.
You validate it through the scientific method by either validating the null results or your hypothesis.
Right.
The repeating of it is just to make sure that it still works and everything came out correctly and you didn't make mistakes. And so you try to repeat it as many times as possible and make other people repeat it to try to find any mistake. Because the more mistakes you find, the better you are off.
No. Like, you cannot have a single contradiction for it to be valid. No one single contradiction. The moment that you have the moment that you have a single contradiction is like warning.
Yeah,
it's not valid.
Law of non-contradiction. You can't.
Yeah,
can't
sure.
have
You want other people to repeat the process you went through. You want to establish the test you went through. You want other people to repeat it and come to the same conclusion. Then you have a general consensus. Hey, this is. I've confirmed my hypothesis, and and so it's still a that's called science, but it's still a hypothesis. But it's validated by several different sources, so it's still not a fact. But it's through science has actually been repeated.
Well, at least it's a scientific hypothesis at that point.
Exactly. Yeah. That's right. God rocking. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and falsification. Who just posted that? What is falsification? Yeah, if someone takes a look at your experiment that has been done by multiple people, and they're going to have to repeat your exact test of the hypothesis, and they come up with a different result that's going to have to be analyzed by all the same people that did the same test and came up with the same result you did, and they say, "Oh, that's falsified." It's just like, well, they're going to have to analyze what they did if they repeated the experiment the same way.
To quote Karl Popper, insofar as a scientific statement speaks about reality, it must be falsifiable. And insofar as it is not falsifiable, it does not speak about reality. So therein lies the problem. We have all this education system, the mainstream media, and all of the everything. All of this system is telling us this, but it's unfalsifiable. There's no evidence actually to verify it. We just have to take it on faith.
What does falsifiable mean? When you have to be able to falsify it, and doesn't that say it's wrong, or you mean unfalsifiable? What? Explain that a little clearer for me, please.
Okay, so like with water, for instance, if that is the fact that if I heat water at a certain point, it will start to boil, and then we take pressure into account. But that is falsifiable because I can take flame to it and I can heat it, and it does work. If it didn't work, then I would have proved that it doesn't work by putting a flame to it. It's proven true with doing it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but you can also reduce the barometric pressure on top of the water, and it will boil that way as well.
I love you guys. Yes, and in that way, you can also prove that and show that that's true. But that doesn't make the other thing untrue.
No, it doesn't. You're absolutely right. But what I'm saying...
It would make someone making the statement that heat is the only thing that boils water, that would make that untrue.
Well, see, there's a way to explain why they both are doing the same thing, though. And when you reduce the barometric pressure off of the water, what happens is the molecules become there's nothing holding them down from being excited. They get more excited.
God rockin', that's a different variable.
I know it is. You're not listening to me. Just let me finish.
Bangarang is so fancy.
Oh, geez. I couldn't get to it.
I think we have a virus or something.
No, I'm about to get rid of them.
Anyway, all I was saying is when you reduce the barometric pressure, Helio, the molecules of the water become more excited because they're not being held down with the pressure. If you release the pressure off the surface, the molecules start getting excited because there's nothing holding them down. And that's what makes water boil, is the heat excites the molecules. So does relieving the barometric pressure. If you view it under like a microscopic level, it's because the molecules become more excited. There's nothing holding them down, holding them in place. They get excited and they expand out. They expand through becoming more active and excited.
Isn't that a different test? I mean,
yes, it's a different test, but the exact same thing is happening to the water. Due to two different things. The molecules are getting excited and expanding out, but one's due to heat, one's due to less pressure.
Oh, it all has to do with heat on the water, but the barometric pressure can affect it. Go ahead.
But that doesn't. They don't contradict each other. They're both valid facts. They don't need to contradict each other. They're just both true.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the scientific method.
So the boiling point of water is unfalsifiable. But the barometric pressure
the
can
boiling
affect
point of water under a set condition of pressure, yes.
exactly.
But
Depends on
if
where.
you just say the other thing, that is falsifiable with changing the pressure. So
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, like, for example, when you bring forth like a new perspective or a quote unquote contradiction to the official science, and they're like, "Oh, we don't have time for you." You know, it's kind of like, well, the thing is like for example, from our perspective, like we have in a sense not contradictions, but we have, I mean, we contradicted, but they cannot contradict our contradiction. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for example, in the case of water, no, leveling, or being able to see into a certain distance. Like, we're trying to, they cannot falsify our, like, the measurements. No, like they don't do a very good job like falsifying our.
No, they bring in the refraction, which doesn't work. That's just a buzzword. Doesn't cover it.
yeah, they can't, because we've already covered all of those bases. In the beginning, when we started arguing about this, we were the ones who brought up refraction, and they told us no. You see the geometric horizon. That's where the boats disappear.
Right. You're absolutely.
And then we proved them wrong, and then they said, "Oh no, but the boats must be refracting around the horizon." And we were like, "Oh, but we told you about refraction, how refraction can influence things on the horizon and make things disappear bottom up according to mainstream science. It's called sinking."
Yeah.
But they need valid proof for their statement. Otherwise, they're yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree.
In the description of refraction, it does mention that it affects things above the horizon, not the horizon itself.
Yeah, not the horizon itself. Yeah.
That's one key thing that refraction does mention. Doesn't say the horizon can be refracted. It says objects above it.
Refraction itself has a lot of problems.
Yes.
Especially for them, because they needed to uniformly bend around the globe to make the globe appear to be flat. But the problem is the conditions required for that, according to Snell's law, are so impossible that they just don't exist in real life. We would be able to measure this. We would be able to see this, but we don't. We don't live in a stratified atmosphere that is stratified vertically.
I'll just put my headphones on, Jay. All you got to do is say, "I've told you that." If it's really bugging you that bad, just tell me to put my headphones on. Down a little bit. Yeah, but then I can't hear what they're saying, so I'll just wear my headphones. It's no big deal to me.
So there are no actual boundaries to refract any rays downwards around the globe. And when there are any boundaries, they're not at the angles required. And they're not consistent, so that they don't get that consistent bend around the globe, which would give you a flat image, which is what we are recording everywhere, and they're recording, and they're just saying, "Oh, it must be bending." Best part is we excluded all that because we looked at it in infrared, and we looked at it in different wavelengths, and different wavelengths refract at different rates. So all of a sudden, they have an impossible condition that just you can't refract all the light uniformly when it's of different wavelengths, because that's not how refraction works.
Yeah, it's like the atmosphere would have to be all working together as a team.
It doesn't work. There's no way to make it work.
Yeah,
you would have chromatic aberration, and it would be obvious to all that all the light is being refracted around the curve, and you wouldn't look at a ship at the horizon and be like, "Is that beyond the curve or not, and I need to look at a calculator, you would see that it's being refracted around the curve because it's all rainbow-like.
Yeah, it would be all. Yep, you're right. The light.
All the different colors of the spectrum refracted at a different rate. They wouldn't look the same. The globe wouldn't look like reality. Reality wouldn't look like a globe. The globe is so defunct. It's insane to me. The more I look at it, the worse it looks.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh man.
Can you imagine trying to live in a world that all the light's being refracted in that way, like you just mentioned?
Oh, dude, it's even worse than that because the sky is geocentric and all the stars move in a circle above our heads. But they believe they're in a heliocentric madness circle spinning around the sun and going in these loops and all this weird jazz. So that doesn't jive. The stars don't look like we're in a heliocentric orbit. It doesn't look like that. So they have to believe that all the starlight is also bending around the sun so we can see the stars that are directly behind the sun on the backside of the globe. It's so retarded. Like, the worst parts are never mentioned. You are only sold the visual imagery that makes it appear to work, but the problems are never shown to the general public.
That's fucked up. But they are saying that there is like a refraction that there.
Yeah, NASA proved to us because they sent out a probe to Uranus and all of the other globes, and they proved that light that doesn't bend with gravity on Earth can actually bend in outer space because of the sun. So gravity around the sun bends all the light from behind the sun to the Earth, and then the light refracts in the atmosphere that reaches out beyond the moon, and then goes down and around, and then it just looks like we're in a geocentric world, but it's actually heliocentric. They're retarded.
Like, it reminds me of the. Have you been in Hollywood Studios with the Terminator hologram that goes around you?
No.
No, you haven't been there. Anyways, yeah, I mean, like, it takes a lot of effort, mental effort, to understand this.
It just takes a little bit of visualization. Just imagine the sun and imagine the Earth, and you're standing on the outer edge of that Earth, looking directly away from the sun. There should be a patch of sky there. Now, as the globe rotates, as soon as it's 180 degrees, another person standing on the direct opposite side to you should see the same exact patch of sky. He doesn't. He does not. He sees different stars because the stars are geocentric. He has a different constellation above his head. That's why we can navigate using the stars. If the stars were heliocentric, we couldn't use them to navigate. Not to mention that the sextant itself requires a flat surface. It wouldn't work on a globe. They don't have the 90 degree required. The stars just point all over the place on the globe. They don't. It's so absurd that nothing actually works on the globe. Even just the basic gyroscope that we used as an artificial horizon in the first airplanes and for airplanes for decades before we switched to optical gyros because they are easier to make people believe in a globe because the mechanical gyros just disprove it completely. Because they wouldn't function on a globe. They remain rigid in space. So once you spin them up, as soon as you move the plane around the globe, the gyroscope would tilt, and the artificial horizon wouldn't show you where the horizon is, so it wouldn't function. So it's completely useless on a globe. And then if you spin it, it also drifts and doesn't work. So it can't be a spinning globe according to the mechanical gyroscope. So we have to find something else. So we use the optical gyroscope, and the optical gyroscope runs on the Sagnac effect, which has no actual relation to the Earth rotation, but they just believe it does, so we are told it does. Meanwhile, the Sagnac effect was actually discovered during Nicholson-Morley and those experiments into the ether. Now Lemon's going to come running in. No, okay. And all of that is completely unrelated to the globe. It has no relation to it. If whatever the optical gyroscope is detecting is moving, that has no relation to the Earth moving. But we are told that it does. However, you can use the information gathered from the optical gyroscope to orient, which we do use it for, and that's why it replaced the mechanical gyroscope, because we can use it that way. But it's not actually a gyroscope. It doesn't have the gyroscopic effect, just so you know. So it cannot show you if the Earth is a globe or if it's spinning. But I forgot what my point was, so I'm just rambling.
Yeah, I seen someone that did some sort of a computer mock-up of what the stars would actually look like in reality if we were spinning and the stars were stationary. The sky would look like an etch-a-sketch of stars. They would be all over the place. It would be just a scrambled mess of star trails if you were to do like a time-lapsed photography of the sky. It wouldn't be they wouldn't be going around Polaris in a uniform manner.
They would go in a straight line, right? They would be like straight lines, no?
Yeah, what the way I have seen it simulated is essentially, and the way I simulate it in my mind is essentially, you would see a certain patch of the sky, and then as the Earth would continue in its orbit, that patch of sky should change over the course of the year. However, the globers have wanted us believing that we can see around the globe when it comes to the stars. We can just see all around it, all the way to the North Pole and above it and beyond that. And like when you're standing on the equator, you just see all around the globe. When you're looking into the sky, they want you having these weird-ass beliefs that you can see forever, that your eyes don't follow the Rayleigh criterion, even though they do, and that the Earth is curving, even though it doesn't curve anywhere, and we've measured it flat, and we use it as flat, and all engineering uses planar geometry, and it doesn't function. Like, nothing we would use would function on the globe, so we have to go back to it being flat. Always.
Yep.
Well, just a silly question, probably, but like, is it possible to see all the constellations at once?
No.
No, it's only to your eyes.
No, because we are only seeing it from a specific patch of sky, right?
Yeah, well, you can only see so much of the sky at once.
Right, and plus there's another effect that falls into effect is the fact that because they're local, you can only see so far. Once you get a certain distance away from them, they just can't see them anymore. Just like the sun, when it goes across the plane, it looks like it's going over the horizon or whatever, but it's just disappearing into the distance. The stars do the same thing.
That's because our eyes see in perspective. We don't see in absolutes. We are limited by our optics that we use, and so our eyes only see a certain distance. But when we get a bigger aperture, better optics, we can actually see beyond that distance. So when the globe was conceived, it was conceived based off the eyes and looking at the horizon with the eyes. So they inadvertently back-engineered this whole thing from the perspective and how the eyes work.
I think I understand.
Once we had better technology and access to better optics, it became really easy for us to show that we can see way beyond what the limitations of the globe should be, and so they tried to cry refraction and all that, and so we tested it, and infrared, and infrared has far less refraction than visible light. So there should be much closer horizon on that camera, but nope. It's same distance away. We see everything we saw before, if not even more, because it cuts through the haze and we see more. So it's counter to what you would expect. So we just encourage people to not believe us. Just go out, test the world for yourself, and you will know that they have lied to you.
That is a very true statement. But to get these people to actually go out and do that seems to be quite difficult because they're still just wanting to believe that they know the truth. They've been told the truth. And rather than go out and observe it for themselves, they just, they're lazy. They just don't want to, spend the time to go out and do the observations. Because if they did, like you said, they would see very clearly that we've been lied to.
I just wanted to prove to myself that the globe existed and it was real. Like, I wanted to prove the flat earthers wrong. So that's why I started looking into this. I had no point in that wanted to become a flat earther, but it just became undeniable at some point. Like, there's too many flaws. It's so full of holes that I have a hard time understanding how some intelligent, educated people can get like hoodwinked into this. But when you think about the education system and how we're indoctrinated into this, like when I watch TV and entertainment, it's everywhere. It's you see the globe everywhere, and it's woven into everything. So the more you're awake to this, the easier it is to spot this everywhere, and it's everywhere, I tell you.
Yeah, space travel too. All the space travel and all the the space shows about different planets, and I mean, it just reinforces. Not that that's a proof, but it's just that reinforcement that there is a universe out there that we can travel to.
That's what makes me at least forgive some of the more intelligent ones, because you have this mental attack, you have this endless supply of confirmation bias to latch onto. So when you go into a bit of cognitive dissonance because you found something that's against the norm, you're not going to win a Nobel Prize by talking about this. You're going to just get shunned by your friend group, because that's what happened to the last guy.
I mean, it's just everything is space these days. I mean, it's the alien invasion, it's the it's the satellites, it's the the probes, the just so much of what they're supposedly doing and showing us about space, and none of it is real. I mean, it's just they've just gone so far with this total, I don't know that that's necessary indoctrination, because it's not true facts of any kind. It's more of a, let's just show them build this real elaborate fantasy reality that they believe. If we propose it enough and strong enough, they're going to eventually believe that it exists, and that's what happens. So many people believe that you can travel in space and go to these planets, and that these probes exist on Mars and whatever else and stuff, and because they've been shown it over and over, and it's on the news about the new information that just came in from this probe here and this probe there, and this new photo that just came in. And I mean, it's just constant bombardment of reinforcement of this universe that is just It's just not there. It's just not there. It's
Yeah,
all made up.
It feeds into biases to keep them believing and keep them working on things that doesn't further humanity and keeps them in their little box. So that we don't have like uncontrolled discoveries. They want control over all this. For me, I think this is deeply tied into like how pseudoscience took over science and like natural science, because that to me had real value. We discovered all of the basis of our current technology come from that. Like, it's not coming from the pseudoscience. It's coming from Tesla and the old science.
It's called production. You cannot produce on. You can only produce based on science. You need science to produce. If you want to produce medicine, new artifacts, new products, you cannot do it on fantasy.
Yeah, you needed to work.
Yeah. These people they seem to one thing that I'm very convinced that they are not producing anything for society. I don't see any productivity. I don't know what they're doing. Like, they're not producing. Like, the person across the street from my home that bakes bread, I buy it every morning, is producing more than them.
No benefit. No benefit.
The bread that I'm buying from the lady across my house is producing bread. These people are just, I don't know, man. Like they're not producing anything. Definitely.
Yeah, there's no benefit from what they're doing. Nobody's benefiting.
Not at all. Not at all. False promises that they've been promising forever.
Yep.
False expectations.
Yep, and they just keep
all of them
out. Yep.
Stretching them out. They're all expired. They expired. And
yeah, look at this newspaper article. NASA sees colonies on moon by 1978. We're not back there.
Yeah, it makes me a little bit sick. So, like, when I see like people still having expectations, it's like it reminds me of like when I see, for example, it makes me a little bit like not very attractive. Like,
look at those vehicles they got on that thing you just posted, Trace.
It's like fanatism. It's like fanatic.
Wow.
Like,
and you know what? There are people that actually believe those things are up there. I just can't hardly imagine how a person can become so confused.
It's literally like dealing with a religion. Like, when you deal with someone who is in Scientology or is in a cult, it's very similar. They don't think it's a cult, but it actually is.
Yeah. 100%.
And what's really ugly, another thing that is really ugly, is is how the government is connected with it, because the government should not support any business, but in my belief, the government should do its thing.
It's a classic authoritarian control. They use this in Germany. It's just new packaging.
If you have a company, my friend, you don't need any support. If your product is effective, successful, demanded by society, wanted, you don't need any support. If you're competent with your product, with your product, you don't need any support of nobody. You become rich.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need any support whatsoever. A successful company doesn't need any support whatsoever if it's producing.
the government has no business interjecting in all this stuff, using taxpayer money, and then putting the whole country in more debt, causing more inflation. No. That's not normal.
No company needs any support. Sorry, in my opinion, no company. I don't know. Like, no company should get any support from the government. A company is successful because it's in the market. Like, I don't know, like this.
Yeah,
you shouldn't need any. You shouldn't need any support of nobody if you're serious about your company and your productivity.
It just gets so convoluted that it's just crazy.
People also forget. People forget why and how the government got its power and its influence in the beginning. Like, it started off very soft and very little control, and then one step at a time they took more and more. Like, this happens everywhere. It always does this. But that's also because there's a concerted effort to do this, and there's a bunch of people around the world who work together to do this, and some of them are publicly admitting to it, like Klaus Schwab and his cronies. But there are others who also don't publicly admit to it. And I know that from my personal experience, but yeah, I'm not going to go much deeper into that.
Yeah.
So yeah, they will promise you the moon and the stars, but the delivery will always be less than you expected. It will always be lackluster. And I, as a Globe believer, thought that they were just hiding the aliens. I looked at all of the video and stuff that they had, and I really thought there were some aliens out there because I believed in some other propaganda. But that was easy to give them excuses because I was willing to believe, because all of the programming from everywhere bombarded me with this belief that it must be true, because everybody believes it. But that's fallacious. It's not logical to think that, and I think that's the crux of the issue. And I think Paul was trying to mention it earlier when I got on here, is that our education system has removed logic. Logic used to be a big part of being educated. You weren't educated if you didn't understand logic, and you couldn't be logical. If you were irrational, which is what you are when you're not logical, you weren't being educated. So that's the big issue. Logic was moved into philosophy as this obscure thing you only learn about there, but it applies to all life, and it's really easy to manipulate you if you don't understand logic and you don't understand flawed logic, which is what media and TV shows and most people use to manipulate. So I think the education of our children, which is in our responsibility, is, I think, one of the most crucial things to think about, because if you give your children away, that's the future. You lose it. Thankfully, I don't think everything is doom and gloom, because the way I see it is the world is on an upswing. most of like the more you censor and stifle people, the more resistance you get out of them. And so as the resistance grows, there starts to become an upswing to follow. How that will play out, I don't know, but I am hopeful, like always, and that's why I try to talk and I try to help people, and I want people to help each other. There are bad people in the world and there are good people in the world. The bad people just work together and are aware of all the shit they do that most good people are not. And so the good people don't work together, and you end up with good losing most of the time. But it won't be all the time, and it cannot be. That's just not how the cycle works. And I think that's why we have all these obvious villains being created in society's eye, because there's gonna be a fall, and you gotta have patsies. So I'm just waiting for people to try to co-opt our shit, so that's where I'm at. It's far easier to lie to people and then have them believe you than to prove something to be true. It's far easier just to say things and hope people believe you, and then when you have enough people believing you, say, hey, look, all these people believe me, I must be right. Using fallacious logic, you can dazzle the idiots pretty easily, because they just don't know what the fuck you're talking about or how to respond, because some of the sophistry is really malicious, to say the least.
That's an interesting point. It's a lot easier to replicate or to than to come up with your own conclusions. Like, yeah, I think I understand what you're saying.
It's so much easier just to memorize and copy someone, like you say. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, because I myself, I tried, I try to avoid doing that. You know, I try to come up with my own conclusions and not to talk about things that, and that I don't understand. So
yeah, I think that's commendable. It's important to consider other people's views and go through that. But it's also important to form your own opinion based on everything you know, and not just be moved by other people's opinions just because they believe it. It has to be founded on everything working together. If it stops working, the logic breaks down. I think that's where cognitive dissonance becomes a decent tool if you're aware of it. if you feel yourself going into dissonance because of something someone said or how someone said it, that can oftentimes be an indicator that there's something there for you to look at. I have oftentimes found myself in those shoes where I like reacted badly in some situation, and then I went back to it and thought it over again, and I discovered a contradiction within what I believed and what was being discussed, and then discussed that with the person, and we came to a conclusion, and it was just a misunderstanding on my part with what they were saying. So we're communicating with these words, but the words don't oftentimes adequately express what we want them to express, or we don't understand the definitions of the words and have this colloquial understanding of the definitions, whereas somebody else might be using the literal definition. And not to mention there are all these dictionaries, and some people might be using these Pig Latin for all I know, you know? This is the problem within our legal system as well, where we have these black law dictionaries and people operating on these fictional languages where we're speaking the same words, and you think I'm saying one thing, but I'm actually saying something completely different. You misunderstand because you don't understand the language. And so you have the right to have a dictionary of whatever language they're using if they go too deep into it. That's why clarifying terms and the basics of logic are so lost today, because people just don't know their terms. They're just going by on life because they don't know anything. We have an epidemic of ignorance. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, something that I'm aware of is like not very often we are speaking in refining context. So we're talking about, yeah, it's like we're having a conversation. We think that that the words that we're using have the same definition, but when you're like speaking in a logical way, it requires to refine the context, to always go back to the context, no? So we are on the same page.
Yeah. That's super important. If you're going to have a decent conversation, you got to be on the same page. Otherwise, you're talking past each other. It's so common today that, like, you see it all the time here. Yeah.
Do you guys hear a lot of wind? I'm in a very windy place right now.
You're pretty good. I don't hear anything.
Oh, that's nice.
You have a good mic.
That's a compliment.
Yes, it is. Although I don't know what it says about you. It's a great compliment on the mic.
I take it personally, man.
Okay, you have at least good taste in mics.
So what's going to be the topic for tonight?
I don't know. I don't usually run any shows. I'm just in the background throwing out on-topic things like the sextant.
It's pitch dark where I am right now at the moment.
Yeah, I suck at small talk. I just want to talk about things. But I don't know how to talk about things. So I just say nothing and listen. Generally.
That's smart. You know, sometimes you don't have anything to say.
Well, I could talk forever. I just don't know where to start. If you ask me a question, I could probably start.
Or a comment. One thing that happens to me, for example, is that like sometimes I have specific questions about flat Earth, but also I have questions about other topics, and I'm like, no, that's not related with flat Earth. I shouldn't ask about that.
I get that. I get that.
Okay. One thing, like for example, when I look at the sun, right during the day, man, more and more often, like every time I look at the sun, I look at it, and I'm like, I'm not totally convinced, that it's like a physical object. I mean, if you really look at the sun, dude, like in the middle of the day, as I'm sure you have like so many times, it's 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 I don't know what, it's like incredible,
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm just looking for a picture. That's why I'm not saying anything. I'm just not finding it. Been too long. Anyway, yeah. From what
It's like
from our perspective, we see a light in the sky. We detect from it the whole spectrum. So it's a light of the whole spectrum, and we don't know anything really beyond that. They want us believing it's a ball of gas burning in a vacuum, which is just absurd. Like, that doesn't work. And so we just know it's a light. That's what we can see. That's what we can verify. What it is beyond that, we don't know. And that's one of the interesting bits, because when we use something like a polarizing filter and we polarize the light and block out some of the wavelengths, it gets smaller. But you don't know what the sun is. What if it's just a light? What's making that light? Unknown. What are the stars? Unknown. They're lights in the sky, and they move above our heads. They move in a cyclical manner, which is very interesting, almost like a clock. And we use it for signs and seasons. It's the world we live in. But what it is actually, or where its origin or source is, that's an unknown. And we would need some way to replicate that. If we were going to scientifically validate it, we would need to create something on that level. But we don't even know where it is. We we have way too little information to formulate a complete cosmological model. Yet that's what is being shoved down our throats everywhere. It's cosmological models that oftentimes contradict each other. Like they want us oftentimes believing that Einstein and Newton worked together, and they're just Einstein completed the Newtonian's work. It's like Newton started it and then Einstein finished it, but that's not actually what happened. That's just what people are made to believe. They're taught Newtonian in earlier schooling, and then Newtonian actually was supposedly debunked by Einstein, but neither one of them is actually scientific, and Newtonian wasn't actually made by Newton. He didn't postulate a hypothesis, and according to him, he didn't want it attributed to him. So it's a joke. It was actually Michelle Cavendish and C.V. Boyce who postulated Newtonian gravity. Reverend, by the way. So it all goes back to religious connotations. There's priest that created Big Bang. There's a priest that created the gravity that they attributed to Newton, even though Newton himself said, "Please do not attribute this to me." And he even went on to say that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left open to the consideration of my readers. Newton only quantified the effect, which is something everybody sees, which is things more dense than the medium they are in, they fall. But this was quantified long before Newton, actually. So this was just a different mathematical interpretation of something that was already well understood and used, and is still used with Archimedes' principle. It has nothing to do with any masses or balls or anything like that.
Oh God, did you recite that from memory?
Yeah, mostly.
What a nerd.
I like reading. I love reading. Like, I was reading so much that I accidentally discovered that by looking at flat Earth stuff, I discovered that Gaspard Gustave Coriolis did not invent Coriolis or discover it. It was plagiarized and stolen from flat earthers. It was actually written about in books from the 1800s, where flat earthers argued that we would obviously see Coriolis if the Earth was spinning. We would see it everywhere. And then they devised experiments and shot cannons straight up into the air, and the cannonballs would fall back into the barrel of the gun, and that's just impossible if the Earth is spinning, because the cannonball would have to accelerate as it's rising to the side to maintain its position above the cannon, and then as it's falling, it would have to decelerate and match the cannon again. So it's just so inconceivable that the Earth is a ball on every level that.
Well, don't they say that the cannon is moving and the atmosphere above it is moving at the same rate? And so when the ball goes up, it's still moving horizontally.
Yeah, they claim that everything is, the air itself is velcroed to the Earth's rotation.
Yeah.
And as you rise, the air and everything in it is accelerated to the side to match the rotation of the Earth and cover the greater radius, to give you the illusion that the Earth is stationary.
Have you ever
Meanwhile, Occam's razor is just the Earth is stationary. You don't need to imagine this imaginary force to the side that you cannot measure. You would be able to measure this acceleration to the side with any accelerometer rising. It's not measurable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was going to ask you though, have you ever seen the Tesla turbo pump? How it works?
I saw a video on it a long time ago.
Okay. Let me see if I can get a GIF here and post it. But one of the interesting things about how it works is that it has these spinning discs that the fluid would go through, whether it's air or water. And the way that it works is like the part of the disc that spins, there's like one molecule of air that's directly touching the disc, and the molecule is, or the molecules are, I guess, statically dragged by the disc, and they move with the disc as it spins. And then the molecule that it would be touching, the molecule that's spinning with the disc, is dragged just a little bit as well, and it kind of has this like static dragging effect. Let me see if I can get a GIF here for you.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Tesla.
Yeah, I still don't think that would account for
the cannonball effect. I agree.
Yeah. However, like there is always this conservation of momentum and all that, but you're also traveling in a circular motion, so it all goes a little wonky. But in essence, it should be measurable. The same applies to if you're moving north from the equator, you would be moving into an area of slower rotation, so that would be measurable. And the faster you're going, the more obvious it would be. And so this would be very obvious to fighter pilots, especially in those very fast planes. Like, you'd see some mention of it, but you don't. It's kind of like with Coriolis. The Coriolis is supposed to be on sniper bullets, but you don't see it. Many snipers say, no, there's no Coriolis. And what we have is Magnus effect. We have sometimes when you shoot really far and the bullet is spinning and it starts to drop, it deviates to the Magnus effect. Or you have wind. That's basically what most snipers say. Some rare cases say that we have to account for Coriolis, but I don't think they hit anything, honestly. Because you have to not aim at the target, essentially, at that point. And then if you're going to continue with the globe belief, it's not enough to not aim at the target, because that target cannot be there. You're looking at some refracted hallucination, so you got to shoot around the curve, buddy. Problem is, we have rail guns and a lot of technology that can fire at things and hit them at like 100 miles. That's way too far. Anything that targeting system could see, with the targeting system being so close to the water.
Yeah, the railgun is interesting. Yeah, isn't it because the kinetic energy of the railgun it requires it to be a line of sight shot. It can't arc down, or it loses all of its ballistic energy.
Yeah, that's one of the big issues. The same is with like most of the targeting systems on the boats, like with Sea Sparrow missiles, for instance. They're all along the bottom of the boat, or like at the deck level, essentially. They're not at the top of the ship, and they're used to targeting like at 50, 60 miles away, and that's impossible on the globe. Like, the targeting system shouldn't be able to target stuff, but it does, and it only works in reality. It doesn't, like, imagine the military advantages you get by indoctrinating the public that science doesn't work. The military technology, you would have to account for things you don't have to account for. If you were trying to build something to defend yourself against the world order, and you tried to factor in the globe into all your shit, you would kill yourself. That's why planes operate for planar surfaces. They assume a flat, stationary plane. Like, if it were rotating and curved, they would have to dip their noses, and they would eventually just go straight into the ground.
Want a freshly baked?
Yeah, have you seen the video of the Australian pilot? She'd been a pilot for 40 years or something, and her whole life, or her whole career, I guess, she never questioned it until one day she came across the stuff and it just hit her across the face, and she said, "My God, I've been flying, to and from Australia my whole life, and I just now realized it's flat as a board."
Yeah,
her reaction is stunning. See if I can find
yeah, I haven't seen that one. I'd love to see it.
Okay, let me grab it.
I've seen plenty of pilots talk about it, though. My grandfather used to be a pilot before he died.
If I would be a pilot, I wouldn't talk about flat Earth. I would just I wouldn't want to lose my job. You know.
Yeah, that applies to a lot of things.
They don't let you fly anymore when you start talking like that.
No, man, I would lose my license, dude.
Yeah, not to mention you have malicious globe believers who will target you just like the leftist crowd. So they will go for your employers, they will go for the board of directors and your licensing, they will go for you.
Cancel culture.
So
They would go for me, huh?
Yeah, if you have any kind of influence, that's the people that like to target the most.
Well, imagine you are like a crazy you're a threat for the public for the safety of the public. If you think that the Earth is flat in Europe, you are a danger, like, right, for them. I mean, you're seen as
doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense, because if you fly like it's level and you never correct for curvature, you never deviate for the Coriolis effect, then how could it be a danger? You're already doing what you believe. It's just they're the ones that believe in curvature and the Coriolis effect, and they would actually be a danger to people if they landed a plane like it was on a moving runway.
I'm surprised at how people, for example, talk about flat Earth, and you can tell that they don't know anything about it. It's like, just do a little bit of research, just learn the basics, Like, you can tell that, you haven't even taken a look at it, like, seriously. Like, how is that possible?
Well, for some, it's really easy to believe. I like to call them faith earthers. There's faith earthers of many type. Like, some come to flat Earth because the Bible clearly states that the Earth is flat. Others come to flat Earth because the Quran clearly states it's flat. Others people come to the flat Earth because the Hindu religion has flat Earth. Other people, you see where I'm going with this? A lot of faith also has this, so it's easy to come from that school of thought, whereas most of us here are more like on the empiricist side of things, where we at least in this channel, we want to have some evidence or something to back up what we're saying, so that we can actually move forward on the same page instead of debating in opinions and beliefs. We don't want to get bogged up in that endlessly.
Yeah, but what I mean is like on the scientific, when you watch, for example, videos of people, like, you know, like the first, you know what I'm talking about, like the typical videos that you find on YouTube that criticizes and debate, for example, flat Earth, and like, and they talk about flat Earth like they know what they're talking about, but
Levelist, thank you for posting that. Sorry, that the pilot Drace was Dutch, not Australian. I think she might have been talking about flying to Australia. But yeah, nice. There's one that's I don't think the video is very long. Yeah, 5 minutes 40 seconds. But yeah, she's pretty cool. She's a lifelong pilot.
I mean, we all kind of started out ignorant to a lot of things. In 2015, I made a video of a broom standing up by itself. So it was like an industrial broom. And I just stood it up in the middle of the kitchen and then like took a video of it and then showed that there was no strings or wires attached to it. And I said, this proves that the earth isn't moving. Now, I don't know if that actually proves that, but that's what I said at the time. You know, so we all kind of got a journey where we have to go and learn things.
Yeah, I totally agree. But when you Google, for instance, flat Earth, a lot of the objection to flat Earth is based in these straw man arguments and illogical or irrational appeals where they don't actually represent our case, but rather this mockery of it, which is the Flat Earth Society or derivatives of it. We don't have a cosmology to replace the previous cosmology. We just have evidence that goes against the narrative we have been told.
Definitely.
And I say that we generally, because there are some people, of course, who have a certain faith and a certain cosmology that comes with it that they might have to offer some people. I mean, I'm not one of those people, but I'm not going to put them down. I mean, and anybody's free to have their own beliefs.
By the way, welcome back, Drace. Hope all is well. Good to hear your voice.
I'm feeling better. Got a little bit of cough and cold. First one in a long time. How you doing, Hank?
Well fed, you know it. I've had like a couple of sniffles and fever since this whole thing started, but you know, I just take it easy when they make me go home, and then work when they let.
Good. Yeah, Grandma's been a little sick, so we've just been taking extra care of them. Karma's, for instance, baking cakes right now. She's probably about to bring me some. She's coming, I can hear it.
I bet that's some good juju karma cake.
What did you just bring me?
Freshly baked cookies.
Yeah, thank you.
What? Plate full.
Plate full of freshly baked cookies. I'm gonna be indisposed for a moment.
Crunching, no? Crunch. Bon appetit.
What's going on?
What up, bro?
You guys run out of stuff to talk about?
Yeah.
Can I not be heard? You guys hear me? Mic check.
You're okay. You're
Mic check.
okay. Make a point.
Okay, cool. So, Goddard, I know that you hang out in the trenches taking debates, debating discords. So, what is their newest argument?
I hang out where?
You know, in debate servers where there's high traffic debates. I've seen you around.
I mean, there's not a lot of new arguments, but the ballers claim that, light is bending around the curve, so we're seeing behind the curve because light's bending. They claim it makes sense because it's only 0.001 degree per 69 miles, and that way it makes sense. That way it's curved, but it looks flat. You know about that one, right?
Yeah, I heard Kosho say the other day that if you measure the miles between the South American continents, you can prove that, the southern hemisphere is smaller than the equator. And I was like, what I gotta lay some fiber optic cables in order to do that? Because how am I supposed to know the distance between Johannesburg and the capital of Brazil?
Kosho's an excellent presenter, but he's full of shit. He will take you on a long ride, man. I don't know where he comes up with his information.
Well, I mean, it would be true if I could measure the distance between South America and Australia and South Africa, right? And they were all closer than the cities around the equator, right? But I can't do that. Can any one person do that?
I don't think it can be done, but if you're in a plane, if you own a plane, you can try to get a guesstimate of how many miles it is. If you were able to fly those routes independently, you can try to do that. I don't know anybody who has that opportunity. And I wouldn't trust Google Maps.
Well, who flies from South America to South Africa? Don't they all go up north first?
I don't know the flight paths. Do you? You didn't comment.
I'm not a pilot, but I'm just saying, he's using this. Go ahead.
You didn't comment on my light bending around the curve 1 degree per 69 miles. Which is a global claim.
What do they think? Do you think the Atmos is in a steady state where all the atmosphere is just getting colder and colder and colder, whichever way the light's traveling? So my point is that if you're 10 miles away from someone and you can see them, or let's say see their light, then the light is traveling down, right? And if you're shining a light at them and they can see your light, well, then the light would be traveling down. How could it be getting colder both ways at the same time?
I don't think it gets colder. I think it gets hotter as you get to the surface of the world. It gets colder as you go up, right? So it'll bend towards the hottest environment. Is that right? I don't know for sure.
It bends down with the colder environments. That's what they say.
Well, no, because isn't it hotter on the ground than, let's say, in the sky?
Yeah, they claim there's a temperature inversion happening whenever you can see too far. And not only that, but they claim it's colder where they are at, and they're looking out from the more dense medium so that the light can refract down and out of it.
Wait, are you saying light has to refract to the colder or to hotter temperature?
Light can refract when it exits a medium or when it enters a medium, but for light to refract, it requires a specific angle. This they do not have. So they do not have refraction. Any attempt to claim so is just absurd.
Okay, what about that? That wasn't the actual argument that I heard. The argument I heard was that the atmosphere is denser on the ground than in the sky. So light would naturally go into that denser medium. Meaning, what you're looking at actually is light reflecting around the ball, coming back.
But it's not going into the denser medium.
Yeah, exactly.
It's coming from there, isn't it? It's already in there.
No. It's actually supposed to be down along the ground, and they're looking along the ground. They're not looking up through the density gradient. They're looking along the bottom part of the densest part of the gradient. So they don't have the layers or boundaries required to refract anything. And so refraction is not very common. It's not refracting constantly downwards. That's absurd. They have no evidence, and that is required to back up their claims.
Well, hang on. They have the sugar water. They have the sugar water tank that's bending downward into the sugar water. Denser medium.
That is not evidence of their claims. That is a laser getting refracted by the boundary of the glass tank. That makes it angle a little bit down into the solution. And so as it travels down into the solution, it goes into a more and more dense medium. And so it refracts down. It's traveling down into the medium. It's not traveling along the bottom end of it. And I have the rest of that video, which they like to cite. And as you can see, when you're shining it along the bottom part, not into and through the gradient, it's not bending. It's only when it starts to go down into the gradient at an angle that it starts to bend. And that's because Snell's law has the requirement of the angle. If the angle is too steep, it's reflected. If the angle is straight on, it's not refracted at all. So they don't know what they're talking about, like usual. They're just grasping at straws because they are idiots.
Did you want to show the rest of that video? I saw light bending into sugar water. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I just showed a GIF of it where it's not bending into sugar water. It's first bending into sugar water, and then as he levels out the laser, it stops bending. It's only bending at a certain angle when it goes into the gradient. So the angle is very important.
Second of all, the laser is a culminated light. We're talking about scattered light.
So I proposed a few moments ago that.
I'm sorry. Do you get that, Cedric?
I thought you were done.
Wait. Are you saying that laser light is not the kind of light we see when I look out into the distance?
Of course not.
And how is it different? I don't know.
Well, when you read Andrew Thomas Young's paper, and he says light rays are theoretical, they don't actually exist, because you don't see, ray beams coming from a source to your eyeball. So that's not what happens, right? You just see things because they're illuminated.
Yeah, that's trippy, huh? They're not actually laser lights, are they?
Exactly. That's the difference between fulminated light and scattered light. You can't actually. There's no way for them to test their claim because they would have to test scattered light.
Well, like, okay, so they put scattered light, right? So now we're gonna observe a butane tank. Turn on the butane, and then we're gonna see over the edge of a little container or something. Because
But is it gonna move? But is it gonna move the container like they claim the geometric edge moves?
The container obviously doesn't move, but we're peeking over the edge of it because. Say again. Start again.
If there's a break in the conversation, I'd like to add something.
Go ahead, Hank. I think Elijah will be back shortly.
All right, so I said if you got two people 10 miles apart and they're shining spotlights at each other, and one sees the other spotlight, they're saying that light's bending down because it's constantly getting colder and colder and colder, right?
I don't know.
So if the other person,
I haven't heard the temperature argument. I heard the density argument.
well, how could it be different densities if we're all on the same, sea level? So how does that make any sense? So they're saying temperature, because if you look at the definition, it says
if your observation is 5 feet, it'll eventually go down to the ground to 0 feet. It'll bend around the curve, it'll hit the ground at some point. So it's not going straight; it's going in an arc to the ground, but in an arc, not straight line, but an arc line to the ground. Let's say X feet.
All right. Well, let me get my argument out. So they say that it's due to temperature. You have to take my word on it for now.
Okay.
Because it's in the definition, right? The second part after it says layers of density, it says and temperature. So that's what they're counting on, because there's not a different layer of density between the camera and the bottom of the Black Swan image where the pillars meet the water. That's all the same layer of density. Now, where everything gets refracted is where the cranes are like, 100 feet up in the sky? That's where everything gets refracted, because you're looking through several, I say refracted. I mean, that's where you see the turbulence, because the cranes are probably several hundred feet up in the sky. Okay, so what I said was, if you have an observer 10 miles away, shoot a spotlight across the bay, and the person sees it, they're saying the light is bending down because it's getting colder and colder and colder towards the observer. But if that observer were to pull out a spotlight of his own and shoot it back, there's no way that it could be getting colder and colder and colder. It would have to be getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and that will cause the light to bend up and completely miss the original sender, right? So wouldn't this completely debunk what they're saying is happening?
I'm confused because I always thought that it was hotter on the ground and colder as you go up. So how could light bend into colder and colder? It doesn't make any sense. It had to bend into hot. If it was a temperature difference, it had to go hotter.
Because they believe there's a temperature inversion, and that they believe that because it's cold out there, that cold over the ocean, they think that then the light could bend because it's going into a different temperature. Problem is that they need that also inverted. They need to actually be in the cold spot while looking at something that's warmer out over the ocean for light to be acting the way they want. They don't know these things.
If you use heat in observation, what happens to the light if you put heat? Does it bend a certain way, or bend into the heat, or away from the heat?
No, it's not bending in because of the heat. The heat is changing the air and disturbing the air, so it can create disturbances in the air, but it's not bending the light.
It's just mild turbulence, like in a pool.
Mm-hmm. It's the medium the light is traveling through.
Like when you're in a pool and you look up and you see people like above the pool and you're underwater, trying to do your pose at the bottom of the pool like you do. Everybody looks slightly distorted, but they're not like rising and falling on the other side of the pool and setting behind some imaginary curve. They're just kind of wobbly, right? It's almost like they're dancing.
And it's also super easy to prove that they're wrong. All you gotta do is get two cameras. One of them is infrared camera, one of them is not. And then you look at the things at the horizon. And if one, the infrared camera, does not have a horizon that is always closer than the non-infrared camera, then their claims are wrong. Because that's what would be required if we are seeing what we're seeing because of refraction. Infrared doesn't refract at the same rate. It refracts a lot less. So we should see a difference. If refraction is causing the horizon to move far away, so we can't see that there's a globe, it all looks flat, then it would be apparent in infrared. You would be able to see that the geometric horizon has moved much closer.
That's a good point with infrared cameras. That should prove something, though I don't have one myself.
I really like Indio on this. He has a test done by some Globers where they shot lasers of different frequencies and they all basically hit the same spot, whereas that wouldn't be possible if the Earth was a globe and everything was getting refracted like we're supposed to believe. And Indio really covers this really well. I just have some things I saved from his presentation.
Yeah, I heard some of your newest videos on your channel, Drace. Some of your stuff is pretty darn good too, bro. Although it's about, logic and reasoning and not about, the way that light behaves. It's still pretty good. I would recommend anybody go check that out or offer it to a younger person trying to learn the logic of these arguments.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to Karma a little bit.
So sugar water is not happening in the real environment. Butane is not happening from target A to target B. They don't have that argument. They can't prove it's bending. They can't prove light's bending around the curve, basically.
Yes, they would have to first prove that their claims are true, similar to how we proved that we could see too far, that the geometric horizon wasn't the limitations of our eyes. We could actually see that far and then shoot lasers that far, and that's no problem for us. They need to go and repeat our tests, but now they need to add to them because they have additional claims. They need to measure the temperature from their target location and at regular intervals all the way along the laser path, so that they can show that, hey, we have data showing that it's going into a more dense medium, and this would be how much it would be refracting. if it had the angle, but they don't have the angle. That's always going to be their problem. They need very specific angles for the refraction. You change the angles, you change the refraction.
Okay, so they don't have that argument.
Yeah, they don't. It's an ad hoc argument. They're welcome to try to substantiate it, but in the process, they would just become us.
Okay, then very good. The next argument is they take a surveyor, and there's 3 plumb lines, which are just basically totaling stations, and they line them up, and they line them up, looking at each one of them from the next one, and they're saying they're getting plumb on each totaling station, and then they're going back to the last one, and from there to the last one before that, and they're saying that, well, they're not perpendicular to each other. They're bending outwards by 0.01 degrees. And that proves that the Earth is curving because they're plumbing each one and then looking back at them, they're curving outwards. That's the next argument.
That one's also really easy. I've seen this one many times before. It's solved simply with this image. #shit shrinks. So they're generally looking at the theodolite at a distance, and oh no, the theodolite is smaller. So it must be descending towards the horizon, and the Earth is a globe. It's based in the globe Earth calculators being perspective denying, hijacking function, and so by looking at it in the globe Earth calculators and assuming the Earth is a globe, and then you look at the theodolite descending from the center of the theodolite that you're looking through, the other theodolite that is, or being below the line, the theodolite's operational range is not as not as far or shorter than they're using. They're generally using it beyond the range of the theodolite being accurate, and so the variation is oftentimes within the error margin of that, because they're looking at a tiny thing in the distance, and so it's going to be very tiny. So a tiny variation in that can appear pretty big when you zoom in on it, but it's not. It's all based in the globe Earth curve calculators that deny perspective, and it's based in perspective. So it's not an evidence of anything. So they better try again.
I'm walking into traffic. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, be safe, bro. So yeah, that one is especially weak sauce. And if you ask them, hey, why are you doing this at half a mile? Why don't you do it at 10 miles? And they're going to be like, oh, well, because you wouldn't be able to see you'd be able to see it. Okay, well, what if you did it at like 3 miles because it's 6 feet tall, right? And it's like, well, at that point it would be too short, wouldn't it? And they don't want to admit it, but they're telling you they measured curvature at half a mile, and that's just so weak for them to say that. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's because they don't understand optics, and they wanna push this like what you see is all an illusion. We gotta use this math and imagine the world as orthographic if we're gonna imagine it's a ball. And so that's where all the math happens. It's in the orthographic view, and that's where they get their like assumption. That's why it's all like, oh, you gotta believe the math. Look at the numbers. I did this. I used this calculator. Look. It's the curve.
Yeah, it's pathetic for them to use something like that. It's pathetic for them to use something like we can't, measure the distance between Brazil and, South Africa and stuff like that.
They just they just don't have anything, so they have to repackage it, and it's generally the same arguments coming back and again and again, just differently worded or based on the old arguments. But even when they try to base it on them, it's just so retarded. I haven't heard anything new, anything that actually shows any kind of support for the globe. Not that I've been looking very hard these last few weeks, just been chilling. But I was really hoping there would be something interesting, but nah. Not from the Globers.
They've had 7 years to put together a think tank between the bravest and brightest astrophysicists and physicists and cosmologists to come up with, the silver bullet to shut down any flat earther. Because I got to be honest, if there was, a proof that I could go verify, like I may not get to it eventually, but eventually I'm going to go to that place and check it out and see what it is. And it's like, they got better stuff to do, like just take our tax dollars and, send it overseas, because it doesn't matter to them. They don't have to prove anything, because there's not enough people saying, hey, why are you spending this much money on fireworks when we got real problems down here? Why don't we bring everybody in the ISS home if you even were to happen to believe in such a thing? And why don't we take care of the homeless vets?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could be different. A lot of things.
But I guess everybody's caught up on the Johnny Depp trial and watching, everybody's micro expressions while she gives her testimony, because that's what really matters.
Yeah, but Ghislaine Maxwell trial, we can't see anything from that. That's too spicy.
So what's this trial? What's this court case about? Who's accusing who of what?
Oh, I'll cut it off quick. She accused him of abuse. He's accusing her of abuse. It's a show trial. I regret even bringing it up, but it was to make a point. It's bullshit. It's actors acting on stage.
Yeah, it's just it's
distraction.
Yes, that's the word.
Keep everybody talking about something completely irrelevant to everything. It's a good indication that something nasty's on its way.
You guys heard about them chicken fries from Burger King?
No.
I think I said it wrong. Chicken socks? Something like it rhymes with that. Yeah. Apparently that's the new. But it's only breaking out in one area, the same area that it always come from. So it's not going to be nationwide. Sorry, people, you're not going to get the chicken fries from Burger King. That's just my opinion. You're not going to get it your way. Sorry.
I thought it was only sexually transmitted.
Well, I hope so, because I've only had one partner for the last 20 years.
Yeah, I just oftentimes imagine like how things could be different. Like we have all this planned obsolescence, like in everything that's designed right now. Like what happened to this old thinking of like building things to last? Like if I knew of a company that did that, I would be like, yeah, I'm using that stuff. But like generally to find that kind of stuff you need to like go for the really expensive shit.
Well, Japan, some of their car companies, for example, Honda, if you've ever had a Honda motor and you like drove it till the wheels fell off and you put new wheels back on it and kept driving it, you know, like literally, there are some companies that do that. However, the transmissions are also made by Honda and they're not the best that they can transmission. But on the other hand, there's Toyota, who also makes an engine that can get like 1 million miles, a gasoline engine. Sold my truck, it had 550,000 miles. It was a V6. So think about that, a V6 with 550,000 miles. That's pretty good. Now, 4-cylinder, man, yeah, it's kind of average.
Yeah,
for Toyota.
That's how you decide. You sell it on the fact. Look, we have an engine that runs this long under optimal conditions. Great, but then the rest of the car parts are not all optimal, or are not all built to last. So that the car starts breaking down and you start repairing it regularly. Just like with the printers and the ink, there's always a catch designed into the system to make it more profitable. This is annoying, and I want changed, but I can't change it.
For me, I got a Pontiac Vibe, which has a Toyota engine and transmission in it, and everything else is Pontiac, I think. But yeah, it's basically a Toyota Matrix or a Toyota Corolla engine and transmission. And that sucker's got like 270,000 miles on it, and it still runs good. I just changed the fuel pump, which made the car smell bad for a few weeks. But I look at that as like, well, that's just my car payment, you know. I paid $880 for the car, and I think I've put like a battery on it, changed the brakes a few times, did some oil changes, and recently changed the fuel pump. So that's just the way I look at it. That's my car payment.
Yeah, I've got a Toyota Corolla. It's got the 4-cylinder in it. It's got 220,000 miles on it, and it still runs like a top. Doesn't burn any oil. Doesn't.
Same. It don't burn oil. It don't lose oil. It don't lose transmission fluid. And you know, a lot of people talk shit about Toyota. They're like, "Oh, Toyota, they got bad front ends." Well, the reason they have bad front ends is because people drive them for so long and don't have to do any maintenance. They're just like, well, I guess I just won't do any regular maintenance either then.
Well, I
so
put
they just
put a transaxle in mine in the front.
And those are parts that moving parts are supposed to wear out.
Yeah.
The drive terrain isn't supposed to wear out as fast.
But it was
so if you got like brake pads and you're like, oh, I have to change my brake pads. This car sucks. But no, you're supposed to change your brake pads.
Yeah, that's stupid. My transaxle was less than $100 for the parts. So I mean, did it myself.
Yeah, I had a V6 Toyota Camry one time, and that was a fun car to drive. But eventually, the axle went out on it, and I was like telling my boss, like, I can't drive anymore. Like something's going on with the axle. He was like, no, And as soon as I took it apart, like it split in half, like in my hands. So as soon as I took it off the car, I got like half of it off, and then I had to go back for the other half and pull it out. So they just they just last so long that the engine transmission lasts so long that everybody says that they got bad front ends. And my wife was driving that car, and I think it started burning oil or leaking oil. I think it was leaking oil. And she didn't tell me, and I don't know how long she drove it with no oil in it, but that's what killed that car right under 300,000 miles. I guess it's my fault. I should have been paying attention.
Yeah, keep clean oil in them, and they change the plugs and I put new what are they called? Delivers the spark. They got 4 of them or 2 of them.
Ignition coils.
Coils, yes, 2 coils. Got a twin coil system. I put new plugs.
I've rebuilt a few distributors, and I got to say, when it comes to rebuilding a distributor or replacing it, it's better to rebuild it, but it's a hell of a lot easier just to replace some coils. That's so easy.
Yeah, they just pop in and out. Not much to it. Plugs, coils, and wires, and it started running like a champ again.
Yep. Same thing happened with my Acura. So my little V6 Acura, it started running funny. I was like, uh-oh, what's going on? And I get under there and I start doing any, mini, mighty, mo with the coils. I start moving them around. I'm like, yep, that's what it was. And I just paid like $70 for a coil. Took me like 15 minutes to diagnose it, go to the parts store and put it in.
Yep. I mean, I wish I could be a US made in USA only supporter with the vehicles, but man, they just don't seem to want to put the quality where you need it.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Japan started using aluminum engines, and they couldn't keep up with the competitive prices. So they started building theirs with aluminum engines, but their engines weren't as good as Japan's. So Japan started like getting ahead on the market. So now they just kind of build like, remember those disposable cameras like in the 90s? That's kind of how I see like your typical American car. And I hate it, I really do. I hate it, but they're competing with the Japanese, and, some people are just built different. When you look at those Honda motorcycles, like the precision that goes into those engines, where they can get like, 13,000 RPMs? I mean, my God, that's amazing, right?
Yeah, I got 11,000 RPM out of my big block Chevy. I built my race car. That's
nice.
That's a lot. But
you didn't throw a rod? That's pretty fast.
No. But I put over $20,000 in parts in the motor and built it myself. It was all aluminum rods, huh?
I seen a guy dyno testing a diesel up to 3,000 horsepower, and the motor just grenaded. It just boom! It blew up on the dyno.
Yeah,
it was crazy. It was a Dodge, and he was revving the shit. I'm like, uh-oh. I seen the white smoke come out, and I'm like, uh-oh, this ain't good. And then all of a sudden, he's on the throttle. I think it ran away from him. It just might have ran away, and it just grenaded. Like, holy shit! The driver got out of there quick. But for a diesel to be revving a diesel, like, I don't know what kind of RPMs, but it was high for a diesel. that thing was winding out.
Yeah, diesels generally don't spin that high of an RPM.
Oh, they would never go that near that. Yeah. I don't know what it
When I was
maxed out.
driving the flatbed, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
When I was driving the flatbed with my brother, he was always telling me, like, if you got my engine at like 2.5, like, think about it like you're redlining it. He's like, because I don't want you going up to 3,000 RPMs. It's like, try to keep it, below this speed. Like, try to drive at 65. And, I was a delivery driver. Like, we drive to the light at the end of the tunnel. We're like, get it there, get it, rain, sleet, or snow, here I go.
Right after rain, sleet, and snow, you roboted severely.
I was just saying that he didn't want me to break his truck. That's all.
Yeah. I'm curious about your delivery business that you have. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but it seems like to me that you've been doing it an awfully long time, right?
20 years, almost.
So I would assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that you have specific customers that pretty much request you as their deliverer, and you have ones that you see quite regularly, and you're on time always, and you're always there, always bring the right product, always on time, and you receive a respectable tip, which makes it worthwhile for you to continue with this. Am I close?
Yeah, every job I've ever worked at, I've always had people that would request me. And I always double check before I leave. And these days, I'm just using my memory or GPS. And I try not to use my GPS unless we're busy so that my memory stays sharp. So for the most part, yeah, you got it right. But I deliver pizza.
Right.
So the reason I do it is because I'm right under the tax bracket that I don't want to be in, and I don't like paying taxes. So I'm sort of in and out. I'm in it, but I'm not in it.
You don't have to explain to me. I understand. Trust me.
Do they eat a lot of pizza down south? Is that like a popular carryout or something people?
Yeah, I think Houston is the fattest city in America.
You might be behind Detroit. I think we got you beat, but there is so many pizza joints here. And we're one of the fattest cities in the United States.
Obesity, the number one problem of USA.
Yeah. But there is so many. We got so many different pizza chains here. There's like Jets Pizza, Domino's Pizza, Little Caesars, Papa John. I don't know if there's still Papa John's. I haven't seen one in a bit. I never liked their stuff. Papa John said we got the better ingredients. I didn't care for theirs. I didn't like the sauce, actually. The sauce left.
So yeah, I'm driving a 1.2 3-cylinder car. So my little Mitsubishi Mirage, it's on gas. So I can turn it on.
Do people still give you a good tip? Or are they getting more stingy with the high gas prices? And I know people don't have as much money for tips and stuff.
You'll find that people kind of adjust with the gas prices.
They help
so sometimes I'll get like a $20 tip.
Nice.
Right? And then a whole bunch of $3 tips.
All right.
It's like, okay, I didn't go to college. I didn't graduate high school. But I'm making like $20 an hour sometimes.
As you should. I mean, you're wearing out your car.
Yeah, but I got this car for free because I bought it for $3,900 out the door, and then it got rented. So right now, the guy who rented me is, paying me to drive this car.
It got totaled out and it still runs?
Yeah, the back end's all busted up, so I just took out the back seats for safety. Nobody can ride back there.
So wait a minute. Your car has been condemned and you still drive it?
It's not condemned. We settled outside of court.
Oh, I gotcha. That's actually good because used cars are expensive right now. It's hard to find a replacement.
Yeah. Well, they would say that the car's not worth fixing, but it's not worth letting go either. It's a 3-cylinder.
3? What? The Geo Metro had a 3, I think. There was a Geo Metro.
Yeah.
What kind is it? You said a Mitsubishi. What is it?
Mirage.
Mirage. Okay, so it's got a 3-cylinder. Maybe there was another one too. I think it might have been a hybrid car, like that had a 3-cylinder. That's kind of an odd configuration. Maybe a Prius.
Well, I mean, the car weighs 2,000 pounds. I took the seats out of it. I took all the stuff in the back out. So with me in it, it probably weighs right over 2,000 pounds.
My race car weighed 2,150 with me in it, fully with the gas and me in it. 2,150.
What kind of car was it? Was it all fiberglass tube chassis?
Yeah. It was. If you know anything about professional drag racing, it was a pro stock car. There's only 3 pro classes in drag racing.
You're under top. You're right under top.
It's Top Fuel Dragster, Top Fuel Funny Car, and Pro Stock. Pro Stock is the factory production vehicle. It's a normally aspirated motor, and it is 500 cubic inches maximum. And other than that, you got to use the same motor as the manufacturer. You can do anything you want to it, anything except for put a blower or a turbo on it. You have to use carburation. Now you can use fuel injection. You can do anything you want to it as long as you stay under 500 cubic inches. And now there's an RPM limit. 15,000 RPM is the limit. They let you spin them up.
Wow, that's high. See, I thought the top fuel uses like the nitromethane fuel, and the rest are yours is using like pump gas or whatever.
Professional racing gas.
Yeah, that's what I mean. As opposed to nitromethane, you're not using the high explosive fuel.
No.
It's more, it's more like the highest level of gasoline you can use.
Yep.
The rest of it is just nuts. Like Top Fuel is just nuts. You're driving on a bomb. If you look at that diesel truck that grenaded, when you see a Top Fuel explosion, it's worse than that.
Oh yeah.
You get a massive fireball, and you got much higher compression. I don't know. The compression on that diesel was high. It's pretty damn high, but the Top Fuel is way more. They're spinning them up. They got aluminum heads, and they bolt down the blower with like a ratchet strap type thingy to catch the blower.
They have to put a scatter shield over them.
Yeah, it's a bomb. Because I remember when they didn't have that. I've seen some that didn't have that, and man, is it a huge explosion when you get a blower explosion.
It's mandatory now. You got to have a scatter shield blanket you put over the top, strap over the blower.
Should have been that way. I mean, they didn't think of it until enough engines blew up. Like, people probably got hurt from the shrapnel.
Oh yeah, they killed. There's been a few people been killed because of the explosion of a Top Fuel funny car. More of a funny car because the engine's in front of them.
Oh, the driver. Yeah, that's a risky business.
Yeah, Top Fuel funny cars are really
And
crazy.
you drive through the fireball. You know what I mean? If your engine's on fire, you're driving through the flames. It's going to blowtorch you. At least the other one, the engine's behind you, so the flames go behind you.
Yep, funny car's dangerous.
Well, they're both dangerous. Those are both pretty. I mean, either one of them. I mean, if that thing goes off or you get wrecked at 300 miles an hour, it's pretty damn sketchy.
Yeah, my car only went 180 miles an hour in 8 seconds. That was in 1987.
Wow, you're OG at that.
Yeah.
That's still, man, if you crash at 200, I think Dale Earnhardt, he crashed around that speed and he didn't make it.
Well, it's something to go 200 miles an hour, but when you do it in 8 seconds, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, that leaves pucker marks in the seat.
Put your ears where your cheeks are, or your ears, or your cheeks where your ears are. Excuse me.
Put a G-force meter in there. You got some kind of G-force meter?
4.5, they say.
Really? On yours?
Yep.
Nice.
For 60 feet.
So let me go break that down for you. So they say that when you're in the jet, like flying, dogfighting or whatever, you can get like 8, 9, possibly 10 Gs. So you're just on the ground propelling against the pavement and you're getting half of that.
Yep.
Pretty impressive. You ain't got a jet, bro. You ain't got a jet engine.
Top Fuel will go twice that fast. You go to in 4-second quarter mile or even less, and your acceleration's got to be a lot more.
They only race 1,000 feet now.
What?
Only 1,000 feet instead of 1,320.
I thought it was a quarter mile.
No, they shortened it because they were starting to go too fast and they couldn't keep them on the ground. They started going close to 400 miles an hour, and then
what?
They want to fly. They want to fly at that speed. Yeah.
I thought they only got around 3, so I haven't watched it.
Yeah,
in a
they
long
do now. Yeah, they
learn them to fly, but they ain't got wings.
Yeah, they shortened it to 1,000 feet because of that factor. Because the cars were starting to fly.
It's still a lot of G forces. You're still getting pinned, man. You're taking that launch.
Yep.
How much does one of those engines cost? It's got to cost a pretty penny.
Well, in '87, I spent a little over 20,000 just on parts. Then I built it, but if I was to buy one from Rare and Morrison, they wanted $50,000.
$50,000 in today's dollars.
Yeah, that was in
And
87.
you got to rebuild it every run. You take it down.
No, not mine. Not a pro stock. No, the only thing you have to do is change valve springs. You have to make sure the valve springs are up to par, so they shut the valves in time so they don't hit the pistons. That's mainly the only thing you have to change. I had to check mine every pass. I had to change 2 or 3 springs after every pass. Depends on, some of them last longer than others. You put a spark plug in it's got an air compressor, so it blows the valve shut. So you can put a spring compressor on it and pull the spring down. It's got a gauge on it. It tells you how many pounds at the seat. If it was less than 160, you had to change it.
So you, back in the day, like I bet the materials are probably better now, like the spring material and valves, and you probably got a lot better, but also more expensive.
Well, I was using the same thing for valves. They were all titanium valves.
And aluminum heads. Did you have aluminum block and heads?
No, just aluminum heads.
See, the other ones were raced in aluminum blocks too, and it's like, how does it hold up such pressure?
Most of them are nowadays, but they got metal sleeves in them. They got steel sleeves in the aluminum blocks. You can't run a piston in an aluminum cylinder without a super hardened
cast iron
steel
sleeve.
Yes, sleeve. Yeah, inside of it.
Well, yeah, the pressure, the amount of PSI you grenade it.
Well, not just the pressure, but the
friction.
The ring would just peel
gall it. Would
peel the aluminum right off the sides of the cylinder walls. It would ruin it. As soon as
it would eat itself up pretty fast. Aluminum soft as shit.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. They do make some special alloys for engines. They put some other stuff in the aluminum. It makes it quite a bit harder than just average aluminum. But yeah, it is still soft.
There's another metal with this high nickel content. What the hell is the name of it? It's got a really high temperature. Forget the name of it. Not Hastelloy. It's Shit. It's a maybe it starts with an I. Can't think of the name off the top of my head. What the fuck? Inconel. That shit's got like a super high temperature rating for like refractories and things like that, where they're making metal like forges and shit. It doesn't burn down. They use it in aircraft engines. Inconel is like mostly nickel. Maybe some of it is 50% ish of nickel, the higher grades. I don't know what kind of tensile strength it has, but it's lightweight. I have some of it, and I found out by accident. I'm like, what is this? It feels like aluminum, but it also is kind of like stainless steel. It's stiff and it's strong. What the hell is it? And it was Inconel. I found out I was spark testing it. Like, what is this material? I'm like, oh, good. Inconel's even better scrap. You know, the price of nickel's really high right now, so I got like 100 pounds of this shit. I want to go scrap it. What's his maximum wind speed for a truck? Oh, you roboted out. Oh. Inconel would be great if you could make your valves out of that, or your heads, because it's pretty hard and it's heat resistant. But it might be tough. It might be too tough to machine it, like really low machinability. Damn, I didn't hear. You're roboting out pretty bad. Did you see that diesel truck explosion got rocking?
No, did you post it or something?
Yeah, I put it in the chat if you want to check it out.
Oh,
you can skip to the 4-minute mark if you just want to see it blow up. He bookmarked it. It's like 4 minutes and some seconds, but I wonder how much torque he was making. He's close to 3,000 horsepower. That's a lot of money down the drain, watching that thing blow up.
Holy shit.
I know.
He spun that thing way up there. Way too high.
I think it ran away. It might have just ran away from him. You know, when that turbo runs away, it's like, it just gets out of control. You see how fast he got out. The driver got out of there so fast.
That was fight or flight, huh? He chose to run.
Oh, he bailed quick, dude. It's like he bounced out of that seat so quick. I don't blame him, man. He probably had one foot on the gas and the other one's out the door. He's like ready, tiptoeing on that pedal. It was, yeah, you see all this smoke billowing out. You see that horsepower gauge going up on the dyno. Like an engine like that shouldn't be nowhere near that amount of horsepower.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
For a diesels have like high torque, but not that much horsepower. I don't know what he was doing to get it that high.
I don't know either, but that thing spun up there, boy. At the last few seconds there, it just went crazy. What?
That's a load, man. 3,000 horsepower. That dyno was loaded down. They didn't have any fans to cool the engine either. Like normally, they put some big fans there to keep it to blow air through the engine. He was on it way too long. He was on that pedal. It's almost like he wanted to blow it up. He's like, "Oh, I want to get 3,000. I want to get 3,000." He's just pushing it and pushing it. I think we found the limitation of that engine. You don't want to push it that hard. Be happy with 2,500 horsepower. Don't push it. Which is a shit ton, man. If you get 2,000 horse out of an engine, that thing would probably had some good speed to it.
Yeah, to me, anything over 300, unless you're driving like a 5,000-pound car, if you got a 300 horsepower engine, you should be good to pass people on the interstate.
Oh, you're good to go. That's a lot. That's a lot of horsepower.
Most cars don't have that. My truck has it. I have it in my truck like 390, but it's mostly for towing. It's not. It's a big heavy truck. It's not a hot rod. But it actually was pretty quick back in the day. I'm like, it was deceptively fast for a 6,000-pound truck. When you get on the pedal, it would get up and go. I'm like, damn, this is pretty good. I can't imagine having that kind of horsepower like that guy with that diesel. He jumps on the gas, just there it goes. That thing would haul ass.
I used to have a Toyota T100 that was a 4-cylinder. It was the first one I ever had. It was a standard 5-speed, and it had like a granny gear in it. And the first gear, you could take off and be going like 10 miles an hour on the street. But if you were to just so happen to be racing, which I raced a lot of full-size pickup trucks, they'd pull up to me and be like revving their engine. I'd be like, all right. Just smoke them, dude, with a little 4-cylinder. Because that first gear was just crazy fast.
Your power to weight ratio, a pickup is 6,000 pounds. It's hard to get all that weight moving.
Man, speaking of moving around, what material can withstand 1,000 miles per hour wind speed?
Yeah, I couldn't hear what you said. You roboting out.
Man.
Holy crap.
You guys hear him? Couldn't hear him. It cost a lot to build a diesel engine. I had one before. It was not turbocharged. And everything is expensive to repair on them.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so that 96 T100 single cab, 4-cylinder, that was a badass truck. All you had to do was change the clutch and just keep going.
burned up a lot of clutches in it.
Well, I was delivering pizza in it.
Can't you just shift without the clutch? You can just kind of leave it in there if you're just gonna shift gears real easy. You don't need to clutch it.
Yeah, I started doing that. That's about the time that I started needing a clutch.
You wore it out.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a good truck, man. Wish I had another one. I've been looking for another one, but the people who got them know what they got and don't want to let go of them.
What was it? What brand?
A 96 Toyota T100.
Toyota, okay. Yeah, they made nice little trucks back in the day.
Yeah, the 96 era was like the golden era when it comes to the Toyota
makes
trucks.
good shit, dude. Their forklifts are good. Like, I used to be a forklift. I used to sell them used, and Toyotas were always good. You get a Toyota, you could have lots of hours on it, and it's still good. It'll keep running. You get like a domestic one, like a Clark. The Clark ones, you get over 10,000 hours, and it's kind of beat. But on a Toyota, it's not a problem.
I think it's the emission laws that they have in Japan. Like if you drive like 160,000 miles, you either get a new engine or a new car. So Toyota just builds them like, well, fuck it, we'll just, build it a 1,000,000-mile engine. They got to get a new one anyway. And then for the rest of the world, it'll be like, get a Toyota.
They don't build in the planned obsolescence. They make it to last. Like, hey, we could build this part with some planned obsolescence to go bad at 100,000, or we could just build it properly. And they choose, and that's why they had a reputation. You know what I mean? It's like even in America, people are buying their shit. Even in Detroit, you see a lot of Japanese cars. The Motor City of all places, you know what I mean? It's like, what? These people driving all in imports? It used to be a taboo thing. Like back in the day, back in the 80s, people might, they might damage your car if you drove like a Honda or Toyota. Like somebody might be resentful that worked for the auto companies and they might vandalize your shit. But it's not like that. You see them driving to the fucking auto plants with foreign cars now. Like people going to work at GM and they're driving a Honda or Toyota or whatever. It's like they don't care now. That was back in the 80s.
Because if you live next to like a place like Dallas who has like a Toyota plant, or they sell a lot of Hondas, like you can get a Honda for like next to nothing, put some money into it, or put a new engine into it. And a lot of people like, taking like Hondas that people have crashed with like a badass engine, and then they'll put it in like a little Honda Civic or something, and those are like highly sought after. Like you can take parts and make something out of it, a little Frankenstein Honda, and then people pay off the ass for that kind of stuff because they're fun to drive.
Oh, your tuner cars?
Yeah. Well, I was talking about like take like an engine out of a. I've seen them take like a Acura CL 3.2 liter, right, and it's like a automatic V6, and they'll stick it in like a tiny little Honda Civic. I've seen people do that stuff.
It shoehorn it in there.
Yeah.
So as the car moves forward, there is greater pressure in front of the car than behind the car because the car is moving forward and pressing against the air on one side, and there's displacement on the other side. Correct?
Yep, and that's how I go to Dallas every time, behind a truck.
Yeah, but wouldn't that mean also that if we were on a ball spinning around and going around the sun, that this would also have to happen there? Like on one side of the ball, there would be greater pressure. On the other side of the ball, there would be almost no pressure because of the displacement?
Well, they don't think about the air. The air doesn't come into the equation. The air next to a vacuum or the air traveling, like what you're saying there with the low pressure end of it, that just gets swept under the rug. They don't consider logic like that.
Yeah, but it would have to be like there would be have to be something. you would have to see more pressure on one side than the other side, and it would change as the globe rotated.
Why doesn't it look like a comet? If they say a comet is streaming off material, why doesn't the Earth look like a comet? Why aren't we stripping off our atmosphere and the soil and the water? You know what I mean? We're all moving pretty much the same speed, so why aren't we stripping, just disintegrating?
Oh, I know what AI is talking about now. I have it here. Is this? This is what you're talking about.
Well, that means, according to them, a comet is a ball of ice and it's disintegrating, and that's what the tail is. The tail on the comet is all the particles of ice that are vaporizing and being left in the comet trail.
Because we're not moving, man.
No, they have no explanation. Yeah. If everything applies equally, it should apply to us as well. So
yeah,
you just got to look at the shadows. It's a ball, bro.
The way when I think back to being a glober, and when I was still denying this for the first month or so, you look at everything in a vacuum. You're just looking for an excuse, something that maybe sounds plausible. That's how it starts. It's so easy to do that, but that's like kind of what you do. You jump on like, oh, the air must be velcroed. Like, I don't find Coriolis, so it must be velcroed.
it's a self-delusion. People don't want to really know the truth, so you delude yourself into believing something that's irrational. It's totally irrational, but you can't possibly believe it's flat. So you need any excuse.
Yeah, and that's why, like, when I posted like picture like this with the car and talk about the pressure thing, this would be very apparent if we were traveling in space, and the only solution I've heard from a glober for this is gravity. But think about that that would mean that in the front of the car or the globe, gravity is pushing the air away from the surface to make it not more dense, not more pressure. And on the other side, it's pulling more just to equalize. But that's how retarded they have to go. They have to like invent this fictitious force, and the fictitious force will just solve all of your problems by doing whatever you need it to do, even though you have no evidence or proof that it even exists in the first place.
Well, it's like they tell you, never tell a lie, because you'll have to create new lies to cover up for your other lies, right? So they have to keep coming up with new lies to cover for their other lies. Exactly.
That's where we got them. We got them because they have built this house of cards of lies, and QE and others. Once you pick out these bottom cards, the whole fucking thing collapses.
One card, you take one card out, the whole the whole house of cards comes down.
Yeah, but like their delusions maintains the house. So like we kick out one card, they're like, no, I believe.
Like crypto.
And then it's like a mental prison. Yes, it's a mental prison. They recreate this thing. It's like Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner, the show where the Roadrunner will run off the cliff and he'll just hang there. He won't collapse. Nothing. It's like, well, how did he do that? And then the coyote does it. He hangs in the air and then poof, he falls. It's cartoon logic.
Yeah, you literally have to take all of the cards away, and you can do that one card at a time, but like if they allow you to, because they will get triggered. You're taking cards away from them.
But they admit to stuff being irrational, like the Michio Kaku thing. He'll admit to it not making sense. That's what it is. It's like, well, wait, you just said it's completely irrational. Look at the margin of error. It would be impossible. That's the dilemma with these people. well, that's the official story, and I have to stick with it. Their appeal to authority is so strong that they don't want to be ostracized or whatever reason. No one wants to be the one getting criticized by their peer group. It's amazing they can control the world this way.
It's also because they never got educated in logic or anything like that. They don't realize they're just appealing to authority and that their rationalizations have no validity. And so they just think they're doing science and like anything is science. Just looking at things is science. Let me show you what science is, my friend. I have it really well put here as told to me by Glober. All you need is this. And you are doing experiments.
I think another thing with those people is they have so much invested in their education. They don't have anything to fall back on, so they can't really afford to lose their career, to lose their job. Because it's like, say you spent all this time becoming an engineer or whatever, and it's like, if you sabotage your career, you don't want to be working at Walmart bagging groceries. It's like, man, I have hundreds of thousands of dollars in my college loans to pay back. I can't afford to lose this. So I'll go along with the stupid narrative. The narrative doesn't make sense, but I can't afford to push the narrative because it could backfire and hurt me financially.
Yeah, you see this with the woke crowd. It's the same thing. They're like, I better push this agenda or what everybody else is saying because otherwise I might get canceled.
They're self-policing. Yeah, all these Karens, all these social justice warriors.
And self-policing is one of the signature features of a cult.
Oh, they got it, man. They got it. And now they have people self-hating themselves. You're a white male. You need to hate yourself. You're a racist, bigot, white supremacist. It's like, what? I can't help it if I'm white. I had no choice in the matter. Why are you vilifying me?
Yeah, I think the irrationality of that argument and that whole stance is designed to create a conflict.
It creates self-hatred. People, they start with young children. It's called critical white theory or critical race theory, where they only criticize white children and they make them hate themselves.
Yeah, it's atrocious.
Oh, it's evil. If you did it to any other ethnicity, they would call it evil and racist, but it's okay to hate white people. It's like, did you ever look at the orphan trains where they had like little white children working in factories? Those are slave factories. They took those children from their parents and they made them work like slaves, but nobody cares. There's no sympathy because they're white children being slaves. It's like, why does no one care about one group of people?
White people don't know what it's like to be poor. You know,
they act like white people have never been slaves, whereas the Slavs got their name from being slaves.
Oh, did you see where they got that? There was a law passed. The Slavs got a law passed about that. Oh shit! Let me find this because there was a group claiming that they couldn't claim to be an oppressed minority or something like that. And,
dude, they're literally called slaves.
Yeah. And that's what they said. That's what they came back with and said. Yeah.
Yeah, not only that, like, white people were slaves all over the place.
We still are, though. If you look to the Federal Reserve, you're still a slave. Black, white, Chinese, you're still a slave to this system. It doesn't matter what. And it's still existing. When you tax wages, that is slavery. Whether you take 1% or 50%, it's a form of slavery. So we're like sharecroppers.
It was actually better back in the day because it was indentured servitude before, where you would go into a contract, and once the contract was complete, you would get a piece of land or something for your service. Then it got changed, and then the whole thing got vilified. There's a lot of nuance to this. And even in prisons, they still use workforce from the prisons.
Labor? Yeah, from the prison. Actually, they pay them below minimum wage, and then you can spend your money at the prison to buy your ramen noodles or whatever.
Extra expensive ramen noodles and shit.
Yeah, this cost me 20 cents at the store. It cost me $1 in jail or whatever it cost. and I only get paid $1.50 an hour or whatever you get paid to make license plates. I know it's a worse form of the other prison. You know, like we're in a prison right now, and most people don't realize it. It's like, are you paying taxes on your wage? That's slavery. And the sharecroppers, I mean, yes, they took a bigger percentage. If you're a sharecropper, you're working the farmer's land, he might take 90% of your crop, and you get only enough to live on. And well, you owe me this for the rent, and you owe me this and this and this, and basically it's a slave's wage. You're only basically, it's no different than being a slave. You barely make enough to feed yourself and buy clothes, and you have to work your balls off, and you have nothing left.
Yeah, and maybe you don't make enough to feed yourself, and then at that point, it's worse than the old system, because back in the old system, at least he had to fucking feed you.
But they changed the rules. They made it say, well, this is not slavery, and it absolutely is. It's just another form. They changed the form. We're going to abolish slavery. Well, wait, what is this? Who is this Federal Reserve, the FICA? Why am I paying this FICA tax? It's just another form. It's very clever what they did. We'll let you keep a little bit, but you're still going to be our slave. You'll never be able to opt out of this. It's ingenious. And it makes the slave work harder. So if you think you're getting a little bit of it, you'll work harder. Man, I'm going to work an extra 4 hours and get this work done. And I'll get to keep more. But then you pay more. You get kicked in a higher tax bracket, you pay more. And the elites don't pay any taxes. If they're the elites,
they're charities. They don't need to pay taxes.
The Clinton Foundation, right? Pay it to the Clinton Foundation, and they dip in as their private piggy bank. It's a non-taxed. All the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, they're all tax exempt.
Yep.
And that's the ultimate question. I mean, you're gonna be a servant regardless. Do you want to be their servant, or do you want to be the servant to the one who gave you the ability to be here?
I was served
That's a really good question. A lot of people want to be patriotic, but what are they patriotic to? The federal government? Like, why would you do that? Wouldn't you want to be patriotic to your fellow Texans, or in your case, fellow New Yorkers? Right? Because I think that the most important part about serving God is serving man. Right? Because God is constantly getting served, but man is not. Right? So it basically boils down to it. Do you want to be, a servant slave to the state, or do you want to be a servant king to the people? And if you think about a king, what is a king? Well, the king is the opposite of a dragon, right? Because what does a dragon do? He hoards the gold. It doesn't let anybody near it, right? But what does a king do? He shares the gold with his people.
I don't know about that. The Queen of England ain't sharing that gold.
Yeah,
there's a lot of gold she ain't sharing.
She's a dragon.
She's a dragon.
Bro.
Look at the kings of old.
Is it?
There were many kings of old who were chosen by the people for the and worked for the people. Especially if you look in the, I'll see if I can find the video for you that speaks really well on this.
Is it true that any gold that's discovered in England, like if you dig in your backyard and find gold, that you have to turn it in to the government or to the crown?
We should ask Logrian. Is he here? He's English. That would suck. I know people found coins, like gold coins, like Roman coins, gold and silver coins, and they didn't get to keep them. It's going to the museum. They just robbed their ass. You might have found like a small fortune, like a couple $1 million of ancient coins.
That's like the treasure. That's if you find treasure. And I think that might even be everywhere, but I think specifically in England, if you find gold, like a gold nugget, it's the Queen's, or it's the crown.
Really? Well, she owns all the land. She owns all the land.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even Wales, even Canada, Australia. Her mug is on the money. You look at the money from Canada, the Queen is on it. Or the fiat currency, I should say, the fiat. You look at the Canadian fiat currency has the Queen on there. And I mean, she might as well have her face on our cash too, on the United States cash. I mean, it's all going the same. No, not the Queen doesn't
dare say that.
Well, the Federal Reserve has, well, they have to maintain this illusion, right? They have to maintain an illusion of different nations. Like, okay, that's Canada's over here on this side, and this is the United States. But really, they're controlled by the same scumbags. You use this type of paper, we use this one, and then they keep all the gold. And when I seen those vaults, that's just one little bit. You know, you see the Queen walking through those gold vaults, and you're like, holy shit, what is this? Like rows and rows and big stacks of gold bricks.
Yeah, the interesting thing about gold is all the gold from ancient times we still have today, except what we lost at sea and what was buried and person died.
I don't know about we. We don't have it. They have it. Those like the Rothschilds and the Queen.
Right, yeah.
They have it, not we. We ain't got shit. We got like all the gold in circulations for wedding rings and jewelry. That's maybe 1% of the gold. They've got 99% of that shit hoarded up.
I don't know, man. I'm not the only one with silver. I know there's a bunch of people with silver.
You can have silver, but they keep the gold. What I'm saying, they allow us to have a small amount to maintain the illusion that it's free and accessible, but they have so much more than that's on the open market. You know what I mean? Like all the other people, they sucked it out. It used to be like you had a $20 bill or you had a $20 gold piece. 1 ounce of gold was a $20. It was equivalent to a $20 bill back in the day. And if you look back when they confiscated it, when FDR made it, he made it executive order. The year was 1933, and it was on May 1st, May Day, the communist holiday. You can't even make this shit up. 1933.
You know what the law said? The law said all persons must turn in their gold. I'm not a person. I'm a man. Keeping the gold, thanks. But nobody knew that. That's the word
guys are buying
magic.
precious metals, right?
What's that?
You guys are buying precious metals now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Converting your paper to metal?
I did. I've got a couple. I've got a little bit. It's hard to buy because it's expensive. The price is up with the gold price is pretty jacked up right now, because if you want the actual gold, there's the paper price and then there's the actual price that people sell it for. And they're two different prices because no one really wants to sell gold.
I think you should buy silver because the price is fixed right now. And the way that the price is fixed is we've had like a historical exchange rate between gold and silver. And I think it was like 16-1. Correct me if I'm wrong. But now it's like a lot bigger. There's a lot bigger of a difference.
It's 20-1. Like
Larry, where do you order your silver from?
That's what the historical.
Yeah, in the U.S. it was 20
I don't
silver.
order it. I collect it.
You know, like the Morgan silver
I get it
dollars.
from people, so there's no paper trail.
You know, back in the day, Hank,
Find it locally.
Yeah, I've been doing business cash for 20 years, and back in the day, people would turn in their silver, and now I collect copper.
It was back in the exchange where you had a $20 gold piece. It was 1 ounce of gold, and you could trade it for 20 silver dollars, like Morgan silver dollars. So the equivalency was like 20-1 back then, but I'm not sure. It wasn't 100% pure silver. It was only 90%. So maybe it was closer to like since it's only 90%. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe 17-1, or I'm not sure how that would break down. Let's see. 10%.
So you got to think, bro. I'm in Texas, right? We have like gun shows all the time. So whenever there's gun shows, there's always old timers there, like letting out their silver. So all I have to do is go there, and there's no paper trail.
You could go to pawn shops too. Pawn shops got.
Larry, you're in Texas too?
Everywhere's got pawn shops. Pawn shops. If you go
How many
to like
Texas bros do we have here?
Oh, we got Hank.
Yeah, gun shows, pawn shops. Yeah, there's a lot of Texas here.
Oh, coin stores too. You go to coin stores and buy them up. They call them bagger coins. Bagger coins are kind of worn out, or the culls, the ones that are worn, they're pretty worn out, and you get them just for like scrap prices. So it's still a silver coin, but it's kind of wore out a little bit. But you can get those for a lot cheaper than the nice ones. Like if you want a nice Morgan silver dollar, You pay a premium price. You're going to pay a lot above the spot. You're always going to pay above spot.
Yeah, but don't look at spot. You need to ignore spot because spot doesn't mean shit. It means the real price of silver is how much it costs to acquire it.
It's the physical price. The physical price is there's a huge premium. There's a huge premium.
Don't get hung up. Well, just don't get too hung up on the spot price. You know, if it costs $20 an ounce for silver, if it costs $20 an ounce for silver, but it's $30 to actually get it in your hands, then the cost of silver is $30 an ounce. You know.
Yeah. So don't worry about get it in your hand while you still can.
So oftentimes people don't know what to get their spouses. When I come home with like some silver, like my wife just like her face lights up. I see the big smile, the gums and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like she gets really happy when I come home with some silver for like her birthday or anniversary.
What do you get in 90%, or do you get the bullion silver like the Eagles?
Oh, I only deal with the pure silver.
Oh, okay. You get the good
99.9, baby. Yeah. I mean, I've got some coins, but I don't usually try to collect the coins.
I don't collect them. I just get them for like barter. Like if shit hits the fan, I'll have these coins that are American silver coins that people recognize, and it's something to barter. If I need some food or whatever, I could get it.
Somebody said to buy lots of toothbrushes because when it gets really bad, people will still want to brush their teeth. So buy lots of toothbrushes now so you can barter them away.
Alcohol, toothbrushes, tampons. You're going to need those for sure.
Everything. You got ammo. Like the best ammo is 22 long rifle and 9mm because
CCI, baby.
And they're easy to. You could use them for money. Like 22s would be perfect for money. 22s and 9s. Like let's say a 9 was $1, and you got your 22s or your small change. Like I need a loaf of bread here. Let me break off a few 22s. Here you go. Like if it gets that bad.
22 long range, is that popular?
Long rifle. 22 long rifle.
Oh, it's the most popular rifle in America. The 22 long rifle.
Baby. Really?
There ain't no baby show. If you're getting shot at, you're not going to come up to them and be like, "Are those 22s?" No, bro, you're going to catch cover, right? Because those 22s, they might go in your ankle and like come out of your neck. They go in and bounce around and weave and ricochet.
Nobody wants any holes in their body, any additional holes. Like even if it's a 22 caliber hole, you're still bleeding out. You don't need any new holes. You got infections to deal with. So nobody really wants a new hole in them.
I got thousands of hollow points. Those little 22 long rifle hollow points. So what I did is I got a case that holds like paintballs. You know those little white tube things that you stick in your backpack. And I just got like a bunch of those. Just grab as many as you need. But if you grab one, like I don't know how many. It's like 500 rounds. It's like a bunch.
Why don't you keep their own boxes? Because then they kind of get bent up. When the head and the case might get bent when you got them loose like that.
I don't ever move them. They just sit there.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm just saying it's like when they're stacked in a box, neatly packed. It kind of keeps all the lead from getting bent out of alignment. When you buy bulk ammo like Remington Golden bullets, they're just bulk in a bucket or whatever.
Yeah, I got some of those too.
And they got them in a little paper carton, They got like odd amounts, like 430, whatever, and they just crimp them in a little cardboard container. Those loose ones, if you got them packaged into 50-round boxes, those are nice for like a nice little barter thing because they're all neatly packed. And when you get them loose, sometimes the heads get a little bit wobbly where the powder gets in, and you might get moisture in there and stuff. I'm just thinking.
Oh, no, I got the little things that you get, like when you buy something new, and it's like, the little moisture things. Yeah, I got those in there.
That's a good idea. Because you guys got high humidity.
Too.
You got high humidity in Houston. You get moisture in the powder. It don't last as long.
Yeah, I don't live in Houston, but I live in East Texas. It's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was using Houston as an example of how fat Texas is.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, yeah, the way I got it, it's safe for sure. I got a bunch still in the box, like the CCI, the high end stuff, but like the Remington Hollow Points that you were talking about, the high those are some nice little 20 rounds. But anyway, yeah, the Remington, I just poured them in those little boxes, little containers for paintballs.
If they're already loose, why not? If they're in a loose container, why not? But if they're already in a nice little box like the CCIs, a little plastic container, I just leave them in there. Like mini mags and stingers, I just leave them in their little case. Stingers are expensive as shit. They've always been pricey, but
yeah, they are.
They got real pricey with this ammo crunch.
Yeah, all the CCI stuff is still in the original box. It's always better to keep your ammo in the original box, but in this case, my original box was like a little pizza box for bullets, so
yeah.
plastic was an upgrade.
Yeah,
but like I said, I got thousands of them. And they're just for, grab it and go.
And the bricks used to be like $20 for a brick, 500 brick.
Yeah, I remember that. Shoot all day for $20.
I think I even have a brick. It was $10 for a brick of Winchester white box 22s, like lead ones. Lead. It's like they're 99 cents a box, and they were from Target. The store Target used to sell 22s. Just right on the shelf. Like you could go pick it up like you pick up a loaf of bread. They had 22s, and they were cheap. Winchester white box.
You got Jacob Rothschild, I believe, in the chat. Maybe he left. Oh, there he is. You should go over and ask Jacob if we can put his mug on the $1 bill, because he's actually, their family kind of runs the financial world. So let's put him on there. Maybe get his dad on the 5 and the great granddad on the 10, and so on.
He wants. So forth. Jacob Rothschild will be on the $6 million bill.
Hey, does anybody want the recap of the new Top Gun movie, or would you rather me not say anything so you can go watch it yourselves?
Gonna ruin the ending?
No, I won't ruin the ending.
Well, go fill us in. I don't watch movies. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, when they have a communication problem, when Tom is up in his plane doing Mach 10, they try to get Holden to come back. The commander wants him to come back because he's not authorized to be up there. And so Tom acts like he can't, he does that garble, back to command, he garbles a message, on purpose. And the people back at the command center say, "Sorry, sir, he's around the curvature of the Earth, so we can't hear him very good." And then when Tom's up there going Mach 10, real high, it's flat. It's it's just flat up there. So they told us there was.
They say they claim to have a plane that goes Mach 10. What the hell? Yeah. They can't get anywhere near that. Even the SR-71 was only like 3.5 or something.
Yeah. So they do mention curvature of the Earth, but they naturally don't show it to us. And
but what plane was he flying that goes that fast? What airplane was he flying that goes Mach 10?
I don't know. It was some project they were doing, and they couldn't get to Mach 9 or past Mach 9, so Tom went up unauthorized to show his boss that he could do Mach 10. That was the beginning of the movie.
They had the hidden flat horizon. They put the flat horizon in the movie.
Yeah, they put a flat horizon in the movie. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, nice. How brilliant. See, those are Easter eggs. They'll hide little truth bombs.
And then,
he's around the curve of the Earth, but wait, it's flat. What is this flat horizon? What curve did he go over? I don't get it.
And then they didn't say law of gravity or a theory of gravity. They said rule of gravity. There's a rule of gravity. I thought that was good. And then the commander did mention the word planet one time, so it was good. The music was really awesome, but I won't ruin the ending in case anybody wants to go see it. But they tell you there's curvature, but they don't show it to you.
And they tell you it's spinning, but it's not. So the spin is at Mach 1.5, and he's going Mach 10, right?
Oh, gotta love.
So the Earth is moving at what, Mach 11 underneath him? 11.5 it's moving at. Come on.
Gotta love Hollywood. Hey, I got the matinee price of $11, and I got to sit right in the middle in the first. I've never sat in the middle in the first row ever. So the whole thing was right in my face the whole time.
People don't realize how fast that is. Like, the fastest people could push like a Wildcat bullet, where they take like a 30-06 case and they put a 22 in it or something, or a 300 Magnum, and they stuff a little 22 on top. You could get the fastest bullets can go about 5,000 feet per second. Right? That's pretty much as fast. It'll be a barrel burner at 5,000. And a typical AR-15 goes about 3,000 roughly. So you're pushing it almost twice that speed. So you're saying the rotation of the Earth is 1.5. He's traveling at Mach 10. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you to propel a little 22 bullet, nowhere near probably Mach 5-ish.
I will say at Mach 10.2, because Tom wanted to push the envelope a little bit. When he got to 10, he said to himself, just a little bit faster. So he goes to 10.2, and the aircraft blows up, and he bails out and walks into a restaurant. Walks into a restaurant and asks for a cup of water.
Did you know what?
Supposedly 3 max. Average, it was 2.2. The SR-70 black. Maximum speed ever 3.
So, if you get a matinee price, and it's worth $11 to go be entertained for a couple hours.
That didn't entertain me at all. What do you do? What do you do when that happens? You get your money back?
Oh, they said on the website that you had to wear a mind control device to go in and watch it, and it's like, no, not going to do that. So nobody was wearing one. And I bought them online last night to go with my brother-in-law to meet. Brother-in-law and I were going to go today, and we did. And it was, it was nostalgia, and there was a lot of good music. And, they obviously referred back to the first one many times. So it was...
Music really does make the movie. Like, if you look at Donnie Darko, it's not the coolest of movies ever made. But when you look at Donnie Darko with the soundtrack, it's a cult classic.
Yeah. I would never tell anybody not to go see a Hollywood movie because, I think we all know what Hollywood represents. But, it was, I enjoyed the first one, and it was fun to watch the second one.
He's around the curve of the Earth.
What does Hollywood represent? Tell us.
Lies, lies, lies.
And the father of lies. The father of lies.
People like being deluded. They like their sci-fi movies. And I think a lot of the sci-fi movies contain a little bit of truth. Like Independence Day and all these alien movies. Like, here's this alien spacecraft it's got this strange beam, this weaponized beam out the bottom. They've got those death ray beam shits, dude, and they probably have the flying saucer. I've seen the TR-3B. Looks like a triangle. I've seen like stuff about it. And I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't doubt that they have that shit. And that will be used in Project Bluebeam to convince people that they're being attacked by space aliens. Because it's such a high-tech piece of equipment, people would think there's no way we have that. We still use jet airplanes. We don't have that technology. It's got to be alien technology.
I'm texting him again right now.
I think there'll be a mixture of technology in the sky.
I'm telling him, so what, tomorrow morning?
Real.
What?
No, not tomorrow. I'm not putting a date on it.
I'm going to get it.
Go ahead, bro. Are you hot micing? Anyway, I think, like probably in the near future, there'll probably be like some sort of alien invasion once we get these other countries, pretty much like in line with what we want, not we, but what they want. And when this happens, the destruction on the ground will be real, but what you see in the sky is going to be half real and half fake. So some of the stuff is actually going to be real in the sky, and then some of it's going to be, like they said, Project Bluebeam, hieroglyphic. What's the word? Hieroglyphic. Holograph. Thank you. Thank you. Holographic images bouncing off the chemtrails in the sky, and it's going to be half fake and half real in the sky, and everything on the destruction on the ground is going to be real. So people on the ground, they're going to think that the whole thing is real.
Yeah, like if there's actually 10 of these aircraft and they're just destroying cities and shit, and then they show you like a CGI holograph, whatever, and it's like 1,000 of them. Oh my God, there's 1,000 of them. Oh fuck. And that would necessitate in a lot of people's mind a one world government to try and fight them off. Like, we can't fight them alone. We need to join forces with Russia and China because they have big militaries, and together we can defeat the aliens, or at least we stand a chance. But we can't fight them on our own. And that's what I was trying to talk to earlier about why people use that stupid analogy of the necessity of a federal government. They think of it as their protector against an invader like China. And then all they're doing now is scaling it up to a worldwide basis. Well, let's scale it up and say these other people, these aliens are attacking us with flying saucers. We need to combine forces to fight them, to oppose them. It's a necessity. It's, we have to do it. And that's what'll bring it about. The problem, reaction, solution. I hope it doesn't happen. I would hope it doesn't happen, but I'm seeing too many breadcrumbs. Like, all the other shit they predicted in their Illuminati card game has come to pass. And this one, when you look at the, like even what Ronald Reagan said back in the 80s, and then you see like they're talking about Tesla going into space and going to Mars, and they're talking about seeing UFOs. Like, oh, this is a declassified Air Force document where the pilots claim to have seen UFOs, and they're prepping us. They're prepping the consciousness with their lives.
Think about this. Think about the card. What does it say? But the flat earthers know something, right? And then what do we say? We don't believe that it's flat. We know that it's flat. Like, how are we like quoting that card almost verbatim?
And what good is it to know? It's almost like a burden. Yeah, we know something, but how do we get to the bottom of it? Like, how do we take what we know and bring about change? Because we know more than that the Earth is flat. We know a lot of their Illuminati card game shit too. But like, how do we? I don't know if we can oppose them because they got too many sellouts, dude. There's like too many sellouts in position. And I'm not sure how to beat them, but I mean, if we lived outside of their system and we could try and starve the beast, but trying to vote them out is going to be futile.
Well, voting doesn't work the way that you think it does. I mean, Mark Twain that said, what did he say? Like, if voting worked, they wouldn't let you do it. So to vote for your senator, no one in America voted for the senator until like 1913. So think about that. Because in 1913, they could just print, what? Like, how much money do you need, Senator? How many senators do we need, Governor? Like, okay, we only need 281. We'll buy 282. That's it.
Well, there's only 100 senators. There's only 100.
I know. I apologize. I was wrong on the numbers, but you get my point. They always buy just one more than what they need.
They could buy 1 million. You know what I mean? They print infinite amounts of paper, so they could buy all the senators they need. That's why you got to get away from the system. Like, if we could get a system where we don't elect someone to represent us, like, here's your congressman, he'll represent 1 million people, let's say. But he doesn't represent us. He always sells us out, right? So we got to get away from trusting someone to represent us. That's the fatal flaw. Putting your trust in another man to represent you properly, it's always going to fail you. So we're going to have to get to some kind of self-representation where we take out the middleman. We take out a representative to represent us, because otherwise it's like it's the definition of insanity. We're repeating the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. We're not going to get a different result because it's their system. It's the controllers that are controlling everything. That's the system they like. The system, anything other than that, is dangerous. That's dangerous.
So if you ask a communist, they say that we need to overthrow the entire system, right? And if you ask like an alt-right person, they say, well, we need to take the communists for a helicopter ride and that'll fix everything. So instead of taking out half of the system, you take out like half of the people. So what would be like the real solution? Like if you vote with your dollars and everybody said, you know what, I'm just not going to be dealing in dollars anymore. I'm just going to go with silver. And we're all going to, pitch in, spend all of our dollars and get some credit and whatever we got to do and get this land and then just barter with each other with like silver pieces. And just remove yourself from the system as much as possible.
If you get enough silver pieces, the problem is finding enough. So if say someone wants to buy a pizza from you and they don't have any silver, like, damn, Hank, I need a pizza, but I don't got any silver. I just got paper. I got to eat. And they might not have it. You know what I mean? The problem is there's not really that much of it to go around. If everybody was to start using it for commerce, there really ain't a whole lot of it to go around for this many millions of people. And the people that have it they'd have their food and everyone else would be kind of fucked.
But what if we started using food as currency? Like
anything can be currency. Yeah, anything, maybe like some kind of ledger as a credit system. We need some kind of credit system as a equal means of barter, because I might not have something you want to trade me for. Let's say I have wheat and you're like, I don't want wheat. Well, I got corn. I don't want corn. I want this. Like, it's hard to change things like that. If I need a gallon of gas, how do I trade a gallon of gas for some corn? Or like, it doesn't always work. Go to the gas station. Hey, would you take 10 pounds of corn? I need some gas. No, I don't want corn. We need some kind of currency. The silver is a good thing. Silver is great. I don't know if there's enough of it to go around.
Go back to using salt as currency.
Salt, dude. Salt is worthless. Salt, dude, we got salt mines under Detroit. There's so much salt.
No, bro. You're thinking like the shit salt, right? The kosher stuff at Walmart.
No, it's rock salt.
If you had real, yeah, that's bullshit. If you had like real like salt from the Celtic Sea, what is it? Isn't there a sea over there that's like dried up and doesn't have all the plastic particles in it? So like if you had like Celtic salt, that would be worth money. I don't think everybody realizes.
Someone pay your wages in salt? You would want that?
Now that I think about it, no, not without selling it on the internet.
Now, if everyone has it, oh, you got a bag of salt, you got a bag of salt. I don't need any more salt. It's like, it doesn't have that much utility. Like there's so much of it. Salt is not a rare mineral. Like, we literally scatter it on the roads, dude. It rots out our cars. But under Detroit, there's massive salt mines, massive. And that might go further than Detroit. It might go underneath Cleveland, and I don't know how far those mines stretch, but I know they're massive. And they got them under a lot of places, giant salt mines.
Yeah, wouldn't you just have to create a gold-backed currency? Like, you would have to create some kind of currency.
The problem?
Or means of exchange.
I would like that, but look who already hoarded all the gold. They got Plan B, like the Rothschilds and the Queen. They've already hoarded.
I know, right?
So they would start it all over. We'd go to them. We'd go right back to them. Well, we don't got enough gold. Where are we going to get it? Oh, loan it from them. They'll loan it to us, and then they'll be in control again. It's like, man, how do we get?
Yeah,
maybe we got their gold. If we took the Queen's gold, if we as the people rose up and took the Queen's gold and used it for the people, that would be great. Yeah, the Rothschilds in Switzerland, let's get it.
Yeah, if someone could snap their fingers and they would just all evaporate, that would solve all of our problems.
That needs to happen. I wish we could do that. Where's the magic genie lamp? Let me rub the genie lamp. Make the Queen and the Rothschilds and the Vatican, make them all disappear. Just rub. The world would be great. I mean, if you got rid of these greedy bastards at the top, the world could be a good place.
Do you think those cash for gold commercials in places that were real popular around like 2010? Do you think that was like a scam to get everyone to sell all their gold, get rid of it?
No, it's not a scam. Anyone who had it, they took it, like, say in hard times, like we had that COVID and we still kind of have it. People, the last thing they'll sell is they're like, I'll sell my wedding ring or my gold chain my grandmother gave me or something that's dear to them. And they sell it off because they have to. That's the last thing they have of value. And they've sold it off to a pawn shop for pennies. And the elites know what real silver and gold is, real money. And that's why they took it out of we in America used to have silver in the coinage until 1964. So in 1964, if you had a quarter, it was 90% silver. And they're like, we can't have that. We can't allow the fucking peasants to have any precious metals. Let's just we'll give them nickel plated copper. So inside of a quarter, it's mostly copper with a nickel plate on it. It looks like silver, but it ain't. But pre-1964, if you come across a dime or a quarter from 1964 or a $50, those are all silver, like 90% silver. Hold on to them. You know how you could tell really easily if you look at the edge, the reeded edge on a quarter. You know how you see that copper color? On the other ones, you see all silver. You can identify it. It's just all a uniform silver color. And if you drop it, it makes a different ting sound. But just look at the date. You know, aside from the date, you could kind of see right away. If say you had to scan through 1,000 quarters, if you just want to check real quick without, straining your eyes to look at the date, you just look at the edges and see which ones are all one color. Because chances are you ain't going to find none if you look through 1,000 quarters. If you look through like 10,000 quarters, you might find one.
Yeah, I've already picked them all out, guys. Sorry.
Oh, you've been busy. If you worked as a cashier,
I've been doing this for 20 years. I just told you, I've been doing this 20 years, bro.
When's the last time you actually found one in circulation? I know they happen time to time. Like, say someone's grandparent dies and they have
10 years back. Yeah.
Back in the 90s, you could still get a few every now and again because, like, if someone, say their grandfather had a big jar of change, they used to take those 5-gallon water jugs and throw change in there. Like my uncle had one. My uncle had this. He was a truck driver, and he had a 5-gallon water bottle, and he would throw his coinage in there, and it was like half full of coinage, and some of that coinage was like back from the 70s. So I'm sure there was some silver shit in there. But someone stole that from them. Someone stole that jar, and they probably just cashed it out at one of those change cashing things. And I guarantee you, because when they took it out in 1964, it still circulated back into the 70s. You could still find like one every, it would be more rare because people are smart. They're like, hell, they changed the quarters to these new clad coins. Fuck that. I'm going to save all my silver quarters. But occasionally they would slip through. Some people don't pay attention to that. A quarter is a quarter. They don't care.
Yeah, I've been collecting silver for a long time. The thing you said about when you drop it, it pings, has a higher pitch ping than when you drop a regular quarter. Also with the dimes. So at the end of every night, I would just get all the money that I got, empty my bag on the table, and I would listen for the ping. Anytime I heard the ping, I'd go to it.
You tested all your coins?
Yeah, bro, every night.
How often do you find a silver one?
Now, not hardly ever. But when I first started delivering pizza in 2002, I would find them all the time.
Really?
Yeah, and I've never spent them. So since 2002, it's like barely any now. So I don't collect silver anymore because they're not there. So I collect copper. So if I keep a bunch of copper pennies before 1982, like if shit hits the fan and then I just got a lot of copper. If not, I can turn it back in. It's still worth a penny.
Actually not, dude. Do you know that copper's worth 5 cents? If you got a copper penny, is worth 5 cents in like melt value. So if shit hits the fan, that'll be like barter. Like, okay, you got 50 copper pennies. I'll take 50 copper pennies for this box of ammo or whatever, these 22s. Like, copper will be a valuable resource. And those are quickly identifiable. People will start melting them down, but maybe they wouldn't. They'd probably use them for a currency because they are perfect currency. If you can trust it, oh, this is a genuine copper penny, it's got certain value to it, and at least in its scrap value and intrinsic value. And there's no need to scrap it because it has good utility. It could be used as a currency. 1964 was good, man. They had silver in the coinage, silver and copper. They took the gold away, but at least you had something of value. That really wasn't that long ago, man. We actually had a good, decent, functioning, fiat currency. The coinage wasn't fiat. See, the gold coins were good because you could hold a lot of wealth in a small bag. Like if you needed to get out of Dodge and you wanted to cash out your whole bank account, and let's say you had $10,000, $10,000 of silver, 10,000 silver dollars would weigh a whole lot. You know what I mean? You need like I'm not sure how much it would weigh, but it would weigh a whole fuck ton compared to the same amount in gold. I think it would be like.
Yeah, I've been aware of. Oh, sorry, I was going to say I've been aware of the whole silver and gold thing since I was like 5 years old. We had a horse, and the saddle had silver on it. And I heard my grandpa talking about it, and I was like, "What does that mean, silver? What does it mean that it's money?" Because I knew what money was, or I thought I knew. Right? He was like, "This is money," and he handed me like a dollar bill. He was like, "This is not." It's like even he knew, like back then, that there was funny money.
Oh, he definitely knew, dude. He grew up when they had real money. He probably had real gold coins and real silver. Well, he definitely had real silver coins. Because up until 1964, everybody had real silver coins. That was just the currency. The currency had real silver.
People that I know, they call the current paper money, they call it plata, because plata comes from silver, and in the past people used to call silver, and they used it as money. So that translated into today's monetary system, and they call the paper money plata.
Yeah, I wish it was plata, man. Give me the plata for the paper, bitch. Let me turn this paper to. Any type of metal, like even scrap metal, is more valuable than well, I mean, right now the value of the US dollar has went up a lot. They pumped it up versus other currencies. So it's making the price of commodities like gold and silver go down a little bit, even copper. But it's a good time to buy some if you don't have any.